Chapter 91. The next morning, Luoshi woke up hungry, took out one of the 3 radishes she had left in her spatial storage, wiped it, and ate it, also taking 2 radish seeds with her. She was sleepy again right after eating. No, she couldn't wait for her scholarship to be paid, she had to go buy source crystals now. Nicole was still asleep, and Luoshi went out without saying goodbye. After a long and winding journey, she finally arrived at the shopkeeper's place from last time. Luckily, no one was in the shop. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up when he saw Luoshi, and he greeted her warmly. "I just received some new stock. Do you want the same stuff as last time?" Luoshi nodded slightly. The shopkeeper looked around to make sure no one else was coming in before closing the shutter door. He then led Luoshi back into the basement. "We have items ranging from 10,000 to 50,000. Which one do you want this time?" Luoshi's total assets were now a little over 25,000. She chose the 24,800 item, leaving her with only 340 points on her bracelet. Losai deftly swiped the bracelet, and the shopkeeper cheerfully packed it into a box, then put it in a black plastic bag, making it look like it contained ordinary daily necessities. Having obtained the source crystal, Losai, just like last time, found a secluded, unmonitored spot to store it in her spatial storage. Then she hurriedly rushed back to her dormitory. As soon as she opened the door, Nicole was eating a jianbing, Chinese crepe, saying between bites, "Master, come have breakfast." Okay. Although she was in a hurry, Losai was afraid of appearing strange, so she sat down and ate. Nicole took a sip of soy milk. "What were you doing?" "Up so early," Losai said without batting an eye, "just wandering around." "How long have you been up?" Nicole's hair wasn't combed yet, and it was a bit messy. Combined with her sleepy, dazed look, she resembled a little squirrel. It's only been about half an hour." "Are we training again today?" "I don't think I have anything to do at noon. Training means I can eat more tonight." Losai finished her breakfast in a few bites, said she'd be in a bit, and went into her room. She took out the source crystal. Having learned from the previous 2 times, she absorbed it quickly this time. The desire that had amplified her body over the past 2 days vanished completely. Her spatial dimension had only increased by 100 cubic meters, now it was 900 cubic meters. Last time, her hearing and vision hadn't improved much, but this time, her sense of smell had improved somewhat, roughly estimated to be able to detect distances up to 300 meters. The source crystal, about the size of a soccer ball, had turned gray. Losai carefully placed it into her spatial dimension, gently pressing it with her mind, and it turned into gray soil. This time, there was a considerable amount. Losai added 2 radish seeds. The seeds she had planted yesterday were beginning to sprout. The gray soil now contained 2 mature vampire vines, 2 ripe radishes, and 4 radish seeds. Growing radishes isn't cost-effective, we need to get some valuable seeds. However, even in the safe zone, they might not grow well under 0-degree radiation. We can just let them bask in the sun, it shouldn't be a problem. The 2 arrived at the training room, and had another exhilarating training session. It wasn't until 5 o'clock that they returned to their dorm to wash up and change their sweat-soaked clothes. They then took the hoverbus to the Haoyunlai hot pot restaurant. Their timing was perfect. They ran into Jo Nai and Tu Ka at the restaurant entrance. Just as they sat down, Qin Dinglon arrived. The 5 of them checked their numbers and focused on ordering. "Nicole, should we have a medium spicy or mild spicy hot pot?" After a unanimous discussion, the 4 of them decisively ordered medium spicy. Tu Ka, who wanted the clear broth, didn't need his opinion. Everyone ordered their favorite dishes, all of which were low radiation, totaling a whopping 4,000 points. This was truly more expensive than eating gold. However, Nicole didn't mind. In fact, she thought it was too cheap. The ingredients here were indeed low radiation, but they were probably around green level 7 or 8, so she just made do. The restaurant was about 80% full, and the diners were all elegantly dressed, definitely achieving a mid to high-end feel. Not quite truly high-end, but still quite good. A short while later, a waitress brought over the dishes on a trolley. Following employee guidelines, she didn't look at the customers, focusing instead on serving the food. But then, she glanced up and saw someone familiar. "Are you Miss Lucy Brenda?" The waitress, a young woman, asked cautiously. Lassie nodded. It was normal to be recognized given her fame. But after confirming it was Lucy, the waitress apologized, said she'd be a moment, and hurriedly left. Within 3 minutes, Luoshi saw Hiyu and He Miao approaching, their faces beaming. "Miss Luoshi, it's an honor to have you here. You should have let me know beforehand so I could have gotten you a quiet private room," Hiyu said, already standing in front of them. Judging from Nicole and Qin Dinglan's clothes and accessories, they were clearly expensive. However, she wasn't trying to curry favor, she had come to thank Luoshi in person. These are all your classmates, right? Your promotional efforts for us were so effective. Thanks to you, I was able to open another store. Today, your table's bill is on the house. You get a 50% discount at any restaurant, and your classmates get a 20% discount. Jiu Nai and Tuka's eyes lit up. A 20% discount. They could come more often. Luoshi, boss, you don't need to be so polite. I'm paid to promote your business, and the fact that it's so popular proves your food is really good. He gave Luoshi a coquettish look. Oh, don't be so polite with me. There are no private rooms available, so you have to make do here. I see you haven't ordered a few signature dishes yet. I bring them over later. You guys eat first. I won't bother you any longer. She was about to leave when she suddenly remembered something and stopped, grabbing He Miao's hand. By the way, thanks to your promotion, Miao Miao's medicine money has been raised. Thank you so much. He Miao bowed slightly to Luoshi. Thank you, Miss Luoshi. Luoshi was just doing a job for money, and felt a little embarrassed by such formal thanks. It's nothing, it's all thanks to your hard work. However, the points that would normally take half a year to accumulate were collected in less than a month after opening this shop. It's true, it's easier to earn money from the rich. After thanking them, He left with He Miao. A short while later, the waiter brought out several plates of meat and fresh vegetables. Luoshi glanced at Nicole. Originally, Nicole had offered to treat, but now Luoshi was paying. Some people might feel their limelight had been stolen and be unhappy. However, Nicole was unusually excited, arranging what to do with her remaining points. Being famous really has its advantages. I don't even have to pay for the meal. I saved another 4,000, just enough to buy the new necklace from Barella in full. After a satisfying meal, the group seemed to have gotten along a little better. The four of them strolled around the streets for another 2 hours. Nicole and Qin Dinglan treated them. Luoshi and Jiu Nai each bought some trinkets, and Tuka unceremoniously picked up a few worship models. They didn't spend many points. Chapter 92. Early August. A new week begins, and it's the same award ceremony as before. The scholarship recipients are the same people, but now there are teammates. The presenter is now Headmistress Sarah. The principal is nowhere to be seen. First year, Losai, Nicole. Second year, Lu Yuan. Third year, Wayne Anthony. Due to the exam system reform, fourth-year students don't need monthly exams. Please come up to receive your awards, teams listed above. Losai had received her award once before, so she went up smoothly this time, but her four teammates seemed a little nervous. This was their first time receiving an award at university. The five of them huddled together, with Lu Yuan and her teammates next to them. Only one person from the third-year team came up, and they looked injured. Lu Yuan smiled with a kind of affectionate look towards her juniors. You all did very well. We couldn't even catch that mutated vulture. Qin Dinglan, who was closest, arrogantly raised her chin after being praised. That vulture wasn't that hard to catch. Our teamwork was excellent, and we caught it easily. Hearing Qin Dinglan's words, one of Lu Yuan's male teammates scoffed disdainfully. If the vulture hadn't avoided direct combat, they wouldn't have failed. You? Feeling slighted, Qin Dinglan's temper flared instantly. Luoshi grabbed her hand, stopping her. It was wrong of her to have spoken sarcastically first. Qin Dinglan angrily shook off Luoshi's hand, but didn't continue to cause trouble. Sarah quickly handed the printed prize money plaques to each team. The points on them were no longer 10,000, but a full 50,000. The first and second year students were practically insanely envious. A few students from the third and fourth grades whispered complaints. I'm almost graduating, and suddenly the prize money increased fivefold. If I had that many points, I fight tooth and nail to get first place. The school is so unfair. They only give the best to first place. We lower class students don't deserve it. Yeah, they're the elite of society, and we're just parasites? We don't deserve it. What else? Do you think this is still before the radiation hit? The situation is so dangerous now. We all depend on them to save the planet in the future. Are we supposed to give it to those of us who just loaf around all day? Or do you think you have the ability to eliminate the mutated creatures? Don't you know how badly Wayne and his team were injured during the mutated creature containment? Don't you know how many people died in the first few third-year classes? These words successfully silenced the surrounding complainers, who dared not say anything more offensive. The award ceremony was supposed to end after the awards were presented, but Sarah projected a video of Wayne's team using her sky eye. Most of the first and second graders didn't encounter any real danger during this trip, and many may think the outside world isn't so bad. But remember, the location of your monthly exam was cleared time and again by our predecessors with their blood and sweat. The outside world is far more dangerous than you imagine. The third grade suffered heavy losses this time: 20 dead, 18 seriously injured and unable to recover, and countless others injured. The school reserves its responsibility and has taken measures such as providing compensation to the families of the deceased students. After discussion, the school will play the video of Wayne Anthony's team's monthly exam as a case study. We hope everyone will remember this. The third-year students entered a slightly peripheral area of the central battlefield. In the video, Wayne Anthony's team encountered numerous F and E-level mutated creatures, reptiles, upon arrival at their destination. These creatures were plentiful, but dealt little damage and had only average defense. Deeming them relatively safe, they split up to conduct live containment. Initially, things went smoothly, but halfway through, the ground suddenly shook, and a mutated scorpion, comparable in size to an elephant, emerged from the ground, its initial level estimated at B. Tens of thousands of reptiles suddenly found their leader, and launched a frenzied attack on Wayne's team. Some of these reptiles were venomous. Third-year students weren't required to wear exoskeletons. They didn't yet have a fire-type ability user, but they had one water type, one metal type, one healing ability user, and 3 physical ability users. Facing the reptiles, who offered little resistance, was manageable, but the omnipresent insects under the mutated scorpion's control possessed considerable destructive power. Meanwhile, the B-rank mutated scorpions are even more troublesome. Their exoskeletons are extremely strong, and their stinging tails can extend and retract, spraying highly corrosive venom that can turn reptiles into black liquid and emit a foul-smelling black smoke in just 2 seconds. Metal-based ability users can't break through the mutated scorpion's defenses, and water-based abilities are largely ineffective. Only small, close-range reptiles are somewhat manageable. Strength-based users can injure them, but their speed is insufficient, making it difficult to avoid the venomous tail's attacks once they get close. From the moment the mutated scorpions appeared, Wayne's team was at a significant disadvantage. Under the relentless attack, they managed to defend for about 20 minutes, but the sheer number of venomous insects and their tendency to avoid the scorpion's attacks allowed them to find openings. 3 teammates were hit, their hands and legs turning a dark purple-black. Their speed was drastically reduced, and they were even splashed with the venom of the mutated scorpions, their bodies corroded into black holes, the white bones inside vaguely visible with black spots. The healers couldn't treat them in time. Wayne, as the team leader, knew they couldn't continue the fight. They had considered retreating earlier, but being blocked by both reptiles and scorpions made escape impossible. Wayne could run, but he couldn't abandon his teammates. So to save them, he took a special potion, drastically increasing his physical abilities 5-fold. After severely injuring the scorpions, he led his teammates to safety. Although they still got first place in the monthly exam, the price was too high. One teammate had a piece of bone corroded away by the venom. Lossie frowned slightly. There were too many reptiles. The mutated scorpion venom often missed its target, instead corroding the reptiles on the ground. The problem was the rising black smoke. As the fight progressed, the black smoke not only didn't dissipate but grew thicker, even covering the nearby ground. Wayne's team was slowing down, partly due to exhaustion, but Lossie felt the black smoke was playing a significant role. Third-year students couldn't possibly have such limited strength. Besides that, Lossie was also curious about what drug Wayne had taken to boost his combat power so much. Hearing her question, Tuka said regretfully, Montessori number 1, it can rapidly alter genes. After taking it, the user can unleash about 5 times their original strength. However, the side effects are severe. Because it forcibly alters genes in a short period, the genes are extremely prone to collapse, turning the user into a cripple or a madman. In severe cases, it can lead to immediate death. Chapter 93. Those who used the Monster One knew the consequences. They only used it when there was absolutely no hope. Using it was almost always with a death wish. Now, whether Wayne could survive was a question. So that's how it was. Lossie listened in silence for a long time. To go to such lengths to save his teammates, he was a very good captain. Unfortunately, he wasn't a qualified captain. His reconnaissance of the area was terrible. In the reptile area, their abilities were already at a disadvantage, and relying on their abilities, they recklessly attempted live containment of the reptiles. But the reptiles were numerous, and some were poisonous. 3 ability users could easily be injured. If there were also high-level poisonous insects that looked like ordinary poisonous insects, A single bite could kill them. Furthermore, they should have retreated the moment the mutated scorpions appeared. Their only individual advantage had been crushed. But what's done is done. Losai could only mourn for 2 seconds. The conference ended, and a new round of lessons began. The sacrifices of the past, with the passage of time, might only be remembered by the individuals themselves. After finishing their morning classes, on their way to the cafeteria, Losai and Nicole glanced at her bracelet and suddenly asked, "Losai, one of my products wants you to be its spokesperson." The person in charge said, "You haven't replied to their messages, so they asked me to check." Losai thought about the messages from her 99 plus alt accounts, realizing she hadn't been paying attention. What product? There are too many messages. I haven't seen them. Nicole casually replied, "Gun?" Losai was puzzled. Gun? Her family deals in guns? Aren't these officially regulated? And can they even sell these openly, and even need a spokesperson? Losai admitted this was a bit of a shock to her understanding. However, how many points? Losai always adhered to the principle that anything was possible as long as the money was right. Nicole looked down at her bracelet. "Let me ask. 200,000, a 1-year contract, the price is negotiable," Nicole said at the cafeteria entrance. Losai stopped abruptly. 200,000? 200,000. Even with a monthly scholarship, it would take her at least 20 months, at least 2 years, to earn that much. But an advertisement could give her 200,000. And the contract was for 1 year. She'd have to pay again to renew it next year. That was too good to pass up. Losai looked at Nicole earnestly. "Could you add a little more money?" Since the other party said the price was negotiable, adding a little more shouldn't be a problem, right? Nicole, ignoring the bracelet, said as she walked, "No problem, but the highest price I can offer is 250,000. Losai quickly followed, her voice brimming with barely concealed excitement. "Deal." Thinking about becoming a rich woman soon, Losai happily ate an extra bowl of rice. But then a question suddenly occurred to her. They shouldn't put my picture on the gun, right? Nicole was puzzled. Why would they put your picture on it? Nobody would buy it, would they? Losai was somewhat amazed by her own thought process. She had assumed that guns, once they became commodities, would be treated like other goods. Haha, just kidding. Losai laughed awkwardly. "I'm free whenever I want to sign the contract." Nicole, then I say you agree, the contract should arrive soon. Losai gave a big okay sign, and just then, her scholarship money arrived. 50,000 was all on her as the team leader. Losai didn't hesitate. She said 10,000 each to the 5 of them. Nicole's eyes lit up upon receiving the message, and she bowed respectfully. "The boss is so generous." Lossie, She was just easily adding 50,000 points to her own account, and now she's only getting the 10,000 points she was supposed to receive, yet she's praising the boss's generosity like these commoners. Nicole, you truly fallen. The two had just finished eating when the electronic contract arrived. Lossie carefully read every clause, confirming there were no hidden traps, and even the penalty for breach of contract was only 50,000 points, so she signed the contract. The contract required palm print and iris scan verification, and finally, a signature to complete it. Right after signing, a deposit of 50,000 points was deposited into her account. Her account, which originally had only a little over 300 points, suddenly jumped to 60,000. Thinking about the remaining 200,000 points, she was already overjoyed. A message from the person she was working with on her alternate account appeared at the top of her chat list, which Lossie had pinned. "Hello Ms. Lossie Brenda. I'm Xiao Lu from the advertising department of the Deep Group, responsible for handling matters related to this cooperation. When are you available, teacher? We need to film 2 promotional videos, one similar to a vlog at school, and the other at the Deep Group's professional training ground. The latter will take about 5 hours. Lossie, the vlog can be filmed from tomorrow until Friday, but we might need to consult the school. The following weekend is fine. Xiao Lu, don't worry about the beginning, we already obtained filming permission. Can we come tomorrow? The following filming is tentatively scheduled for Saturday. Is that okay?" The contract was signed in just a few minutes. They already communicated with the school so quickly, that's incredibly efficient. Lossie was filled with doubt, but replied anyway, "No problem, that's settled." Xiao Lu, "Okay, we might start filming tomorrow from when you wake up, you don't mind, right?" Lossie hesitated for a moment, thinking about the 200,000, and agreed anyway. After replying to Xiao Lu, Luo, she couldn't help but ask Nicole, "Why did your family choose me as their spokesperson?" Nicole didn't know either. Maybe it's because you're a good shot? I don't know about the other grades, but you're definitely the best in the first year. And I saw the video of you saving Xiaoxiang last time. It was so cool. Especially the way you yelled at him to get up. If I weren't a girl, I would have fallen in love with you. Luoshi was puzzled. Was that video released? How come I didn't know? Nicole, who was drinking juice, put down her glass. It wasn't released. My father just sent it to me. Luoshi's questions deepened. Your father? Nicole nodded calmly. Yes, my family owns 60% of the United Academy, but it's a recent thing. Before the share was smaller, it's normal that you didn't know. Luoshi was silent. Luoshi was envious. Finally, she gave Nicole a thumbs up. Awesome. It's good to be rich. Tuesday arrived quickly. At only 5 o'clock, Nicole's family's filming crew arrived. The person in charge, Xiao Lu, who was responsible for contacting Losai, was a typical Chinese office worker in a suit and tie. Miss Losai, we need to reshoot your waking up scene. Losai, whose hair was still messy from just getting out of bed, laid back down and repeated the waking up action in front of the camera. The filming went smoothly. Losai didn't need to act. She just washed up, changed clothes, and went to class with Nicole as usual. The 5 people responsible for filming followed her the whole time. Chapter 94. Nicole wore new clothes today. Since she could only live off her parents' allowance, she hadn't bought any new clothes. This time, as a supporting character, she specially used the several thousand points she had painstakingly saved to buy them. Seeing the camera, Nicole's back straightened even more than usual, and she greeted the camera politely. Hello everyone, I'm Nicole Deep, Miss Lucy Brenda's roommate. She was about to continue when Xiao Lu, looking embarrassed, interrupted her. Miss, no need for introductions. Today's filming will be from an observer's perspective. There's no need to interact with the camera. Lucy didn't feel anything, but it had been a long time since she heard Nicole address her so politely. Nicole's smile remained unchanged, but Lucy noticed a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. Nicole smoothed her newly permed, wavy blonde hair and said gently, Oh okay, then you guys continue. She was genuinely embarrassed. Over this time, Losai had noticed that Nicole loved touching her hair whenever she was awkward. As soon as the two left the dorm, several classmates cast curious glances at them. The group chat had announced Losai's collaboration with Dip on an advertisement yesterday, hoping everyone wouldn't interfere. Those who didn't want to appear in the video could let them know, and their faces would be blurred later. However, no one needed to. Please, that's Dip Group. Being featured in a Dip advertisement was an honor for them. They ran into Qin Dinglan just downstairs. She was impeccably dressed, approached with a smile, and very naturally offered to go to class together. Qin Dinglan did indeed often go to class with them. Their classrooms were next to each other in the mornings. Although she might have been deliberately waiting for them, it didn't matter. Losai just wanted the points. Whether it was intentional or not didn't matter. Besides, neither Deep's daughter Nicole nor the filming crew had any objections. On the way, the camera was pointed at Losai's profile, so Qin Dinglan could only occasionally show half her face. She kept smoothing her hair, afraid of looking bad on camera. But too many small movements made her seem less poised, though Qin Dinglan herself didn't realize it. If this video went well, her father would know she had a good relationship with Nicole, and her status in his heart would definitely rise. Along the way, everyone, whether Losai knew them or not, greeted her with smiles. Losai smiled. She had decent interpersonal relationships, but not to this extent. Power truly was the key. If an unknown advertiser came to film, no one would even bother with them. She understood this principle, but having always been in a high position, she had gradually forgotten it. Now, living again, she understood it even more deeply. In the classroom corridor, Luoshi and her companion parted ways, with Qin Dinglan. Entering the classroom, Luoshi chose a seat in the front row. With a little time before class, she activated her smart bracelet and began reviewing the materials. Nicole was used to Luoshi doing this. Usually, she would just scroll through short videos to pass the time. However, with filming today, scrolling through videos would seem rather unproductive. Have no choice but to open the class materials and begin preparing. The classroom was large, and the 5 people filming quietly sat next to Luoshi, dutifully sitting beside her for the entire 4-hour morning class. Except for bathroom breaks, Luoshi was constantly reviewing the materials. Many classmates around her whispered envious remarks, saying Losai was lucky, but no one accused her of putting on a show. It seemed Losai was indeed very studious. Xiaolu had a good impression of Losai. Talent could determine a person's ceiling, but hard work was what allowed them to reach their peak. During lunch break, Losai only ate a bite before continuing to study. The previously composed filming crew suddenly became restless. They didn't have Losai's patience. They had thought she would take a nap at noon. The afternoon classes continued as usual. The exoskeleton course lasted 3 months, and the specialized ability course was scheduled for a semester. Everyone was enthusiastic about the exoskeleton course, determined to show their best side on camera, hoping to catch the eye of the deep group. Although half of Class A students were from wealthy families, their combined wealth still couldn't compare to half of Nicole's family. The only one who could barely rival them was Qin Dinglan, but she was just an illegitimate child. Of all the students across the 4 grades, Nicole was undoubtedly the most prestigious. Lassie sparred with Nicole as usual, switching partners when Nicole got tired. After all, Lassie was incredibly skilled, and many wanted to test their skills against her. During the last specialized ability training class, out of concern for Nicole's safety, Xiaolu specifically reminded her not to use her abilities. This was the chairman's order. Nicole, who had initially been eager to showcase her abilities, immediately wilted. Unable to spar with Lassie, she went to fight the robots instead. After filming ended, Lassie continued her routine of going back to her dormitory. The next day at noon, the video was edited, condensing the day's content into half an hour. There was no malicious editing, it was just like her daily life, hardworking but rather boring. After a quick review, Losai agreed without any further requests. Friday lunch break. After lunch, Losai was about to take Nicole to training. Nicole glanced at her bracelet and looked up excitedly. My grandma's back. She almost spun around with joy. Her good days were finally back with her grandma's return. No training today, I'm going home. She turned to leave. The family driver was already on her way. Oh, and no training this weekend either. I won't be able to eat with you these next few days. Remember to accept the 3,000 points I transferred to you. Losai smiled and waved, watching Nicole leave. No work and money. Awesome. Nicole returned before class in the afternoon, but she seemed a little downcast. Lassie, who was looking at documents beside her, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Your grandma isn't giving you your allowance anymore, is she?" Nicole shook her head. "No, Grandma increased my allowance to 10,000. Lassie, isn't that good?" Nicole sighed. Grandma was attacked by mutated creatures on her way back. She was injured, though not seriously, but she's old, so she won't recover anytime soon. From the documents Lassie had read, she knew that special passages had been built between the 4 bases for trade and communication. Each road required a significant investment of manpower and resources for maintenance, and there were also special potions developed by the Mon family. Their unique smell generally kept mutated creatures away. Only a very small number of mutated creatures, driven to desperation, would attack humans for food each year, and these were mostly low-level mutated creatures on the food chain, causing relatively little harm. Your bodyguards must be pretty good, right? Didn't they stop them? Chapter 95. Nicole, it's a long story. There's a bridge connecting Safe Zone 3 to Safe Zone 1, but the magnetic field there is off, so the hovercars can't fly, you know? Losai nodded. She had seen it in the data. There were quite a few places on planet Aegir where hovercars couldn't fly. The hovercars rely on source crystals to take off. Losai planned to explore that area when she had the strength. There might be something else in places that could disable source crystals. Nicole, repairing the bridge would take too long, so Grandma and the others had to take a detour via Pre-Radiation National Highway. Someone had traveled that way a month ago. It was safe. Who knew that this time a mutated tiger would be entrenched there, an S+ level one at that, causing significant losses of people and supplies. Grandma was also injured. Mutated creatures have a strong sense of territory and generally don't leave their territory easily, so traversing unclaimed territory again after a short period shouldn't be a problem. If it were just bad luck for Nicole's grandmother and the others, that would be understandable, but Losai felt it might be more than that. The radiation level has increased in that area? Nicole nodded. Yes, not just that area, but the radiation around the bridge has also increased slightly. No, that's not right. 70% of the land outside has seen an increase in radiation, and the passageways between safety zones 1 and 3 have experienced a complete increase. Her tone was filled with undisguised worry. The increased radiation would greatly impact her family's business, and for planet Aegir, it would be a disaster. With increased radiation, vehicles can't stay outside for long periods. Transportation between the 4 safety zones will be a major problem. The shortest route between the 4 safe zones takes at least 2 days, and the longest takes almost 4 days. This is only achievable by hovercars. Hovercars consume enormous amounts of energy, making them uneconomical for transporting ordinary supplies. Previously, ordinary fuel trucks could transport the goods, but with rising radiation levels, ordinary vehicles probably couldn't last that long. Lossie lowered her head in thought. The situation was indeed becoming increasingly tense. She could purify radiation to some extent, but purifying an entire planet was practically impossible. Moreover, last time, in dealing with the mutated rats, she used too much of her internal energy from source crystals. Her body felt like a ravenous ghost, craving everything, which was really unpleasant. This time, she wouldn't dare use her internal energy carelessly. Once the advertising fees came through, she would buy more source crystals and store them. That way, she could replenish them in time if she absolutely had to. The vampire vines in the space had fully grown, but because they hadn't received blood for nourishment, they hadn't produced any seeds. The newly sown radish seeds had sprouted, and were already as tall as a finger. Once these radishes mature, she plans to make room for more valuable plants. She already has an idea, planted with a plant called Libra grass and purifying grass. Libra grass is often used in gene editing agents, and is a plant that appeared after radiation exposure. It's extremely difficult to find in the wild, and its survival rate in artificial cultivation is less than 5%. As a medicinal plant, Libra grass is the opposite of other plants. Higher radiation levels are more expensive, and higher radiation levels are also more effective. Purifying grass is similar to Libra grass. It's a plant that mutated after radiation exposure. However, its growing conditions are exactly the opposite of Libra grass. It requires a low radiation environment to grow, and is often used in the production of radiation shielding materials. The lower the radiation content, the better the effect. Both types of seeds are scarce. I don't know if I can get any. After class that evening, Nicole invited Rossi to her home, as she had a formal advertisement shoot the next day. Rossi declined. Your grandma just got back. You two should enjoy your time together. I won't bother you. Anyway, your company will pick me up tomorrow. It'd be convenient. Hearing Rossi say this, Nicole didn't insist on taking her today. Okay then, but my grandma really wants to see you. Can you come to my house for dinner after the shoot tomorrow? Seeing Rossi still hesitant, Nicole grabbed her arm and shook it. Master. Please, my chef's cooking is delicious. If you like Chinese food, I have him make more. A girl 2 years older than her, clinging to her and acting coquettishly, made Rossi feel a little strange, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Nicole was indeed cute. Okay then. Seeing her agree, Nicole's smile widened. She was used to Ross's presence, having eaten with her every day. She went home for lunch today, but without Luoshi, the food vlogger, beside her, the food didn't taste as good. Saturday. She went downstairs at 5:50 a.m., they were supposed to pick her up at 6 o'clock. But as soon as she got down, she saw the hover car already parked downstairs at the dormitory. Xiao Lu and the driver were leaning against the car, chatting occasionally, a cigarette just lit in his hand. Seeing Luoshi come down so early, he quickly put out his cigarette. Xiao Lu smiled and walked over. Good morning, Miss Luoshi. Luoshi greeted him, and got into the hover car. The interior was similar to a van or RV, but because speed wasn't a priority, it was very large, more than twice the size of a normal car. Luoshi could even stand up. The store was well stocked with drinks. Xiao Lu asked Losai if she wanted something to drink, poured it for her, and handed it to her. Losai had taken her nutritional supplement that morning and wasn't hungry, so some juice was perfect. Xiao Lu tapped her wristband, projecting the filming location, and explained the content of the shoot and the specific firearms to be used. Most were laser weapons, along with some newly developed traditional firearms. After listening, Losai couldn't help but ask, does the safe zone encourage people to buy guns? Xiao Lu paused, then smiled and shook her head. Miss Losai, you probably misunderstood. It's my fault for not explaining clearly. The promotional video is mainly for the higher-ups of the other 3 safe zones. If everyone in the safe zone had a gun, it would be chaos. Ordinary people have virtually no way to buy guns, even the few that are sold are recorded, and the prices are exorbitant, unaffordable for most families. Losai understood. However, she still had a question. Guns weren't considered contraband in the safe zone, so the official high prices were used to control their numbers. As long as buying and selling is possible, there's a lot of room for manipulation. Like the old lady who bought the source crystals, she had a lot of guns in her basement. Therefore, the high official prices, to some extent, have contributed to the emergence of gun brokers. Unless there's a complete ban on guns, the number of people owning guns will only increase, leading to greater social chaos. But in this chaotic era, banning guns seems unrealistic. Even in the peaceful past, with enough money, you could get anything. Xiao Lu. In previous years, our company would invite people with good shooting skills to record promotional videos to better demonstrate the power of firearms. Miss Losai, you don't need to worry. I see, Losai felt relieved. Speaking of this, Xiao Lu's expression turned melancholic. The previous spokesperson was Captain Seth. Although Captain Seth was more capable, his shooting skills were also excellent. Seth, Losai heard his name again. Although he was gone, he lived on in many people's hearts. I wonder if the people on their home planet know what happened to them, if they still remember her. Chapter 96. The hover car didn't head towards the center of the safe zone, but instead went to a more peripheral area in the north of the city. Surrounded by slums, a cluster of white buildings stood out conspicuously. It was clean, had been built a long time ago, but had always been well maintained. It occupied the size of 2 stadiums. Unlike the high-rises in the center of the safe zone, most were only 6 or 7 stories high. After scanning Xiao Lu's pupils, the hover car drove into the parking lot. After taking an elevator and walking a short distance, Losai, led by Xiao Lu, arrived at the filming location. There were 2 areas. One was a standard shooting training range completely empty, and the other was a simulated outdoor field planted with tall trees. If you listened carefully, you could hear the sounds of insects crawling underground and birds moving among the vegetation. The simulated outdoor scene was truly vast, with a 50-meter-high atrium. Losai opened her eyes wide to see. The texture of the atrium was smooth, similar to a frosted finish but more transparent, allowing light to stream in from outside. It must be using new materials. This place is frequently used for shooting, so the walls and dome must be resistant to gunfire, otherwise, they couldn't replace the dome after every test. Just as Lucy was observing, Nicole's father and a group of researchers in white lab coats walked out the door. He was dressed in a well-tailored suit and extended his hand first. "Hello, Miss Lucy Brenda, how have you been?" A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Lucy had changed so much in just over 2 months. He remembered the first time he saw her. She was so thin and bony. He had seen Lucy's shot in the mutated rat video, which was why he decided to invite her to film the promotional video. But the video was blurry, and she was completely covered by the exoskeleton, so he couldn't see any changes in her. Lucy returned the handshake readily. "Everything's fine. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Morse Deep." Unlike their home planet Kyushu, where people usually address each other by their first or last name, on planet Ager, respect is shown by using the full name followed by suffixes like Mr., Mrs., Ms., or Miss. That's good. Let me introduce you all. This is Miss Lucy Brenda, the first-place winner in the refugee election and the first-year student at the Joint Academy twice in a row. Morse pointed to the researchers. This is Professor Fong, a senior member of our institute, and Lucy smiled and greeted everyone. After the introductions, Nicole's father had other business to attend to and left. However, before leaving, he invited Lucy to his home for dinner. Although Nicole had already invited him, he personally extended the invitation to her as a formality. Professor Fong had some of the new products brought in. Most of the firearms were fairly standard and similar to the previous models, except for one laser gun, which was slightly different. "Miss Rossi, we record the data while you shoot to facilitate future research and adjustments." "No problem." Rossi readily agreed. This clause was written into the contract, so she naturally had no objections. Soon, Rossi walked into the open training ground with her gun. The target practice range offered several modes, from easy to difficult. Rossi first chose a medium difficulty mode, then later selected a higher difficulty mode for researchers to compare. As she picked up the gun with her left hand, Rossi quickly assembled the accessories with her right, her every move recorded by countless cameras. After assembling, Rossi fired a shot at the appearing target, hitting the bullseye. The instant the first target disappeared, a new one appeared. Without hesitation, Losai fired a second shot. The third shot, the fourth shot, all hit perfectly. A round of 10 targets, from easy to difficult, and Losai hit them all with ease. The researchers had seen many people filming promotional videos, and many within the institute were responsible for testing the accuracy of the firearms. They had seen at least 50, if not 100, shooting geniuses. While Losai's performance wasn't the best, it was still commendable. Her reaction speed was definitely among the top. Her eyes were firm, completely focused, showing no signs of being perfunctory just because it was an advertisement. She reacted as if on a real battlefield, making the fastest possible reactions, as if a second's delay would lead to immense danger, exerting her full strength. The new product included 6 guns, 4 traditional guns, and 2 laser guns. She completed shooting all 6 guns at the medium difficulty level in just 12 minutes. Then she switched to the high difficulty level. If they had just thought low-size shooting was average among geniuses, they would soon change their minds. Those who came to shoot promotional ads usually went straight for the high difficulty targets, so seeing Loci choose the medium difficulty one first, they couldn't help but underestimate her, assuming she lacked confidence. But she only took 3 minutes longer to complete the test on the high difficulty, irregularly shaped targets. Mainly, the strangely shaped laser gun had a lot of recoil, and she got used to it. The difference between medium and high difficulty shooting is not just a matter of a point or two, and she actually completed the shooting in only 15 minutes, with a score almost perfect. Loci put down the gun. She deliberately missed 2 of the 60 high difficulty targets. Being too good wouldn't be good either. Judging from the expressions of the researchers behind her, she knew she had performed well enough. Professor Fong couldn't help but applaud, and a group of researchers behind him followed suit. Previous participants had achieved similar accuracy to Rossi, but they took roughly twice as long to complete the same number of shots. This was the first time they had seen Rossi complete the shooting in such a short time with such high accuracy. Rossi humbly scratched his head and smiled, "Thank you, thank you. Do we need a test here?" Professor Fong had initially viewed Rossi with a normal attitude, but after Rossi's performance, his eyes showed considerable admiration. "No need, the data is sufficient. Please proceed to the bionic shooting range." Rossi picked up a gun and walked to the next area. The remaining guns were carried by others. The bionic shooting range was vast, roughly the size of 3 football fields. Upon entering, a wave of fresh air washed over them, the faint scent of grass and earth mingling with the clean fragrance of soil, completely different from the stuffy, slightly foul air of the safe zone. But upon closer inspection, a lingering, faint smell of blood could be detected. "What am I shooting at?" Loci couldn't help but glance at the radiation level. Green 6. No wonder she felt so comfortable. It hadn't reached yellow yet. Wait a moment. Professor Fong finished speaking, a blue light flashing from the multifunctional sensor on his temple. Release. That wasn't directed at Loci. The next second, Loci keenly heard the sound of a door opening in the distance, accompanied by the sound of animals hitting their cages. The next second, mutated birds of various sizes appeared throughout the bionic shooting range. At the same time, rats comparable in size to house cats scurried about. Chapter 97. Professor Fong had the gun case put down, then led everyone to an observation room. The door behind them closed. Loci felt a little uncomfortable, but still picked up her gun and fired at the birds and rats. She was firing at 10 targets with one gun. However, due to the terrain's advantage over the mutated creatures, she needed to search and pursue them, which took a considerable amount of time. The bird circled overhead, Loci's presence preventing them from landing. Loci raised her gun and blasted the bird away. The bullet's residual force carried it upwards until it touched the dome. A surge of energy caused the bullet to lose its momentum, as if stuck in quicksand, and fall from the sky. Loci's heart skipped a beat. It was a source crystal. It seemed that source crystal energy was being used here to achieve this effect. After firing the gun, Loci switched to another and continued firing. Until the last one, the laser gun. Loci aimed at a mutated rat hiding behind a tree. She moved and fired, but the rat moved just half a second before she could. The bullet pierced the trunk, piercing through a trunk so thick it would take one person to encircle it. Most of the stump rotted away. Loci dodged, and the next second, the tree creaked and collapsed with a crash. Loci stared in disbelief at the laser gun in her hand. It was incredibly powerful. She handled many laser guns at school, but none could topple a tree this size with a single shot. No wonder the recoil was so strong. She thought it was poorly designed. The target she just used didn't have a physical object, and the large space prevented her from seeing its power so clearly. Loci was stunned for a moment. This gun was only 0.2 times larger than other laser guns, yet its power was twice as great. With this gun, many previously impenetrable defenses of mutated creatures can now be breached. This gun is excellent. It gives those on the battlefield a greater chance of survival. Loci raised the gun again and completed the test. Numerous surveillance cameras were diligently filming from the surrounding trees. Professor Fong was very satisfied with Loci's performance, praising her several times. Previously, many people who came here would damage numerous trees, incurring significant repair costs. Loci, however, only damaged one tree, and her speed and accuracy were exceptionally impressive. Loci listened attentively, and after he finished speaking, she offered her opinion regarding rifle number 3. Professor Fong picked up the rifle and tested it. Sure enough, as she pointed out, there was a minor flaw, which had gone unnoticed due to its insignificance. This is indeed our oversight. Thank you for reminding me. I have someone fix it immediately. He then handed the gun to his assistant. Lassie offered 1 or 2 more minor suggestions for improvement, not crucial for shooting, but they would make the user experience more comfortable. Professor Fong wasn't impatient. Instead, he diligently took notes, believing that even a small improvement in weaponry was worthwhile. Finally, Losai asked Professor Fong about the designer of the powerful laser gun. Professor Fong smiled at Losai. You know him? You even used a gun he made. Losai only remembered one person. Lin Zizhou? Isn't he at Zhongzhou Academy? This lab belongs to the Dip family. Only the Qin and Lu families own shares in Zhongzhou Academy. The Dip family shouldn't have a stake. Professor Fong nodded. It's him, but he didn't go to Zhongzhou Academy. The chairman saw his talent and poached him. He doesn't need to attend school anymore. He just stays here developing weapons. He's been working on this gun for days, pulling several all-nighters, and is sleeping in his dorm now. He wanted to see you when he heard you were coming, but he's not feeling well, so we forced him to rest for his sake. He was under anesthesia. There was no other way. He was just too obsessed, pulling 3 all-nighters in a row and not sleeping during the day. His dark circles looked like he was about to die from exhaustion if he stayed up any longer. So that's how it is. Luoshi knew he was talented, but she didn't expect him to be this extraordinary, able to create such a powerful laser gun in just 2 months. Professor Fong, Miss Luoshi, would you like to go see him? He should be waking up soon. Luoshi shook her head. Never mind, I won't disturb him. Please give him my regards. Professor Fong, of course, he's practically my apprentice now. If it's convenient, let's add each other on Feishin. Zizhou was able to come to the safe zone alive thanks to you. He's been wanting to thank you personally. After exchanging messages via Feishin, today's filming was considered finished. Xiaolu took Luoshi back to school. Originally, after the target shooting session, there would be a break before the bionic shooting session. However, Luoshi was full of energy and had shot 2 rounds in a row, so the filming was completed quickly. Luoshi glanced at the time. It was only 8:30, still a long time before dinner at 6 p.m. Ding dong. 200,000 yuan had arrived in her account. She hadn't expected them to pay the balance so quickly. Luoshi had thought it would be paid after the promotional video was edited. But now that she had some free time, she transferred her account points to another black account and happily set off. Near the store selling source crystals, Luoshi changed into a hat and mask in a quiet corner. As she approached, she realized the woman's shop door was closed. Losai strained her hearing. The sound through the floor and walls were faint, but she was certain someone was there. Unable to hear clearly, Losai could only wait. 10 minutes later, the woman cheerfully opened the roller shutter, and a dark-haired Asian woman emerged, carrying the same black bag. It was her, Scanley. Losai pulled her hat down low, and Scanley walked away quickly, only glancing at Losai as she passed. The woman, seeing Losai dressed like this, and still waiting nearby, knew it must be her regular customer. After warmly inviting Losai in, the woman closed the shutter door again. What would you like this time? Losai lowered her voice. Source crystals, and could you get some Libra grass and purifying grass seeds? The woman had plenty of source crystals, but not the seeds. I have source crystals, but not the seeds. However, I can apply to my superiors. Can I contact you via Feishin when they arrive? Losai. No, I come back at the beginning of a month. The woman. Okay, how many seeds do you want? These 2 kinds of seeds aren't cheap, 500 to 700 points each. She continued. Mom had already opened the floorboards leading to the basement, but if you can grow it, the price will be 10 times higher. If you can grow it, you might make a lot of money. Losai stepped onto the rusty stairs, 10 of each. The ante. Okay, I apply for it later. In the basement, the source crystals were similar to what Losai had seen last time, all in the tens of thousands. This. And this. The ante looked at Losai uncertainly. These cost over 220,000. Her shop might not even have such a large order in a year. She was usually happy selling 10 or 20,000 source crystals. Losai's tone was calm, yet strangely, it made her seem serious. Yes. Chapter 98. The middle-aged woman swallowed hard and began calculating the price of the 5 source crystals. It's 227,500 in total. Just give me 227,000. Luoshi readily transferred the money. After receiving the points, the woman looked at her like she was a god of wealth. Really, Won't you add me on Facian or something? Next time you want a large source crystal or something, I can get it in advance. Luoshi picked up the source crystal she had chosen and handed it to the woman. No need, just put it in. Okay, sure. The woman wanted to keep this big customer, but since the woman wasn't willing, she didn't dare force her, afraid she wouldn't come back. With the source crystals in the black plastic bag, Luoshi left the shop, as usual choosing a secluded spot to store them in her spatial storage. However, she wasn't in a hurry to go back, and started strolling around in a random place. It was 11 o'clock now, a good time for radiation to rise. Everything was fine except for the slight chill. Even if the radiation level in the safe zone rises to a maximum of around yellow 5, the surface radiation won't have much of an effect on her. However, to avoid being detected in the infirmary, she needs to retain a certain level of radiation. With the advertising fee and the 3,000 points Nicole gave her for food last time, she had a total of 253,200 points. After spending 227,000 this time, she has 26,200 points left. After wandering around, Losai resisted the urge to buy snacks and returned to her dormitory. She needed to save room for dinner at Nicole's house. Opening her room door, the hair she had left was still there. No one had been in. Losai locked the door and took out the source crystals from her spatial storage. 6 blue source crystals of different shapes, gathered together, were exceptionally bright. Her mind was calm, but her heart was beating faster and faster. Her body had an almost instinctive craving for the source crystals. Losai stretched out her well-defined knuckles, once again sensing the energy contained within. The absorption process was quick. It took only half an hour to absorb all 5 source crystals. She stored the smaller one in her spatial storage as a backup. When she opened her eyes again, her body felt exceptionally light, though the radiation on her skin wasn't expelled due to her conscious control. The world became incredibly clear, instantly transforming from 360 degrees to 4K blue light. It wasn't that Losai was nearsighted, rather, her vision, hearing, and sense of smell had expanded to 500 meters, as if she had a microscope. Previously, she could only clearly see a person's face. Now she could see the pores of their skin, even transparent body hair and capillaries floating on the surface. It wasn't that she could actually see through the skin, but it was so clear that even the smallest imperfections were visible. Her hearing could detect the sound of ants' antennae touching each other. She even felt she could sense the ultrasonic waves of bats. Incredibly, she felt she wasn't even human anymore. Like a genetically modified monster. But she was delighted. She picked up a nearby water glass to drink, but instead of shattering it with her usual strength, she crushed it. It seems her strength has more than doubled. Now she's probably almost as strong as Dale. 2 punches she landed with half her strength were equivalent to her previous full-force attack. Moreover, her physical defenses have improved considerably. Before, those 2 punches would have made her wince in pain, but now she could barely endure them. She internally examined her space, and found it had expanded from 900 cubic meters to 2,000 cubic meters. These 5 source crystals are more than the previous ones, yet the space only doubled. The energy must have been added elsewhere, but she hadn't noticed it yet. The energy-depleted source crystal was placed into her spatial dimension by Losai. Under the crushing force of her will, it instantly turned to ash. Her control over the space seemed to have strengthened slightly. This time, the ash was more than twice the amount of the previous batch. If she pulled up the radishes and vampire vines, she could plant just 20 seeds. A slight smile played on her lips. The stronger she became, the greater her chances of saving her home planet. She lay curled up on the bed, reminiscing about her days on her home planet, and drifted off to sleep. While sleeping, the energy, not yet fully integrated into her body, circulated throughout, expelling even the smallest traces of radiation, finally merging into every part of her body, strengthening her flesh and bones. Her body couldn't absorb so much energy at once. The excess automatically settled quietly in her dantian. When Losai woke up, it was already 5 in the afternoon. She stretched, having not slept so well in a long time. She reached out to rub her eyes, but felt a trace of tear residue. She froze for a moment, then smiled with relief. She missed home. She would go back as soon as possible. After tidying herself up, the car to pick her up arrived. The driver opened the back door, and Nicole waved happily. Get in quickly, the chef made lots of delicious food. Losai had thought only the driver would come to pick her up. She hadn't expected her good apprentice to come too. She got in briskly and closed the door. The driver, who had already reached out to close the door, paused, then pretended nothing had happened and returned to the driver's seat to drive. Nicole's home wasn't far. The hovercar arrived in 20 minutes. The area was a wealthy neighborhood within Safe Zone 3, with flowing water and verdant mountains. Not far away were densely packed high-rise buildings, yet here, expansive lawns and water features stretched out, with villas spaced far apart and boasting gardens and swimming pools. The driver didn't stop but continued driving. Gradually, the surroundings became more open, and the villas more luxurious. Each villa occupied nearly 10,000 square meters. Nicole's house was twice that size, resembling an independent estate within the villa district. Traditional iron gates with black patterns, typical of European palaces, automatically opened upon detecting the vehicle, as if welcoming the owner home. The vehicle drove through the estate, despite the winter temperatures of -20 or 30 degrees Celsius. Flowers bloomed everywhere, and not a single tree withered or yellowed. Servants, dressed in thick clothing, were trimming the grass and trees, bowing respectfully upon seeing the vehicle. The hovercar drove around the estate for a while, before finally stopping in front of the largest house. Outside, a butler and several servants dressed in black and white suits were already waiting. As soon as the car stopped, a servant stepped forward and opened the doors from both sides. After the two came down, the butler straightened his back, bowed, and greeted Loci with a nod. "Welcome, Miss Loci Brenda." He then looked at Nicole. Second Mississippi Loci smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. As a guest, she didn't need to bow to the butler and servants. A basic response was sufficient. Nicole simply nodded slightly. "Butler, is the food ready?" She then pulled Loci inside. The butler followed behind, saying as they walked, "It's ready. Madam, Master and Madam have also arrived." Nicole led Loci confidently to the dining room. Upon entering the hall, they found themselves on a soft, exquisitely intricate carpet. Loci curiously surveyed Nicole's home. Abundant European-style solid wood furniture with gilded accents, exquisite crystal chandeliers, and carpets covering the entire floor. The overall decor used a lot of gold and dark wood tones, leaning towards a European retro style, elegant and luxurious. Further inside, even in the bright daylight, intricately carved candles are lit everywhere. Upon reaching the dining room, a table is laden with dishes covered in silver lids. The decor here differs slightly from the main hall. Two walls feature floor-to-ceiling glass windows overlooking a meticulously maintained garden. Compared to the staid main hall, this space has a more refreshing and inviting feel, making it a pleasant place to dine. Chapter 99. Because it was Chinese food, the tables here were also automatically rotating round tables. Nicole was about to pull Rossi down to sit when her father, supporting her grandmother, and her mother followed behind, walking over. Nicole's grandmother's blonde hair had turned white, her shoulder-length short hair neatly permed, like soft cotton. She wore a comfortable yellow dress, complete with earrings, a necklace, and a ring. Everything she needed. She was exquisitely dressed, an elegant and dignified old lady. "You must be Rossi. Please sit down," Nicole's grandmother said kindly, looking at Rossi and gesturing to the table. Rossi curtsied and greeted the three elders before sitting down. Morse helped Nicole's grandmother to the head seat before he and his wife took their seats. The servants had already removed the lids from the dishes on the table while Rossi was greeting them, revealing 36 exquisitely prepared dishes, including 6 rare seafood dishes, thoughtfully prepared according to Chinese culinary traditions. If there hadn't been so much food on the table, Loci suspected there would have been even more. Nicole sat next to her grandmother, and Loci sat next to Nicole. Today is a family dinner. Charlie had something to attend to, and couldn't make it. "We hope Miss Loci will understand," Nicole's grandmother said calmly. Charlie Depp, 23, is Nicole's older brother, and is currently taking over the Depp family business. Lois had no objection. She was there to eat, as long as there was food. "Madam, you're too kind. It's an honor to have you at the Depp family home." While she thought this, Loci didn't say anything impolite. The old lady smiled kindly, seemingly quite pleased with Loci. "All right, let's eat first, or it get cold." After the old lady took a bite, the others began to eat. Here, Rossi slowed her eating pace. While she was usually quite boisterous at meals, she knew how to behave appropriately in different situations. Nicole was seeing Rossi eat so elegantly for the first time. She wanted to speak to Rossi several times, but her upbringing prevented her from doing so. For half an hour, the only sounds on the table were the occasional clinking of chopsticks against the porcelain bowls, and the soft sounds of swallowing. Rossi was quite comfortable, because the food smelled wonderful. However, Nicole, used to eating with Rossi at school, found herself somewhat restless after the meal. Her father, Morse, gave Nicole a look, and she immediately straightened her back, afraid to move again. After the meal, the conversation and background checks began. The old lady asked, Miss Ross's father is Rod Brenda? Rossi picked up a napkin and slowly wiped her mouth. Yes, does madam know him? 5 or 6 servants quickly cleared the table of dishes in the gaps. The old lady, seated at the head of the table, watched Rossi with interest. I had the pleasure of meeting him once. Rossi paused, her hand still holding the napkin. She had assumed the old lady had looked up Rod's information, but it turned out she had actually met him once. She only paused for half a second before resuming her actions, putting the napkin down, her eyes filled with undisguised curiosity. Really? I know very little about my father's past. To be honest, I lost a lot of my memories after a serious illness. Seeing Ross's genuine expression, the old lady continued, that was about 5 years ago, at the auction. There was a bottle of potion that claimed to have a chance of restoring memories. Your father spent a full 500,000 points to buy it, which now seems to have been for you. After he left, I never saw him again. Loci lowered her eyes and thought. 500,000? Was Rode really that rich before? He was willing to spend so many points to restore the original owner's memories. But how did he end up in a refugee camp, even starving to death? No, the talent to absorb source crystals was most likely innate to the original owner. Let's assume the original owner could find source crystals, thus bringing Rode immense wealth. But 5 years ago, the original owner lost his memory, losing the ability to find source crystals. So he spent a fortune on a memory-restoring potion, but the potion either didn't restore his memories or, moreover, restored them, but didn't restore his ability to find source crystals. Without income, and with most of his points spent on potions, and the remaining points squandered, he had no savings and was kicked out of the safe zone? Loci felt she had figured it out. Homeless people weren't allowed in the safe zone. If someone was without work or shelter for an extended period and had no points, they would indeed be kicked out. However, now that they accepted refugees, they probably won't be kicked out. Why did she regain this ability after touching the source crystal after transmigrating? Rhodes must have let the original owner try touching the source crystal. Surviving to starve to death meant she didn't regain the ability. That's unfortunate. My father has already passed away. Madam, I won't stand on ceremony. Before I came here today, you must have already investigated my father. Can you tell me about him? Although he wasn't good to me later, he was still my father. Loci felt the original owner's identity must be extraordinary. Putting aside Rhodes, that irresponsible father, where was her mother? Would she have to embark on a journey to find her mother? Loci subconsciously rejected the idea. She was too busy saving her home planet to have time to search for her mother, who was nowhere to be found. The old lady hadn't expected Lucy to be so direct, but she didn't beat around the bush and told her directly. You little brat, you're quite bold and meticulous. I did investigate you and your father, but it was for Nicole's safety. We only have these 2 children. Losing either one would be a huge loss. I hope you don't mind. Nicole sat awkwardly to the side. She knew her family would definitely investigate Lucy, but she hadn't expected Lucy to bring it up today. She hoped her master wouldn't dislike her because of this. Families always investigated anyone who came into contact with her, also for her safety, and she couldn't stop them. Unless she had the status of an older brother, or even became the true head of the family. It's alright, Nicole and I are genuinely friends. Lucy's expression was relaxed. She really didn't mind. As she climbed the ranks, more and more people would be watching her. Today it was the Deep family investigating. Later, other families would investigate. It was unavoidable. The old woman said, you and your father came to Security Zone 3 5 years ago. He brought a lot of source crystals, exchanged them for a large amount of points, and bought a house near the center. His accent is very similar to that of Security Zone 1. Hearing a large amount of source crystals, Loci's heart skipped a beat, but she didn't show it. Judging from the old woman's expression, she didn't seem to suspect her. Points from the 4 security zones weren't interchangeable, so many people who wanted to move from one security zone to another would exchange their points for source crystals, then take them to the new security zone and exchange them for points there. Therefore, it was normal for Rhodes to bring a large amount of source crystals to Security Zone 3. Loci remained silent, waiting for the old woman's next sentence. Chapter 100. Your father is very generous, but he's not good at business. He invested in several shops and lost everything, quickly squandering almost all the source crystals he brought. However, he's very good to you, constantly searching for a potion that can restore your memories. He often takes you out to find the medicine. Lucy listened intently to the old lady, but inwardly she thought that Rode took the original owner out so she could search for source crystals. The medicine was just a pretext. The old lady continued, at that time, Ming's Pharmaceuticals happened to release a potion that could potentially restore memories. Your father sold the house he had previously bought and bought the potion. Originally, a potion with unstable effects wouldn't be worth so many points, but someone happened to be competing with your father, and the price was driven up to 500,000. Lucy didn't want to ask, but as Rhodes' daughter, it would be strange not to. Who? The dining table had been cleared, and the servants had already served dessert. The old lady picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and said, the Qin family is just an ordinary collateral branch. Lucy lowered her eyes. The main branch of Ming's Pharmaceuticals was in Security Zone 2, while the branch in Security Zone 3 was handled by the Qin and Lu families. If the Qin family really wanted that potion, they could have simply purchased it from within. Rhodes had probably been tricked. But what did it have to do with her? Rhodes was just using the original owner of this body, and after arriving at the refugee camp, he did nothing, leaving the then 8 or 9-year-old owner to fend for herself, ultimately starving to death. However, Lucy timely revealed her anger. Why would they do this? Isn't the Qin family very wealthy? The old lady put down her cup, her tone regretful. For some good-for-nothing collateral relatives, 500,000 is a huge sum of money. It might just be a spur-of-the-moment decision. I can't be sure. Nicole's father chimed in. Every family eventually produces some bad apples. Our Deep family has them too. We can only try to discipline them. Was this old lady trying to sow discord between her and the Qin family? Although she currently had no contact with the Qin family except for Qin Dinglan. Rosie wasn't stupid. She knew what the old lady meant. She feigned the reaction she wanted to see. Seeing Rosie's indignant expression, the old lady reached out her wrinkled hand and gently patted her thin shoulder. Good child, it's all in the past. You have quite a talent now. One day you'll be able to find out for yourself. Nicole listened obediently, but something felt off. Lucy nodded emphatically. Yes, I will. The old lady's face was warm. Our Deep family doesn't want to see talent like yours wasted. You're still Nicole's mentor. Would you be willing to join our Deep company? You can choose any gene-modifying drugs you can handle. Grandma? Nicole's expression was not good. Her grandmother hadn't mentioned this when she asked her to invite Lucy. Faced with her granddaughter's question, the old lady simply smiled. Your mentor's talent can't be wasted. She can fly even higher. It was a very kind smile, but Nicole knew her grandmother was preventing her from interrupting. Seeing this, Nicole didn't dare say anything more. Her grandmother was the real head of the family. However, if her mentor was unwilling, she would stop the family. She couldn't harm her mentor. Lucy looked up quickly, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes filled with disbelief. But the next second, she lowered her head again, hesitating. I need to think about it. Having the support of a powerful family, like the Deep family, was certainly good, but if she could absorb source crystals, there was no need for further injections. After joining, her every move would be under their watchful eyes. Not only would it be inconvenient for her to act, but her constantly increasing strength would also be difficult to explain. But she had already joined the Black River gang. Was she going to become a double agent? While it was exciting, she wanted to steadily improve her strength. Of course, take your time to think it over. After saying that, the old lady began chatting with Nicole's parents. Mrs. Morse, Mother, did anything interesting happen during your trip to Security Zone 1? The old lady lowered her head and thought for a moment. Yes, and it involves our family. Morse? Oh. Who? The old lady. Wasn't our family engaged to a mixed-race girl from the branch family in Security Zone 1 and the main family in Adlington? You mean Tori Deep and Sherry Adlington? Their wedding was supposed to take place last year, but the bride's family used Sherry's trip to Security Zone 2 as an excuse to postpone it until the end of this year. Why is it postponed again? Mrs. Morse smiled, but a flash of resentment crossed her eyes, as if she were recalling something unpleasant. The old lady nodded. That's right. They said they can't find Sherry's whereabouts, and can only wait until they find her. Morse, Sherry can change her appearance. It seems she won't be found anytime soon. Poor Tori from the branch family. She'll have to wait a while longer. He then chuckled. The women of the Adlington family are really strange. They all yearn for freedom so much. Mrs. Morse looked embarrassed. Her ability can only slightly alter appearance. She can't change hair color or body shape. She should be able to find someone, right? The old lady shook her head with a smile, in a good mood. After all, the Adlington family was in the wrong first, and they would compensate the Deep family's branch family in Zone 1. A branch family is better. Their main family can also develop better. So that's where her cleverness lies. Sharon's first stop was Zone 2, where most people are Asian. Indeed, although Sharon was born into a white family. Because her mother was Asian and her father's ancestors also had Asian ancestry, she looked almost exactly like an Asian. The Deep family originally lived in Zone 1, but with the construction of Zone 3, the main family moved there to seek development, leaving the branch family in Zone 1. The Adlington family was in a similar situation. At the time, the Deep family and the Adlington family were evenly matched in Security Zone 1, but the Adlington family gained the upper hand, and the main branch of the Deep family eventually moved to Security Zone 3. The Adlington family, naturally, didn't want to let go of the lucrative Security Zone 3, so they sent a branch there. This included the Cheen and Liu families, as well as the Black Onado family. All the branches were located in Security Zone 3. Only the Deep family remained in Security Zone 3 as the main branch. Currently, the 4 major academies are controlled by several families. While the Deep family may seem weak, they hadn't focused on developing these areas before, only recently acquiring them. The Deep family possesses the most advanced weapons technology and controls most of the basic industries in Security Zone 3, boasting a staggering monthly turnover. Although it can't compare to those in Security Zones 1 and 2, it is undoubtedly the leading force in Security Zone 3. In short, 90% of the resources on planet Ager are controlled by 5 families. Chapter 101. Each family possesses a technology essential for survival. The Deep family specializes in weapons, the Cheen and Liu families in genetic modification technology and high-yield grains, the Adlington family focuses on extraterrestrial exploration, and the Onado family specializes in radiation defense. Lossie listened to the gossip, ate snacks, and occasionally chatted with Nicole. The old lady looked at Morse meaningfully. By the way, the Adlington family found a child who can control the wind. Morse, control the wind? It's her? And she has a child? Yes, they haven't revealed the details, not even her name. We don't know what they're up to, the old lady said casually. She had seen the child who could control the wind before. She was indeed a rare genius. Unfortunately, she didn't want to be bound by her family through an arranged marriage, so she ran away. Both the Adlington and Deep families sent people to search for her, and although they had several leads, they never found her. In the end, her original arranged marriage partner married her sister, and the matter was finally settled. Hearing this, Mrs. Morse lowered her head imperceptibly, concealing the shattered expression on her face, her hands clenching tightly under the table. Mrs. Morse's real name was Rebecca Adlington. Nicole's father, Morse Deeper, was betrothed to Rebecca Adlington, a prodigy from the Adlington family. The 2 sisters were fraternal twins and didn't look very alike. At the age of 12, both were injected with a gene-modifying drug, but only the older sister, Rebecca, awakened the ability to control wind. On the surface, they were treated equally, but only the younger sister, Rebecca, who was still an ordinary person, knew the true nature of their relationship. Rebecca's abilities were indeed formidable, but unfortunately, her parents died early, and now her father's brother held power. For the better development of the family, the prodigy Rebecca became a valuable betrothal bride. The Deeps paid a heavy price for Rebecca, this gifted young girl, but she ran away. When they couldn't find her, they replaced her with her sister, Rebecca. However, the 2 were of different value. In the end, Adlington not only returned everything the Deeps had given him, but also lost some of his own money. Rebecca, Nicole's mother, initially faced difficulties from her mother-in-law after marrying into the family. Fortunately, she was beautiful and considerate, and Morse didn't dislike her. In fact, he quite liked her. After giving birth to Charlie and Nicole, her life gradually improved. Rebecca hated her missing sister, yet she was also somewhat grateful to her. Her feelings for her were complex. It was because her sister eloped that she was forced into marriage, suffering her mother-in-law's disdain and a period of hardship. But if her sister hadn't eloped, she would have eventually become the object of an arranged marriage, albeit with someone else, someone certainly less powerful than Morse. Morse had been raised as an heir since childhood, and was very well-mannered. She hadn't suffered any major injustices with him, and she was content with her current life. But then her sister suddenly appeared again. She wouldn't. Suddenly Morse grabbed Rebecca's hand, giving her a reassuring look. Rebecca looked up, a genuine smile playing on her lips. Her husband was doing well, she had 2 children, and Charlie was taking over the Deep family business. She would be fine. In front of Lossie, an outsider, they didn't say anything, but everyone understood the implication. Lossie listened from the side. It seemed there was a story behind this, and it involved Nicole's mother. In the end, Lossie left safely. The old lady had Nicole's parents personally see her out. Let Rossi think it over before replying. while also offering some other tempting conditions. Nicole got into the car and offered to take Rossi home. In the car, Nicole felt a little guilty. "I'm sorry, Rossi, I didn't know Grandma had this idea. If you don't want to, I'd talk to them." Rossi leaned against the car window, the hovercar stable and smooth. "It's okay, I'm just still thinking about whether or not to join your family company." "Aw, don't you hate that my grandma and the others suddenly said this?" Hearing that Rossi was genuinely considering it, Nicole was happy. She didn't lack friends, but everyone was connected through family interests. Rossi was different. She didn't value her family background or status. If she were just an ordinary person, she believed Rossi would also be her friend, because Rossi herself was a very good person. "Rossi, it's alright. Mainly, even if I hate it, it's useless. Their family is powerful and wealthy, I can't resist them. Luckily, they didn't force me. However, using their family as a stepping stone isn't out of the question. More and more people are eyeing her. She needs to hurry up and earn points to exchange for source crystals. Should she try to make some easy money from advertising? She thought about it and decided against it. One should still have a conscience." The car drove down the street, taking a different route than before. Suddenly Loci sensed a source crystal. It wasn't the usual unease. A strong intuition told her there was one. Loci looked towards the location of her senses, the central cluster of buildings in the safe zone. She sensed every single building. It seemed that after absorbing the energy of the source crystals, her connection to them had become stronger, the way she sensed them had changed, and the distance between them had increased. Previously, she had no connection to the source crystals embedded in machines, but now she could clearly pinpoint their location. For example, the source crystal in the hovercar beneath her feet was embedded below the driver's and passenger seats. A magical device inside drew out the source crystal's energy and converted it into the hovercar's power. Lassie suddenly felt hungry, not physically, but with an overwhelming craving for the source crystal. She paused slightly. She needed the source crystal to enhance herself, yet she had just experienced an almost instinctive craving. Like thirst, a simple desire that could be controlled but not eliminated. It was a bit strange. Would absorbing the source crystal have any side effects? Lassie sighed. Things wouldn't always turn out well. She could only take it one step at a time. Inside the manor, the old woman felt a sense of familiarity with Lassie. Those green pupils were beautiful. One glance would draw you in. Only 1% of the population on planet Agil had green eyes. But with such a large population, that was still 70 or 80,000. The old lady couldn't remember, but since it probably wasn't anything serious, she let her be. None of the 5 major families had green eyes, and that was enough. In the slums, amidst a pile of garbage that hadn't been cleaned for years, a missing person poster lay quietly. The image printed on it had turned black and white from years of washing, the mud and water obscuring the features, but long, silky black hair was still faintly visible. On Sunday, Nicole was at home, and Loci finally had some free time. Loci looked at some documents by the window, a glass of milk beside her, a peaceful scene. However, suddenly, a commotion erupted from the girls' dormitory of the second-year A class next door. Loci pulled back the curtains. Several girls rushed downstairs, Lu Yuan among them. Chapter 102. Upon opening the bracelet, the gossipy people in the Feixing class group had already figured out what was going on. Zhao Xiang, our school detected mutated creatures in the North Inner Ring area, and the school sent students from the second-year ability class A to handle it. Jill, the school is serious. Are they really going to make us clean up mutated creatures in the North Inner Ring from now on? Watson suddenly appeared. Did you think the school was joking? From now on, the United Academy will be fully responsible for any incidents in the North Inner Ring. Watson, the school will assign appropriate teams based on the level and number of mutated creatures that appear. You should also be prepared to be dispatched at any time. Tuka, understood. Those who saw this replied understood in the comments, and Loci also replied. Mutated creatures are good, at least we can make money. Loci just didn't know the mission would come so quickly. Monday morning, the first period, a boring academic class. In the old class group chat, someone suddenly started discussing Qin Dinglan's abilities. Everyone in the class knew about each other's abilities, including Nicole's plant control, though the extent was unknown. Only Qin Dinglan's ability remained a secret, unknown to most. Some bolder students directly tagged Qin Dinglan. What's your ability? Others tagged the entire Luoshi team. You're her teammates, you must know her ability. You're the top students in the grade, isn't her ability amazing? Zhou Nai and Tu Ka saw this but remained silent. Nicole, sitting next to Luoshi, frowned, typed, and sent, You guys are so boring, it's class time. Classmate 1, second miss, isn't class boring? Tell us. Student 2, actually, I always feel a bit strange talking to her. Is she some kind of vixen? Ha ha ha. Seeing the group chat fall silent, the person, afraid of really offending Qin Dinglan, quickly added, ha ha, I was just kidding. I meant Qin Dinglan is very pretty. Luo Shi and Qin Dinglan weren't in the same classroom, so she didn't know what her situation was. But that vixen comment was too offensive. No girl would like that evaluation. After thinking for a moment, Luo Shi typed out a message and sent it. I think respect is a required course. Vulgar jokes show you have no manners. Dinglan's abilities are very good. She can be a great help to us on the battlefield. Nicole saw this and gave Luo Shi a thumbs up, saying, well said. Luo Shi usually called Qin Dinglan by her full name, but this time, to speak up for her and show closeness, she only called her by her first name for the first time. She didn't have a good impression of Qin Dinglan at first, but now she was her teammate. Even if she weren't, she couldn't stand seeing someone being slighted like that. She hadn't used her abilities very well before, but it only made people like her more. She hadn't done anything excessive. Upon closer inspection, the only thing she did wrong was secretly filming her and teacher Timmy's fight and posting it online. However, it wasn't entirely certain that she was the one who posted it, and she wouldn't forget about it. But one thing at a time, no one should be falsely accused. Only those who have been wrong can understand that feeling of helplessness. Classmate 2, He uttered an ellipsis, not daring to go too far. Luzi was the top student in the grade and had connections to the Deep family. What if she wanted to avenge Qin Dinglan and beat him up? Seeing that no one was speaking in the group chat, Luo Shi was about to turn off her bracelet when Qin Dinglan sent a message. My ability is emotion manipulation, which is crucial for stabilizing morale. Then, seemingly still not satisfied, she tagged several classmates who had asked about her ability. I'd be going to the battlefield to kill mutated creatures in the future. Your peaceful lives in the safe zone depend on us. Show me some respect from now on. Classmate 1, we were just asking. We didn't mean anything by it. We're all classmates, don't be angry. Qin Dinglan didn't reply, but instead said thank you to Nicole and Luo Shi separately. Luo Shi replied half-jokingly, it's okay, you're my teammate. You need my permission to slander you. Qin Dinglan, okay, thank you. In another classroom, Qin Dinglan lowered her head slightly, hiding her slightly reddened eyes. Her tightly clenched hands loosened, and the weight that had been pressing down on her finally disappeared completely. Because her ability was appearing for the first time, it didn't yet have a precise name. At home, her mother would call her ability Charm when she was in a good mood, and call her a vixen when she was in a bad mood. So she always felt ashamed of her ability, and never told anyone. The first time was to Rossi. Encouraged by Rossi, she can now openly talk about it. When she first told Rossi and the others about her ability, she didn't dare say it was called Charm, only explaining its uses. To her surprise, Rossi listened and said seriously, that's a very powerful ability. She thought Rossi thought her ability was powerful because it could be used to charm men. But Rossi's next sentence was, it can be used to manipulate emotions. I never seen that before. Emotions are very important. It's great for stabilizing morale on the battlefield. There's an old saying on our home planet, one effort, then decline, then exhaustion. High spirits, calmness, and stability are all crucial. If morale is low and confidence is lacking on the battlefield, even a numerical advantage can easily lead to defeat. Qin Dinglan was stunned. Her ability wasn't the seductive charm of a vixen, but rather the power to stabilize morale. She silently memorized the name Losai mentioned. Her ability wasn't the shameful seduction, but emotional manipulation. Today, she could finally openly declare her ability, unafraid of ridicule. Suddenly, Watson's voice rang out over the classroom loudspeaker. All teams from Class B of the second-year ability group, and Losai's team from Class A of the first-year ability group, immediately proceed to the north inner ring for mutated creature containment. First-year teams, once you donned your exoskeletons, immediately assemble at the main gate plaza. Everyone in the class looked at Losai and her group, exchanging glances and standing up in unison. The teacher glanced over and said, be careful. They jogged out of the classroom, and saw Qin Dinglan running out of another classroom. The team regrouped and headed towards the exoskeleton classroom. 10 minutes later, the five, panting heavily, arrived at the plaza, fully equipped with their exoskeletons. Besides their homeroom teacher, Watson, and a hover car, there was no one else around. The second-year team had already left. Watson, his expression serious, handed the group a multifunctional sensor. The data is all in here. This mission is quite dangerous for you. Do your best to complete it while staying alive. The hover car will take you to the vicinity. Go. Yes, sir. The 5 replied in unison, boarding the combat hover car under Watson's watchful gaze. The doors closed, and the hover car rapidly ascended, disappearing in a whoosh after reaching the designated altitude. The projector inside the hover car showed they would arrive at their destination in 35 minutes. The group used this time to put on their sensors and read the data inside. Chapter 103. This time, the mutated creatures appeared in the area where the North Inner Ring Road borders the Middle Ring Road, specifically in areas 1, 2, and 3 of the Inner Ring Road. The location is similar to that of Lu Yuan's group from the second year last time. The students from Class A of the second year went there yesterday, and the containment went relatively smoothly. However, just an hour and a half ago, another large wave of mutated creatures arrived. There were too many of them, so the Academy had to send even more people. Mutated creature earthworm, grade D, adult length 5 to 12 meters, retractable, body circumference 100 to 50 centimeters. The head has mutated proboscis, sharp horns, low defense, adept at burrowing underground to ambush and create traps. Grade C, possesses high defense, body size proportionally enlarged 2 to 5 times. Weakness, photophobic, dislikes dry and hot environments. Mutated creature red-headed giant tooth ant, grade D worker ant, adult length 20 to 35 centimeters, height 20 to 30 centimeters, brown body, reddish-brown head, serrated proboscis on both sides, 1.5 times the size of the head. Strong defense, enormous mandibles provide immense strength, capable of lifting approximately 50 caddies. Large numbers result in significant damage. Class C queen ant, 100 centimeters long, 80 centimeters tall, abdomen is transparent pale red, accounting for 80% of body weight, head is red and lacks mandibles. 2 antennae on the top of the head appear to be used for command. Individual defense is relatively low, but she excels at controlling worker ants for protection and attack. Laying eggs is extremely fast, 1 egg per half minute. She craves flesh. Consuming flesh will accelerate her egg-laying rate to some extent. Weaknesses. Large amounts of water, the queen ant. Note, there is a 30% chance the queen ant will produce venom, which is corrosive and has some medicinal value. It should be collected using containment devices, and should not come into direct contact with skin. Mutated locusts, grade D. Adults are 5 to 10 centimeters long and 4 to 7 centimeters tall, mostly yellowish-brown in color, with little change in size compared to their pre-mutation state. They have hardened mouthparts and strong digestive abilities, expanding their edible range and easily gnawing on wood, bones, etc. After mutation, they become gregarious with a high reproductive rate. Currently, the known populations range from 3,000 to 1 million. Weakness, fire. These 3 mutated creatures are not to be trifled with. Loci carefully counted the largest number of mutated locusts discovered so far, and confirmed it was indeed 1 million. Although they are not large individually, 1 million is still a massive population. Combined with their enhanced bodies after mutation, they could easily destroy a small, third-tier city. The above information explains the appearance of mutated creatures, and includes on-site data. There are at least hundreds of mutated earthworms. With most on the ground, the exact number is difficult to estimate. There is 1 queen of mutated red-headed giant ants and 30,000 to 40,000 worker ants. The mutated locusts number over 100,000. Their numbers were too vast, some concentrated, some scattered, so only an approximate count could be determined. After reviewing the information, Loci calmed down. This mission was difficult, and the school had equipped their 5 exoskeletons with extra source crystals, containing approximately 5,000 units of energy. Loci could clearly sense the locations of the 10 source crystals for the 5 of them. She was a little tempted, but only thought about it. Having read the information, the others knew the danger this time was no joke. Qin Dinglan's hands clenched into fists, hanging nervously at her sides. Loci looked at her. Are you all right? Qin Dinglan nodded, feeling a little more at ease. It seemed Loci's words were more effective than her own abilities. Soon, the hover car transported them to a nearby location, only 5 kilometers from the nearest Zone 3. It was 7:30 a.m., an hour and a half before the radiation spike. The 4 quickly got out of the vehicle. Qin Dinglan gripped the door, hesitant. If the hover car left, she would really have to go. But she remembered Nicole and Lucy speaking up for her at school, and Nicole and the others didn't notice Qin Dinglan's unusual behavior and hurried towards Zone 3. Qin Dinglan chose to follow, watching their retreating figures, her eyes filled with complex emotions. The information described it as so dangerous. She was afraid of death, injury, becoming a useless cripple. But why weren't Lucy and the others afraid at all? Why did they have the courage to face such a difficult mission without hesitation? Weren't they afraid of dying out there, devoured by insects, leaving not even bones, and no one even remembering them? Jean Dinglon kept walking, following the group without falling behind, but her head was down, staring at the exoskeleton she was wearing. Her own abilities were useless against the mutated creatures. The only thing protecting her was this exoskeleton. They were different. They possessed abilities: metal manipulation, plant manipulation, body enhancement, and superb marksmanship. Even if they couldn't defeat the mutated creatures, they could still struggle. She, however, was helpless. Without her exoskeleton, she could only await death in danger. She began to hate herself. Why had she only awakened such a useless ability, with negligible applications? This was different from the self-loathing she felt before when she despised her father and treated him as an appendage. Within the team, she felt like a complete and independent person, a feeling she cherished. But now, she was utterly useless, needing her teammates' protection on the battlefield, a mere figurehead. Her life seemed meaningless. Jean Dinglon, remember to give us a buff when we get close. Luo, she walked at the front, her steps never faltering as she turned to smile at her. That bright, sunny smile. The sun had already risen, the winter daytime temperature still frighteningly low, yet the cold sunlight felt like the blazing summer sun on her face. Those green eyes inexplicably brought a sense of peace. The footsteps pattered, and the other three, seeing Jean Dinglon's silence, also turned to look at her. A very equal gaze, filled with undisguised concern. This reminded Jean Dinglon of her father's eyes, always looking down from a superior position. Even when he touched her head as a child, he would only slightly bend over, never once meeting her gaze as an equal. Her father's eyes held so much meaning. From a very young age, she had to learn how to discern it, to act in a way he liked. Now, she could easily read the meaning in people's eyes, and the eyes of the four people before her were so clear, she could see right through them. So they were worried about her. Okay. Jean Dinglon habitually smiled. Her father didn't like children with long faces. The four people relaxed and turned to continue on their way. When the four turned back, Jean Dinglon's smile immediately faded, but she felt inexplicably comfortable. In a group, it was okay not to smile, right? Chapter 104. Sensing Jean Dinglon's emotional stability, Luo, she silently breathed a sigh of relief. Her emotions had been incredibly complex and turbulent just now. Even those who hadn't seen her directly, like Luo, she walking ahead, could sense the indescribable fluctuations. It was the effect of the source crystal, Luo, she was certain. The 200,000 yuan was well spent. There was still excess energy in her dantian that she could draw upon at any time. But now they were on a mission, and her teammates' unstable emotions would affect the upcoming battle, so she had to intervene. Although she didn't say anything, the effect was surprisingly good. Jean Dinglon's emotions were now remarkably stable, even a little happy. Yes, that's good. Soon, the five of them arrived at the nearest area, number 3. This area was covered by a large number of locusts, and in the exposed parts of the ground, many fresh tree stumps could be vaguely seen. This used to be a forest. The second-year Class B team, who arrived first, took over this area. Although second-year students weren't required to wear exoskeletons, most of them wore them because they knew the types and weaknesses of the mutated creatures beforehand. They formed a circle, using flamethrowers to burn the locusts. Since there were no sea-level locusts, the flamethrowers were quite effective. The key was to prevent the locusts from getting close. They couldn't bite through the exoskeletons, but biting human flesh was no problem. Some members of Class B weren't wearing exoskeletons and stood inside the protective circle. If locusts flew in, they were to promptly clear them away for the students wearing exoskeletons who had difficulty moving. Miss Nicole? We don't need help here for now. You should go check out areas 1 and 2. Someone spotted Losai's team. Since they could still hold out, they suggested Losai and her group go help others. The four looked at Losai. As the leader, she should make the decision. Looking at the dense, ever-replenishing swarms of locusts, Losai ultimately chose to listen to them. It was indeed dangerous, but with a flamethrower, there wouldn't be a problem for the time being. Let's go! With Losai's words, the team immediately headed towards Area 2. Further ahead, other teams from Class B were also burning the mutated locusts in a circle. The locusts had taken up too much territory, so they had to keep a team spaced out at intervals. At 8 o'clock, Losai and her group arrived at Area 2 and saw a black and red mass of mutated, red-headed, giant-toothed ants from afar. The trees in this area had mutated, remaining evergreen even in winter, most being as thick as a person's embrace. But now they were all fallen to the ground, their leaves completely devoured, leaving only bare trunks. The breaks were clean, as if they had only been bitten off in a few bites. The power was indeed formidable. These mutated ants, though small, possessed a bite force comparable to a tiger. A human leg could be severed in a single bite. And there were a staggering 30,000 to 40,000 of them. The entire area was populated by Class A teams, showcasing a variety of abilities, and the roadside was littered with the corpses of mutated ants. However, compared to the total number of mutated ants, they were still far too few. This would undoubtedly be a protracted battle. The queen ant was nowhere to be seen, not even a shadow was visible. This is Lu Yuan, North Inner Ring Area 1, requiring support over. Lu Yuan's slightly urgent voice rang out in the area communication system. The team in Area 2 heard the voice and simultaneously saw the arriving Loci team. You go to Area 1, there are mutated earthworms and ants there. We can hold on for now. Understood. Luo Shi and the others hadn't even stopped in their tracks when they were assigned to another location in Zone 2. However, the five didn't complain and continued running forward. This time, they were giving it their all. Lu Yuan wouldn't have to wait long. 10 minutes later, they finally arrived. There were only about 10,000 mutated ants here, and the trees weren't completely destroyed. But from a distance, the ground looked like it had pores, a dense, black hole that would trigger trypophobia. The ground was damp, indicating someone had used water-based abilities to flood the burrows. There weren't many mutated ants on the surface now, only a few at the entrances of burrows. Could it be that the mutated ants and earthworms were cooperating, with the ants hiding inside their burrows? There was only Lu Yuan's team of 5 here, and another team of 5 from Class A of the same second year. 10 people in total, yet the difficulty of fighting the mutated creatures was higher than the entire Class B. Seeing her juniors and exoskeletons arrive, the exhausted Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. They had fought for so long, yet only killed about 10 mutated earthworms. The number of ants was countless. Lu Yuan was a water elemental user. To survive the high radiation night yesterday, she had used up almost all her energy and hadn't fully recovered, only able to gather a little water. Wind users, fuel the fire. Lassie, Nicole, aim your flamethrowers at the holes the mutated earthworms made. Everyone else be on guard. Lassie and Nicole quickly followed instructions, standing at the nearest hole entrance and activating their flamethrowers. Both of Class A's wind elemental users were here. The flamethrowers' flames had been specially modified, and because the raw material was source crystal, their flammability and durability were extremely high. Fueled by the wind-powered individual, the flames aggressively encroached upon the surface of the caverns. Lassie strained her hearing, clearly hearing the crackling of ants being roasted and the shrunken screams of mutated earthworms. The peculiar temperature after the fire blew into everyone's nostrils on the wind, carrying a peculiar, muddy smell of roasted protein, making them feel nauseous. Lassie's nose twitched, silently shutting off her sense of smell. At times like this, a heightened sense of smell was a burden. However, smelling the completely odorless air, Lassie discovered she could completely shut off her sense of smell without affecting her breathing, unlike before when it returned to normal. She showed no outward expression, diligently listening to the sounds inside. The fire attack on the caverns was effective, but only against the mutated earthworms, and ants caught off guard and unable to retreat. The caverns were deep and intricate. The flames didn't have the reach to spread widely, only burning the uppermost layers. Judging from the restless sounds below, there were still many more. Loxi looked up at everyone. Do you have any poison powder or anything like that? No, Lu Yuan answered quickly, wary of her surroundings. Because of the shockwaves, the mutated earthworms hadn't attacked yet. But the area covered by the flames wasn't large, and they would definitely continue their attack once they realized what was happening. Moreover, their mission wasn't just to trap these mutated creatures underground, but to kill them or drive them to the central area. The others didn't have any either. Poison powder was limited in effectiveness. It was unlikely to work in open areas. Plus, many mutated creatures had the ability to block it or possessed extremely strong defenses, so very few people carried anything poisonous. With no other option, Loxi had took it to take her place, then rummaged around for a while before pulling out the hemp powder she had made in the refugee camp. This stuff was usually kept in her spatial storage, but it was easily retrieved under the cover of a supply bag. The finished product was small. She had collected dozens of kilograms to get half a kilogram of finished powder, about the size of a fist. Chapter 105. Tuka, stop first. After Losai finished speaking, Tuka automatically made way. The wind is blowing downwards. This is similar to itching powder. We're not sure if it will work. Losai said to the wind elemental user beside her, but everyone present heard her. No one objected. Although itching powder sounded ridiculous, there was no other way now, so trying it was worthwhile. As Losai threw down the powder, the wind elemental user stretched out his hand, and a sudden gust of wind swept through the previously calm space, billowing his sleeves. The sound of the wind howling through the hole was like the wailing of ghosts. The powder vanished instantly, drifting deep underground with the wind. Everyone watched the hole with slight tension. Losai's ears perked up. Silence. No reaction. Everyone was disappointed. It seemed it wouldn't work. However, Losai listened intently to the sound. Others couldn't hear this far, but she could. Asterisk sizzle. I got it! It's the sound of mutated earthworms rubbing against their burrows, because they can't stand it anymore. The burr powder works on them. Asterisk. But will they come out? Losai had some doubts. Unfortunately, this was all the powder she had left. The people on the ground didn't notice the strange noise, but they didn't dare relax. Everyone was on high alert, watching the ground intently. The mutated earthworms could attack at any moment, and these burrows were proof of that. If it weren't for their excellent teamwork, they probably would have lost many teammates. The wind ability user blew for half a minute, then stopped, thinking it was enough, and seeing no reaction. Losai pulled out her rifle. One of the mutated earthworms came up, rubbing against its burrow because it was so itchy, accidentally crushing many mutated ants also hiding in the ground. The mutated ants weren't without temper. Some even bit the mutated earthworms. The soft-fleshed earthworms were like fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of the ants' sharp mandibles. A burst of flesh followed. The scene was quite gruesome. The mutated earthworms were incredibly resilient. They could survive even when broken into pieces. So, facing betrayal from their allies, they didn't hesitate to attack with their evolved sharp horns. Each bite produced a crisp crack, like skewering meat. The mutated earthworms, itching intensely, kept scurrying between holes in their burrows. The mutated ants were forced to emerge. The people on the ground were overjoyed. It had actually worked. Without further delay, they immediately attacked. Lassie also drew her rifle and fired. Their defenses weren't high. Ordinary rifles could penetrate them. The sounds of gunfire and various elemental attacks filled the air. Because the mutated ants weren't swarming, the humans were overwhelmingly superior in numbers. Nearly 1,000 mutated ants were killed in an instant, a significant victory. Unfortunately, as the mutated earthworms developed a higher tolerance to the flaxseed powder, the area gradually quieted down, and the ants stopped emerging. Judging from the sounds inside, there were nearly 10,000 mutated ants. 2 of the mutated earthworms underground had died in the chaos, and were being devoured by the ants. Lassie glanced at Nicole, who immediately understood and controlled the vines on the ground to enter the burrow. Initially, quite a few mutated ants were dragged out, but once they realized the plants were controlled by humans, the ants became ruthless, biting them off in one gulp. Although Nicole could control plant regeneration, it was extremely energy-consuming. With the mutated ants already aware of her actions, continuing was no longer advisable. Nicole stopped and switched to Jionai. Her control over the metal spikes was quite good, and many mutated ants swarmed up. However, the metal spikes inside the mutated earthworm's body wouldn't move. Sweat beaded on her forehead. No, the distance is too far, and the soil is an obstacle. My control is weakening, and I can't move the mutated earthworm. Besides, some of the metal spikes are being bitten by the ants. Luoshi, then get them back if you can. Jionai's ability didn't last long. She eventually ran out of energy, and only half the number of metal spikes she had retrieved. Nicole's score, 168 mutated ants. Jionai's score, 151 mutated ants. Not many, but it's quite good for such a short time. The current time is 8:40. There are still 20 minutes until the radiation rises, and the nearest shelter will be about 10 minutes away. The second-year students all looked at Lu Yuan, while Nicole and the others looked at Luoshi. Lu Yuan glanced at the ground. Retreat first, Tianyan will stay here. She then spoke in the regional communications. Sectors 2 and 3, create a burning line to block the mutated creature's advance. Once completed, immediately proceed to the nearest shelter. Sector 2, Roger. Sector 3, the trees here have been completely devoured by the mutated locusts, making it difficult to create a burning line. Over. Lu Yuan. Sector 2, after completing the burning line, take any remaining trees to Sector 3. Over. Sectors 2 and 3, Roger. Lu Yuan then looked at everyone. Throw in all the grenades you have, then head to the shelter. Sector 3 was too far away, they wouldn't have enough time to go back and forth. They had to rely on Sector 2's help. They also needed to keep an eye on the mutated creatures to prevent them from approaching the safe zone. Without hesitation, everyone pulled out their grenades and threw them inside. Instantly, the explosions kicked up clouds of yellow sand, burying the surface openings once more. However, everyone knew that it wouldn't be long before the mutated earthworms dug countless new burrows. But radiation levels were about to rise, and they hoped the grenades would keep them quiet for a while longer. Inside the shelter, the group took out food to replenish their strength. Does anyone have any good ideas? Lu Yuan felt that delaying indefinitely wasn't a solution. Blow them up. Or should we just bring in a large quantity of explosives from the safe zone? One of them suggested. Lu Yuan had also considered this method. It's effective against mutated earthworms and ants, but locusts can fly and are more scattered, so the effect might not be as good. If only we could find the queen ant, we could quickly deal with the ants, and then we could free up our hands to help with the other two types. Yes, but we haven't even seen a glimpse of the queen ant since yesterday. Why don't we ask the school for a few more teams? More people will definitely complete this mission faster. Lu Yuan knew what they were saying, but the school's assessment was that the current number of people was sufficient to complete this mission. Unless absolutely necessary, she didn't want to seek reinforcements. They couldn't even handle the C and D-level mutated creatures in the inner ring now. How would they cope with the real battlefield next year, where the mutated creatures were even more numerous and powerful? Today, they couldn't even handle 100,000 mutated locusts. How could they possibly handle 1,000,000? Ultimately, their strength was still insufficient. But the gene-modifying serum they had previously injected hadn't expired, so they couldn't inject a second dose. However, things are truly at a stalemate now. Perhaps requesting a large amount of explosives from the school would be better. Once the earthworms here are dealt with, I can then go help areas 2 and 3. Lu Yuan looked at the junior students who hadn't spoken yet. Junior sister Luoshi, do you have any ideas? Chapter 106. Lassie shook her head. No, I'm going to relieve myself. She then removed her exoskeleton, grabbed only a rifle for self-defense, and headed outside. There were still 5 minutes until 9 in the morning. Going out now shouldn't be a problem. Nicole and the others shared some of their ideas, but none of them offered a perfect solution. After leaving the shelter, Lassie didn't actually go to relieve herself. Instead, she stared at the ground not far away. The mutated earthworms had already arrived. They dug incredibly fast. A single one could easily dig 100 meters per minute. Moreover, there were so many underground. Lassie calculated the time and distance. She didn't intend to use her hearing openly, so she needed to choose a suitable time to warn them. But there wasn't enough time. Lassie walked slowly to the side, seemingly searching for a secluded spot to relieve herself. In reality, a wisp of energy hidden in her dantian flowed down her leg towards the ground. Every tactile sensation along the path of the energy was transmitted to Losai's mind. It was like another version of herself, as if Losai had truly arrived at that place, able to see and touch it. The energy continued its journey, and the cold, damp soil suddenly cleared up. She had reached the cave. Losai intended to guide it to the mutated earthworms. The source crystal's energy had dismantled the mutated rat's defenses last time, and it should work again this time. However, she hadn't expected that the earthworms, who had been diligently digging, would suddenly become restless, rushing towards the location of Losai's energy. Losai didn't understand. If the source crystal's energy could render them defenseless, they should have avoided it like the plague. Why are they all rushing this way like they found treasure? Something's not right. The energy of the source crystal might have two effects on the mutated creatures. But Losai didn't have time to think about it. Instead, he controlled the energy to slowly move towards the surface. There were at least 50 mutated earthworms underground, all crowding into one spot, causing the ground to shake, growing larger and larger. Once he confirmed it was within a range that a normal person could perceive, Losai activated the communicator and said, "Anomaly, come quickly." There were 3 minutes left until 9 o'clock. Losai raised his rifle, aimed, and shot the worms as soon as they appeared. Not far away, the shelter's inhabitants had already emerged. Attracted by the energy, the earthworms were now close to the surface. A bright mound of earth appeared on the ground, and it was still growing. Those with guns raised their weapons, ready to attack. 3, 2, 1. 3 mutated earthworms squeezed out simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. Losai, being the closest, shot one earthworm in the head, turning it into a pulp. The other 2 also died under the intense fire of the others. Losai didn't retract the energy. Instead, she controlled it and merged it into one of the dead mutated earthworms. Lured by the energy, the earthworms underground surged upwards recklessly. The group kept firing, but there were too many of them, and they were too fleshy to kill them all at once. Loci quickly reloaded and fired expressionlessly. The surviving earthworms all rushed towards the mutated one, those closest opening their evolved mandibles to tear at its body. The others were puzzled, but their bullets didn't stop. Loci ran out of bullets and excused herself to go to the restroom, explaining that she hadn't brought extra magazines to avoid arousing suspicion. While the others continued fighting, Loci jogged back to the shelter, changed her magazine, and joined her teammates. Qin Dinglon, standing nearby, asked with concern, "Are you hurt?" "No," Loci replied, firing her gun, somewhat puzzled by Qin Dinglon's sudden concern. Was it because she had spoken up for her earlier? Under the barrage of fire, the mutated earthworms dwindled in number, the last few truly too afraid to surface. With half a minute left, Lu Yuan sensed something was wrong with the mutated earthworms, noticing their frenzied attack on one of their companions' corpses. She quickly ran over to investigate, not wanting to miss anything. Several others followed, including Loci, who walked closer to the front. Upon arriving, only half of the mutated earthworm's mangled body remained. Loci pretended to examine the abnormality, but in reality, she withdrew the remaining energy. She also used the energy to envelop the surrounding radiation and injected it into the worm. On the surface, this mutated earthworm appeared unremarkable, but Lu Yuan's initial radiation test revealed it to be a staggering red 6. Luoshi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had acted quickly. She couldn't allow the radiation level to drop again while she was present. Lu Yuan then tested the other mutated earthworms, finding most to be at red 1 or red 2. Were they behaving this way to compete for the meat of the more radioactive mutated earthworm? Could this highly radioactive meat increase their strength? Lu Yuan wasn't sure. It was just a thought for now. Many of the mutated earthworms' body tissues were inside the other earthworms, but Luoshi wasn't worried. They would return by tonight at the earliest, and after such a long period of assimilation, the mutated earthworms' tissues would definitely become as radioactive as the earthworms it had devoured. Aside from a bit of coincidence, she had no suspicions. Luckily, she had absorbed so many source crystals the day before yesterday, otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been able to resolve the situation today. Her control over the source crystal's power had improved significantly, and her control over radiation had also increased accordingly. She didn't need to worry about the radiation she injected into the mutated earthworm's body fading over time. It was truly injected into its flesh and blood. No abnormalities were detected for the time being. With only a few seconds left until 9 o'clock, the group didn't dare linger and hurriedly returned to the shelter. 2 bonfires were lit on the ground, crackling and burning. There were roughly 40 on the ground. Including the ones from before, less than half are left. This afternoon, everyone tried to get rid of them all, and try to get back by tomorrow. Lu Yuan's tone couldn't hide her joy. Although she didn't know the specific reason why the earthworms had come out and started killing each other, they had completed their mission. However, finding out the truth was also important, so she looked at Lassie. "Did you see anything strange just now? Why did the mutated earthworms suddenly appear?" Lassie sat on her sleeping bag, pretending to think. "I don't think so. I was looking for a suitable place when I suddenly felt some tremors not far away, so I called you guys." Lu Yuan nodded. What Lassie said matched the time she left. It was probably just a coincidence. Has anyone else made any other discoveries? Everyone shook their heads. Qin Dinglon, remembering something, said, "The teacher said in class that mutated creatures might be cannibalistic." Lu Yuan frowned slightly, recalling what she had learned in first grade. Yes, but there are only a few recorded instances of cannibalism, and earthworms aren't among them. Nicole, influenced by Loci, had been paying close attention in class and also thought of another possibility. When a high-level mutated creature dies, the energy contained within its body attracts many creatures to compete for it. Even many animals that are cannibalistic will eat the corpses of their own kind for energy. Lu Yuan still countered, but that mutated earthworm wasn't dead to begin with. Chapter 107. Jiu-Nai cautiously spoke up. Could it be injured? Even if it's not dead, other mutated creatures might sense its weakness and attack beforehand. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. Being a cautious person, she wouldn't jump to conclusions easily. When we got there, its body was already mangled. We couldn't see any old wounds, so that possibility can't be ruled out. But just now, junior sister Nicole said that only the corpses of high-level mutated creatures would attract other mutated creatures to fight for food. But looking at its physical characteristics, it's the same as a D-level creature, except for slightly higher radiation levels. Maybe it's about to evolve. Besides, mutated creatures need to eat regularly. If there aren't high-level creatures for them to eat, they eat anything of the same or lower level, Qin Dinglan said, straightening her back. Coming to the academy was definitely the right decision. Lu Yuan, whom her father had praised several times before, was now someone she could discuss issues with directly. Lu Yuan knew all these points, each one made sense, but each had its flaws. Lassie took out a special ability recovery potion meant for ability users and handed it to her 4 teammates. Alright, discussing this won't get us anywhere. We can investigate any problems after the radiation subsides. Lassie was right, discussing it now wouldn't yield any results. They agreed to take turns resting after their shifts. The first to rest were Lu Yuan's team and another team from Class 2A. They had arrived yesterday and, although they had rested, were exhausted after a whole morning of fighting. The ability users drank the recovery potion, put on their sleeping bags, and fell asleep. Before going to sleep, Lu Yuan checked on the people in areas 2 and 3, and after confirming they were alright, she granted Lassie's team permission to use the sky eye on the field so they could keep an eye on things there. Losai and the others, clad in exoskeletons, stood guard at the shelter's entrance. The radiation was rising, and that suffocating feeling returned. Nicole and Qin Dinglan, having grown up within the Green 1 radiation zone, were extremely unaccustomed to this environment. Their breathing was much labored and rapid than usual. Tuka and Jiu Nai, having also grown up in the safe zone, even though they were on the edge, found the high radiation environment very uncomfortable. Outside, the radiation was red 3. Inside the shelter, yellow 8. Losai circulated her internal energy, moving it around her body, and the sluggish feeling in the air she inhaled noticeably improved. She looked at the holes the mutated earthworms had emerged from in the distance. Would the mutated ants attack at this time? Area 2 was difficult to hide in. If she were the queen ant, she would definitely hide in one of the mutated earthworm holes. She could control her source crystal power to investigate, but if she were discovered, there would definitely be disturbances, and with the radiation rising, it wasn't convenient for everyone to go out for containment. Forget it, she waited until the radiation subsided before investigating. 10 a.m. The images transmitted from the sky eye remained largely unchanged. Several new holes had been drilled into the previously flattened ground, and every now and then, 2 or 3 mutated ants would emerge to scout the situation, but they wouldn't go far before returning to their burrows. Unfortunately, the Sky Eye's live feeds from areas 2 and 3 weren't being transmitted, otherwise we could have seen what was happening there. The magnetic field of planet Agil was too complex. Electronic devices would malfunction or lose signal in many places, while sometimes people in the same area could receive signals. Suddenly, a voice came through the communication. This is Area 2. The scattered locusts are showing signs of gathering. Judging by their direction, they should be heading towards Area 3. Received. The flame height of the combustion line is limited. Locusts in Area 3 are showing signs of agitation, possibly indicating they are migrating or launching an attack. Just as Losai was about to reply, Lu Yuan woke up. Area 1 received. Radiation levels are rising, and we can't get there in time. If they attack, use the special capture nets. Understood. Ready? Losai and the others perked up their ears curiously. They hadn't expected such special equipment, they thought it was just guns. It seemed they could end the battle sooner. This commotion successfully woke the remaining 9 people, but Lu Yuan told them to continue sleeping. They couldn't go out now, it was better to rest and recover than to worry. Areas 2 and 3, maintain communication at all times. Report any developments immediately. I'm with you. Lu Yuan wasn't going to sleep anymore. As the leader of this mission, she had to be responsible for everyone. Even if she couldn't go directly to help, she needed to be online to answer questions and find solutions when her companions encountered problems. Received. Both areas replied simultaneously, their voices filled with complete trust in Lu Yuan. Shortly after, Area 2 reported the latest situation. Area 2, the mutated locusts have swarmed together, leaving the Sky Eye's field of vision and heading towards Area 3. This is Area 3. The mutated locusts are still gathering, showing no obvious movement. A rough estimate is that there are already 50 to 60,000. Lu Yuan, understood. They may wait until the mutated locusts from Area 2 arrive before launching their attack. Be vigilant at all times. 10 minutes later, Area 3 reported again. We have spotted mutated locusts coming from Area 2, approximately 20,000. The swarm is clearly agitated. We have prepared capture nets. Lu Yuan's voice was calm, understood. Do not let them escape. It would be our fault if they wandered into the safe zone. Even after accounting for the mutated locusts killed earlier, There were still about 80,000 left. That must be a huge swarm. Qin Dinglan was somewhat afraid to think about it. When she passed by before, they weren't all gathered together. There were only about 40,000, but that was still a considerable swarm. Time ticked by, and those 5 minutes felt like an eternity to Lu Yuan. This is Area 3. Nearly half of the mutated locusts have been contained alive. The rest are devouring the shelters. The mutated locusts seemed to know human weaknesses. They dared not approach the entrance with a flamethrower, but the outer walls and roof were inaccessible to humans. Break open the shelters at intervals and spray flames. Lu Yuan knew that the capture net alone couldn't capture all the mutated locusts. Fortunately, not many had escaped. Following Lu Yuan's instructions, Area 3 quickly broke open the roof, spraying flames upwards. Luckily, the shelters in Area 3 were made of sheet metal, so there was no need to worry about the entire shelter burning. Under the intense heat, the mutated locusts either fled or died. The shelters were temporarily protected, but movement inside was no longer permitted. Chapter 108. One of the sources of radiation on planet Agile is the sun, so direct sunlight should be avoided as much as possible when radiation levels are high. The remaining sources of radiation on planet Agile are still under investigation. The reason why radiation is low between 5 and 9 a.m. and rises at other times is still unknown. Furthermore, the sun is generally shining at 6 and 9 a.m., but radiation doesn't rise then, it only rises after 9 a.m. This doesn't conform to natural laws, and Loci has always found this planet strange. Moreover, the radiation concentration varies from place to place, and it rises according to a certain pattern at certain times. It's as if an external force is controlling it. Unfortunately, no one knows the reason, and they can only live according to the radiation patterns. But did the higher-ups really not find anything out? Loci was somewhat skeptical. She used the multifunctional sensor on her temple to send her question to Nicole. Do you know anything about the real reason for the rising radiation? Nicole received Loci's message, turned to look at her curiously, and seeing Loci looking outside, pretended to casually survey her surroundings. Both remained motionless, communicating only through their multifunctional sensors. I don't know, but my father and the others should know something. Loci typed a question using her mind, then deleted it. Seeing Loci's delayed response, Nicole spoke again. The radiation is strange, isn't it? I also feel something's off. I asked my father many times when I was little, but he wouldn't tell me. Loci, yes, the situation might be much more complicated than we think. This is Zone 3. The remaining mutated locusts have dispersed and fled. Hearing that things were stable on the other end, Lu Yuan smiled. Roger that, thanks everyone. Now that they made progress on both their side, and in Area 3, it wouldn't be long before they were completely finished. When it was time, Lu Yuan woke up her teammates to switch shifts with Luoxi's team, and then with another team from Class A. Finally, it was 5 p.m. Everyone woke up 10 minutes early, had already prepared their equipment, and replenished their food. The radiation level dropped instantly. They wanted to get back that night, so they didn't dare waste any time and jogged towards the previous battlefield. Perhaps because so many mutated earthworms had died, the mutated creatures hadn't made any moves even after humans had been gone for so long. Lu Yuan's abilities had recovered considerably, and she immediately chose a hole to fill with water. Her palm faced the hole, and water seemed to gush forth from her hand, a large jet of water gushing into the ground. She filled the hole for 10 minutes straight, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on Lu Yuan's forehead, but the exposed hole still showed no sign of water flowing out. The tunnels inside were too numerous and too deep, and there wasn't enough water. However, quite a few mutated ants had emerged, which was sufficient. Without a word, everyone began clearing out the ants. Loci did the same, firing her gun, but secretly diverting some of her energy to find the queen ant hiding underground. The lowest level of the tunnel was now flooded, only the middle and upper levels remained dry. Loci kept her energy levels very low, afraid of causing a disturbance. The underground tunnels were like a maze. After everyone had cleared out most of the ants that had emerged, Loci finally spotted the queen ant. It looked similar to the descriptions, with a huge abdomen on its lower body. The queen ant's antennae twitched slightly. It sensed the unusually attractive energy. If other mutated creatures were to eat it, it might be dangerous. But not it. It had absolute control over its subjects, unlike those foolish earthworms that could be eaten by anyone. Eating this energy would only strengthen its control over its subjects. Even if a mutated earthworm tried to eat it, it would be able to break through the worker ant's defenses. However, after what happened before, Loci dared not feed energy to mutated creatures indiscriminately. Seeing the queen ant move, she quickly controlled the energy to move upwards. Suddenly, a mutation occurred, the ground shook. The few remaining mutated earthworms had arrived. Loci accelerated her retrieval speed. The tremors traveled from underground to the surface, and everyone quickly scattered. This was the movement of mutated earthworms, but before, they always quietly dug holes under people's feet, letting them fall in. Why such a big reaction this time? Oh no! It's that C-rank mutated earthworm. Everyone, get out of the way! Lu Yuan shouted. A C-rank ant's attack power is far superior to a D-rank ant. It boasts high defense, and unlike D-rank ants that can only burrow and ambush, it can fight head-on. Coupled with its massive size, ordinary rifles can't even scratch it. C-rank? Loci steeled herself, and sent the energy back to the queen ant. It eagerly swallowed it whole, and then, instead of retreating underground, it headed towards the surface. At the same time, nearly several thousand mutated ants hidden underground all converged on the queen ant's location. This is Area 2. The mutated ants have suddenly changed direction, and are heading towards Area 1. The locusts in Area 3 were almost completely cleared, and some were sent to Area 2. Given more time, they could have finished clearing them out, but now, the mutated ants have stopped fighting and simply left. Lu Yuan's expression turned serious. She sensed something was wrong. The ground was trembling more and more intensely as the ants moved. Leave one team to keep watch. The rest of you, clear out Area 1. Roger. A massive swarm of ants emerged from the burrow first, densely packed like thick, flowing red asphalt. Luoshi dared not release her energy to investigate and followed the others in clearing. The queen ant was hidden among the many worker ants. Knowing humans wanted to capture her, she had her workers move in groups. The thick layer made it impossible to pinpoint her location. They could only rely on luck. Faced with the attack, the ants didn't resist, simply heading towards the inner ring safe zone. At the same time, a sea-level mutated earthworm suddenly emerged from the ground. Its enormous body was about 5 times the size of a D-level mutated earthworm. Nearly 50 meters long and 4 or 5 meters in diameter, its pointed horn was larger than Luoshi's entire body. Below the horn were circular mouthparts, densely packed with sharp, triangular yellow teeth, like a crusher. It stood a third of its body upright, like a snake, its height exceeding 10 meters, and the force of its descent was beyond human resistance. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan happened to be blocking its path as it chased the queen ant. However, Lu Yuan had already expended too much energy flooding the burrow, and now she was no match for it. Seeing the C-rank mutated earthworm's raised half-body suddenly slammed down, the 2 second-year teams rushed over. Captain, Lu Yuan. Thump. The mutated earthworm's body slammed down heavily, splashing mud and water onto the wet ground. Lu Yuan, being the top student in her second year, possessed exceptional reflexes and leaped out at the last second. She quickly scrambled to her feet, her brown combat uniform completely soaked in black mud, and she even had a mouthful of mud in her mouth. But she didn't dare hesitate for a moment, standing up and creating distance as quickly as possible. Fortunately, the others had arrived, using their abilities to temporarily halt the attacking mutated earthworm. The mutated ants also took this opportunity to speed up their retreat. Chapter 109. The mutated earthworm, sensing the increasingly distant queen ant, became enraged and slammed its tail into the ground. A nearby fallen tree trunk was snapped in two. The group lost their footing, and one person even fell. Lu Yuan, watching the departing ant army, knew she couldn't let them reach the safe zone. She, her teammates, and another team could handle the situation here. The mission couldn't fail. She shouted, Luoshi, go find the queen ant. Luoshi didn't object. Lu Yuan's confidence in dealing with the mutated earthworm meant she was sure she could handle it, so she led her teammates after the ant army. Fortunately, there were no other mutated creatures in the inner ring, otherwise the situation would be even more chaotic. These mutated ants were quite large, and their full speed running was considerable. They even deliberately left a small number of worker ants to attack and disrupt their progress. The group chased for quite a while before finally getting close. Then, the mutated ants split into 5 groups and headed in different directions. The group had barely looked at Lassie when she spoke, split up and chased them. The queen ant had wanted to split into more, but too many of her subjects had died in the past 2 days. Even dividing into 5 parts was barely enough, and any more wouldn't cover her body. Lassie released invisible energy and instantly located the queen ant's hiding place. She headed in that direction, and Nicole and the other 3 immediately chose a direction to pursue her. Watching her teammates leave one by one, Jean Dinglon panicked. Her abilities were useless against the mutated creatures. What if they suddenly retaliated? But upon closer inspection, Qin Dinglan realized that the ants she was left to chase were the fewest in number. Qin Dinglan took a deep breath. She was equipped with a flamethrower, and still had a few grenades left. She could do it. She cheered herself on as she ran. The queen ant regretted her decision. She shouldn't have coveted that energy. Now she was directly targeted by that monstrous human. The queen ant was sandwiched between worker ants, carried along while continuously laying eggs. The worker ants protected the eggs, and with the queen's deliberate catalysis, they hatched in less than half a minute. It hadn't evolved venom, but its egg-laying and catalysis abilities were much faster than other queen ants of the same level, which could be considered a skill in itself. As the queen continued to lay eggs, the number of worker ants also increased, and the number of worker ants harassing Loci remained constant. Loci hadn't been able to get close. As she chased, she sensed something was wrong. She checked her location. She had reached the northern border of the Central Ring Road. At the same time, a strong source crystal sense came from ahead. Loci abruptly stopped. This was a high radiation area. Luckily, she had cautiously checked the radiation concentration, otherwise, entering unprepared would have been fatal. The ant quickly darted away. The queen ant knew humans couldn't withstand high radiation, so it deliberately took a roundabout route, leading Loci here. Unfortunately, she was too cautious, stopping just before entering. If Loci had continued chasing her, she would have died soon. And the energy Loci had released earlier, if absorbed, could directly evolve her into a B level, no, perhaps even an A level. The queen ant was somewhat unwilling, but she couldn't defeat a human, so she could only let the worker ants lead her away. The next second, Loci, with a half smile, stared directly at the queen ant from afar. Who said she couldn't go in? Loci channeled energy from her dantian, extending her arms to dart freely through the air, capturing a wisp of radiation, and sending it to the multifunctional sensor in her temple. The sensor fluctuated, emitting a crackling sound of malfunction, and broke down in just 2 seconds. Radiation and source crystals are truly amazing, aren't they? She also had a bracelet, which Loci tossed into her spatial storage. Anything placed inside had no signal. The exoskeleton also contained many recording devices, which Loci destroyed as well. Removing the bulky exoskeleton, Loci felt a sense of lightness. The queen ant felt a chill run down her spine. She had a bad feeling. Loci channeled a large amount of energy from her dantian throughout her body, then overflowed to form a completely enveloping energy shield. The invisible shield was colorless. Loci couldn't see it, but she could sense it. Simultaneously, to prevent the energy from triggering a rampage among the mutated creatures, she controlled the energy to capture a layer of radiation and cover the energy shield. Double protection. Loci was so bold because there were also mutated creatures in this underground area. Just now, when she released the energy shield, a churning sound came from the ground. The movement ceased after the shield covered the area with radiation. But why weren't the mutated creatures underground chasing the queen ant? Loci suspected it was because their level was too low. Under the queen ant's terrified gaze, Loci stepped into the high radiation zone. A very light step, but to the queen ant, it felt like stepping on its Achilles heel. At that moment, it had only one thought. She wasn't human. It had never seen a human enter a highly radioactive zone without any protection. It was terrified. Its antennae trembled wildly, urging its subjects to evacuate quickly. Loci was in high spirits, a faint smile playing on her lips. The power of the source crystal was incredibly useful. Not only did it allow her to enter highly radioactive areas, but it also enhanced her physique, not just her strength, but also her speed. An ordinary person runs at 1 to 3 meters per second, while those wearing exoskeletons can reach 8 to 14 meters per second. Loci was now even faster than with the exoskeleton, leaving a faint afterimage. She was on par with a true speed user. This was truly the end. The queen ant was panicked and desperate, but powerless to resist. The worker ants that had just been holding Loci back couldn't even see her clearly before she had already swept past them. She was now not only faster, but also several times more agile than before. Even the most agile exoskeleton couldn't match the natural human body. In just half a minute, Loci was already catching up. The queen ant's antennae twitched wildly, abandoning the protection of 90% of the worker ants, letting them attack Loci. There was no other way. She truly couldn't escape now. This was her only remaining option. Facing the swarm of mutated ants, Loci found an opening, landed, and leaped high, dodging whenever possible. Her target was the queen ant. Under the queen's control, the worker ants formed a human pyramid, attempting to attack Loci while she jumped. As everyone knows, one cannot dodge attacks while in midair. Facing the mutated ants about to pounce on her, Loci stretched out her hands. The queen ant was puzzled. What was she doing? The next second, 2 rifles appeared out of thin air in her hands. Bang, bang, bang. After a few shots, Loci landed safely, leaving several mutated ant corpses on the ground. The gun she had bought, and which had been gathering dust in her spatial storage, finally came in handy. Loci accelerated towards the queen ant. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of her. The queen ant was now only protected by about 100 worker ants. Her bulky body had nowhere to hide. She had fallen into the hands of a human. No, the person in front of her was definitely not human. She could produce weapons out of thin air. The mutated creature had no concept of gods, nor did it know of many abilities. It only knew that it was doomed to die today. Chapter 110. Bang. The bullet struck its fist-sized head, instantly killing the queen ant. Without the queen's leadership, the remaining worker ants scattered like sand. Previously, they had desperately attacked Loci, but now they all fled towards the north-central ring road. Loss picked up the queen ant, drained the energy he had previously injected into her body, and then stored it in his spatial storage along with the corpses of the worker ants he had just shot, including the bullet casings. He then headed towards the location of the source crystal he sensed. It had been about 5 minutes since he entered. A thin layer of the energy shield had been corroded away. Judging by the situation, this shield should last for about 30 minutes. He still had plenty of energy in his Danteon. Even if this one was completely corroded, he could rebuild it. However, he couldn't linger too long. After confirming that he was temporarily safe, Loci ran forward quickly. This highly radiated area was mostly covered with low shrubs and some cacti that were less than knee-high. Perhaps due to winter, they looked withered and lifeless. The location of the source crystal wasn't far. She could reach it in 5 minutes by running at full speed. This time, she didn't need to crawl on the ground to sense it like before. Her target was right beneath her feet. She had already stored the gun in her spatial storage. She reached out, and the shovel she used specifically for digging for source crystals appeared in her hand. She weighed it in her hand, confirming its weight and sturdiness, and then began digging into the ground. She was currently incredibly strong. If she wasn't careful, she could easily break the shovel, especially since the handle was made of wood. The ground, untouched for years, wasn't firm, and Loci dug quickly, soon creating a pit deep enough for 2 people to stand in. For convenience, Loci stored all the excavated soil into her spatial storage for easy backfilling. As her senses grew stronger, Loci quickened her pace, and finally, after digging for 10 minutes, she spotted a source crystal. It was nearly transparent, only the size of a fingernail. It was completely different in color from previous source crystals, but Loci was certain it was a source crystal. During her months in the safe zone, she hadn't just studied course materials, she had memorized the information about source crystals as if it were life itself. Source crystals, like mutated creatures, were classified using A, B, C, etc. to determine their levels. However, above A level, there were extremely rare S level, SS level, and SSS level. Loci picked up the source crystal but didn't immediately absorb it. Instead, she examined it carefully. Although this source crystal was nearly transparent, it contained some impurities, and a faint blue tinge could be seen inside. To the naked eye, it should be S level, but its small size significantly reduced its value. The price of a source crystal was primarily determined by the energy it contained, which in turn was determined by its size and purity. For example, the market value of an E-grade crystal is said to be 100 to 1,000 points. D-grade, 1,000 to 10,000 points. C-grade, 10,000 to 100,000 points. B-grade, 100,000 to 1 million points. A-grade, 1 million to 5 million points. S-grade, 5 million to 10 million points. SS grade, 10 million to 50 million points. SSS grade, 50 million to unlimited points. The minimum weight used for a constant grade is 500 grams, but the one in Loci's hand doesn't even weigh half an egg. An egg weighs about 50 grams, so this source crystal is worth over 200,000 points. Great, this mission was definitely worth it. Returning the shovel to her spatial storage, Loci climbed out of the pit and emptied the soil from her space to refill it. Although humans wouldn't enter the high radiation zone unless absolutely necessary, Loci cautiously scavenged some dry topsoil from the surrounding area and sprinkled it on top, also planting a few shrubs as a screen. Finishing this was getting late, so Loci jogged back, continuously absorbing the source crystal in her hand. Out of the high radiation zone, Loci donned her exoskeleton, took out the corpses of the queen ant and several worker ants, and used the sniper rifle equipped on the exoskeleton to fire at the previous gun barrels one by one. The sniper rifle was powerful, completely obscuring the previous gun barrels. The gun in her spatial storage was different from the one she had been equipped with for this mission. If someone were to examine it closely, they would notice something was wrong. After confirming that nothing was missed, Loci picked up the multifunctional sensor. She ran her hand over it, and the high radiation that had been inside slowly dissipated, leaving only a trace. The equipment was still damaged, but it needed to be retrieved every time they returned to the safe zone, so Loci had to clean it thoroughly. Loci also extracted most of the radiation from the exoskeleton's recording equipment. Since he entered a high radiation zone, his body and equipment needed to retain a certain amount of radiation. Only this way would he be safe during future inspections. However, he couldn't contact the main force right now. Loci was about to take out his bracelet when he hesitated, realizing he had almost made a serious mistake in trying to save money. Even the multifunctional sensors and the exoskeleton's electronics were broken, but his bracelet was intact. Wasn't that obviously suspicious? Loci enveloped himself in a ball of radiation and stored it in his spatial storage, breaking the bracelet before putting it back on. Now everything is linked to biometric information. She can just buy a new bracelet, log in with her identity information, and everything will be back. No need to worry about losing points or anything. The transparent source crystal on her hand had turned gray. It was probably because the source crystal it contained was too pure. Loci absorbed it very quickly. The space expanded to 5,000 cubic meters. The distance between her eyes, nose, and ears didn't increase, and her strength didn't seem to change either. But when Loci looked into her inner space, the radish that was originally a small seedling had matured, so this time, it was added to her space for planting. It was quite fast, but she had too little gray soil to plant it. This time, the gray soil formed from a source crystal the size of a fingernail wasn't even enough to plant a single seed. However, Loci still put it into her space. Something is better than nothing. This time, almost all the energy was added to her space. That's worth at least 200,000 source crystals. Loci suddenly wanted to try if she could enter. She first used her eyesight to observe her surroundings to make sure no one was there before she began to try. With a single thought, her vision entered the pitch-black space. This time, when she looked down, her body was also there. She really could enter the space. Loci was utterly shocked, trying to switch between reality and the space 3 times before calming down. It was getting late. She couldn't waste any more time. Not knowing where the main force was, Loci headed towards Area 1. Inside the space, the blood-sucking vines beside her seemed to be undergoing some changes, their veins flowing. The plump, juicy radishes grew quietly, seemingly unaware of the approaching danger. Before Loci even reached her destination, she heard an unexpected voice. Loci! Loci, where are you? Loci! It was Qin Dinglan. She had lost contact after entering the high radiation zone, and including the journey back, it had taken about 40 minutes. After killing the queen ant, all the worker ants had fled for their lives. Her teammates also knew the queen was dead, and none of the 4 had seen her. That left only Lucy, but no matter how they called her, she didn't respond. Worried that something had happened to Lucy, the group went to look for her in the direction she had left. Chapter 111. Loci was somewhat surprised, especially by Qin Dinglan's tireless search, but having these teammates was great. Because Loci had activated her hearing, she was now some distance from Qin Dinglan. After walking for a while, Loci emerged from behind a small hill. Qin Dinglan had been shouting into the air for a long time. Her throat was incredibly sore, and she was drenched in sweat despite the winter weather. She had just taken a breath when she looked up and saw Loci not far away. She felt a wave of relief wash over her, letting out a heavy sigh of relief, and then angrily jogged towards Loci. Do you know how worried we were about you? Why didn't you reply to my messages? Reaching her, Qin Dinglan questioned her with a mixture of worry and anger. Since losing contact with Loci, they had been searching almost non-stop. At first, she had indeed looked down on Loci for being a refugee, but she had to admit that Loci was a very charismatic person, fundamentally strong and radiant. She taught herself to use her abilities wisely, abilities she used to hide so tightly, she could now openly share with her classmates. She didn't want such a person, such a good captain, to die. If Qin Dinglan had previously harbored any reservations about Loci's identity, now, after realizing her true feelings, all those reservations vanished. Heaven knows how much relief she felt when she saw Loci alive. If Loci's body were in a high radiation zone, it might not even be recovered. Loci had no parents, no one would come to claim her body, and she was being cared for by a captain 4 years younger than herself. At that moment, she made up her mind. Even if Losai died in a high radiation zone, she would find her. Looking back, Jean Dinglon wondered why she harbored resentment towards Rossi. Perhaps it was because Rossi, despite being of lower social standing, could live openly and befriend someone like Nicole. Having grown up in a distorted environment, Jean Dinglon naturally felt jealous, simultaneously discriminating against Rossi and envying her. However, after getting to know her, Jean Dinglon admitted she was captivated by Rossi. Rossi didn't answer, but instead slightly raised her eyes to look at Jean Dinglon, who was slightly taller than her. "You look cute when you're angry." Hearing this nonsensical answer, Jean Dinglon felt she should be angry, but she froze. Her eyes darted around, her ears slightly red, and she couldn't even look Rossi in the eye. Rossi pointed to the storage pouch at her waist. "I accidentally entered a high radiation zone while chasing the Ant Queen, and all my electronic devices broke down. I'm sorry for making you worry." Jean Dinglon nodded. Rossi was such a young child. She ultimately refrained from speaking harshly. Just then, Nicole's voice entered her mind. "I haven't found her here. Have you seen Lizzie over there?" Jean Dinglon then reacted and told her teammates, "I found her. She's alright for now. She just accidentally entered a high radiation area, and her communication equipment is broken." Hearing that Lizzie was alright, the other three who were searching in different places breathed a sigh of relief, took their locations, and rushed over. Lizzie knew she had indeed worried them, and gave a sweet smile. Jean Dinglon glanced at Lizzie, remained silent for a moment, and now that no one else was around, she mustered up the courage to speak. I was the one who had the video of your fight with Teacher Timmy released, I'm sorry." After speaking, she lowered her head, not daring to look at Luoshi's expression, afraid to see the look of disgust on her face. By speaking out today, she was prepared to be kicked out of the group. Luoshi didn't understand why Jean Dinglon suddenly told her this. She didn't seem to have done anything to her these past few days. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Why did you post this? And why did you tell me?" Jean Dinglon turned to the side, her hands hanging awkwardly at her sides, her voice somewhat guilty. I'm jealous of you because you had a hard life since childhood, yet you're better off than me in every way. My family situation is very complicated. I was taught from a young age to pursue fame and fortune, so I looked down on you. And you're standing between me and Nicole." She paused, taking a deep breath, and continued, "But when I'm with you, you give me many different feelings. My family isn't normal. Many people look at me with strange eyes. Many people are nice to me on the surface. Behind my back, they mock my background. But you're different. You treated me like a normal person. I know you and Nicole didn't want me to join the team back then, but you still let me in, helped me prove myself, taught me how to use my abilities properly, and treated me as a real teammate. I'm truly grateful to you, but I did do things that were bad for you before. I wouldn't complain if you asked me to leave the team. But I want to say, thank you so much." Losai was silent. Jean Dinglon's emotions conveyed the same message as what she said. She seemed genuinely repentant. "Do you know, that video you posted didn't upset me at all. It even helped me gain a lot of followers." Jean Dinglon was stunned for a moment. She hadn't upset her? From Losai's tone, it seemed she didn't dislike her that much. "Lossie, besides, I suspected it was you from the beginning." Jean Dinglon turned back, her eyes full of confusion. "Then why did you let me join the team?" Lossie's real thought was that she was afraid Jean Dinglon would pester her or use her abilities to manipulate the class and cause her trouble. But what she said came out as a different story. "Because I didn't understand why you did what you did, so I wanted to understand you. Later, after learning a little about your family situation, I realized that you were just led astray by your childhood environment, and I believed you could change. Isn't that what you are now? I have no objection if you want to stay in the team. I think we can become true friends." Lossie extended her exoskeleton's mechanical hand, a gesture of reconciliation. "As for true friends? Sorry, there aren't any on this planet yet." But she needed others to treat her as a friend, so on the surface, she would still treat them as friends. Hearing these words, Jean Dinglon's tears instantly welled up. She quickly turned away, and wiped them with her cold exoskeleton hand. Just then, Nicole's voice rang in her mind. "I see you, we're here." Jean Dinglon panicked a little. Her eyes must be red right now, wouldn't they notice? But she quickly turned back, almost forgetting to shake hands with Losai while trying to stop her tears. Losai happily bounced up and down a couple of times before letting go. Jean Dinglon, this potential threat, was thus resolved, albeit somewhat suddenly. However, no matter how good their relationship was, Losai always maintained a degree of wariness, And this didn't stop with Qin Dinglan now. Nicole, Jiu-Nai, and Tuka appeared not far away, running towards her at top speed while wearing heavy exoskeletons. The three of them showed concern for Losai, confirming she wasn't injured, and then checked her radiation levels. Twice the radiation concentration of an average person. How long were you in the high radiation zone? What was the radiation concentration there? Jiu-Nai was more knowledgeable about this. The radiation level on the body's surface is indeed much higher after leaving a high radiation zone, but it mainly depends on the time and the concentration within the zone. However, it's best not to stay in the lowest level Red 1 or Red 2 radiation zones for more than 10 minutes. Even wearing an exoskeleton is not advisable, otherwise, genetic problems are very likely to occur. Chapter 112. I don't know, said Losai seriously. The electronic devices broke down shortly after we went in, but it should have only been a few minutes. She then pulled out a containment box holding the queen ant and several worker ants, boasting, "Look, we completed our mission. We should be able to exchange it for a lot of points when we get back." Seeing Losai's nonchalant attitude, the others had nothing to say. Jiu-Nai took out a gene-stabilizing potion and handed it to Losai. This potion is commonly used after entering high radiation areas to stabilize genes, but its effect is only temporary. There is another type of gene-stabilizing potion on the market. Unlike this ordinary one, which costs only 100 points per dose, this one costs tens of thousands of points per dose, but it can stabilize genes for a long time. However, most people whose genes have collapsed are refugees and soldiers who are constantly on missions. They can't afford many doses with their life savings. Some choose suicide to leave their savings to their families, while others, even without families, mostly choose to enjoy the points for a few days before committing suicide. Although Losai seems fine at the moment, it's still safer for her to take one. Under the watchful eyes of her four teammates, Losai drank it down, not daring to waste a single drop. "Lost, Nicole? How's the progress on your end?" "We got it sorted out here, over." Lu Yuan's voice came through the sensor. Losses was broken, and she couldn't hear. "It's sorted out too, but Captain Losai accidentally entered a high radiation zone. We need to go back and check immediately, over." Nicole finished speaking, and sent the location to Lu Yuan. "Understood. Your location is closer. We come and meet you. I already reported to the school, and a vehicle will be here to pick us up soon. You can give Losai a dose of gene-stabilizing agent first, over." After speaking, Lu Yuan thoughtfully reminded the new recruits to give Luoshi the potion. A little over 10 minutes later, the main force arrived. Lu Yuan, covered in mud, walked at the front. Her sharp gaze and resolute demeanor only made her appear more striking despite the mud. She looked at Luoshi and immediately checked the radiation levels on her. "So much? Are you feeling alright now?" "Luoshi, I'm fine, nothing serious." Upon arriving at the academy, Luoshi was immediately taken to the infirmary. The infirmary knew about the first and second year students' mission and had prepared in advance to treat and examine them. The operation went relatively smoothly. Only 3 or 4 people suffered serious injuries. The rest were minor. The most serious situation was that Luoshi had entered a high radiation zone. Nurse Nanyu, seeing it was Luoshi, hurried over and led her to the second floor. Taking advantage of the quiet, she whispered, "Did you really enter a high radiation zone?" Luoshi nodded, "Yes. I was so focused on chasing the queen ant that I didn't notice, but I didn't stay long." Nanyu frowned. She had seen Luoshi's later test data. After the radiation level dropped to 0, she had covered for her, but afterwards, the radiation level had returned to what it was before. She had followed Luoshi's route, bought and ate the same things, but her body's radiation level hadn't decreased. Could it really be that the machine malfunctioned that day? But she had tested twice, and no one else had shown any problems. Nanyu had asked Luoshi, but she didn't know what happened either. Now that it had returned to normal, she could only assume the machine had broken that day. Nanyu opened one of the treatment chambers. "Okay, go in and lie down first. You should be fine if you're only in there for a short time." Losai obediently lay down, and the chamber door closed. She quickly fell asleep. Looking at the data, it was 25 before, now it was 46. It was indeed far beyond the normal range, but she hadn't been inside for long, and the treatment could remove some of it. Nanyu clicked confirm, and the treatment chamber emitted a puff of mist. When Losai woke up, the radiation level on her body had dropped to 35. Unfortunately, progress in this area on planet Ager was too limited. It couldn't be completely removed yet, and the technology was very precious. The Joint Academy only offered free treatment to students entering high radiation areas. It was almost impossible for anyone else to use this treatment program normally. Nanyu stood to the side, looking at the other 4 treatment chambers. These were for people with more serious injuries, who had undergone surgery, before being brought here for recovery treatment. You're awake. How are you feeling? Losai shifted her body. Very comfortable. Nanyu patted her shoulder. The radiation in your body will drop a little over time, but some will seep into your body. Avoid high radiation areas as much as possible, okay? You already have a lot of radiation. If your body's radiation levels reach 40% from the inside out, genetic collapse is almost a 99.99% chance of happening. Losai knew this, and she also knew the remaining 0.01% was genetic mutation. Genetic mutation is incredibly rare. It's like evolving abilities without taking gene-modifying drugs. It's a gift from God. There was once a craze on planet Agel for radiation-induced genetic mutations, with hundreds or even thousands dying every day, but only a handful surviving. The last 4 safe zones, witnessing the rapid decline in population, finally issued a ban on radiation-based genetic mutations. However, some continued to secretly practice it, and this method only gradually disappeared after the monk's genetic modification serum was developed. Genetic collapse comes in 2 forms. One causes excruciating death, with a very small number dying peacefully without pain. The lifespan of this type varies greatly, from immediate death to a record of 5 years. The other type transforms the individual into a monstrous, inhuman creature, or grants temporary superhuman strength. It's somewhat similar to genetic mutation, but in cases of genetic collapse, lifespan is extremely short, rarely exceeding a year. Lassie nodded obediently. Okay, thank you, Sister Nanyu. She had kept the radiation to the surface of her skin. Her internal organs were perfectly clean. It was already 9 o'clock at night when she left the infirmary. Losai returned to her dorm, and before she could even open the door, Nicole opened it from the inside. Master, you're finally back. She opened her arms and hugged Losai tightly, making Losai feel shorter, her chin forced to rest on Nicole's shoulder. I'm fine, the radiation has dropped to 35. Nicole nuzzled Losai's head with her cheek. Yeah, I was just a little worried about you. She then released Losai and went back inside. Come on, Master, I asked Nurse Nanyu about your treatment schedule. I thought you'd be hungry after coming out, so I ordered takeout. It just arrived. Losai looked at the table full of Chinese food, and her stomach growled involuntarily. Nicole also brought Losai a new bracelet. It only cost a little over 100 points. She could buy 100 without batting an eye. Chapter 113. After rebinding her information, Losai ate while replying to messages from her 3 teammates. Xin Dinglan, it's good that you're alright. I just checked the data. Your radiation level will decrease a little more. Not much will remain. You can't stay in high radiation areas for too long in the future. It would be terrible if it got into your body. Losai felt a little uncomfortable with Xin Dinglan's enthusiasm. Losai, okay, thank you. Xin Dinglan, you're back? The school gave us a day off. My cooking skills are pretty good. What do you want to eat? I make it for you. Losai, no, I usually eat with Nicole, but thank you anyway. Xin Dinglan, okay. Transfer, 10,000 points. Note, my apology. Losai paused, thinking for a moment, but accepted the money. Why not? I appreciate your kindness. I treat everyone to dinner tomorrow. The night passed. Losai slept until 10 a.m. She looked into her spatial dimension. Where was her radish? The dusty soil was covered with a layer of withered, yellow grass, as if it had been drained dry. Where were the vibrant green leaves and the tender white radish? Wait, there weren't any living things in the space. Except the vampire vine. Losai's gaze fell upon it. With her enhanced vision, she noticed a faint blue light hidden beneath the surface of the originally dark brown vine, moving along its entire length, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. 2 of the transparent, pale green leaves at the top were swollen, but the liquid inside was transparent. 2 undeveloped egg cases were vaguely visible. Losai was bewildered. Had the source crystal she found yesterday mutated or evolved the vampire vine? Judging from the current situation, the vampire vine isn't limited to sucking blood anymore. It can even suck blood from large white radishes now. It's a bit of a shame for those tender radishes, but having an upgraded vampire vine isn't bad. With a thought, Losai entered the space and stood beside the vampire vine. The 2 vampire vines seemed a bit taller, probably 5 or 6 meters high, with more branches as thin as bean sprouts. They now had 10 leaves in total, up from 8 before. Although the vampire vine is a tendril, because the main stem is quite thick, it grows vertically. The thin branches droop like willow branches, making it look like a strange version of a willow tree. Just as Losai was observing, one of the branches of the left vampire vine quietly spread to the ground, moving silently but quickly, and soon arrived behind Losai. Losai was speechless. The entire space was under his control. Did it think that as long as it moved silently, he wouldn't notice it? This mindless creature needed to be taught a lesson to show it who its master was. The branch drew ever closer, reaching Losai's feet in the blink of an eye. Just a split second before it attacked, Losai raised his foot and stomped the branch flat. His full force stomp now weighed at least several hundred pounds. How dare this newly upgraded little vine be so arrogant? The vampire vine, in pain, retracted its severed branch. Realizing it had been discovered, it abandoned its pretense, and all its tiny branches rapidly grew and writhed, resembling a swarm of overflowing horsehair worms. Disgusting. Losai reached out, and the whip made of vampire vines, which had been lying in the distance, appeared in his hand in the next instant. Let your own kind lash you out. Losai swung his arm and lashed out heavily, severing the weakly defended branch with a whooshing sound. Crack, another lash, this time with slightly less force from Losai, striking the main stem. Both vampire vines were punished simultaneously, each bearing a deep welt, tearing through a third of their thick hide. Any more and they would easily break. They panicked, their biological instincts compelled them to flee. The next second, their roots were uprooted from the dusty soil, and they truly began to escape. Losai was both surprised and delighted, but in this spatial realm, nowhere they ran was of any use. With a thought, Losai appeared out of thin air in front of their escape route. Under their perception, Losai swung her arm again, and with a crack, a leaf was shaken off. Losai felt a pang of regret. These leaves were likely useful. However, the leaves weren't falling off as easily as before. She remembered the first time she saw the vampire vines. The boy had only lightly touched the vines, and leaves had fallen and scratched his skin. Now, she had lashed them 3 times, and only one leaf had fallen. After being lashed 3 times, the vampire vines were completely terrified, not daring to move an inch. Only small sections of their branches remained, severed by the whipping, and 2 deep gashes on the main stem. They could break with the slightest touch. You eat my food, drink my water, and dare to lay a hand on me? You have no intelligence, only instinctive predation. But remember, I am always above your instincts. Next time you offend me, you won't live either. I can simply plant a new seed. If I can grow something like you, I can grow something else too. Losai wasn't sure how much they understood, but she still had to threaten them. Besides, she was very curious about the 2 transparent seeds, and decided to keep them for now. Previously, the vampire vine produced black seeds after absorbing blood. This time, it absorbed radish juice from the space, and the seeds turned transparent. She wondered what they would look like when planted. Losai returned to the gray soil and, facing the still-standing vampire vine, said impatiently, "Come back." The vampire vine didn't quite understand human speech, and Losai had to repeat herself twice before it timidly returned to its previous position and buried its roots again. Losai conjured radish seeds out of thin air and planted them one by one. Afterward, she didn't forget to threaten the 2 vines. Absorb these radishes after they mature. The previous radishes weren't enough for the 2 seeds to mature, so Losai planned to plant another batch to allow the transparent seeds to sprout. After inspecting the space to confirm there were no other anomalies, Losai wanted to leave. However, looking at the 2 greedy and foolish vampire vines, she was still worried. She ordered takeout and bought a new bracelet. She downloaded a video of a human training a dog and projected it into the space for them to play on a loop. Although it's not the same variety, it should still have some effect, right? That evening, Luoshi treated everyone to hot pot at the upscale restaurant, Hao Yunlai. The owner and her team weren't at the restaurant today, but Luoshi still got a 50% discount, and the entire table of food only cost a little over 1,000 points. After dinner, Luoshi parted ways with her teammates. She had things to do. Arriving at the older woman's shop, Luoshi quickly concealed herself. She was getting impatient. She didn't know that this trip had actually yielded source crystals that upgraded her space, and now she wanted to start planting as soon as possible. There were a few people shopping normally in the shop, and Luoshi naturally went in, pretending to browse. The older woman was very familiar with Luoshi, her main customer, and recognized her by her figure. However, there were other customers buying daily necessities in the shop, and she was eager to collect their money, but she didn't want to kick them out. Chapter 114. She sat at the cashier, smoking and fidgeting. When Losai glanced at her, she pretended to comb her hair, but actually nodded to herself. Knowing her order had arrived, Losai leisurely strolled around. The store sold everyday items. However, she hadn't expected to see the Adlington family badge here. Losai picked it up and examined it closely. She initially thought it was a fake, but it turned out to be genuine. The anti-counterfeiting marks couldn't be faked, and it even had a family member's number. Losai held it in her hand. How could a genuine item end up in such a small shop? Judging from the number, the badge owner should be quite young, but she didn't know who it corresponded to. After a while, listening to the last person haggle and leave, the older woman almost impatiently closed the door. "You come at the right time. I just arrived yesterday," she said, opening the basement door and going downstairs. Losai easily made her way downstairs. There were more source crystals than usual, and the owner had restocked. The older woman rummaged through the shelf and pulled out 2 ring boxes. Inside lay seeds of purifying grass and Libra grass. 10 of each, the size of yellow bullets from a toy gun, round and plump. The purifying grass seeds were a rare sky blue, while the Libra grass seeds were golden. Both colors were quite distinctive. The woman handed the items to Losai. "Please take a look. The purifying grass is 680 each, and the Libra grass is 550 each." The quantity wasn't short, and the seeds didn't appear to be bad. Losai paid promptly, totaling 12,300 points. Adding the compensation Qin Dinglan gave her yesterday, and deducting the money for the meal, she had 22,360 points left. After paying, Losai remembered the badge in her hand. "How many points is this?" "I take it." The older woman looked at the badge, surprised that such a wealthy person had bought it, and immediately became suspicious. "Is this real?" Losai was about to speak when the woman realized her mistake and quickly tried to correct her. "I didn't mean to raise the price. Please don't misunderstand. I thought it was fake when I bought it, but the workmanship is quite genuine, so I bought it for 1 point. If you want it, I give it to you for free, as long as you continue to support my business." Losai didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it directly. The shopkeeper wouldn't lose money on just 1 point. "Thank you. Can you tell me who sold this?" Judging from the shopkeeper's tone, she hadn't bought it long ago, otherwise she wouldn't remember it so clearly. The older woman hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I shouldn't say this in business, but I can tell you're an honest person and wouldn't do anything rash. This badge was sold by the customer who left before you last time, but she sold it for only 1 point, so she probably didn't even know it was real." "Secondly, it was her. Sold for only 1 point, the chances of her knowing it was genuine were slim." However, this older woman's words were interesting. Compared to a customer who might not come back, this big fish, this big customer, was definitely worth keeping. "Don't worry, I'm just curious. Prepare a 100,000 source crystal for me at the end of the month." This mutated creature containment mission should have given her at least 10,000 points. A few more missions, or maybe she could grow and sell the Libra grass, and she could reach 100,000. 100,000. Another big order. The older woman rubbed her hands together happily, smiling as she saw Losai to the door, watching her figure disappear completely. Upon arriving at her dormitory and returning to her room, Losai instantly entered her spatial dimension. As soon as she entered, the 2 vampire vines trembled slightly. Were they afraid of her? Losai looked closer and saw that the original wounds had disappeared, and the broken branches had grown back. The space was full of energy, so their rapid recovery was normal. These 2 had learned their lesson this morning, and seemed relatively well behaved now. She looked down at the gray soil. The radish seedlings were lush, and already about a hand's height. At this rate, they should be ready for harvest in about 5 days. Their sudden ripening yesterday must have been due to the space absorbing too much energy, a small portion of which was absorbed by the radishes, accelerating their ripening. In that case, manually accelerating their ripening wasn't impossible. She couldn't wait to plant new seeds, so she decided to give it a try. Losai reached out and carefully channeled the minimum amount of energy into them. However, she had only delivered half of it when the vampire vine on the left became restless again. This time, it wasn't attacking Losai, it was trying to steal the energy meant for the radishes. Lossie continued channeling energy with her left hand, while her right hand lashed out with a whip. Snap! The 2 newly healed vampire vines suffered another wound. Their outstretched branches snapped off. Lossie was about to unleash a second lash, knowing the vines wouldn't learn their lesson. If they still wouldn't obey, she just killed them once their seeds matured. But just as she raised her hand, the right vampire vine suddenly swelled. Charging. Charging towards? The left vampire vine? Its branches instantly grew as thick as the whip in Lossie's hand, standing tall, more than 10 branches lashing wildly at the left vampire vine, like whirlwinds. Losai silently lowered her raised hand, even ceasing the energy flow from it. After observing for a while, Losai concluded that the vine on the left was the one causing trouble, but both vines were being punished together. The vine on the right felt it was the left one's fault, and didn't want to be whipped again, so it hastily started hitting the restless left one. Losai glanced at the dog training videos still playing nearby, wondering if it was working. However, hitting the right vine was quite a sight, like a fan swinging around and taking turns lashing it. Seeing that the outermost layer of the left vine was almost completely peeled off, and all the branches had broken, Losai finally shouted stop. The right vine lashed the left vine a couple more times before stopping. Under Losai's gaze, the right vine retracted all its branches, returning to its normal size, and the main stem returned to its normal size, bending at a 90-degree angle, its leaves heading straight towards Losai. Lossie watched, curious to see what it was up to. If it dared to use such a tactic to attack her, she'd be dead by now. Then the leaf stopped 10 centimeters in front of her drooping hand. Lossie was puzzled. What did this mean? Then she saw a very strange scene. All the branches of the vampire vine converged into one large stem, then swayed from side to side. Now Lossie understood. Was it imitating a dog? She was a little incredulous, but seeing the leaf so close to her, she still tentatively reached out her hand. It was the first time she had ever touched a vampire vine leaf. It was cool and quite smooth. She could clearly feel a slow, even somewhat viscous, liquid flowing inside the swollen leaf that held the seeds. Just as Lossie stopped, a branch of the vampire vine suddenly swelled up. Was it going to attack? Chapter 115. Smack, it struck the bare, half-lying vampire vine, leaving it even bald. Rosie remained expressionless, but her eyes betrayed her shock. She knew Nicole could manipulate plants to do these things, but this was the first time she ever seen a plant do this on its own. Under the whip of the right vampire vine, the left vine slowly raised its main stem and offered it to Rosie's hand. Rosie was about to reach out and touch its leaves when, because she was a little slow, the right vine, thinking Rosie was dissatisfied, lashed it again. The left vine then weakly swayed its branches. Anything in this space done without my permission will only end up worse than this. If either of you vines makes a mistake, both will be punished. So you two need to supervise each other, and prevent each other from having any improper thoughts. If it's always you, little left, making mistakes, you won't be able to live anymore. Little right, you can absorb it, right? Losai looked at the vine on the right, which had just returned to its normal form. It hesitated for a moment, then extended a branch and swayed it up and down. This meant okay. The vine on the left silently retracted its body and returned to its normal form, only shorter than before, below little right. Little right lashed out again, and little left, on the verge of tears, imitated little right by extending a branch and swaying it up and down. Losai was very satisfied. Left and right protectors, that was their name. Little right was very intelligent, having it to keep the restless little left in check was quite good. Little right, come here. As soon as Losai spoke, little right immediately stretched out its body and offered its head. Losai gripped its trunk, and little right instinctively tried to escape, but felt a massive surge of energy flowing from that hot palm. This amount of energy was negligible for Losai, but for the blood-sucking vine, which couldn't directly absorb the energy of the source crystal and relied solely on scavenging energy from the thin air, it was a fortune. They couldn't gather this much even after 10 years of searching outside. Little right didn't know why it felt this way. It seemed to have lived in the space since it was a child. Perhaps it was an instinct from the blood-sucking vine, but it felt that the energy Losai was giving it was immense. Except for yesterday's sudden increase in the space's energy concentration, the energy concentration had never been as high as what Losai was giving it now. In the blink of an eye, the whip wound that had been inflicted on little right was healed, and the entire vine was 3 times more vigorous than before. Losai released its main trunk, and little right happily rubbed against her right arm to express its gratitude and affection. But just as little right returned to its position, little left, also wanting energy, stretched out its body to come closer. As a result, it was whipped by little right, and immediately became docile. Losai, playing along, established his authority. Only vines that help me deserve energy. I'm being lenient by not eliminating you for making a mistake. If you do it a 3rd time, you won't be alive. Little right, shakes its branch up and down. Snap. Little left, whipped, shakes its remaining branch up and down. After dealing with the 2 vines, loci continued to accelerate the ripening of the radishes. Unlike the vampire vines, they hadn't evolved sentience, they only needed a tiny amount of energy to fully mature. You to absorb it, let the seeds mature. Little Right didn't quite understand, but seeing loci pointing at the radishes, it tentatively extended a branch onto one. Seeing that loci didn't stop it, it inserted the branch into the radish, and in just 3 seconds, it sucked the radish into a Luon ancient corpse. Little Left, also tempted, tentatively extended a branch. Seeing no one was about to sweat it, it dared to truly absorb the seeds. 10 or so carrots were absorbed completely in an instant. The 2 leaves on either side, which were nurturing seeds, swelled into a ball, and the egg sheaths inside transformed into hard, white shells. Little Right, probably knowing what loci wanted, extended a branch and plucked the leaf before it naturally fell, then respectfully presented it to loci. This time, Little Left was smarter, and also picked one and presented it to loci. Seeing the scene resemble a courtier offering tribute, loci accepted them, one in each hand. The leaf's skin was stretched like a balloon, reduced to a thin membrane, heavy in the hand, the liquid protecting the egg sheaths like amniotic fluid. Loci knew these were seeds, but before they matured, they were soft and transparent, much like egg sheaths. The color changed as they matured, and they didn't burst open, probably due to evolution. These liquids were formed from radiation-free radish juice. Not wanting to waste them, loci took out a basin from her spatial storage, supplies she prepared for any unforeseen circumstances when traveling, and placed it inside. The skin was very thin, loci easily broke it with a pinch. The liquid was thick, transparent, and slightly greenish. It didn't burst out but flowed out slowly. There were about 5 pounds of liquid. Loci took out 2 seeds from it, about the size of a coin, but shaped like rugby balls. The shells were quite hard, and they made no sound when shaken. Not knowing what they could grow, loci buried them in the gray soil. They didn't seem to need water to grow in her spatial storage. The vampire vines had grown quite large, so she had to plant them in smaller portions. The remaining gray soil was only enough for about 15 seeds. She planted 10 purifying grasses, and 5 Libra grasses. The space's conditions were suitable for the purifying grasses' growth, requiring little intervention. The Libra grasses, however, needed a different approach, requiring a high radiation environment. Luoshi left the space, drawing a large mass of radiation from the air outside the window. To prevent radiation leakage, she created an energy shield around it, compressing the original Green 1 radiation into a concentrated Green 5 level. She used it for now, but would find some higher radiation areas outside the school when she had time. Lower radiation levels have a weaker corrosive effect on the energy shield. This shield, only half the size of the one she used in high radiation areas, should last 2 or 3 days. After leaving the space, Luoshi had a question and started researching. An unverified document addressed the issue, summarizing it as follows: the energy of the source crystal cannot be directly absorbed by plants, animals, or humans. If the plants or animals are of a high enough level, they can barely extract a tiny amount from it. However, this energy contains many impurities, and plants and animals that absorb it may become enraged, bloodthirsty, or mentally unstable. While many plants and animals will hunt instinctively, this situation is different. They will kill any living thing indiscriminately. The mutated plants and animals possess a certain level of intelligence, albeit to varying degrees. Level A is equivalent to a 6-year-old human child, level S is roughly 8, and the levels of SS and SSS are unknown. The remaining information is mostly unimportant. The above content is attributed to a professor named Huang Yongqing, but due to a lack of supporting evidence in many parts of the article, it is currently not accepted. Chapter 116. But when loci absorbs the energy of the source crystal and releases it, plants and animals can directly absorb it. So, the original owner's body was a source crystal purifier. The original owner's constitution was 1 in a million. With such a heaven-defying daughter, how did Rode end up in a refugee camp? If he had just saved some source crystals, and hadn't spent them recklessly, he could have lived comfortably in the safe zone by running a small business. Lassie felt sorry for the original owner, but also somewhat fortunate that she had transmigrated into his body instead of being an ordinary person. Now she had another problem. The energy could break through the defenses of the mutated rats, but after she absorbed a large piece of source crystal, releasing the energy made it something the mutated creature swarmed. She flashed into the space, looking at the 2 vines that offered their heads for her to touch, and accepted the touches, 1 in each hand. She was going to conduct an experiment. Releasing her left and right guardians, loci opened her right hand, palm up, and a wisp of invisible energy moved above her palm. The smaller left and right branches swayed noticeably faster. Do you want this energy? Little right nods, swaying up and down. Little left didn't understand, but that didn't stop it from imitating little right. Lossie split the strand in two and first fed it into little left's body. Little right was obedient. It was better to experiment on little left first. Little left, having received the energy, seemed to have obtained some exquisite delicacy, so absorbed that it even stopped wagging its tail. Lossie reached out and grabbed one of its branches, gently pinching it until it crumbled. Little left winced in pain and quickly withdrew its big main stem. Snap! Little right, thinking little left had done something wrong again, raised its branch and whipped it. The force that used to only peel away the skin left a deep, half-deep welt on little left's body. Lossie, Little right is good, but its comprehension needs more work. Little left returned to its original position, its branch supporting the wound above and below 3 wounds now. It hadn't done anything wrong first, it was pinched by a human, and now little right had lashed it so hard. Looking at the bald, seemingly broken little left, this was truly an undeserved misfortune. Lossie divided the remaining half of her energy in two again, injecting one portion into little left's body. Little left didn't do anything wrong. Consider the extra energy for healing, little right, being intelligent, explained, afraid little left would misunderstand. Little right seemed to understand, extending a branch closer to little left. Thinking it was about to be whipped again, little left trembled but didn't dare run away. But little right's branch simply gently touched its tip, offering comfort. In dog training videos, the owner always seems to pat the dog's head when praising or comforting it. Xiaoyu definitely has something special about it. It's learned from both people and dogs. Now, Losai's question has been answered. The energy of the source crystal is indeed useful to mutated creatures, but their defenses decrease immediately upon absorption. The mutated earthworm was already dead when the energy was injected, and the mutated ant queen was protected by her subjects, so it wasn't possible to see if their defenses decreased. After a minute, Losai went to Xiaozhua and pinched one of its branches, which broke off easily. She pinched 3 branches before its defenses were restored. Xiaozua's main trunk kept trembling, while Xiaoyu watched from the side. Losai silently noted the time, using the amount of energy she had just transferred as a unit. Little left would lose its defense for about 3 minutes after absorbing it. However, depending on the level of the mutated creature and the amount of energy, the duration of the loss of defense should also vary. She didn't have enough source crystal energy to waste, nor enough mutated creatures of different levels to experiment with, so this was the only option for now. Losai reached out, and a wooden cutting board appeared before her. Little right, whip it with half your strength. Little right did as instructed, and with a snap, a deep mark appeared on the 8-centimeter thick wooden board. Losai channeled the remaining energy into Little Right's body, and it happily rubbed against Losai's arm. Alright, now whip it once with the same strength. Snap, almost the same depth of mark, it seemed there would be no immediate increase in strength. After the defense reduction phase passed, Losai had to whip it again, but the strength still didn't change significantly. The energy of the source crystal was more complex than she had anticipated. It would definitely benefit the mutated creatures, perhaps enhancing them overall or in a specific aspect. The effects were unpredictable. Some might be enhanced immediately, while others would require time to strengthen. Of course, these were all just speculations by Losai, but she needed to be more cautious when using the source crystal's energy in the future. Before leaving the space, the whip marks on Xiaozua's body had healed somewhat with the help of the energy. The next day, classes proceeded as usual. The points were tallied. Although Losai and her team had only captured the queen ant and a small number of worker ants, the queen ant was one of only 2 C-rank ants. The other worker ants dissipated after the queen ant's death, which was a significant help. With the added benefit of Losai's itching powder, the second-year students unanimously decided to give a quarter of the points to Losai's team. It doesn't seem like much, but the 5 of them received that much, leaving only 3/4 for the remaining 100+ students. Losai, as the team leader, received the points, totaling 80,300. After deducting the source crystals consumed by the exoskeleton, she had 74,050 points remaining. After being divided equally, each student received 14,810 points, a considerable sum. No mutated creatures appeared in the following days, and the students didn't need to go on missions. On Saturday, Nicole finished training with Losai and ordered takeout in the dormitory. As Losai was eating, Nicole suddenly put down her chopsticks. "Master, my grandma asked me to ask you what your decision is." Losai swallowed the food in her mouth. She had considered it these past few days, and to be honest, she wanted to refuse. Seeing Losai's silence, Nicole knew the answer and breathed a sigh of relief. It was good she wouldn't agree. She only learned today the real reason her grandmother wanted Losai to join. However, she still sent Losai some information about the Dip family, as her grandmother had instructed. Master, take a look first. If you don't want to join, I tell Grandma. Don't worry, I'm here, everything's fine. She patted her chest confidently, her small face beaming with a self-assured smile. Okay, I take a look. The atmosphere was right. It wouldn't be appropriate not to look, and she was also quite curious about the information about powerful families. Losai ate while looking at the information Nicole had sent on her bracelet. She had researched the Dip family online, but what she found online was often superficial and not necessarily true. The information Nicole provided was different. Although it didn't involve family secrets, it demonstrated their immense power and influence. Having a powerful backer was advantageous. Most people would choose to join a powerful family. As she flipped through the pages, one item suddenly caught her attention. Chapter 117. 38 years ago, Yulin Mames, a contestant trained by the Dip family, fought against the 4 major academies and became number 1. He then formed a team with the top contenders to participate in the finals of the Agile tournament, where the tribute ratio determined by the 4 safety zones. Tribute was paid every 10 years. This year is 3028, meaning the tribute would be paid at the end of this year or the beginning of the following year. She hadn't checked the specific tribute schedule for Planet Agile yet. With Nicole by her side, Losai couldn't appear too unusual and could only continue reading normally. Yulin's team ultimately won, and Safety Zone 3 only needed to pay 1/10 of the tribute. Since Yulin was the number 1 and captain of Safety Zone 3, the Dip family behind him didn't have to contribute a single source crystal. The entire cost was covered by the branch families of several other families in Safety Zone 3. They were happy to contribute source crystals, as 1/10 was already a small amount. Although the families in Safety Zone 3 were branches of other safety zones, the main family and branch families were thus subject to the principle of when in the field, one may disobey orders from the Emperor. Even branch families have their own assets, operating independently from the main family, and possessing their own voice. If Security Zone 3 continues to win, while the main family's security zone consistently ranks last and contributes the most source crystals, the relationship between the main and branch families might eventually reverse. Strength and money are what truly determine everything. However, none of this matters to Losai. Looking ahead, the final winner can choose to go to interstellar space. Winners, like Yulin, can choose whether or not to travel to the suzerain planet on its starship. Each tribute mission has 10 slots, and the suzerain planet can take them there for free. All 4 security zones in Agile encourage their winners to go. In the interstellar era, they need to expand their influence on other planets. Although sending only 10 people every 10 years is a small number, with enough time, there will inevitably be some progress. They can't stay on their precarious home planet indefinitely. Especially with rising radiation and the situation worsening, Agile might one day become completely uninhabitable for humans. For the sake of humanity's survival, they have been exploring interstellar space, searching for new habitable planets. However, due to Agile's limited technology, they can't even reach the suzerain planet independently, and can only explore nearby star systems, with little progress so far. The suzerain planet's ships can perform space jumps, and have mastered the development of source crystals, yet it still takes nearly a year to reach Agile. It's too remote. Sending tribute only once every 10 years isn't without reason. The competition should be next year, and the Deep family's invitation might be to have her participate? Losai asked directly. Nicole nodded. Yes, you're the best shooter at the United Academy, at least in the top 3 within Safe Zone 3. If you're willing, representing the United Academy, which is my family, shouldn't be a problem. Go to interstellar space. Losai made her decision, her voice firm and resolute. Okay, I join the Deep group. Huh? Nicole thought Losai wasn't going to join, but after seeing some information, she was actually going to join. Why? She couldn't help but ask. Losai highlighted an image in the information, a glowing picture of interstellar space. Because I want to go to interstellar space. She said it excitedly, as if she had just found her direction in life. The Deep family would definitely ask her why she wanted to join. Rather than giving some false reasons, it was better to tell half the truth. It's normal for a teenage girl in her formative years to be curious about interstellar travel and want to go, right? She was similar, but she had more to do. There were also quite a few interstellar enthusiasts on planet Aegir who wanted to travel or develop their careers in interstellar space, but unfortunately, planet Aegir didn't yet have the resources. Suddenly Nicole shouted, "No, you can't go." Loci tilted her head in confusion. Why? Nicole's face was anxious. Whether it's the preliminary rounds in Safe Zone 3 or the finals in all 4 safe zones, it's all a matter of life and death. In previous years, the mortality rate for participants was 80%. Planet Ager's resources were limited, and after years of mining, source crystals were becoming increasingly scarce. As a vital resource, the development of a safe zone almost entirely depended on source crystals. Naturally, no one wanted to hand them over to the main planet. If they were handed over equally, each family's strength and resources were different. Those with weaker resources would definitely be unhappy if they handed over the same share as those with stronger resources, and it was impossible to get the stronger families to hand over more. These things would drag on for 10 years without resolution. This led to the development of competitions, where a single victory or defeat could affect at least 10 years of development. A bottom-ranked safe zone would have its resource crystals tied up for at least 20 years of stagnation. No one wanted to lose, making the competitions crucial. Each family and safe zone poured everything into training its competition teams. If a safe zone lost, especially if it finished last in the finals, many families would execute their competitors in a fit of rage. All teams that made it to the competition were driven by a do-or-die mentality, each competition more ruthless than the last. In previous years, the highest mortality rate reached a staggering 99%, with only 2 players surviving from the preliminary rounds to the finals. Loci paused for a moment, then said in a relaxed tone, "Wouldn't it be more challenging, Master?" Nicole didn't understand. She thought she knew Loci fairly well. Although her master studied very hard, she could tell she wasn't someone who enjoyed fighting or adventure. She thought Loci studied hard just to have a better life. Why did she suddenly want to go to interstellar space, even to participate in such a brutal competition? Loci raised her forearm, showing off her barely noticeable muscles, almost non-existent under her clothes. "I think I'm pretty good. How will I know if I can go if I don't try?" She lowered her arm, her face filled with longing. "Before, I was always trapped in a refugee camp. The world was only so big. Now that I've seen more things, I want to see farther. How boring it is to stay in the same place your whole life." "No, I don't agree." Nicole puffed out her cheeks, turning her head away from Loci, sulking. She knew about interstellar travel since childhood and had longed for it, but as she matured, she realized the outside world was far more cruel than planet Ager. As long as she had enough points, living a lifetime within the safe zone wasn't so bad. As for the destruction of planet Ager, what did it matter to her? Even if planet Ager held out for another 60 years, it wouldn't be a problem. By then, she'd be nothing but dust. Human extinction wasn't on her radar. If Loci knew what Nicole was thinking, she'd probably be envious. Unfortunately, she carried too many burdens and couldn't be so carefree. She stood up, gently touching Nicole's soft blonde hair, her face tender. "Everyone has things they want to do. I think I found mine." Chapter 118. Nicole angrily dodged Rossi's hand, but the next second she threw herself into his arms. "Master, don't go, I don't want you." The last word, "die," stuck in her throat. She dared not say it. Rossi affectionately pinched the still chubby cheeks of her fair skin. "But the radiation in my body is already very high. Living to 50 is the maximum I can hope for. I have to go on missions in the future, and with more exposure to high radiation, I might not even live to 20. Rather than living a mediocre life, why not go see a bigger world? Maybe I can get rid of the radiation and live a few more years." Nicole sat on the dining chair, her head pressed against Rossi's soft belly. "Or, Master, why don't you stop studying? That way you won't have to go on missions, and living to 50 will definitely be no problem." Rossi chuckled softly, patting Nicole's back. "Then I need to earn points. Without points, I can only live in the safe zone. The edge, that's worse than death." Nicole looked up at Rossi, her tone coquettish. "I support you. You're such a good shot. I open a club. No, you can come to my house and be my teacher. I send all the ability users from the deep group here to practice shooting. Living in the center of the safe zone won't be a problem at all." Rossi, however, gave her a light tap on the head. "You certainly know how to abuse your power. You told me not to study anymore. So what about you? Why did you insist on coming to the United Academy and participating in the containment of the mutation? With your family background, not participating in containment and just attending school would be a simple matter of a word." Nicole was stunned. Why did she do that? Although it was her father who wanted her to come, she really didn't want to come, and her father couldn't do anything about it. Perhaps she was simply too bored, seeing the same repetitive scenes every day. She felt like a princess in a game, noble in status, but merely an NPC following a set procedure. The first few days at school were exciting. Perhaps the lack of points to spend gave her a challenge. But later, studying the same material in class, she honestly found it boring. At first, she thought Losai was quite a boring person, doing nothing but studying. However, her charisma in combat was irresistible. Even though Losai wasn't a particularly interesting person, Nicole was unconsciously drawn to her. Especially after becoming Losai's apprentice, she admired her even more. Losai's body, without any injections, could completely suppress her. She could even defeat a colonel with years of battlefield experience. Although not in direct combat, her agility alone far surpassed most people. Later, due to rising radiation levels, Nicole's father informed her in advance that the school was about to undergo changes. For safety reasons, he told her not to team up and to focus on her studies at the academy. But she didn't want to return to her boring life. With her grandmother's permission, she happily decided to team up with Losai, and even her father couldn't stop her. This is why Nicole only approached Losai several days after announcing the team at school. She wasn't exactly a model citizen. She also yearned for an unknown and exciting life. "Master, do you really have to go?" She understood Losai, but still didn't want her to go. Losai smiled and nodded, her eyes bright and determined. But she hadn't expected that just after agreeing to join the Deep Group, the Black River Gang would send her another invitation. "Grote, the Black River Gang has qualified for next year's Ajir tournament and needs to form a team. You participate in the selection process. If you pass, you'll be rewarded with 500,000 points." After finishing her conversation with Nicole, Losai searched for a lot of information. Only first-rate forces can participate in the Ajir tournament. Isn't the Black River Gang second-rate? How did they qualify? Moreover, qualifying means they have to pay a share of the tribute. Recently, all the refugees have been accepted, and the Black River Gang moved in with them. In the past, when no one cared about them outside, they could be kings and still couldn't participate in the tournament. Now that the 5 families in the safe zone are suppressing them, they managed to participate. What if they finish last in the competition in Safe Zone 3, and then Safe Zone 3 finishes last in all 4 safe zones? The huge amount of source crystals they have to pay in the end could wipe out all their years of hard work. Right now, she's tentatively representing the Deep family in the competition, so she definitely can't participate in the Black River Gang selection. But since she's still considered a member of the Black River Gang, saying so directly might offend them. "I'm not feeling well. I accidentally entered a high radiation zone a few days ago, so I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it." Grotte was silent for a while. He knew about Lucy's recent situation. She had probably already made contact with the Deep family. The public competition only happens once every 10 years, and the Black River Gang can't miss this opportunity. Only by getting into the top 3 in the preliminary selection of Safe Zone 3 can the Black River Gang gain a foothold in Safe Zone 3. "Grotte, Miss Lucy Brenda, I think you're still one of us, aren't you?" The subtext was, if you join another family or organization, you have to leave the Black River Gang first, and can you afford the price of leaving? Lassie was overwhelmed. Other powerful families might spend years training a team, and they already established a complete production line. Even if she hadn't joined the Deep family, she would have chosen to join another powerful family. The Black River Gang had some strength, but being a newcomer, winning the competition was almost impossible. Lassie, of course, it's still someone from the gang, but there should be other people with good shooting talent within the gang. I believe we can find someone more suitable. "Grotte, Miss Lassie, how will you know if it's suitable if you don't try?" Zach's health doesn't seem optimistic. He only have Dale as his child in the future. Lassie frowned. This was a threat. Zach was still working for the Black River Gang. They could easily deal with him. But was Zach's health really that bad now? She heard from Lola before that Zach's body had been ruined by genetic modification. Had it gotten worse? One problem after another arose. A message came from the owner of the Lucky Hot Pot restaurant. "Miss Lucy, my daughter Meow Mew is experiencing severe side effects after receiving the gene-modifying drug injection. Her genes are on the verge of collapse, and she's in critical condition. Even the civilian hospitals in the safe zone can't save her. I saw your gun advertisement, and know people in the Dip and Sheen families. Could you please help me contact the military hospital and make an exception to admit Meow Mew for treatment? If you agree, I give you all my assets, except for Meow Mew's medical expenses. Please help me." Another case of gene collapse. There's a 20% chance of gene collapse symptoms after gene-modifying drug injections, which is almost irreversible with current medical technology. Even with the same gene-modifying drug, a second injection can still cause rejection. Therefore, The safe zone stipulates a 2-year interval between the first and second injections to allow the body to better absorb the gene-modifying drug and reduce the probability of rejection after the second injection. Chapter 119. Previously, Hiyu's intention was to inject He Miao with a body-enhancing drug. The first injection of an ability-enhancing drug had a higher rejection rate, reaching 30%, when 2 different drugs were injected. The current situation can only be attributed to bad luck. Even the honorific title for her daughter had to be used. Luoshi, you need to calm down before you can take care of He Miao. I help you make contact, but whether it works out is another matter. Price, 300,000. He replied almost instantly, okay, thank you. Luoshi wasn't exactly a philanthropist, and since the other party had offered to give her their family fortune, she definitely wanted some. Based on the location of her shops, the 4 shops combined would amount to about 500,000 points. If the high-end shops weren't selling, it would only be around 300,000. The price of gene collapse treatment is definitely not low. Just one temporary gene-stabilizing drug costs 10,000 points. Leaving her 200,000 is a conservative estimate. Grote urged, Miss Lucy, what's your decision? Lucy quickly typed, 5 million, one-time price, and I want the most expensive gene-modifying serum. The public tournament is almost certainly a death sentence. I only accept this price for a life-or-death competition. Grote, question mark. Grote, on the other end, had a dark expression. 500,000 could buy many lives, and Lucy had directly increased the price tenfold, also wanting the most expensive gene-modifying serum. The most expensive gene-modifying serum from Mons Pharmaceuticals was currently worth 1 million points. That meant Lucy was asking for 6 million points. With those points, she could start a new small gang in the safe zone. Losai was deliberately asking for an exorbitant price. Even the 4 major families probably couldn't afford such a high price. Losai, let me know when you made up your mind. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need any other help. She then added, the price is negotiable. Grote took a deep breath, barely managing to maintain his composure. The organization was already focusing on training the contestants. After deducting the 500,000 compensation points they were supposed to receive, they still needed to spend nearly 1 million points on training each person. Since obtaining their qualification, the Black River Gang had already spent over 60 million points in just 1 month, and their cash flow was running low. 6 million points was simply unaffordable. But Losai had no family, so they could only threaten her with the Zack family, with whom they had a relatively good relationship. However, if she hardened her heart, they couldn't control her. Over here, Losai knocked on Nicole's door. Come in, a sweet voice came from inside the room. Losai opened the door and stood in the doorway. Could you add one more condition for me joining your group? Nicole slowly nodded. I haven't told Grandma yet. As long as it's within the normal range, it's fine. Go ahead. Losai, the daughter of the owner of the Lucky Hot Pot restaurant, is facing a genetic breakdown after receiving a gene injection. She wants to go to a military hospital for treatment. A genetic breakdown? That's possible, but even the military hospital can't cure it completely, only temporarily stabilize it. Nicole remembered He Miao, a rather pretty older sister. Hearing that she could be admitted, Losai breathed a sigh of relief. With 300,000 yuan in hand, okay, her situation isn't ideal. Could you arrange for her to go in tomorrow? Nicole readily agreed. For ordinary people, getting into a military hospital was almost impossible, but for the Deep family, it was a piece of cake. He was informed that the body could be taken in the next day, and the other party was extremely grateful, immediately transferring 50,000 points. With 80,000 points suddenly in her account, Losai felt a little unreal, as if a lot had happened that day. As for Zack's situation, Losai decided not to ask unless they told her themselves. Next year, she would either die in the public tournament or go to StarCraft, so interpersonal relationships here weren't that important. The Deep family was indeed efficient. They arranged for someone to pick them up and take them to the military hospital early the next morning. He sent a thank you message and gave her another 150,000 points. Miss Losai, I sold 3 shops for a total of 320,000 points. The high-end shop can still earn some points, but Miao Miao's treatment requires a lot of points. Once her condition stabilizes, I will promptly repay the 100,000 points I owe you from that shop. Those shops were quite profitable. She didn't expect her to sell 3 so decisively. It seemed she was forced into a corner. Losai agreed to postpone the points payment. Hiyu and her mother didn't seem like the type to go back on their word, and even if they didn't want to pay, Losai could get the points back through various means. Meanwhile, Losai received 600,000 points. Don't worry, This wasn't from the Black River Gang, it was from the Deep Group. This was a reward for joining the Deep Group and a partial deposit for agreeing to participate in the public competition. Losai's first benefit of joining the Deep Group was 100,000 points, and the deposit for agreeing to participate in the public competition was 500,000, with the remaining 1,500,000 to be paid before the competition. If you finish in the top 3 in the preliminary rounds, you receive additional points. If you reach the finals and achieve a good ranking, you receive a huge amount of points. And the champion's reward: 100 million points. When Losai heard this, she was stunned. 100 million was no small sum. The big families were different. Not only were the rewards higher, but the initial price was also 4 times that of the Black River Gang. Of course, they also valued her absolute talent in shooting. Ordinary people couldn't afford that much. Furthermore, Losai could also receive expensive gene modification injections if needed. At the same time, she learned through the Deep Group why the Black River Gang had qualified for the competition. This year, after unanimous discussion among the 5 major families, Region 3 opened up its participation scope, allowing all second-tier families and forces to join. The prerequisite was paying a huge participation fee. After the final results were announced, contributions would be made proportionally based on the preliminary rankings and win/losses. The 5 major families amassed a fortune, easing their financial burden, but also relinquishing some of their profits. Otherwise, those forces wouldn't be foolish enough to throw points away in a competition that offered no benefit. These profits, while not a huge sum, are not insignificant either. The 5 major families monopolize every aspect of Security Zone 3. Ordinary people can only engage in small businesses, like Hiyu's, though she's among the most successful. Many things concerning Lifeline and people's livelihoods cannot be opened without the permission of the 5 major families. However, by participating in this election, they can operate these businesses. The development of a power cannot be separated from the accumulation of capital. Only by earning more points can a power grow stronger. The Black River Gang also participated because they wanted to take a gamble. According to information leaked by Nicole, the participation fee for ordinary second-rate forces is as high as 50 million points. For a second-rate force within a security zone of over 10 million people, 50 million is definitely a considerable expense. Now, Losai has a huge sum of over 837,000 points. Her biggest problem now is to convert these points into source crystals and then deal with the Black River Gang. Now that she has offended the Black River Gang, she doesn't plan to use the black account they gave her. She knows someone who can help. Specialist Lucas. Chapter 120. Losai rarely added people proactively. He only contacted Lucas in their previous class. He found Lucas's account in the group chat and added him. It was 8 a.m., the time when everyone was active. Lucas quickly accepted Losai's friend request. Faced with the undisputed top student in the grade, Lucas admired him. When practicing shooting, Losai would occasionally correct his posture, unlike others who mocked his thin frame. He greeted him first. "Losai, what can I do for you?" He knew that given Losai's personality, he wouldn't add people without a reason. "Losai, I have a blacklisted account that I don't want to use anymore. Could you help me delete all the records in it, including the account itself?" Lucas. Blacklisted accounts usually have equipment maintenance and operation behind them. Records within the blacklisted account can be erased, but records on the underlying equipment might be more difficult to erase. Losai was somewhat troubled. If the blacklisted account was operated by the Black River Gang, then all his transfer and payment records would probably be in their hands. "If I give you the account number, can you help me find out where it's operating? If it's really with the Black River Gang, she destroy it." Lucas. The Black River Gang is usually run by the Onito family. Their equipment is very well hidden, so the location is probably very difficult to find. However, there are some small workshops. "Have you run into some trouble?" Losai frowned. If it's a large family, destroying their records might be difficult. But she still needs to destroy the Black River Gang first. It will take time for the Black River Gang to investigate the records. There should still be time, Losai told Lucas, arranging to meet him at a dessert shop near the school. At 8:30, Lucas jogged over, backpack on his back. Rosie sat by the window, leaving Lucas a spot against the wall. Lucas sat down, panting. Rosie showed him the menu projected on her wristband. "What do you want to eat?" "Order whatever you like." Rosie had bumped into Lucas a few times in the cafeteria. He didn't eat much, but he always ordered a dessert. She figured he liked something here. "Oh, okay, Lucas replied a little slowly, thinking Rosie would make him deal with the blacklist first. He browsed through the menu and ordered a green grape drink and 2 small cakes of different flavors. Rosie had already chosen hers, and paid for Lucas's as well. Lucas looked down, opened his backpack, and awkwardly pulled out his laptop. Pressing the switch immediately projected a screen and keyboard. Log into my Black account here. Losai logged in, and Lucas typed in a series of commands, then plugged in something resembling a USB drive. Just as they found something useful, the waiter brought over their dessert. Losai accepted it, smiling and nodding generously. Thank you. Seeing a somewhat familiar face, the waiter covered his mouth in surprise. Are you Miss Losai Brenda? She was a fan, and Losai was forced to take a photo with him. She had collaborated with the Deep Company, filming 2 commercials and a vlog, which were posted on the Deep Group's official video account. A shortened version of the gun test video was also released. Although the target audience for the guns wasn't civilians, they still needed to establish a presence among the public. Big brands inspire more confidence. Losai's popularity was good, directly increasing the Deep Group's video account by 200,000 followers, and her own account's followers were approaching 1 million. Fortunately, this interlude didn't take too long. Lucas's computer was set to privacy mode, and he rotated the screen to let Rossi see clearly. It's not the Onito family operating behind it, but it seems quite large, located at. Having obtained the address, Rossi had Lucas destroy the Black account and its records. Lucas expertly deleted everything, then erased all data records of the Black account on his own computer, reassuring Rossi. Thank you. How much payment do you want? Having the address, Rossi didn't want to waste any more time and planned to pay and go there. Lucas bowed slightly, waving his hand apologetically. No, you helped me in shooting class before, this is nothing. Rossi was taken aback, then stood up and patted his shoulder. Thank you. If you have any questions about shooting in the future, you can ask me. I have something to do, I'd be going now. Not expecting Rossi to be in such a hurry, Lucas didn't try to stop her, watching her leave the shop. He looked at the unfinished cake on the table, and continued eating it with relish. For some reason, he felt incredibly relaxed, especially his stomach. He could even eat a whole big cake. Losai left the dessert shop and boarded the hover bus. The 2 pats he'd given Lucas had removed the radiation from his stomach. His stomach was the most severely affected area, and removing the radiation was payment for it, costing only about 2,000 energy points. The external and internal radiation was still there. A regular checkup wouldn't detect anything abnormal. Over time, the radiation would slowly take over his stomach again, so eliminating it now made him feel a bit better. Losai looked at his hands, now fair and smooth, without any of the calluses they used to have. He even grown quite a bit in just a few months, already almost 165 centimeters tall. The small workshop was in a slum in the south of the city. Lucy needed to transfer, and she left the station for a while before returning. Once she arrived nearby, she took out her hat, scarf, and mask and put them on in a secluded spot. It was an old, 7-story building. The surrounding streets were confined, filled with the stench of garbage. It was already 9:30 p.m., and many people were already heading home. Almost 80% of the residents were black. Lucy spotted a wonton stall, and sat down to order a bowl. The address was only a rough location, lacking details like floor and house number, so she decided to inquire first. The owner, a black man, cheerfully brought over a steaming bowl of wontons. Lucy lowered her voice, showing no intention of removing her mask to eat. Boss, I want to get a black number. Do you know how? The black owner understood. Many people came here for this reason. He didn't speak, but instead rubbed his thumb against his index and middle fingers on his hip. Losai understood she needed money, but she didn't intend to pay with her own account. Instead, she pulled out a gold bean, which she had redeemed with points along the way. It wasn't large, but it weighed 5 grams, roughly worth 500 points. The shopkeeper took the gold bean into the kitchen, checked its authenticity, and then sat down opposite Losai. I can make blacklisted accounts, whatever kind you want. Losai stroked her chin with one hand, deliberately feigning skepticism. Are you sure no one can trace the blacklisted account you make? Chapter 121. Her ears were strained. She already knew the exact location. Hearing the doubt, the boss immediately became displeased, standing up and gesticulating wildly. Hey, brother, are you kidding me? I have a dedicated maintenance team here. Guaranteed no one can find out. He slightly raised his chin, his face brimming with undisguised pride. Our organization is participating in next year's competition. Don't mistake us for some small, weak workshop that might run away at any moment. Use us with confidence, brother. It seemed Black River was operating it for him. It looked like it had to be eliminated. I think about it some more, Losai said, then left, leaving the boss completely bewildered. Of course, Losai didn't go too far, finding a corner without surveillance cameras to release her energy. The energy was coated with radiation, so there was no need to worry about it being detected by mutated creatures or detection equipment. The radiation concentration here was too low. To destroy everything inside in one go, she had to use energy to encapsulate the radiation equivalent to 2 buildings around it, and compress it into a small ball. Energy flowed through the air, heading towards the basement of the building from which it had originated. Energy is invisible. Nothing can stop it. 2 people on duty heard the commotion, but both were engrossed in watching videos, unaware of the impending danger. Inside was a supercomputer, as large as a row of wardrobes. The energy entered silently, unnoticed by anyone. Losai controlled the energy, channeling the radiation it contained into the supercomputer. A crackling sound rang out as the computer short-circuited. The 2 personnel on duty jumped in alarm. This supercomputer was worth tens of millions of points. Its failure would be a major problem. Bang! Just as they stood up, the supercomputer's central section short-circuited, sending sparks flying. It's over. It's ruined. That was the only thought in their minds. One of them grabbed the walkie-talkie and urgently called for repairs. Confirming it was truly beyond repair, Losai removed most of the radiation and released it back into the air. Inside a building, "Hey honey, doesn't the air feel so fresh now? It's so easy to breathe." The man took a few deep breaths. Although it still smelled bad, it felt much better. He had only ever experienced such fresh air in the central area. But after only a few breaths, that heavy feeling returned. Having dealt with that, Losai tried to sense the energy fluctuations around him on the bus. Some of the goods in that old lady's shop might have come from the Black River gang. She was going to break ties with them now, so she wouldn't be going there for the time being. The ordinary bus swayed and rattled through the streets, and sure enough, Losai sensed the presence of the source crystal. The fluctuations were quite significant. She got off at the nearest stop and, following her instincts, found a blacksmith shop in a residential area. She was still wearing her mask and hadn't taken it off. As she approached the shop, a 6 or 7-year-old mixed-race boy was guarding it, while the rhythmic clanging of metal came from behind. The little boy, playful and with dirty grime on his face, said, "Hello, what do you want?" "I know the prices." Losai switched to a male voice. "Anything goes in winter with a black down jacket. Call your adult out." The little boy, thinking the customer didn't trust him, pouted unhappily, but still shouted back, "Dad, a customer's here." He was cautious enough not to run to the back and shout, otherwise someone might take advantage of the moment to grab something and skip paying. A rough voice came from behind, clearly impatient. "Hey brat, didn't I teach you to remember the prices? You just collect the money, I don't have time. Besides, it's already past 10 o'clock, radiation levels are rising. What kind of fool would choose to buy something at this hour?" The little boy was even more unhappy about being scolded. He crossed his arms, his pouting lips could hold a bottle of soda, and turned to look at Luoshi. "If he's not coming, I decide." Luoshi stepped over the front stall and went straight into the shop, bending down to whisper in the little boy's ear, "I want source crystals. Can you decide that too?" The little boy's eyes darted around, and his pout immediately disappeared. I can't decide that. Wait a minute." Knowing that the customer wanted source crystals, and was unlikely to skip paying with useless metal items, the little boy ran to the back with peace of mind. A moment later, the little boy ran out again, followed by a burly man over 2 meters tall. He looked to be under 30, with a bronze complexion, and his massive arms were almost as wide as Losai's entire body. Losai felt a slight tremor with every step he took. Due to his profession, he had a short, easy-to-manage buzz cut, and in the sub-zero temperatures, he wore only a thin shirt. Looking at the heavily bundled-up little man, the burly man was somewhat suspicious but still led him to the backyard. The little boy wanted to go with them, but was shouted at to watch the shop and stay in the front. "Why can't I go? Can't you just close the shop door?" The little boy said angrily, but knew this was something he couldn't publicize, so he spoke very softly. The burly man lightly patted his son's head. "Closing the shop in broad daylight? Are you afraid people won't know you have some shady business running around?" The little boy stumbled, almost falling. His father's light slap was anything but light. Standing nearby, Losai couldn't help but think of the old lady's shop she frequented. She really did close during the day, which certainly aroused suspicion. The house wasn't large, located on the ground floor of a residential building. One room sold goods, another manufactured things, and the rest was just a bedroom. Losai was led directly to the bedroom. The burly man stopped. "How did you know about my shop?" "Losai, without batting an eye, someone introduced me." The burly man? Who? Losai, without hesitation, gave a common name, Mike. The burly man frowned, then pressed a switch. The floor moved, revealing a basement emitting a blue glow. He guessed right. Losai entered smoothly. The basement was smaller than the old lady's, and the only goods inside were guns, weapons, and source crystals. This one's over 5,000, this one's over 10,000. Which one do you want? The burly man briefly introduced. Losai estimated the approximate value, and casually replied, I take them all. All of them? The burly man asked doubtfully, thinking Losai was playing a trick on him. All the source crystals here added up to over 500,000. Losai held up her bracelet. Full payment, no installments. The burly man didn't know what to say. He wasn't one to joke. However, he now truly believed Losai was serious and quickly activated the bracelet's calculator. 582, 300 points, you can give me 580,000. The burly man was a little incredulous. He was really going to place such a large order. In previous years, it would take him 2 years to sell all these source crystals, but today he had sold them all. Chapter 122. The profit was almost 20,000, so he generously waived over 2,000 points for Losai. Losai paid promptly. Even after buying so many source crystals, she still had over 250,000 points left. It's good to be rich. These source crystals were quite large due to their low purity, weighing over 100 pounds each, and couldn't fit in a bag at all. She had no choice but to order takeout in an extra-large suitcase. After finally managing to stuff it in, Losai dragged the heavy suitcase away. As soon as she left, the little boy sidled up to his father. Did she buy so much? And the radiation is so high now, it's not safe for her to walk like that. It's fine to take a peek now and then. Watching the figure disappear around the corner, the burly man happily patted his son's head. I made a fortune today, a day off. Where do you want to go? I take you. The little boy jumped up excitedly. Yay! Dragging his suitcase, Losai searched for a while before finally finding a suitable place to store the items into his spatial dimension, also collecting a large mass of airborne radiation. The radiation here was about green 8. He could easily increase the concentration by slightly compressing it, using it to nourish his Libra grass. Back in his dormitory, Nicole seemed to be taking a nap. Losai entered his room and locked it. After closing the window tightly, he flashed into his spatial dimension. In a corner of the spacious planting area, the newly planted vampire vine sprouted the next day, now as thick as a pin and as tall as his calves. Xiao's injuries healed extremely quickly. Now, there was no trace of his previous wounds. The Libra plant below is already 30 centimeters tall, with a thick, yellow main stem and 2 round, teardrop-shaped, tender yellow leaves, looking like an overgrown golden bean sprout. However, upon maturity, it produces vanilla pod-like fruits beneath its 2 leaves, but instead of the earthy yellow of ordinary plants, it's a deep, golden yellow, like pure gold. Because it grows with a pod hanging from each side after maturity, resembling a scale, it's named Libra grass. Purification grass mutates from maidenhair fern, retaining little change in shape or size, except its color turns pale blue, and the number of leaves decreases, mostly to 2 or 3. The blue of purification grass is subtle. Unlike source crystals, it doesn't glow. It simply grows quietly, a small patch of pale blue that's pleasing to the eye. They are currently semi-mature, and will be fully mature in about 3 days. After a brief observation of their growth, Losai picked up a source crystal and began absorbing it. An hour later, when she opened her eyes, she found herself surrounded by a pile of gray source crystals that had lost their color. Losai's face was flushed, and her body was burning hot. She was struggling to absorb over 500,000 points at once. She felt like her whole body was swelling and about to explode. She controlled the excess energy, slowly circulating it throughout her body. Finally, unable to absorb any more, she compressed it and stored it in her dantian, feeling a little better, and her complexion returned to normal. She also absorbed the spare source crystals she had previously stored, keeping only 1 source crystal worth 50,000 points. The size of the space hadn't changed, and the blood-sucking vine seemed unchanged as well. It seemed the energy had been absorbed into herself this time. After leaving the space, Losai's senses didn't increase in range, and her physical strength hadn't improved. This was strange. Nothing had increased. Where had all the energy gone? Losai released her energy, enveloping a ball of radiation in confusion. Aside from space and her body, the only thing she could think of was energy itself. Previously, energy could only passively dissipate after being eroded by radiation, and most simply by extracting and discarding the radiation. But this time, The radiation was no match for the energy, gradually dissolving. Even though there was no sound, color, or shape, Losai could accurately feel the radiation dissolving, slowly shrinking until it completely disappeared. Is this purification? Feeling the energy diminishing in her hand, purification wasn't without its costs. A ridiculous thought popped into Losai's head. If she had enough source crystals, could she purify the entire planet Aegil? She just didn't know if all the source crystals on Aegil combined would be enough. Currently, the ratio of her source crystals purifying radiation was close to 120, but because the radiation concentration here was a green 1, the ratio might be 110 for yellow 1, and 1:1 for yellow 9. Losai wasn't sure. She was just making a rough estimate. The energy consumed in purifying high levels of radiation was even harder to ascertain. Her purification abilities were good, but she was currently more focused on enhancing her physical body. However, she couldn't control where the absorbed energy would be channeled, so she could only let nature take its course. She placed the energy-depleted, gray-colored source crystal near the gray soil in her spatial dimension. This time, the planting area had more than doubled, and Losai planted the 5 Libra grass seeds she hadn't yet planted. Now she just needed to wait for nightfall. At 10 o'clock that night, Nicole had already gone back to her room and gone to sleep. Losai took off her bracelet and tossed it into her spatial dimension. After a simple disguise, Losai became a 175 centimeters tall blonde girl, climbed out the window, and nimbly slipped out of the school gate through a blind spot in the surveillance cameras. It was radiation uptick time, and the streets were deserted. Arriving at an alley in the residential area without surveillance cameras, Losai quickly changed clothes behind a tall trash can. Besides changing into men's clothes, she also padded her height to 1.8 meters and sported a conspicuous dreadlock. In the cold winter, a hat and scarf were enough to conceal her face. Losai meandered through the unmonitored area and emerged from the new location, now wearing a new bracelet. It wasn't linked to any identity information, so she could use it freely. The Black River Gang's new headquarters was located in the refugee camp in the west of the city. There were no vehicles at this time, so Losai had to jog there. Fortunately, she was fast now. Even if she got tired, a few hundred source crystals would restore her to peak condition. By the time she reached the west of the city, it was already 11:20 p.m. Looking at the densely packed high-rise buildings, especially in the darkness, they appeared like colossal beasts overlooking humanity, suffocating her. Moreover, the environment here was the worst Losai had seen in the safe zone. The trash cans were overflowing, and small mountains of garbage were piled up nearby. The smell of excrement was also extremely strong. The people from the refugee camp used to mostly relieve themselves wherever they could find shelter. Now, although their living conditions were better in the safe zone, water and electricity required points, and they didn't have many points to spare, so they simply relieved themselves outside. Losai turned off his sense of smell and headed towards the brightest spot in the buildings. The people from the refugee camp couldn't afford electricity bills, and it was impossible for them to have their lights on at this hour. Only the Black River Gang, with its vast resources, could keep their lights on all the time. Upon closer inspection, he realized they occupied an entire 8 floors of a building. Most of the lights on the lower 7 floors were off, with only a few rooms still lit. Only the entire 8th floor was lit. With the target clearly identified, Losai didn't need to bother searching. She pulled her clothes tighter, lowered her hat brim, and used a burst of radiation to disable the security camera at the building entrance before striding inside. Chapter 123. The only free surveillance camera installed in the safe zone was at the entrance gate, allowing Losai to easily reach the 8th floor. However, the entire 8th floor belonged to the Black River Gang, separated from the stairwell by an electronic door. Entry required swiping an ID card. Losai pressed herself against the wall. The corridor inside was monitored. Within a minute, she destroyed all the cameras in the corridor with a wave of her hand, then injected a burst of radiation into the electronic door. Beep! The door malfunctioned and simultaneously opened. Losai extracted the radiation and dispersed it into the air, easily entering. The corridor was lined with small houses. For security reasons, the Black River Gang hadn't altered the internal structure. Losai strained her hearing. It seemed there were other people on this floor, discussing some gang matters. Her footsteps were very light, finally stopping in front of one of the houses. Perhaps it was too late, or perhaps Grote didn't plan to receive any guests today, so there were no bodyguards at the door. She heard the sound of pages turning and ice cubes hitting the glass when it was set down, very typical of Grote. Little black coffee? Yes, master. Good, it was definitely Grote. The pistol was already gripped tightly in her hand. She could hear Groot's exact location and his heartbeat. Rosie took a deep breath and quickly injected the surrounding radiation into the electronic door. At the same time, 3 other bursts of radiation were injected into the room's surveillance cameras, lights, and Little Black's assistant. The door malfunctioned quickly, but it also made a sound. Rosie didn't hesitate. The instant it malfunctioned, she kicked the door open. The room was plunged into darkness, and Little Black's voice rang out, "System malfunction, system." Accompanied by the music of Xiao Hei's assistant, she was met with a bullet. Losai knew that anyone who could become the boss must have something special, so she didn't rush in immediately. From breaking the door to opening it, it only took a little over a second. In that short time, Groot had already picked up his gun and fired accurately. The bullet missed, but the loud noise woke everyone on the floor. As the others stood up, Losai didn't rush in. Instead, she stretched out a hand and fired inwards. Bang! Right in the heart. Simultaneously, a bullet grazed the door frame, almost at the height of Losai's head, a far cry from her hand. Her heart pounded like a drum in her ears. In the darkness, she didn't need sight. Her hearing was enough for accurate shooting, but Groot couldn't. Losai admitted his shooting skills were excellent. His aim was precise. If she needed to use her eyesight to aim, he might not be the one dead. With a sizzle, Xiao Hei fell completely still, and Groot's body crashed to the ground. What seemed like a long time actually lasted only 4 or 5 seconds. The others on the floor had barely even opened their doors. By the time they rushed out, the doorway was already empty. Standing outside the dark door, they hesitated to move, guns raised. They exchanged glances, one of them shouting inside, "Boss? Are you still there?" They wanted to fire indiscriminately, but what if their boss was still alive? Shooting like that would be killing him. No sound. Was he dead? Just as they hesitated whether to go in, they heard the sound of a window breaking. They exchanged another glance and immediately rushed inside. Their boss's lack of response meant he was likely dead. Their priority now was to catch the killer. The bracelets had a light function, and the instant they heard the sound of the window breaking, they rushed inside to search for the killer. Inside, besides the now silent Xiao Hei, there were only 3 vines tied to a solid wood table, a bookshelf, and a window, respectively. 2 of them immediately started shooting at the vines, while the others ran to the window to check for any trace of the killer. Logically, this was the 8th floor. In just a second or two, they could only run up 2 or 3 floors at most. But when they looked, they only saw 1 vine extending to the ground, and the killer's shadow had just disappeared. All 3 vines were broken in half and quickly retracted downwards. The group fired wildly at the vines in a fit of rage, one of them even reaching out to freeze 2 vines. But they still couldn't preserve the vines, leaving only broken branches. Luo Shi quickly left the scene. The vines belonged to Xiao Yu. With her permission, a branch of Xiao Yu had extended from her spatial dimension to serve as her descent rope, which she would naturally retract after use. In just 2 seconds, she went from the 8th floor to the 1st. If it weren't for her strong defenses, her hand, brushing against the bark of the vampire vine, would have been scraped raw and bloody. Meanwhile, those on the 8th floor discovered that Groot's body was missing. Only a pool of red blood remained behind the desk, and the computer on the desk was gone. The Ice Elemental user collected the fragments of the vine, their only clue. Another person urgently dialed another boss's number. Leaving the Black River gang, Losai moved quickly until she reached the place where she had changed clothes earlier. Along the way, she carefully avoided areas with surveillance cameras. The Black River gang didn't have the authority to investigate the city's surveillance system, and before leaving, she even removed the radiation. Finding herself wasn't so easy. After changing her clothes, Losai walked for a while and emerged from another location, retracing her steps and scaling the school wall. Once inside the school, Losai was certain that the path she was taking would be completely undetectable by cameras. So even if the Black River gang used their financial power to track her all the way to the school, they wouldn't know who she was. She lightly climbed the wall back to her dormitory. Everything was quiet. Nicole was still fast asleep, probably hadn't woken up at all. Carefully closing the window and drawing the curtains, Losai slipped into her spatial dimension. Little Right and Little Left immediately came over, wagging their tails and begging for pats. Losai expertly patted Little Right's head, simultaneously injecting a wisp of energy into Little Right's body. "You worked hard today. This is a reward to help you recover faster." Of course, any extra energy could be used to strengthen it. Little Right affectionately rubbed against Losai, its fake tail wagging extremely happily. It happily returned to its seat. Its master still had things to attend to, so it watched from the side. Little Left was envious and wanted to pester Losai for some too. Remembering the video Losai had played earlier, it even tried to nudge Losai with its branch to remind her it wanted some. But the next second, Little Right's branch snatched it back. Now that Little Right had gained some energy, Little Left was increasingly no match for it, and dared not resist. Loss ignored their playful fight, and strolled over to Grote's corpse. Besides the bracelet on his wrist, there was also the office computer Losai had casually put away. Grub wasn't completely dead when she put it away, but by the time Losai returned to her dormitory, about an hour had passed, and now he was undeniably dead. Chapter 124. His eyes were wide open, like coins, filled with doubt, jealousy, and resentment. Perhaps he guessed this was a spatial dimension, but he didn't even know who its owner was. He died quietly here. Lossie removed his bracelet. There was no signal within the dimension, but the information stored on the bracelet could still be viewed normally. There were many apps inside. Lossie first checked the Black River Gang's app. His own chat window was slightly below the others. Most of the rest were conversations between mid to high-ranking members, ranging from internal gang matters to business decisions. The most unusual one was with a man named Honrad. Their conversation also revolved around gang affairs, but from their tone, Honrad seemed to hold a higher position. Besides a headquarters in the refugee camp, the Black River Gang also had one in the safe zone. It seemed Honrad was the person in charge of the safe zone, and the highest-ranking member of the Black River Gang. Scrolling up, Losai saw his own name again, the files he and Jill Newman had stolen about Headmistress Sarah. Sure enough, the contents were about rising radiation levels. Losai opened and carefully read through them. The content was similar to what Losai already knew, nothing particularly special at first glance. However, before the rising radiation levels were exposed, having this information meant significant leverage. Judging from their chat history, they had earned a lot of points. Having finished scrolling through his phone without finding anything valuable, Losai turned to his computer. It required biometric authentication. Losai grabbed his fingers and tried them one by one. After fingerprint recognition, it required iris scanning. Losai grabbed his head and pulled him up. Asterisk beep. Recognition successful. Asterisk without hesitation, Losai released his head, slamming it back to the ground with a thud. The computer contained significantly more data than her phone. The first folder she saw was titled Experimental Subjects. Losai's eyelids twitched. Thankfully, clicking through only revealed plant and animal experiments, she didn't see any human subjects yet. She breathed a heavy sigh of relief, composed herself, and clicked through again for a closer look. Although not human experiments, the plight of the plants and animals was still tragic. In this chaotic post-apocalyptic wasteland, humanity seemed non-existent. As long as it was convenient for research, they were skinned alive, electrocuted. Their suffering could truly be described as a living hell. They were injected with drugs daily, experiencing severe rejection reactions. Those who could withstand the injections continued the next day. Those who couldn't were turned into feed for other surviving plants and animals. Countless plants and animals were used as experimental subjects, but only 100 were ultimately considered successful. About 20 were completely successful, including 5 black wolves of the same species, which were given to the Onido family as supplies. 1 grade A mutated black wolf, and 4 grade B mutated black wolves. They are 0.8 times the size of normal black wolves, extremely agile and adept at ambushes, with high defense and extremely sharp and hard claws and teeth. The grade A mutated wolf possesses strong hallucinogenic abilities, red eyes, and can induce hallucination through sound, with a range of up to 500 meters. The grade B mutated wolves can create black smoke, causing poisoning, and have black eyes. Ordinary people will die if they remain inside the smoke for more than 10 minutes. According to the information, grade B and grade A appear to complement each other. The Agile public tournament allows mutated creatures to participate, so Onido bought them for this purpose. Strong hallucinations are a tricky problem, and with a distance of 500 meters, he either has to avoid them or strike first. However, now that he's killed Grote and taken his computer, the Black River Gang must know about the leak, and the Onido family might cancel Black Wolf's participation if they find out. After reviewing Black Wolf's information, Losai looked at and memorized the information on the other test subjects. These test subjects might be bought by other families, giving them an advantage if they encountered them in the competition. After reviewing the 20 successful test subjects, Losai looked at the information on about 100 others. Through cruel experiments, they had indeed obtained quite a few good test subjects. The description of one of them made Losai's brow furrow. A mutant search dog, a product of the Teddy Dog experiment. Its size, defense, and attack power were exactly the same as ordinary teddy dogs. It was practically useless. However, the dog's sense of smell had been greatly enhanced through experiments, allowing it to detect scents from 800 meters away. It could even track scents left 3 days prior, and its accuracy was 3 times that of other dogs, almost never mistaking scents. Lassie sensed something was wrong. Could the scent on her body be eliminated with energy? She tried several times, but through the energy of the source crystal, she could only sense physical objects and radiation. She couldn't sense or remove scents. However, it was still night. They probably wouldn't dare to bring the dog to search directly. Lassie felt reassured, but still focused her hearing. Being in this space, she could hear any sounds or the outside world. Grott's computer still contained a lot of content. Lassie read it late into the night, but after leaving the space, she couldn't sleep. She waited until 4:30, but the school gates didn't open until 5 o'clock. The night was quiet. The Black River Gang hadn't sent any dogs to search yet. Lassie washed up early, changed into a new set of clothes, and went out. Lassie placed the vampire vine on the dormitory rooftop and followed a path without surveillance cameras to the rooftop of the nearest teaching building to the school gate to set up a sniper position. She wasn't sure if the Black River Gang would openly send the dogs in or sneak them in. But the only thing she was certain of was that they couldn't conduct a legitimate search. They could only use students the Black River Gang had placed in the United Academy to conduct searches under the guise of walking dogs. The United Academy was now under the Deep family's control. Even if the Deep family knew the students were from the United Academy, they wouldn't allow them to search. It was a matter of family reputation, and the school needed to maintain its image in front of the students. Unless the Black River Gang offered enough benefits, or the two families formed an alliance. But the Deep family, as a first-rate family, would definitely look down on them. As for the profits, the Black River Gang can't afford it now. The 50 million points have already drained a lot of their savings. Participating in the public tournament also requires setting aside a portion of assets for future tributes. Otherwise, if they're allowed to participate but can't pay their dues after losing, what's the point of the competition? Furthermore, the gang's basic operations require points, especially since the public tournament teams are spending money like water. Therefore, the Black River Gang is currently in a very tight financial situation. Moreover, compared to what the Black River Gang can offer, Losai believes the Deep family would prefer the information she has. It just depends on whether they can track her down. This is troublesome. Losai irritably tucks her hair behind her ear. Her hair is getting longer and longer, now reaching a little past her shoulders. She kept her eyes on the school gate, but was worried that the Black River Gang might bring the dog in from elsewhere. Therefore, she deliberately left Xiaoyu in the dormitory, ready to kill any target that appeared. Chapter 125. Xiaoyu's current level is between E and D, making him weak in combat. However, mutated search dogs are identical to ordinary dogs except for their sense of smell. An E-level mutated vine can easily kill ordinary animals. The only concern is that the person walking the dog might kill Xiaoyu instead. Lassie, with her sniper rifle set up, remained constantly on guard for the dog's appearance. 4:55. A man appeared at the school gate, chatting intimately with the gatekeeper, Thor, with his arm around his shoulder. It was Jill Newman. Lassie's camera panned to his head. It was normal for him. Jill Newman scratched his head. He felt strange today, as if someone was watching him, but he looked around and saw nothing. At 5 o'clock, a car appeared at the school gate precisely on time, and a black man got out with a dog. Jill Newman waved in greeting, and Thor opened the school gate on time. Pets were allowed in the school. The yellow teddy bear had just gotten out of the car, and was about to mark a spot near the guardhouse. The next second, with a loud bang, the teddy bear's head exploded into pieces. The power of a sniper rifle is far superior to that of a standard rifle. Having confirmed she hit her target, Losai showed no remorse and swiftly left the scene. Back in the dormitory, everyone was just getting up and washing up. Nicole was the same. Hearing the door open, she looked over curiously. Losai, what's up with you going out so early? Losai smiled slightly and held up her toothbrush. Getting my toothbrush. I accidentally dropped it while brushing my teeth by the window yesterday. I only dared to pick it up after the radiation level went down today. I don't want my radiation levels to increase any further. Nicole didn't suspect a thing, and went back to the bathroom to continue washing up. Back in her room, Losai released a burst of energy. Little Right, sensing its master's return, immediately shrunk and scurried back down from the rooftop. Law stored it in her spatial storage, also infusing it with approximately 200 energy points as a reward. After washing up, Losai, Nicole, Jiu-Nai, and Qin Dinglon went to the teaching building. They chatted occasionally, when suddenly Qin Dinglon asked with a gossipy look, "Did Jill Newman offend someone?" Nicole asked, puzzled, "What happened?" Qin Dinglon activated her bracelet's projection, revealing a picture of Jill Newman standing helplessly at the school gate, staring at the corpse of a teddy bear at his feet. The picture was posted on a small program created by students of the Joint Academy, where many alumni posted about school events daily. This particular photo immediately rose to the top of the feed, which Qin Dinglon noticed while idly scrolling through the pages. Jiu-Nai, was that a sniper shot? Luoshi naturally joined the discussion. Probably, but who would shoot a dog for no reason? Has Jill offended anyone recently? The three shook their heads in unison. It seemed not, or if they had, they didn't know. Qin Dinglon clenched her fist and made a sound with her other hand, and the three looked at her. By the way, I applied to be transferred to the ability class. From today onwards, I can attend classes with you all. Her eyes crinkled, she looked quite happy. Nicole was the first to ask, why? The ability class training is very tough. Qin Dinglon first glanced at Luoshi, then looked at the sky about to brighten, her smile gradually softening, but a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth. Because I want to become stronger. The weak have no diplomacy. More importantly, she didn't want to be trapped by her family anymore. She wanted to break free, live for herself, and become a free and radiant person like Rossi. Nicole's gaze darted between Rossi and Qin Dinglon. Qin Dinglon had changed quite a bit lately. Rossi patted the 175 centimeters tall Qin Dinglon with her hand. Very good, you got the hang of it. Praised, Qin Dinglon covered her mouth, about to smile, but lowered her hand halfway. She wanted to be poised and confident. Her mother had always taught her not to show her teeth when smiling, to be a proper young lady. But other families, even her father's first wife's children, could smile freely, only she couldn't. Brainwashed from a young age, Qin Dinglon had developed the habit of being a proper young lady. Even though she realized it wasn't good as she grew up, sometimes looking at herself in the mirror felt like wearing a mask, but she hadn't changed because of her mother. Now she wanted to change, and she was determined to change. Jiu-Nai was still a little out of it, but this Miss Qin was much easier to get along with than before, which was good enough. Upon arriving at the classroom, the four chose seats in the first row. Only about half the class had arrived yet. A minute before class started, Jill Newman arrived, but he had changed his clothes. The class looked him over curiously. As soon as he sat down, a close friend couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what happened to your dog?" Jill Newman scratched his head in frustration. He bore a heavy responsibility for the death of the experimental dog. He had applied to the school to access the surveillance footage, reviewing all the cameras near the school gate, but found no suspicious individuals. The school wouldn't allow him to review the footage from other locations, and he dared not directly reveal the rarity of the experimental dog, lest his Black River Gang identity be exposed later. Dead, didn't you see? Jill's tone was impatient. That teddy dog was worth at least 1,000,000 points, and now it was gone just like that. Boss Grote had also disappeared without a trace. The only thing he could use to find the killer was the teddy dog, dead right before his eyes. Although it wasn't directly related to him, it would still implicate him to some extent. The bracelet and computer contained a lot of information. If this data were leaked, it would be a fatal blow to the Black River Gang. Currently, it's confirmed that the killer is someone from the United Academy, and it's very likely that they possess plant-based abilities. Could it be Nicole? Jill immediately dismissed the idea. Firstly, Nicole's identity made it impossible for her to do such a thing. Even if the Deep family wanted to target the Black River Gang, they had plenty of other candidates. Secondly, Nicole's abilities weren't at that level. Furthermore, according to the data before the electronic door on the 8th floor broke, the radiation spiked to red 1. After that, there was complete silence, but subsequent checks of the electronic door and monitoring of radiation were all normal. If it weren't for the advanced electronic gates that transmitted data to the gang's database in real time, they wouldn't have known the killer could control radiation, or rather, possess the ability to control radiation. They were more inclined to believe the killer had a device specifically equipped with high radiation technology. After all, for over 100 years, no one had ever been able to control radiation. But if it was a research device, the possibility would be higher. Currently, only the Onado family has the expertise and capability to focus on radiation research, but the Black River Gang is on good terms with the Onado, so it's unlikely they would act now. Could it be that after obtaining Black Wolf, they saw the value of the experimental subjects and wanted to take his place? We were just asking out of kindness. Why are you being so aggressive? The classmate next to him, annoyed by Jill's sarcastic remarks, retorted without holding back. Chapter 126. Exactly, and who kills a pet dog for no reason? Won't the dog be in trouble? Hearing this, Jill's heart skipped a beat. Thankfully he seemed to be just saying it casually. The day's classes went by as usual, and the Black River gang didn't seem to be making any big moves. It was the last week of September, and so far only Losai's group had participated in the mutated creature containment. If nothing unexpected happened, their group would undoubtedly be number one. The second-year students did have one more mission, but all classes except A and B participated. The school wanted to train its students and couldn't always send the top classes. On Friday afternoon, the noisy classroom was suddenly filled with the voice of Headmistress Sarah. All first-year classes except A, please assemble at the school gate square to contain the mutated creature in the north inner ring. Tuka was a little disappointed. He thought he could make money again, but A class didn't have to go. After class, everyone went home or back to their dorms. Nicole went home, leaving only Losai in the dorm. Of course, Losai wasn't happy that she hadn't spent all her money, so she started wandering around after leaving the school. When she arrived near the old lady's shop, Losai couldn't sense any fluctuations in the source crystals. Looking from a distance, she saw that the shop was sealed off. Was it raided? Losai looked down at the notice posted on the shutter door. The gist of it was that the old lady's shop had been raided for illegally selling firearms and source crystals, and everything had been confiscated. She might face several years in prison. Losai had come to collect the 100,000 source crystals she had ordered, but it seemed unlikely. The burly man at the blacksmith shop was right. Closing the shop in broad daylight was indeed too conspicuous. Thankfully, the older woman didn't ask her to pay the deposit, so she didn't lose out. Leaving, Lucy hesitated between going back to the blacksmith shop or finding a new place, but instead saw her homeroom teacher, the lieutenant in charge of the refugee camp election, and Belle Ellis, the examiner for the election shooting test, at a roadside barbecue stall with a large awning. Lost turned to leave. She didn't really want to run into her teachers outside of class. Watson had his back to Lucy, allowing her to leave quietly, but Belle Ellis recognized her and called out, "Miss Lucy Brenda?" His voice was uncertain. He remembered Lucy's amazing performance during the exam, and also her sallow, thin appearance. Back then, he had thought about recruiting her into the army if Lucy didn't win the election, but instead, she not only came in first place, but also thrived at the Union Academy. Although he had seen the Deep family's advertisements and knew Lucy had changed drastically, seeing her in person was a different story. Watson, the instructor, and the lieutenant both looked at Lucy. Lucy sighed slightly, turned around, and greeted him politely. "Instructor Watson, what a coincidence." Then, she explained in surprise, "You're Instructor Belle. Belle Ellis? And this is the lieutenant from the general election?" Belle Ellis hadn't expected Lucy to remember his name. He hadn't introduced himself. Only when Tianyin responded did he call out his name. "Yes, it's me. Long time no see." Belle extended his hand, which Lucy shook in return. "Long time no see. I didn't expect you and Instructor Watson to know each other. Were you former teammates?" They were all dressed in ordinary civilian clothes. Without their uniforms, they seemed much more approachable. Belle Ellis hurriedly waved his hand. "I'm not qualified. I'm practically Colonel Watson's student, like you." Losai nodded, seemingly understanding. This was Professor Watson's first time retiring from the army, so Belle Ellis was one of his students. He pointed to the yellow-skinned lieutenant. "His name is Qin Hao, the eldest son of the Qin family. You met him before but don't know who he is. We're both Colonel Watson's students." Qin Hao? Losai had read a lot of information about the four major families, but the only photo of Qin Hao was from when he was very young. She hadn't expected to have met this eldest son of the Qin family so early. Qin Hao nodded slightly to Losai without saying a word. Losai nodded in return. Watson put down his wine glass. "Have you eaten? If not, sit down and have something to eat with us." Lucy refused outright. "No, it's getting late. I need to go back to my dorm." Watson glanced at his bracelet. It was already 9:40. It was indeed time to go back. "Okay, Qin Hao just happened to be driving. He can give you a ride." And so, Lucy was forced to sit in the back seat with Watson, while Belle sat in the passenger seat. Qin Hao's car was very understated, just a very ordinary black sedan, the kind that only costs tens of thousands of points. The car was quiet for a moment. Watson suddenly asked, "What are you doing out so late?" Lucy casually pulled 2 packs of pink sanitary napkins from her heavy down jacket. "Eating and buying some toiletries." Of course, she couldn't say she was buying source crystals. Watson nodded nonchalantly, silently turning his head to the other side, saying nothing more. Loci naturally stuffed the sanitary napkin back into the large pocket of her down jacket. This was a normal physiological phenomenon. Sanitary napkins were just as normal as toilet paper, and she didn't feel embarrassed or ashamed at all. However, many men don't see it that way. Judging from Watson's constant head-down, forehead-touching expression, he was clearly embarrassed. Lossie had figured out this male perception, using sanitary napkins as an excuse. She regularly stocked up on daily necessities in her storage space, and now she had a complete selection that would last a month. She kept the sanitary napkins in her storage space, so taking them out under her heavy down jacket didn't seem out of place. After driving for a short while, the car stopped in an upscale residential area. Watson and Belle got out together. They both owned houses in the same area. The car continued driving, leaving only Lossie and Chin Hao inside. Lossie turned her head to look out the window. The atmosphere was a little awkward. "You been getting quite close to that illegitimate daughter?" Chin Hao suddenly asked, his voice icy. Lossie thought to herself, just as I expected. She knew Chin Hao would ask about Qin Dinglan. She didn't directly say whether they were close or not, only saying, "She's my teammate." Chin Hao sneered, "You're supposed to be the top student in the grade. How could you let someone like that join your team? Don't you feel ashamed?" Luoshi frowned in confusion. "Why should I feel ashamed? It's not like my father got someone pregnant." Screech. The car screeched to a halt, making a loud noise on the asphalt road. Chin Hao angrily turned to look at Luoshi. "That bitch seduced my father first. Her mother is a mistress." He hadn't expected the eldest son of the Qin family to be so easily angered. Shouldn't the upbringing of a prominent family be like Nicole's, polite, composed, and never showing her emotions? Luoshi shrugged speechlessly. "Then your father just disagreed. Qin Dinglan's mother is wrong, but your father isn't a good person either. They're both equally bad." Chin Hao's outburst was cut off by Luoshi. From a young age, his mother had taught him that mistresses were always at fault, and everyone around him said the same thing, leading him to believe that only mistresses were utterly wicked. Chapter 127. Now that Losai was telling him his father was wrong, he actually found it reasonable, and couldn't refute it for a moment. He hesitated several times, a stark contrast to his previous cold demeanor. "Yes, that woman seduced my father because she was after our family's money." "Oh, so she seduced a beggar?" "I say it again, whatever Qin Dinglan's mother's motives, she was definitely wrong. Your father wasn't much better. Don't pin the blame on just one person." Losai tucked her hair behind her ear. This young master seemed incredibly stubborn. Qin Dinglan couldn't choose which family she was born into. "She's innocent. The fault lies with her mother and your father. You can hate her, and you can punish her for her mistakes, but don't condemn her simply because she's your father's illegitimate daughter." Losai, still seething inside, couldn't help but continue. "If you have the ability to take control of the family in the future, kick your father and his mistress out and leave them destitute. Don't blame everything on an innocent person. Also, I hope you remember the anger you felt since childhood. Don't end up with an illegitimate child like your father. By the way, you could investigate your father further. Maybe you find more surprises than just Qin Dinglan." With that, Losai opened the car door and got out. Chin Hao angrily honked the horn. How could he become like his father? How could he? But memories took him back to the past. When his mother asked him what kind of person he wanted to be, he remembered proudly declaring as a primary school student, "I want to be as great as my father." In his mother's teachings, his father held absolute power in the family, participating in all decisions regarding Security Zone 3. Everything he did was right. Even infidelity was the fault of his mistress. He didn't see his mother's stiff smile then, only heard her say, "Howard will definitely be even more capable than father." Now that he's grown up, he increasingly feels mediocre, average intelligence, average ability, only reaching the rank of lieutenant through family connections. His own sister was more capable than him, and yet, this illegitimate daughter, with such lowly abilities, had still managed to get first place in her grade. He was unwilling to accept this, slamming his fist heavily on the steering wheel. Moreover, he often indulged in philandering. He wouldn't let those women keep his illegitimate child, but what if he actually did? He was furious at his father's infidelity. In fact, aside from not having children yet, he was even worse than his father. The dream he had as a child, to become like his father, was about to come true, but it was so unbearable. He hated Qin Dinglan's mother, but what difference was there between the women lying beside his bed every day and her? He was confused. Had he been hating the wrong person all along? But a moment later, he suddenly looked up. He wasn't wrong. The fault lay with his family, with everyone else. They were the ones who had made him this way, and he was just an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. He activated his bracelet, remembering Losai's words. Perhaps his father had other mistresses hiding. He had to investigate. Losai returned to his dorm. He hadn't been lucky enough to buy any source crystals today. He had to go out again tomorrow. Nicole was staying at home for the next 2 days, and wouldn't come to school for training until Sunday. She even given him 2,000 points for food. Losai locked the door and entered his spatial dimension. He planted the evolution grass and Libra grass, which had matured and already bore fruit yesterday. The 5 Libra grass plants planted later are only now maturing. Losai deliberately waited for them to mature together before harvesting. Both are blue and golden, quite beautiful. Losai picked the pods from both sides of the Libra grass. The pods were golden yellow, about the thickness and length of her middle finger. Looking at the slightly undulating shells, each pod typically contained 3 to 5 seeds. The purifying grassland originated from a mutated fern. Ferns generally reproduce through spores, but the purifying grass has changed this traditional method, instead growing seeds underground, like potatoes and peanuts. After picking the pods, Losai started pulling up the seeds. The gray soil wasn't deep. Some seeds had already sprouted. Final harvest: Libra grass, 87 seeds. Purifying grass, 65 seeds. The remaining land area is more than double the previous area, enough to plant about 50 more plants. She could plant the purifying grass directly, but she needed to use her space to test the Libra grass. Radiation level: yellow 9, not yet high enough for a red alert. It seems Libra grass isn't so easy to cultivate. Besides the seeds requiring some points, the purifying grass was almost effortless for Losai. Libra grass needs a high radiation environment, and she has to expend energy to contain the radiation, and it eventually disappears. It's simply not worth it. Los decided to keep 10 seeds, and sell the remaining Libra grass leaves and seeds. She planted all the remaining dust and soil with purifying grass, keeping the remaining 15 seeds for later. The purifying grass itself could be sold for points. After this simple process, Losai felt something was off, but couldn't quite place it. She looked at the 2-meter-tall white radish vampire vine. Well, the changes were quite significant. The once mottled bark of the vampire vine had become unusually smooth and white, standing there like a peeled yam stick. It also had branches, but like radish tendrils, and very few. Its leaves, however, inherited some characteristics of the vampire vine. The leaf shape was still that of a radish, only now translucent. Most importantly, it lacked intelligence, and wouldn't move or attack. Just like the plant before its mutation, nothing could affect it. Even placing blood or energy in front of it produced no reaction. Losai even cut off a small piece for spatial testing, 0 radiation. Seemingly useless, Losai pulled up one of the vines. The spatial storage could preserve it for as long as needed. A half-finger-long piece of the radish stick oozed out white juice. Losai tried putting it in her mouth. The vampire vine wasn't poisonous, and neither was the radish, so theoretically, the combination shouldn't be poisonous either. However, just to be safe, she only tasted a small bite. Unexpectedly delicious, the original radish flavor was sweet with a hint of spiciness. The spiciness had completely vanished, replaced by a rich, milky aroma. Its outer layer was crisp and sweet like white chocolate, with white juice mixed with slightly translucent radish flesh inside. The perfect chewiness was like eating a bursting milk pudding with a chocolate shell. The radish flesh was softer than usual, but slightly chewier than pudding, like perfectly frozen pudding. In short, delicious. This tasted better than any dessert Losai had ever eaten in her 2 lives. Looking at the radish stick, still over a meter tall, Losai swallowed hard. She decided to wait until tomorrow, when her body was still functioning normally, before enjoying it. Luckily, she had only pulled one. She kept the other for seeds. Such a delicious treat couldn't be allowed to disappear. Chapter 128. Early Saturday morning, Losai, disguised, arrived at the man's house from last time. Because she was now wearing a blonde wig and her face was 90% covered, the boy tending the stall didn't recognize her. Just as the boy was about to ask Losai what she wanted, Losai spoke first. "I'm selling things." The little boy's eyes darted around, realizing it was probably those things, so he shouted to the back, "Dad! A customer's here." This was a new code he come up with. If it was just a regular customer buying ironware, he'd say someone wanted to buy something. If it was someone buying things from the basement, he'd say a customer had arrived. Suddenly, Losai remembered something she'd forgotten. The radiation she controlled could now remain permanently inside objects. She could manually inject radiation into the Libra grass. Why did she need to constantly provide it with a high radiation environment? Losai wanted to punch herself in the head. Before the man came out, she stretched out her energy, enveloping a ball of radiation 3 meters above her, and transferred it into the black bag she carried in her left hand. She stopped when she felt it was about time. The hammering stopped after a couple of strikes, and he came out, winking at Rosie. Rosie followed him inside. On the way, the burly man asked, "What do you want? Who referred you?" He wasn't comfortable with customers who weren't acquaintances or referred by acquaintances. Rosie replied naturally, "Mike referred me. I buy and sell things." The burly man frowned. It was him again? Last time it was a little girl, and this time it's another young girl. What kind of scheme is he up to every day? Upon arriving at the bedroom, the burly man didn't rush to take Rosie inside. Instead, he first had Rosie bring out the item she wanted to sell for him to look at. Lucy picked up the black plastic bag on her right and opened the knotted inner bag. Seeing the bright, golden blue color, even the well-traveled burly man was stunned. This item, worth thousands of points, was packed in this easily torn black plastic bag. She didn't even bother to separate the Libra grass and purifying grass into 2 bags, knowing that their value was determined by radiation. And the 2 radiation requirements were at opposite extremes. She placed them together with only a plastic bag in between, not worried that the purifying grass would absorb some of the Libra grass's radiation, significantly reducing its value. The burly man hesitated, then remained silent. If she could cultivate it so well, she must know this. He shouldn't interfere. Perhaps her bags were specially made or sprayed with a special agent? Lucy didn't know his thoughts, but she could completely control it. Why carry 2 bags when she could carry 1? Once they reached the basement, the burly man picked up a special radiation detection device. Beep! A green light appeared, and the data showed green 1. It was actually green 1. This one was quite valuable. The purifying grass grown in the space had 0 radiation. It wasn't even guaranteed to grow in the safe zone. So before leaving, Losai had deliberately injected a little radiation to keep it a green 1. The burly man dripped another drop onto the Libra grass. Red 1. This was also quite good. Cultivating high radiation grass would cost at least twice as much as medium radiation grass. Red 1. This result was within Losai's expectations. The radiation in the safe zone wasn't high. If he wanted to raise the Libra grass's radiation to red 2, 3, or even higher, he would have to remove a very large area. The air radiation was flowing, and although it could be replenished quickly, the radiation level here would still drop briefly. Therefore, Losai conservatively didn't extract too much, and only extracted the portion 3 meters above the ground. Most people wear their wristbands and raise their arms between 1 and 2 meters above the ground, so extracting radiation from above had a negligible impact on the detection of the wristbands below. After testing everything, the big man said he wait a moment and went to ask about prices. These items are rarely bought by customers. Most of them are sold to specialized dealers. While chatting, the big man took pictures of the items and sent them over. The purifying grass has only green 1 radiation, and it's very well cultivated. I don't overcharge. 1 plant is 2,400 points, and the seeds are also green 1, 580 points each. As for the Libra grass, its radiation is just red 1, and I can offer it for 1,550 points. The seeds have the same radiation, 500 points each. This price was reasonable. The Libra grass seeds were bought for 550 points each, red 1 radiation, so they would definitely sell for less. The purification grass seeds she had acquired were green level 5, but now they were selling for green level 1, and the price had increased significantly. The big man's offer was quite good, and Losai agreed to the deal. 10 purification grasses, 24,000 points. 10 Libra grasses, 15,500 points. 77 Libra grass seeds, 44,660 points. A total of 84,160 points. Earning over 80,000 points in just 1 week made Losai genuinely happy. The big man had already replenished the shelves with new source crystals. Losai didn't ask him to transfer the points to her account. Instead, she directly requested to exchange them for source crystals of equal value. Wow, another big order. She had already earned points from buying Losai's items, and now selling source crystals would earn her another one. After all the back and forth, he landed a 160,000 point order today. The burly man didn't smile, but his light steps betrayed his happiness. The energy contained in the source crystals was fixed. After comparing several pieces, the burly man finally gave Losai a source crystal worth 84,300 points. Losai didn't stand on ceremony, taking the grass out of the black plastic bag and opening it for the burly man to put it inside. Losai absorbed the source crystal he just bought as soon as he got back to his dorm. His space and body remained unchanged. The energy was still added to his purification points. On Sunday, the first-year ability class students, who went to the North Inner Ring to contain the mutated creatures, returned. This mission was easy, involving only some E and F level mutated creatures. No one died, only some were injured. Nicole returned at 9 in the morning, carrying a lot of snacks made by her family's chef. Losai turned off his bracelet and was about to sit down to eat when Qin Dinglan arrived. She brought a strawberry and mango cake she made herself. It was perfect. Losai especially loved both fruits. She wondered if Qin Dinglan had stumbled upon it by chance or noticed it herself. Losai felt a little embarrassed eating alone. She thought of the radish sticks in her spatial storage, but only thought about it. It wasn't appropriate to take them out. Nicole ate absent-mindedly, clearly wanting to say something. Qin Dinglan left after finishing a small piece, leaving the rest behind. The cake was originally made for her. Losai had a good appetite and was still putting cake in her mouth. What do I need? Just tell me. I can't not do my job after taking the money. Nicole sighed. My father wants you to go to the base for closed training now. All activities at the school are suspended. If you need it, you can graduate early, but for secrecy, the early graduation won't be announced yet. Chapter 129. Rosie, closed-door training? I almost reached my limit. Further training won't help. Nicole nodded in agreement, propping her chin up with one hand and idly forking her snacks with the other. My grandma thinks similarly to you. Besides, if you disappear from school without reason, it will arouse suspicion from other families participating in the competition, and they prepare a special assassination plan for you. So, Grandma's idea is that you attend school normally from Monday to Friday, but try not to show off your shooting skills. You can come to the base to train anytime on weekends. She looked at Rosie after speaking. Her family was quite lenient with Rosie, and many things were negotiable. Rosie ate while thinking. Nicole's grandma was right. Now that she had received 500,000, she still needed to perform there to put their minds at ease. Okay. Nicole knew Lucy would agree, but hesitated. Grandma still hopes you can get the gene-modifying serum. The Deep family can provide the most expensive one. In her opinion, Lucy probably didn't want to get the serum. She never seen her interested in it, and even when it was mentioned, it was only out of curiosity. Her shooting talent was already top tier, surpassing many who received gene-modifying serums. There was absolutely no need for her to risk genetic damage by modifying her genes. Sure enough, Lucy refused, and Nicole breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you don't want to get it. No one can predict whether the risks will affect them. My brother has always wanted to get it, but the family won't allow it. Lucy frowned slightly. Why? You already had it, haven't you? In this era, everyone covets superpowers. After all, things that used to only exist in special effects are incredibly exciting once you actually have them. Nicole, because he's taking over the Deep family business. There can't be any risk for the head of the family. She smiled, controlling a small pot of baby's breath by the window to extend its branches into her hand. But it's good this way. Managing a family business is too tiring. Only after my brother took over was I allowed to inject the gene-modifying serum. Honestly, even when I saw people using their abilities before, it felt unreal. Only when you actually possess such abilities can you truly understand their wonders. You already reached the pinnacle in one area. Not injecting it is good too. That's true. The Deep family only has 2 children. At least one needs to be protected. Losai understood. Classes proceeded as usual on Monday, and the monthly exam award ceremony was this Friday. Losai's team was the undisputed first place. Lu Yuan's team remained first in the second year, while the third-year team changed from Wayne's team to another team. I heard that Wayne himself had suffered a genetic breakdown recently and couldn't take it anymore, so he committed suicide. A wave of silence swept through the school for him. No matter what, he was at least a very good captain. The entire ceremony was still conducted by Headmistress Sarah, who gave Lizzie a meaningful look as she handed her the award plaque. Lizzie smiled obediently and accepted the plaque with both hands. On Saturday, Lizzie decided to go and make her presence known to the Deep family. Nicole, who was at home, asked Lizzie to go to the dorm supervisor's office. Lizzie assumed the contact person was Supervisor Joan. She remembered adding her on Fission, though they hadn't chatted much. Upon reaching the first floor, Joan's door was open. Before Rossi could even knock, Joan waved for her to come in. As soon as Rossi entered, Joan closed the door. She turned around, her face beaming, her eyes full of admiration for Rossi, Good girl, you really got potential. I knew you make it big after watching your election video. Rossi awkwardly scratched her head. Aunt Joan, you flatter me. I'm not that amazing. You're only 4 months old, and the Deep family has already taken notice of you. You might even represent them in the public competition. You're already ahead of 99% of people. Joan said, going to the bedroom and lifting the bed by the leg. This solid wood bed wasn't light. Lifting it with one hand required considerable strength. Had Joan also been injected with genetic modification drugs? She knew she would represent the Deep family in the public competition, undoubtedly acting as their contact person, possessing abilities. The dormitory supervisor was just a figurehead. Joan picked up a small square tile under the bed, entered the password, and an underground passage appeared between the bed and the wall. Rosie looked at the passage that lit up as soon as it opened, and felt a pang of nostalgia. Everyone seemed to like hiding things underground. Joan, go in, left, 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 right, left, and you be there. The password to exit is 4407. Rosie obediently nodded and entered the passage via the steep stairs. The entrance above immediately closed. Following Joan's directions, Rosie successfully reached the designated location. Based on the branches she had seen along the way, this passage seemed to connect the entire school. Entering the password, Rosie successfully entered a room where an ordinary black sedan was parked. Beep beep, someone honked the horn from the driver's seat. Loci opened the passenger door. Looking at the familiar gold-rimmed glasses and business attire, wasn't that Headmistress Sarah? Was she also from the Deep family? No wonder she glanced at her during the award ceremony. Loci thought Sarah had discovered something. Turns out, Sarah knew she would be representing the Deep family in the competition, and now she was even responsible for driving her home. Loci greeted her with a smile, naturally sitting in the passenger seat. Good morning, Teacher Sarah. I didn't expect it to be you driving me. Sarah adjusted her glasses and started the car. Yes, it's me. You can contact me in advance if you need to go to training. She then picked up a steamed bun and a bottle of milk from the side and tossed them onto Loci's lap. Eat more. The preliminary rounds start at the end of next summer. Loci was puzzled. Isn't the preliminary round in the second month of next summer? It starts at the end of summer, which means there are only 2 months left. As soon as Sarah started the car, the wall directly in front of the car suddenly opened to both sides, revealing a passageway outside, but wide enough for vehicles to drive through. The lights were on all along, and Sarah navigated the interior with practiced ease. We received a message from the patriarchal planet. Normally, the arrival is at the end of next year, but this time it will be a while earlier. The 5 major families have discussed it together, and the finals will also be moved up, though the specific date hasn't been set yet. After the preliminary results are released, you'll be able to reorganize your teams and train for a period before participating in the finals. I see. Loci picked up a steamed bun and ate it without a second thought. Her position was crucial. Sarah wouldn't poison her. After driving for a short while, the car reached the end of the road. The enclosed wall opened again, and when Loci and the others emerged, they were in a small villa not far from the United Academy. The car windows used the latest privacy material, and Sarah drove normally on the main road. After winding through the streets, they entered the underground garage of a small villa in the north of the city. Chapter 130. We're here, let's go down, Sarah said, getting out of the car briskly. Led by Sarah, Loci entered another underground passage and finally took an elevator to the training base. This location is similar to where I filmed the commercial before. The elevator doors opened, revealing a corridor and a half-open iron door. Sarah stepped out of the elevator first. It's the same place, but we're on the basement level now. Loci followed, and Sarah explained as they walked. There are 2 basement levels, which are classified. Except for a few people with permission, no one else can come in. At the door, 2 burly bodyguards in combat uniforms, carrying guns, smiled and nodded at Sarah. Director Sarah. Yes, this is Loci Brenda, a preliminary contestant for the public competition. I enter her information later, Sarah said, opening her arms skillfully. Okay, no problem. One of them picked up a metal detector and scanned Sarah's entire body, then checked her hand over. Another person picked up a device and scanned Sarah's face. After confirming it was clean, the 2 stepped aside to let Sarah in. Once inside, Sarah turned to Rossi and explained, the underground base is quite strict. No one can bring weapons or dangerous items. Rossi, who was wearing very thick clothing, was asked to take off her down jacket for another check. Only after confirming there were no prohibited items did the 2 step aside. The interior was immediately strikingly different. All white decor, bright and spacious, with a 5-meter-high ceiling that didn't feel oppressive even in a basement. The ventilation system worked 24 hours a day, and there was almost no odor. The people around her, wearing white lab coats, went about their work methodically. However, everyone stopped to greet Sarah upon seeing her, those in a hurry simply nodding and rushing off. Rosie followed behind, asking curiously, "Are you the headmaster here too?" Sarah didn't turn around, leading Rosie through corridor after corridor. "Yes, but I'm the deputy. You met the headmaster, Orion Deep. She oversees both underground floors." It was actually Grandma Nicole, somewhat unexpected, yet understandable. Someone who had once single-handedly managed such a large family, even in her old age, wouldn't completely entrust everything to her descendants. Rosie was just a little surprised. Grandma Nicole was already over 70, and still recovering from her injuries. The 2 underground floors were all classified information, and involved in tribute. Managing them would require considerable effort. Sarah was also a ruthless person. The headmaster of the Joint Academy already had enough to handle. She hadn't expected her to be in charge here. Grandma Nicole certainly wouldn't handle the usual trivial matters. Everything fell to Sarah. With both sides combined, she didn't get a single day of rest. Finally arriving at Sarah's office, she scanned her iris with a black device placed beside her, performed a few simple operations, and then entered loci into the system. "You can come anytime, but only on this floor. You're currently a classified personnel, and cannot go above ground. You don't have permission for the second basement level yet." Loci, understood. Sarah put down the device, and pulled out a special multifunctional sensor from her desk, putting it on her temple. "A new member has arrived. All preliminary contestants, gather in the training lounge." As she finished speaking, the light on the multifunctional sensor disappeared. She walked out, and loci followed. The underground section was about the same size as the above-ground section. It would take an average person at least half an hour to walk around it. Along the way, many staff members greeted Sarah, and were also very curious about the little girl Loci. Some recognized her, some didn't, and they discussed her quietly. Until they reached a door, Sarah swiped her iris, and the door opened automatically. 18 people sitting in the lounge all looked towards the door, their intense gazes passing over Sarah and landing directly on Loci. Loci stood there as usual, her posture upright yet relaxed despite the not-so-friendly stares. Sarah took a few steps closer, and the 18 people quickly lined up, their gazes becoming much less intense. "This is Loci Brenda, a preliminary competitor for the public competition. She's very strong in shooting and combat. From now on, she'd be your teammate. I hope you all get along well and work together." The 18 people answered loudly in unison, "Yes." Sarah patted Loci's shoulder twice. "You be training here from now on. Get used to it as soon as possible. I have some things to take care of, so I'd be leaving now." As soon as she left, the door behind her closed automatically. The 18 people who had been standing in neat rows immediately surrounded Loci. There were men and women, but none who were this young. One of them, a thin, white man, spoke first. "You're Loci? I heard of you before, but I didn't expect to meet you here." Loci glanced at the group briefly, then looked at the man who had spoken to her. "You're a gunslinger too." Judging from the calluses on his hands, he was definitely a gunslinger. The man narrowed his eyes, instinctively hiding his hands behind his back. "Yes, good eyesight. Dare to have a match with me?" The tournament limited teams to 6 people, so only 1/3 of the 18 would have a chance to go into battle. But now, Loci has arrived, and right before the competition. The fact that someone is willing to squeeze in at this point means Loci's talent and ability have been recognized by the main family, and she could very well take their spots. Unlike Loci, they've been preparing for this tournament for 10 years, even more than a decade, with the shortest training period being 5 years. Initially, tens of thousands were selected, eliminated step by step, until now, on the eve of the competition, only 18 remain. They thought the final selection would be from among them, but now Loci has appeared, making their 10 years of effort seem like a joke. They don't have Loci's good fortune. Just signing a contract gives them 500,000 points. Over the past 10 years, they've gone from a fixed monthly salary of 500 points to the current 5,000, with the 1 million point bonus only coming after securing a spot in the competition. Those participating in the selection are all from impoverished families. It's already remarkable that they persevered this far. They knew they would die on the battlefield participating in the Deep Family's selection, but they were willing to go for their families. They all received at least 2 injections of gene-modifying drugs, some even as many as 5. They don't know when their genes might suddenly collapse. Rather than be eliminated and return home as a ticking time bomb, they rather take a gamble in the public competition. At least, they could send their families $1 million. Even if someone dies, if the team achieves a good ranking, the Deep family will still provide the reward to their families. Therefore, none of them want to be eliminated. Lassie readily agreed, okay. She came here to demonstrate the Deep family's strength. Chapter 131. Faced with the confident Lucy, the man felt a pang of fear. A team could only have one shooter, and Lucy was undoubtedly his greatest enemy. He had practiced almost day and night, his body unsuitable for gene-modifying injections, relying solely on his skill to get to where he was now. But now Lucy had arrived. She was not only skilled but also a formidable fighter. Considering everything, even if Lucy's skills were slightly inferior to his, the Deep family would still choose her. Therefore, his current task was to completely overwhelm her to secure his spot. The 18 men all headed towards the left side, many patting the man on the shoulder in support and comfort. They believed in their teammate. Some of them had seen Lucy's advertisements. Frankly, her skills were indeed impressive, but still a bit lacking compared to Jack. Jack had focused solely on shooting practice for over a decade, something a greenhorn like Lucy couldn't compare to. Even with her exceptional talent, she needed several more years of honing her skills. They discussed quietly, occasionally glancing back at Lucy. Lucy remained calm and followed them to the shooting range. The weaponry was comprehensive, including the laser gun developed by Lin Zizhou. 17 people stood with Jack, one of them arrogantly asking, "What gun do you want to shoot?" "Jack is an all-rounder, we let you choose first." Lucy casually picked a rifle, this one. Jack secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was indeed an all-rounder, but his physical limitations meant he wasn't strong enough. Thankfully, Lucy hadn't chosen a sniper rifle or anything with high recoil. He looked at the surrounding cameras. Today's battle would determine who would compete between him and Lucy. He tried to calm himself. A shooter must remain calm at all times. The optimal moment to fire is fleeting, and they must be highly attentive. His teammates cheered him on. "Jack, you can do it. Go for it. Give her a taste of her own. Jack, show her what you got. Go for it. Your decade plus of experience isn't something a little girl like her can match. We always support you." Jack, adjusting the shooting difficulty, looked at the two hardest modes. He glanced at Lucy, who was assembling her weapon, hesitated for a moment, and then chose one. Amidst the cheering, the two had assembled their weapon and checked it thoroughly. Jack specifically reminded Lucy, "There are 100 targets." Lucy nodded, raised her gun, and looked towards the shooting range. The laser projection countdown appeared in the center of the range. 3, 2. Lucy and Jack simultaneously took a deep breath, instantly shutting out the surrounding noise. Their eyes were fixed on the targets. 1. The countdown ended. 2 green dots appeared on the vast shooting range. The two shooters pulled their triggers almost simultaneously, 2 gunshots piercing the targets. The control panel projected their scores. 1.0, a perfect score. Jack's reaction speed isn't even half as fast as mine, and this Lucy is on par with him. She's got something going on. Maybe it's just luck. Besides, with that small frame, it's good enough she can hold a gun for half an hour. She'd definitely lose accuracy towards the end of the match. The 17 people who had been making a ruckus nearby quieted down considerably, whispering amongst themselves as they focused intently on the two shooters. The second pair of targets appeared in different locations, and both men fired with undivided focus and at top speed. Their speed remained neck and neck. Jack swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the firing range, gun raised, watching the targets that could appear at any moment. He didn't have time to check Rossi's score, but he could tell from the sounds that they were almost identical. 9 targets in a row, both men scored a perfect 1.0. The initial doubts about Rossi subsided, and everyone almost stopped discussing it, anxiously anticipating the next shot. On the 10th target, Jack's hand trembled with nervousness, scoring only 0.9 points, while Rossi still got a perfect score. The 17 people behind him grew anxious and quickly tried to comfort him. "Jack, you're usually very accurate, don't be nervous, you can do it." "Okay, everyone stop talking. The more we talk, the more nervous we get. Just watch quietly." One of them couldn't stand it anymore and quickly stopped the others from offering further encouragement. Jack pursed his lips tightly. Those people were so easy to talk to, always so hot-tempered, and now they were telling him not to be nervous. This was about his future. How could he not be nervous? He lowered his eyes. He was sure he could win if he got the first shot. The 11th target appeared, but there was only one, and it was right on Jack's side. Rosie was stunned. Was the target broken? Why wasn't it on her side? She only hesitated for a moment before Jack fired first. Jack scored 10.9, temporarily leading Rosie by 10 points. Meanwhile, at the Deep family's house, Nicole sat beside her grandmother, watching the match nervously. She angrily complained for Rosie. He cheated. The later targets became two people competing for one. Why didn't they tell Rosie? They even turned off the laser cue. The standard mode has text prompts, but those who train regularly are already familiar with them, so they can choose to turn off the prompts for new levels. Lossie didn't know things would change later, and could only swallow this bitter pill. Grandma patted Nicole's head, her tone flat. Good girl, the public tournament won't be this friendly. It's good for her to experience the atmosphere beforehand. Nicole pursed her lips, remaining silent. Then Grandma smiled and said, didn't you not want her to participate in the public tournament? Now that she's lost, isn't that exactly what you wanted? Nicole pouted and buried her head in her grandma's arms, acting spoiled. It's different. She knew that Lossie was already slated to participate in the public tournament. She knew when the contract came out. Unless something unexpected happens to Lossie midway through, or her skills decline significantly, Grandma wouldn't replace her. Even if Lossie lost the match today because of Jack's trickery, she would still be the one participating in the public tournament in the end. Jack's skills are good, but his physical condition is ultimately a weakness. Lossie filled this gap in her skills, even improving it significantly. Knowing the predetermined outcome, Nicole couldn't bear to see Lossie lose the competition because of someone else's cunning. At the shooting range, the second target of the second round appeared quickly, still only one. Lossie realized she was entering a new level when Jack took the 11th target. He had cheated, and Lossie's anger, though initially rising, was quickly suppressed. Lossie successfully scored a perfect score on this one. Targets continued to appear, the two evenly matched, trading points back and forth. Overall, Jack was still leading by 0.9 points. The second round had a total of 20 targets, increasing in speed as they progressed. With the last target approaching, Jack panicked. If Lossie took the last target of the second round, not only would his advantage disappear, but he would also be 0.1 points behind Lossie. So he didn't care anymore, and didn't pursue a perfect score. He barely made it to the last target in the second round, scoring only 0.2 points. Chapter 132. Their current total scores are Jack 20.1 and Lizzie 19. There are still 60 targets left. The first two rounds each had 20 targets per round, and Lizzie guessed there would be 3 more rounds. Sure enough, only 5 seconds later, new targets appeared, now moving targets. The two were evenly matched, taking turns hitting targets, seemingly quite harmonious. In reality, their skills were evenly matched. Even with all their effort, they couldn't gain the upper hand. The third round of 20 targets also ended quickly, with Jack still leading Lizzie by 1.1 points. The fourth round was different. All 20 targets appeared simultaneously, moving rapidly at a speed the size of coins. Lizzie remained composed. During the 5-second interval, she changed her magazine and began firing one shot at a time. In this situation, spraying bullets was an option, but the score would be very low, and she would need to change magazines mid-fire, wasting scoring time. Jack also didn't choose single-shot firing. Initially, their scores were similar. But the closer it got to the end, the more nervous Jack became, and his gunshots were noticeably slower than Ross's, by half a second. But it was precisely that half second that allowed Rossi to successfully score a perfect mark on the last two targets. Jack, 39.1. Rossi, 40.0. The 17 people behind him were now eerily quiet. Could this really be the result of a 14 or 15-year-old? Inside the manor, Grandma Nicole nodded in satisfaction. A calm demeanor, good stamina, and excellent reaction speed. If this were a real battlefield, Jack would already be dead at Ross's hands. Cold sweat soaked the back of Jack's black and white combat uniform. His hand gripping the gun trembled slightly. Even with the initial advantage, was he still going to lose? Rossi maintained her gun-holding posture, focusing intently on the shooting range. She had no time to think about anything else. The final round of targets appeared quickly. Bionic target shooting. The first one was a butterfly, which Lossie hit first. The moment the first one disappeared, the second one immediately appeared, and Jack was quicker to take it down. Even if he couldn't stay in the end, he wanted to give it his all. This was his last act of dignity. At this rate, Lossie was guaranteed to win. However, the targets that appeared afterward were all near Jack, as if God was on his side. Lossie frowned. The location and size of the bionic targets were random. She was incredibly unlucky. The 17 people behind her tried to keep their voices down as they discussed. These targets are a bit strange. Yeah, I practice shooting with Jack occasionally, and this has never happened before. Could they tamper with them? They wanted Jack to win. All his years of hard work couldn't be wasted. But this situation felt like cheating. If he won, they would lose face, as if they were deliberately bullying a little girl. Inside the manor, Nicole protested loudly, "Grandma, why are you helping others? Lizzie is my master." Good heavens. Orion Deep's hand left the control system, and she said casually, "It's just a trivial little competition. Perfect for seeing your master's potential. Losing isn't shameful." Nicole's protests were futile, and she could only sit and watch. In the entire Deep family, only Nicole dared to yell at her grandmother like that. Even the other family members, her own sons, wouldn't dare question her so loudly, only asking in hushed tones. The targets were too advantageous for Jack, allowing him to regain a point. Now Lizzie was 0.1 points behind him. With only 5 targets left, Lizzie activated her hearing. The laser projections also produced sound. She could lose openly, but this was a different story. Jack gritted his teeth. He heard his teammates' whispers. They hadn't said anything directly, but he knew what they meant. He hadn't cheated, and winning now would be dishonorable. The last 5 targets appeared simultaneously. Loci moved with lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. Only 3 shots rang out, yet all the targets were hit. The match was over. Jack stared at Loci in disbelief, then turned to look at the score on the control panel behind him. Jack, 48.1. Loci, 50.2. He stumbled back 2 steps, bumping into the wall, his eyes filled with confusion. Of the last 5 targets, Loci hit 4 with 2 shots, while he only managed to fire 1. Loci stood up. She had adjusted her position and direction with lightning speed to achieve a double kill. Unfortunately, she missed the bullseye on the last target, scoring only 0.2, but winning was enough. Loci exhaled, her tense body finally relaxing. Jack's marksmanship was indeed excellent. He had already used his full strength against him. If he hadn't used his super hearing at the end, he would most likely have lost. The intense, continuous shooting had also exhausted Rossi. To the astonishment of the others, he simply slung his gun back over his shoulder. Since they were already here, Rossi decided to explore the place. He smiled slightly at the remaining 17 people. Could anyone show me around? The group exchanged glances, and then a red-haired, curly-haired, white-haired man stepped forward. "I'd do it." He looked very young, probably in his early 20s, about 1.85 meters tall, with a normal to slightly slender build, deep-set features, and fair skin with a healthy glow. Inside the manor, Nicole jumped up and shouted, "Yay! Master won!" Orion chuckled helplessly. Loci's final 2 shots had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. Her talent had ranked among the top 10 on the entire planet Aegil in the 100-plus years since it entered the Wasteland era. She had been hiding her true abilities. The Deep family was lucky to have captured her. "This way." The red-haired man led the way out of the shooting range and walked to the left. Lassie followed. "What's your name?" Red-haired man, Hong Yen. "A Chinese name?" Lassie asked, but Hong Yen had a very standard Caucasian appearance, without any mixed-race features. Hong Yen chuckled and generously revealed his background. "I'm an orphan. My mother is of Asian descent, and her surname is Hong. She saw my red hair and felt a connection, so she picked me up from a garbage dump. However, my family is quite poor, so I thought I'd try my luck here. I didn't expect to be chosen. It's been about 5 years now, making me the one with the shortest training time. So that's how it is." Luoshi listened silently without saying much. Hong Yen explained as he walked, also mentioning his abilities. Matching his name, he possesses fire-based abilities. He has currently received 3 injections of gene-modifying drugs, and his overall rating fluctuates around the qualifying level. Originally, the competition time wasn't set. If it were in winter, his abilities would be at a disadvantage in the cold environment, potentially leading to his elimination. But now that the time is set, the late summer/early summer season gives his abilities a relative advantage, greatly increasing his chances of being selected. Furthermore, since Luoshi's position doesn't clash with his, he doesn't harbor much hostility towards Luoshi. As the one with the shortest training time, he was always the one who was ostracized, so he could better understand the difficulties faced by newcomers. Chapter 133. There were many specialized training rooms inside, including a fire-type ability training room for Hong Yen. He proudly opened the door. The room was pitch black. He gave an awkward smile. "It gets burned several times a day. It's impossible to clean properly. Luo, she looked at him curiously. Can I see the strength of your ability? She had seen Jack's shooting skills, but not the abilities of the others. Hong Yan straightened his back and strode in. No problem. Don't come in, just watch from the glass window outside. Luo, she obediently went to the glass observation window made from a section of the wall. Hong Yan closed the door. There were no lights inside. They were burned out so many times every day that he simply didn't bother installing any. He took a deep breath, and as he raised his right hand, a cluster of orange-red flame appeared half a finger's width above his palm. He flipped his hand, palm down, and then moved his whole body, assuming a posture similar to casting a spell in a Chinese cultivation novel. After a few fiddlings, the flame had grown to the size of a soccer ball. With a swing of his leg, he half-stanced a horse stance, then concentrated all his strength in his shoulders, forcefully pushing out with both hands. The flame shot out violently, crashing into the wall. But the football-sized flame exploded upon contact with the barrier, releasing energy far exceeding its surface size. Instantly, flames engulfed the entire training room. Standing outside, Losai could only vaguely make out a black and white figure in the red light. Losai tilted her head back. Even through the special glass, she could feel the intense heat inside. Was Hong Yan alright in there? After burning for about 10 seconds, the ceiling sprinklers suddenly sprayed a large amount of water to extinguish the fire. The fire was extinguished in no time, and the alternating hot and cold steam once again enveloped the room. As the exhaust fan whirred wildly, Hong Yan opened the door and stepped out. He wasn't injured, but his clothes were covered in black stains, especially 2 bright black stains under his nostrils. He expertly wiped them away with his sleeve, a smile on his face. It's always like this. It's cleaner if I don't spray water. This power far surpassed anyone Luo she had ever seen. Even Lu Yuan, the top student in the grade, only possessed half the power of Hong Yan's abilities. She had thought the people outside were already quite formidable, but after seeing Hong Yan, she realized that the truly powerful individuals had been reserved for the tournament. Even with Hong Yan's strength, he wasn't strong enough to guarantee a spot in the tournament. The teams that would ultimately compete would only get stronger, making the tournament far more dangerous than she had imagined. Luo, she looked at him earnestly and asked, "Did you really have to do that intro to your power just now?" "No, it just looked cooler that way. I don't usually do that. I just wanted to give you a little performance since it was your first time here, so I exaggerated a bit," Hong Yan quickly explained, waving his hands. Losai nodded knowingly. It was fine without it. It would be a waste to have such a powerful attack if it required a significant wind-up. There were many training rooms, and Losai planned to head back after touring them. "Huh? Are you going to train a bit more before you leave?" Everyone here trained until they were completely exhausted, but Losai had only had a match and a quick look around before leaving. "No, I have things to do. Thank you for showing me around today." After saying that, Losai went to Sarah's office. "I'm going back to school. Will you give me a ride?" Sarah was busy working on her computer and didn't even give him a second glance. "You did well just now. Can you drive?" Rossi chuckled. "Thank you for the compliment. I'm a new driver, still a bit clumsy." There were surveillance cameras everywhere. Rossi knew Sarah would definitely be watching. Hearing this, Sarah opened a drawer with one hand, took out a key, and tossed it to her. "You can only use the route you came in. No getting out of the car or opening the windows along the way." Rossi caught it, assuring her, "No problem." Returning to the entrance, the 2 guards looked at Rossi, who was leaving get off work, with envy. "Take care, Miss Rossi Brenda." Rossi smiled and nodded, quickly using her facial recognition to take the elevator and leave. Now that her face was registered in the system, she could freely enter and exit these passages. The car she'd driven in the morning was still there. Rossi got in briskly. She was an experienced driver. It was just that the original owner hadn't driven before, which was why she said she wasn't skilled. Following the route she come from, she quickly reached the street from the villa's garage. This journey would take about 20 minutes. Rossi looked at the surrounding buildings while sensing the fluctuations of the source crystal. There were fluctuations every so often, though they were quite far apart and the fluctuations were small. Suddenly, a strong fluctuation came from above, rapidly approaching and then rapidly receding. Luo, she clutched her excited heart, looking up to see only 3 sky blue hover cars. Sky blue hover cars are prohibited within the safe zone because they are the same color as the sky, making collisions more likely. This color is only used for missions, so those cars had just returned from a mission, carrying a large amount of source crystals. The amount of source crystals that could make her heart race must be enormous. After successfully returning to the dormitory corridor, Luo she sent a message to Aunt Cheong, asking her to move. This entrance wasn't used often. Joan had always blocked it with her bed. Emerging from the passage, Joan cheerfully asked, "Why are you back so early? I thought you stayed longer." "Just a quick look around. I had something to do, so I went back to my dorm first." Losai didn't elaborate. Joan wasn't considered an insider, and it was best not to reveal anything about what was inside. "Okay, go ahead." Joan wasn't angry at Losai's simple answer, still smiling. Back in her dorm, after checking that no one had been there, Losai flashed into her spatial dimension. The two guardians immediately came over, wagging their tails, begging to be petted. After Losai petted them, they obediently returned to their positions. The purifying grass on the gray soil was a beautiful, ethereal blue. They were mature, and Losai bent down and pulled them out one by one. 50 purifying grasses, 310 seeds, plus the seeds left over from before, for a total of 325 seeds. She had only kept 10 seeds of Libra grass, and planted them all this time. She had only planted 30 seeds of purifying grass, leaving her with 295 seeds. Because one of the radish shoots she had saved earlier had fruited, she decided to set aside some for it. The radish shoots had many seeds, about 100 per plant, but the seeded shoots were hollow inside, full of fiber, and not very tasty. Luo she planted 10 new radish shoot seeds, making full use of the dusty soil. After quickly organizing the items she needed to sell today, Luo she left her space and started reading. She knew the Deep family might be watching her since she had just gone out during the day, so she planned to sneak out to sell at night. While reading, her bracelet rang. It was a photo from Nicole. The photo only showed Nicole in her exquisite and luxurious traditional European dress. Looking up, she saw a large banquet hall with a classical band playing. The people around her were only shown from the lower half of their bodies. They were all dressed in formal attire. Nicole's heavy blue and white tulle dress looked dreamy, like a princess. Chapter 134. Nicole, people from Safe Zone 1 are here. Grandma insisted I attend this banquet. It's so boring. I'm so used to wearing casual clothes. Formal wear is so uncomfortable. Lassie closed her e-reader. The news of people from Safe Zone 1 reminded her of the 3 hover cars she saw on her way back today. She typed a few words and sent them. They came in 3 hover cars? Nicole, how did you know? Did you see them today? Lassie, yeah, on my way back. What are they here for? Nicole, I don't know yet. They specially organized this banquet to welcome their grandmother. Several other families are sending either their heads or their direct descendants. They're taking it very seriously. Lassie, it might be related to the competition. I remember Safe Zone 1 is in charge of this year's competition. Nicole, okay, I keep an eye on it and give you the latest inside information. Lassie, haha, okay, thank you for your hard work, my good apprentice. Lassie carefully calculated the time. She'd been in Safe Zone 3 for over 4 months. Normally, winter would end in about a month, but this year's winter was long, and its duration was uncertain. There were less than 2 months until the preliminary rounds. Her current abilities were barely sufficient at school, but after meeting Hong Yen, she realized there were even more powerful geniuses beyond the geniuses. Before the public competition began, she needed to raise her strength to the next level. Just then, Sarah sent a message. The team will be training in the North Outer Ring next Friday. You're going too. The tone was commanding, and Lassie couldn't refuse, so she readily agreed. Participating in such an important competition, as the public competition meant she would definitely train and cooperate with her teammates. Sarah, it'd take a while. I help you ask for leave. Lassie, okay. After confirming everything was alright, Lassie continued reading. Knowledge gave her confidence before she acted. That night, the sound of a door opening suddenly came from outside the dormitory. Judging from the undisguised sound of those high heels, it was undoubtedly Nicole. Master, look what I brought you. Her voice preceded her arrival. When Lassie opened her door, she saw Nicole proudly holding up a bag with a high-end black and white print. Lassie sniffed. It contained desserts, roast duck, and some Chinese food. Before she could even guess, Nicole had already closed the door and eagerly placed the items on the dining table. Master, I have some inside information. Let's talk while we eat. Lassie sat down cooperatively. Did you pack these from the banquet? Nicole, who was unpacking the food, nodded and said, yes, I didn't have an appetite at the banquet. The roast duck looked good, so I asked the waiter to pack some for me. I haven't been hungry for so long, but as soon as I got back to my dorm, I felt like I hadn't eaten for 3 days. Rossi chuckled. A young lady from a wealthy family packing food? You're the first I ever seen do that. Nicole didn't care at all. She knew about the hardships of the lower classes, but she had never witnessed or experienced it firsthand. She had always lived as a princess in a castle, so she didn't pay much attention to such trivial things as cherishing food. After coming to the United Academy, she had more freedom and less money, and she experienced different lifestyles with her classmates. She tried her best to avoid extravagance. She would never have packed food from a banquet before. It was a very shameful thing to do among the nobility. If she really wanted to eat something, she would just hire a chef to cook it at home. Things are different now. Looking at the beautifully prepared food, most of which was untouched, she felt a pang of regret, so she packed some up to take home. Keeping the lunch in the fridge for breakfast tomorrow would be a good idea. After rolling up a roast duck to her liking, Nicole popped it into her mouth and exclaimed with satisfaction, "So delicious. It would be even better if it were fresh out of the oven." She swallowed it in a few bites, then wiped the sauce from her lips with a tissue. "By the way, Master, you were right. The people from Safe Zone 1 really were here to discuss the tournament. The number of participants in the finals is the same as in previous years. Each safe zone can only have one team of 6 people, and the mutated creatures they bring must be within a controllable range, with a limit of 6 per team. The date is tentatively set for around the end of February next year." Loci continued rolling up the roast duck. "So early. That means there's less than a month of training time after the finals. But that's fine too, she can go to interstellar space sooner. Nicole, because the offerings arrive on the main planet in March or April, the finals have been moved up. The previous offerings were always made at the end of summer. I heard the ships responsible for collecting the offerings changed their routes. Our planet will collect them first, and then the others." Taking a bite of dessert, Nicole continued, "The competition venues are tentatively set at 2 locations. A final decision will be made after collecting opinions from all 4 safe zones, but it won't be announced until the finals begin. Venue 1, the Barren Desert, located north of Safe Zone 1, covering approximately 82,000 square kilometers. It features a mix of medium and high radiation, and is home to many flying and reptilian mutated creatures. Venue 2, the Forbidden Forest, located east of Safe Zone 1, covering 60,000 square kilometers. It features karst topography, hilly terrain, dense vegetation, biodiversity, and a mix of low, medium, and high radiation. Both locations are quite representative. The 4 safe zone, for black people, will most likely choose the desert. The other 3 safe zones are more like forests, but the choice will depend on the contestants' abilities, so it's hard to say which one will be chosen in the end. If Rossi had to choose, she wouldn't like either. The desert offers no shelter, neither underground nor in the air is safe, and even resting is difficult. Furthermore, contestants are only allowed 3 days' worth of food, but the competition lasts 5 days, making water a major issue. Water can certainly be obtained from the forest, but the number of mutated creatures is enormous, including elusive insects and snakes, and trees with unknown potential for mutation and aggression. The dangers there are greater and harder to detect than in the desert. After their conversation and meal, the 2 washed up and went to their rooms to sleep. It was late, and Nicole was too lazy to go home. On Sunday, Rossi trained with Nicole after a long time, and both were exhausted by the end of the day. While resting in the infirmary, at Nicole's insistence, Rossi had her radiation levels checked. They had dropped to 29. Nurse Nanu chimed in, "It's decreased quite a bit, but the final radiation level will likely stay around 27. Loci herself didn't react to the high radiation, but Nicole was extremely depressed. Her radiation level was only 5. It had risen to 7 during a mission, but had recovered to 5 after treatment. A radiation level exceeding 10 was terrifying for her, yet Loci's was at least 27, only 13 away from 40. The tournament venue was mostly of medium to high radiation. If she stayed there for 5 days, even if she won, her survival would be questionable. Chapter 135. She wanted to persuade Loci not to go, but seeing Loci acting as if nothing was wrong, she swallowed the words back. Monday was a normal day of classes. On Tuesday, all the first-year ability classes were assigned to the North Inner Ring for a mutation containment mission. The group of about 2,000 people was impressive. The hover cars were replaced with regular cars. Everyone was chatting and laughing, which made the students of Class A feel somewhat dazed. They didn't seem to be there for a mission, they seemed to be on a winter outing. Most of the students in Class A had encountered danger on previous missions, unlike the other classes, who had almost escaped unscathed. The mindset of the 2 groups was different. The surrounding residents, unaware of the situation, thought that troublesome mutated creatures had appeared outside. Class A's team was entirely assigned to the area bordering the North Middle Ring, while Losai's team naturally took over the Inner Ring's first area. The mission wasn't particularly difficult. The main problem was the overabundance of low-level mutated creatures. Otherwise, the school wouldn't have assigned all the ability classes. Arriving at the spot where the mutated earthworms had previously burrowed, the entrance had been simply filled in, but faint traces of their former dense swarms were still visible. The ground was teeming with insects, but they were small, and their attack power was almost identical to before the mutation. The group could easily dispatch them with their flamethrowers. The mission's absurd success left them feeling somewhat surreal. Just as they were debating whether to head back now or wait, hoping for another wave, Jill Newman suddenly sent an invitation. "Lossie, would you like to check out Central and earn some points? I know a place full of D-level mutated creatures. Their damage and defense aren't high, and it's only about 20 kilometers from here." Nicole and Tuka were somewhat tempted, but Jionai and Qin Dinglan weren't keen on taking the risk. Lossie frowned and replied, "We're not going." "You better not go either, or I tell the homeroom teacher immediately." In Lossie's survival rule, never act rashly, especially not based on the words of someone from another gang who had infiltrated the group. Judging from his tone, it was hearsay, and his credibility was less than 30%. Lossie was certain she hadn't been discovered by the Black River gang yet, but her team included Nicole and Qin Dinglan, two people with special identities. What if the Black River gang went crazy and decided to target them? Making money was important, but not this way. Furthermore, Grote was dead, and not a single member of the Black River gang had tried to recruit her. It seemed no one knew of her existence. Hearing her words, Jill Newman's face contorted, her voice anxious. "No, Lucy, we already made up about the misunderstanding, haven't we? If you don't want to go, fine, but why are you telling the teacher when we go?" Lucy's voice was calm. "It's for your own good. Don't take unnecessary risks. If you insist on going, fine, but don't drag your teammates to their deaths." Jill Newman was about to argue when Nicole's voice suddenly rang out. "Jill Newman, Lucy is doing this for your own good. Going to Central is against the rules." Qin Dinglan also chimed in. "You make it sound so good, so why do you insist on dragging us along? Doesn't this prove you can't guarantee 100% safety? Our team is a bit stronger, but we're not here to be your shields." Jill Newman quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. Lucy saved us last time, and I wanted to ask you to come out of gratitude. I got the information from a third-year student. It cost me quite a few points. That's a gathering place for mutated sparrows, a bit troublesome to deal with, but their damage isn't high, and they're usually quite well behaved, so the third-year students haven't dealt with them." "That sounds good." Losai still didn't intend to go. The most severe punishment for violating the rules and going to Central School could be expulsion, and Jill Newman was afraid Losai would really tell on him. Plus, his teammates had been persuaded by Losai and were considering quitting, so he had to abandon the idea. But as expected, something unexpected still happened. A panicked male voice rang out in the regional communication, tinged with static. Hello, this is United Academy, 3rd year Class A, currently under attack by mutated alpine rhododendrons, requesting reinforcements, over." A location was also sent. The 5 members of the team exchanged glances. The distance was only about 20 kilometers, bordering the place Jill Newman had previously headed. Wearing their exoskeletons, they could reach it in about half an hour. Although rushing there after receiving a distress call wasn't against regulations, that was the Central Ring Road, and they weren't sure they could handle the dangers there. Tuka spoke first. "Captain, what do you think?" At the same time, Jill Newman also asked Losai if she wanted to go provide support. She'd definitely earn a lot of points. "No." Losai decisively refused. Their team wasn't mature enough, going might not be helpful, and could even cause trouble. Besides, the person who just spoke was acting strangely. At first glance, it sounded like an unstable signal, but upon closer inspection, his punctuation was off. Especially the phrase "I'm from the United Academy, Class A." Everyone either says they're from a particular team in the United Academy, or who they are. Who says they're from Class A? In short, he gave Losai a strange feeling, like he was imitating someone else's speech. She wasn't sure, but she didn't want to take the risk. Worried that the school hadn't received the information, Losai contacted the school directly to report the matter and express her concerns. The school quickly responded and arranged for rescue personnel. However, Jill Newman wasn't giving up and contacted another team from her class to quietly head over there. Losai and her group of 5 quietly stayed in their assigned area. More bugs arrived later, and they quickly cleared them away. The ones they missed were left for the students behind to clean up. They couldn't just come out and do nothing. Hey, this is Team 1 from Class F of the first year. The number of bugs has suddenly increased, and we can't keep up with some of them. Are the teams from Class A ahead of us all right? Loci frowned. If she wasn't mistaken, Jill Newman's team was responsible for the area in front of the team that had just spoken. The swarm of bugs over there hasn't been cleared yet? Loci immediately used the intercom between the two teams to call out, Gil, are you still in your area? Xiao Xiang. Are you still there? There was no reply. Loci had a bad feeling. They'd probably gone to the central area, but now he didn't know if they were deliberately ignoring him or if the signal was down and they hadn't heard him. Soon, another team further back also communicated, saying that the swarm of bugs over their area had also increased, and they couldn't contact the teams ahead either. Loci quickly concluded that they'd probably gone with Gil Newman's team. Gionai panicked a little. What do we do now? Should we go too? Loci firmly shook his head. Let them die if they want to. You and I will go clear the area Gil Newman's team is responsible for. Let the teams nearby handle the other team's area. Chapter 136. After speaking, she put away the flamethrower and looked at Nicole and the other two. Communicate immediately if anything happens. I'll be there as soon as possible. Okay, be careful, Qin Dinglon said with concern. The insects weren't too dangerous now, but no one knew what the next second would bring. When Loci arrived, the insects were swarming densely packed. She and Gionai were being burned to a crisp, sometimes even exploding. Loci had already reported Jill Newman and the others' situation to the school. They had a support role, so they probably wouldn't be punished. That wasn't Loci's real purpose anyway. If something happened to them, and the school didn't know they were there, they might be overlooked during the rescue. Loci wouldn't do anything more. She already spoken, warned them, and if they died, it wouldn't be her fault. After clearing out 3 waves of insects, and getting through the daytime radiation surge until 6 p.m., the number of insects that arrived during that time was negligible. Based on a comprehensive assessment, the school issued a return order. As the radiation level rose, Loci collected a large mass of highly radioactive material and stored it in her spatial dimension. There was no need to use an energy barrier anymore. She could control it herself when needed. The group returned safely. The insects were worthless, and considering the consumption of source crystals, they had barely earned any points on this trip. It was purely a training camp. Class A had 5 teams in total, and now 2 were missing. This was quickly noticed by the other classes, who whispered about what had happened. Loci didn't want to get involved and had no intention of asking. Gionai, mustering her courage, asked Teacher Watson about the progress via Feishin. The reply was that it was an A-level mutated creature, and the rescue was still underway. The mutated creature wasn't contained, and the survivors rescued until the following morning. The school also released details of the incident. In essence, a team from Class 3B encountered an A-level mutated creature, a man-eating macaw, on their return from a mission. It possessed sonic attacks, along with powerful claws and teeth, and a defensive structure. It ambushed the third-year team without warning, resulting in 3 deaths and 5 serious injuries. It was already quite intelligent, and after mutating, its intelligence was roughly estimated to have reached that of a human teenager. Furthermore, its vocal cords were more intact, allowing it to easily mimic any sound without sounding artificial. So, after killing its prey, it very naturally imitated the sound of a human calling for their companions, although perhaps because it was the first time it had said it, it didn't remember it completely. However, several teams still rushed to the scene, including Jill Newman and another team. They only realized upon arrival that it was an A-level mutated creature, and the surviving members couldn't inform the others that it was a trap because their communication devices had been destroyed by the mutated maca's sonic attacks. 4 teams arrived in total. 2 of them were from the 3rd grade and managed to hold out for a while. The 2 first-grade teams could only help care for the wounded and did little else. By the time the school arrived to provide support, the death toll had reached 7, with 12 seriously injured and 17 slightly injured. One of the seriously injured succumbed to their injuries, resulting in the deaths of 8 people. 3 people from the 2 teams in Class A of the 1st grade died. The members of both teams are still receiving treatment and did not attend class today. The atmosphere in class was somewhat somber. After spending more than 4 months together, the sudden loss of 3 classmates left them somewhat disoriented. The morning's cultural class teacher was also aware of the incident and sternly warned the students not to misbehave. Jill Newman and his group were examples of this. Classes proceeded as usual. Those who sustained minor injuries returned on Thursday, while Jill Newman and several others, seriously injured, were still receiving treatment. After class, Loci entered her spatial dimension. She had to go to training after class tomorrow, so she could only sell the items today. Fortunately, the spatial crops would mature in 5 or 6 days, just in time. 10 Libra grass plants, 64 seeds. 30 purification grass plants, 185 seeds, plus the 295 seeds remaining from before, totaling 480 seeds. 10 radish sticks. There were still over 100 seeds left from before, but Loci didn't save any seeds this time. She harvested them all at their most palatable stage. Estimating the profits, Loci kept 30 seeds each of Libra grass and purification grass, and sold the rest in bulk. She reached upwards and controlled the radiation she had collected on Tuesday, channeling it into the Libra grass. At 9:30, hearing Nicole's sleeping voice and the gradually quieting path outside, Loci, with her blonde hair still on, easily slipped out. She arrived at the metal shop with practiced ease. It was already past 10 o'clock, and the owner was about to close when he saw the somewhat familiar figure. He stopped what he was doing, stepped aside to let Loci in. Loci's face was completely covered by a hat and scarf, and she entered without hesitation. Entering the bedroom, the little boy, who had been sleeping, groggily opened his eyes. Seeing a stranger, he immediately jumped out of bed, legs spread wide, fists clenched, and assumed an attacking stance. Loci stood there silently, carrying a black plastic bag. The shopkeeper entered a step later, his expression a mix of emotions as he looked at his son, who seemed ready to fight. The little boy realized this was a customer, blinked, and immediately lowered his hand. "Go back to sleep, you'll be fine soon," the burly man said, opening the basement door to go downstairs. The little boy refused, insisting on following him. The items inside were valuable, and he had to mind the shop during the day. His father usually wouldn't let him go down. Today, he finally had a chance, and he was determined to go down and see. Loci didn't care, and went to the basement first. Seeing the familiar black plastic bag, the burly man skillfully took it and began testing the radiation. This time, the level was higher than last time. The purifying grass and seeds were both green 1, but the Libra grass and seeds were a red 5. The burly man was slightly surprised, but didn't show it. He quickly finished the tests and asked the merchant who bought these items for today's purchase price. After some negotiation, the price of the purifying grass increased slightly to 2,420 points per plant, and the seeds were 505 points each. 1 Libra grass costs 1950 points, and each seed costs 540 points. 10 Libra grass plants are worth 19,500 points, and 34 seeds are worth 18,360 points. 30 purifying grass plants are worth 72,600 points, and 450 seeds are worth 227,250 points. Total, 337,710 points. The burly man was still somewhat incredulous when he calculated these points. Something that could fit in a black plastic bag was worth over 330,000 points. The little boy stood to the side, staring at the golden and blue grasses with shock and curiosity. These were incredibly valuable. The burly man took photos and sent them to the supplier. The supplier was also surprised by the quantity. Normally, these individual buyers would only buy a few plants at most. Who was this seller to be able to obtain so many high-quality plants? Chapter 137. Curiosity aside, the merchant promptly transferred the payment to the burly man. They had been partners for years, and he trusted the man's character, as well as his own capabilities. Anyone trying to scam him or skip out on the payment would have to rely on their luck. Upon receiving the money, and under the expectant gaze of the burly man, Loci said without hesitation, "Exchange for source crystals." The burly man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had guessed Loci would return to trade with him, so he had prepared source crystals of higher purity for her to carry. Fortunately, Loci had acted as he predicted. If Loci hadn't returned, such high-purity source crystals would have been difficult to sell. Most individuals or small organizations bought only tens of thousands of source crystals. He deftly picked up a source crystal the size of a fist, almost without any impurities, and said, "This one is worth 113,000 points." In the end, the burly man collected 4 stones, totaling 338,000 source crystals, none of them large enough to fill a single black plastic bag for Loci. Faced with the extra few hundred source crystals the burly man offered, which were rounded up to a whole number, Luoshi accepted them without hesitation and left without a word. The burly man remained silent. The little boy wanted to speak, but his father covered his mouth. Because these kinds of guests couldn't reveal their identities, It was crucial to avoid trying to build rapport or get too friendly. Therefore, the best way to conduct the transaction was as it was, with neither of them saying a word. This was his cash cow. The points he earned today, acting as intermediary, were equivalent to a whole year's income. He happily patted his son's head. If we save a little more, we have enough points for your injections. When you're older, we send you to participate in the general election. I'd be so proud when you enter one of the 4 great academies. Back in her dorm, Losai immediately entered her spatial dimension. After her usual touch of little left and little right, she began absorbing the source crystals. This time, the absorption was rapid, completed in less than 10 minutes. When she opened her eyes, her body felt exceptionally strong, and her mind was clear. This time, the energy wasn't being used for purification. She tried running and attacking within the space, even having little left and little right spar with her. Her strength and defense remained unchanged, but her agility had increased significantly. Her speed surpassed that of speedsters like Jill Newman. Others' normal speed appeared as if it were in slow motion to her. Simultaneously, her brain's information processing speed also increased. Simply increasing speed alone wouldn't produce the slow motion effect of seeing normal things. Only with the brain operating at its peak could she observe sufficiently fine details and quickly analyze and predict. While her 3 senses distance and spatial dimension hadn't increased, Losai was delighted. The improvement in speed and brainpower alone gave her at least twice the survival rate of others. There wasn't much dust this time, so Losai planted the 60 seeds she had saved. With a little space left, she planted 5 radish stalks. After finishing classes as usual on Friday, everyone was busy resting or having meals together, and there were few people outside the dormitory. Losai easily entered the dormitory supervisor Jones' room. Following the passageway, Losai got into Sarah's car. Although Losai could drive, Sarah didn't intend to be her personal chauffeur, but since she was also going to the base, she gave her a ride. Inside the car, Sarah quickly adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, then tossed Losai a small box with one hand. Inside was a specially made multifunctional sensor. All the training materials are in here, Losai said, taking out her device. She hadn't expected that the final selection of the original 18 candidates had already been made this week. The final 3 are Invisible Imprisonment Harpo's Lin, Plant Healing Ben, Body Ability User Bob Kev, Shadow Stealth Yi Wu, Metal Manipulation Xiao Qi. The last one is Losai herself, the sharpshooter. Losai Brenda. Hong Yen isn't in the list, but she's been chosen as one of the 3 candidates. If anything happens to any of the 6 of them before the competition, or if they become unfit to participate, they will be chosen from these 3. The 3 candidates will also train with them this time. Besides Hong Yen, the other 2 are water-based and wind-based abilities, respectively. The training location is an area in the North Outer Ring Road. There are currently no missions in that area, so there's no need to worry about encountering other people. However, if they encounter danger, they will have to handle it themselves or wait for base rescue. They cannot ask for help in the area or on public channels without permission. There was some basic information about the area, including the types of mutated plants and the mutated creatures that had appeared before, which Losai noted down. This information was last updated 6 months ago, and things had changed somewhat over time. She also needed to be prepared for the possibility of other mutated creatures. The vehicle arrived at the base, where 8 people had already changed into camouflage combat uniforms, donned multifunctional sensors, and each carried a large bag. Hongyan saw Losai and waved with a smile. Losai smiled and nodded, then went to the changing room to change into her custom-made combat uniform. After changing, she selected the supplies and weapons to bring for this training session. Sarah, as the person in charge, gave them a few instructions, and then saw them off to a vehicle that looked no different from an ordinary combat vehicle. Hovercrafts were too conspicuous. Many bounty hunters used these types of vehicles, making them less likely to be detected. The reason for this was that with the preliminary rounds approaching, each family wanted to keep their team a closely guarded secret, while also keeping a close eye on other teams. Knowing even a little more information would greatly increase their chances of winning. The team had 2 cars just in case. Lassie, Hongyan, Yi Wu, and Bob rode in one car, with Yi Wu driving. The remaining 5 people rode in another car, driven by Habs. The team captain was Habs, and the vice captain was Yi Wu. Before even getting into the car, Lassie could sense the fluctuations of the source crystals inside. This car wasn't just what it looked like, it seemed to be equipped with a levitation device. Lassie and Hongyan sat in the back. Bob, as a physical ability user, had a very muscular physique. He wasn't very tall, around 1.9 meters, and excelled in speed, defense, and strength, a very versatile individual. He was a 28-year-old male of mixed black and white descent. His backpack was the largest of the 9 people. He had the best strength and stamina in the team, so he carried the spare supplies. Vice Captain Yiwu was slender, just over 1.7 meters tall, a woman with a neat, short, side-parted hairstyle. Her originally delicate oval face was accentuated by her thinness, giving her a strong jawline and a resolute look. She was of pure Asian descent and 22 years old. Her pupils were very light, almost amber, with upturned corners that gave her a predatory, almost predatory look, like a feline ready to pounce. Her thin lips were slightly pursed, suggesting she wasn't easy to approach. I knew you become a formal player. We finished the selection on Wednesday, so we were supposed to start training on Thursday, but it's been delayed until now. I guessed it was to wait for you, and I was right. Hong Yen seemed relaxed, glancing at Luo Shi and then at the world outside the window. He wanted to roll down the window and see the real safe zone, but that wasn't allowed. Chapter 138. Since being chosen by the Deep family, he was almost never allowed to leave except for training trips. He only had 2 opportunities a year to see his family, and even then, it had to be under the base's supervision. Although this was also a training trip, it didn't diminish his longing for the outside world, especially with the addition of the new recruit Losai. He chattered incessantly, introducing Losai to everyone. Bob occasionally chimed in, though he wasn't a talkative person. Only Vice Captain Yiwu drove silently, not uttering a single word. The vehicle reached the North Central Ring Road. Harpo's voice sounded from the sensor. You can start now. Okay, Yiwu replied coldly, pressing a button. The car slowly rose, reaching a height of 3 meters above the ground. Flying too high would make him easily spotted. 3 meters was below most treetops, providing excellent concealment. Harpo's car also rose, shooting off in a flash. Yiwu stepped on the accelerator, and his vehicle followed suit. The intense thrust was even stronger than when Losai rode in the school's combat hover car. However, it was still far less intense than the spaceship she rode in before her rebirth. Hong Yen, gripping the seatbelt, looked at Losai. Hurry up, I was scared the first time I rode in one. Losai smiled and nodded, feigning surprise. At this moment, Yiwu suddenly spoke up, We're teammates, don't pretend. Upon hearing this, Bob and Hong Yen's expressions turned sour. She was always like this, her words often offending people. Before, it was one thing if they weren't sure if they would become teammates, but now that they were, why was she talking like this? It wasn't conducive to unity at all. Lassie chuckled softly, speechless. This vice captain was quite aggressive. Since she told her not to pretend, she wouldn't hold back. How I pretend is my prerogative. You think you can stop me? Bob sighed inwardly, acting as peacemaker. Lassie, don't misunderstand. Yiwu isn't very good with words. She meant that we're teammates about to face life and death together, so we should just be our most authentic selves. Yiwu didn't speak. She simply didn't like interacting with people who wore masks, especially crucial teammates. Although her intentions weren't as subtle as Bob's, her silence was tantamount to acknowledgement. Lassie snorted coldly, looking out the window. It was pointless for her to attack alone if her opponent didn't speak. Hong Yen tried to ease the tension, but Yiwu remained silent, and Lassie, losing interest, could only silently shut her mouth. The North Central Ring Road is very large, 10 times the size of the Inner Ring Road. There's no precise figure for the Outer Ring Road's area. Aside from the Middle Inner Ring Road, the remaining land can be considered part of the Outer Ring Road. The vehicle zigzagged left and right, and in some places the hovercar couldn't take off, forcing them to detour. Since it was already 10 p.m. when they left the safe zone, and with the increased radiation outside, they drove for an hour before stopping at a relatively secluded shelter in Central. This was Losai's first time in Central. The air here was stagnant and unusually heavy. Each breath required twice the effort of in the safe zone to inhale. Looking at her wristband, she saw the color fluctuating between red and yellow, indicating subtle differences in radiation levels in different locations within the same shelter. Bob got out of the car, put down his backpack, and took out a spray made from purifying herbs, spraying the shelter. Losai looked again. The radiation level detected by the bracelet had stabilized at yellow 9. It wasn't unreasonable that the purifying grass was so expensive. Harpo's looked at Yiwu. Are you on watch for the first half of the night or the second half? Yiwu, the second half. After assigning their watch duties, Yiwu and the other 3 returned to the vehicle. The combat vehicle had ample space, and the 4 of them turned on the air conditioning, reclined their seats, covered themselves with blankets, and fell asleep. Strange noises arose during the night, waking the four in the vehicle. Yiwu only opened his eyes briefly before lying back down. They can handle it. Let's continue resting. If even the mutated creatures in the central ring couldn't be handled by the five of them, they wouldn't need to participate in the competition. Losai turned over and lay back down. The noise outside was making it hard for her to sleep. Fortunately, the noise didn't last long. The five people returned quickly, and the first thing they did upon arriving at the shelter was to spray themselves with purifying spray. They sprayed themselves again before going out, so they could withstand the high radiation for longer. Later that night, it was Losai's turn to keep watch. Yiwu briefly inquired about the previous situation. It was just a B-level mutated creature. They dealt with it quickly, not even bothering to collect the corpse. Their target this time was an A-level mutated creature. The next morning, everyone got up promptly around 4 a.m. After a quick tidying up, they sat together boiling water and eating nutrient solutions. The flavors were plentiful, including fruits, vegetables, and meats, and each serving was a full 100 grams. It was Losai's first time eating this. The taste was good, and it was filling. After eating, she felt much more relaxed. Looking at the ingredient list, she realized it contained a small amount of medicine, suitable for consumption while traveling, allowing for the fastest recovery of strength and physical condition. After a winding 6-hour journey, they finally arrived near their destination. Harpo stopped early. According to the information, there was a group of mutated short-tailed monkeys ahead. The alpha was A-level, and the others were B-level. Their abilities were mainly speed and sound waves. They planned to practice on them first. There were less than 2 hours before the radiation level rose, enough time. The radiation here had already reached red 1 before it even rose, so everyone sprayed purification spray as soon as they got out of the vehicle. Harpos looked at the 2 backup personnel in his vehicle. You stay here and watch over the supplies and vehicles. It would take at least 5 or 6 days to walk to the safe zone from here. Carrying too many supplies during combat was inconvenient, so it was necessary to leave someone to guard them. This was Losai's first mission without an exoskeleton. She picked up a rifle, a sniper rifle, a pistol, and a small amount of supplies, and followed them forward. Harpos glanced back at Losai, his sensors glowing with active status. Your primary mission is to snipe the Monkey King. Often, they couldn't get close enough to the target, highlighting the importance of the marksman. His voice only reached Losai's mind. The sensors allowed for one-on-one or multi-person conversations, controlled by a single thought. Losai replied calmly, understood. She looked up at the people in front of her. Then, the plant healer, male, Caucasian, 25 years old, with deep-set features, blonde hair, blue eyes, and many freckles. He was 1.85 meters tall, slender yet muscular. Xiaoqi, the metal manipulator, female, of mixed Asian and Caucasian descent, with delicate features, 19 years old, muscular, 1.8 meters tall, with long brown hair neatly tied in a low ponytail. Ben had a baby face beneath bangs. Losai would believe she was only 16, except for her robust build. She wore matte nude lipstick, had her eyebrows done, and applied mascara. She was a refined young woman. She had many bags of different sizes on her legs and hands, filled with various metal items, weighing about 50 pounds, which jingled as she walked. Chapter 139. Besides, everyone carried at least a handgun for self-defense. Bob and Yiwu also carried knives, and Bob also took a rifle. The group of 7 headed towards the woods ahead, putting on earplugs along the way. The monkeys' most troublesome aspect was their sonic attacks. While these earplugs couldn't completely block them, they reduced the strain on their ears. They could communicate using sensors. Ugh! Ugh ugh! Before they even entered the monkeys' territory, they were spotted by a lookout monkey in a tree. Bang! Losai lowered her gun, and the monkey's body fell from the height. The others glanced at Losai out of the corner of their eyes, but said nothing. Looking closer, they saw a pile of bones where the monkey had fallen, including animal and human remains. Some were completely weathered, while others still had bits of flesh, emitting a foul stench. Harpo said in a deep voice, "Prepare to attack." He then said to Losai separately, "Don't stay more than 3 meters away from me." "Yes." The 6 replied simultaneously. "Go!" Hubos ordered, charging ahead into the woods. Habits, alerted by the earlier warning and Ross's gunshot, realized the intruders and quickly assembled. Before the 7 could even enter, they were surrounded by hundreds of monkeys. Some stood on branches, others climbed tree trunks, groaning and baring their teeth at the outsiders. "Attack!" Hubos said expressionlessly, spreading his arms wide, creating an invisible barrier that protected them. The others couldn't sense the barrier's shape, but Rossi clearly perceived it, not spherical, but a cube. The group was in the very center, exactly 3 meters from the edge. Hongyan fired a fireball first, and the monkey troop scattered with a cry. The fireball exploded so fast that not a single monkey was injured. However, this action successfully ignited the monkeys' anger. They leaped down from the trees, baring their foul-smelling, yellowed teeth, their aim straight for the humans' throats. But the humans were not to be trifled with. Shuqi's metal spikes, Losai and Bob's bullets, and Hongyan's flames were unleashed again. The mutated short-tailed monkeys' defenses weren't very strong. The modified rifles were enough to penetrate their bodies. Shuqi's metal spikes pierced straight into their hearts. Unable to change their trajectory in midair, they were caught off guard by Hongyan's second attack. The death of a few monkeys didn't matter to the troop. They could kill the intruders soon enough. But instead, they crashed into thin air. The monkey corpses remained suspended in midair. The monkeys, confused about the situation, still knew to flee, scattering the moment the third wave of attacks arrived. A few monkeys scratched and bit at the air barrier, but to no avail. Yiwu stood still, carefully searching for the Monkey King's whereabouts. The mutated monkeys were incredibly fast. In such a short time, most of them had gathered. The nearby tree trunks were crammed with monkeys. A rough estimate suggested over 1,000, chattering like mosquitoes. Occasionally, 1 or 2 monkeys were sent out to probe, but seeing they couldn't get through, they gave up and simply scrutinized the humans from above. The attacks continued relentlessly, and they easily dodged everything except bullets. Even so, the efficiency was still too low. The monkeys were not only fast but also predictive. They would run away before you could even aim your gun. It took several minutes to take down 1 or 2 monkeys. Harpos wasn't about to let things drag on like this. Little Seven, break the tree. Yes. Little Seven replied, and at the same time, an oversized, handleless machete flew out from behind her. Her whole body tensed, focusing her strength on her muscular right hand. The machete moved with her movement, and she swung it 180 degrees from right to left with all her might. Guided, the floating machete whooshed through the barrier to the nearest tree, so fast that everyone could only see a blur. The monkeys in that tree, thinking it was an attack, leaped away from the tree. But the machete was incredibly powerful, swiftly passing through a tree that required 1 person to encircle it, and without losing momentum, it rushed towards the second, the third. Before anyone could see anything clearly, the machete had returned to Little Seven's hand, and was hovering there, all in less than 3 seconds. Losai, standing nearby, saw everything clearly. In her mind, she slowed the speed of the machete. The power Shaoqi had given it allowed it to cut through trees like paper, without any hesitation. The largest trees required at least 3 people to encircle, but it easily passed through them. Shaoqi's power was at least dozens of times greater than Jiu Nai's. Jiu Nai's metal spikes, when used well, relied on their sharp points to easily pierce flesh. But with a machete like Shaoqi's, she probably couldn't even cut down a single tree. This was the difference between an ordinary genius and a genius at the very top. Thump, thump, thump. The machete was too fast. Only now were the trees beginning to fall. Some monkeys that hadn't managed to escape fell to the ground like dumplings being dropped into a pot. A few unlucky ones were crushed to death. The monkey troop became restless, their cries growing increasingly shrill. A fallen tree whipped up a sandstorm, carrying the stench of excrement that wafted through the barrier to the group. All 7 wrinkled their noses in unison. The cold wind whipped their faces, drawing blood, except for Lizzie and Bob, who fared slightly better. Even so, they didn't forget their attack, taking advantage of the chaos to kill many mutated monkeys. When the sandstorm subsided, the monkey troop was enraged by the deaths of so many of their companions. One monkey led the charge with a loud cry, The others immediately followed, baring their teeth fiercely at the group. The cry, though normal, now seemed to possess a magical power, exploding into their ears. Even with earplugs, the sound struck their brains, threatening to shatter them at any moment. Lizzie clutched her head with her left hand in pain, but in reality, she felt nothing more than a bit of noise. With her energy shield, the sound waves had no effect on her. She didn't even need to consciously mobilize energy to protect her head. The energy already integrated into her flesh and blood was enough to withstand it. The others were clearly affected, wincing in pain and almost unsteady on their feet. Lossie, one hand covering her head, deftly detonated a grenade and threw it at the perfect moment. Boom! The loud explosion interrupted the monkey's spell casting, giving the others a moment to catch their breath. The situation was urgent. They didn't even have time to think about who threw it before their hands were already attacking again. At that moment, a strange, indescribable energy emanated from a patch of slightly withered grass beneath their feet, like a powerful force of life, gradually merging into their bodies. The others didn't feel it as clearly, only that their headaches had eased. It was Ben who had made his move. Chapter 140. Lassie glanced at Ben out of the corner of her eye. He was a plant healer and could control plants to attack, but out of caution, he reserved all his power for crucial moments, only using it now. However, this healing wasn't without cost. The weeds beneath his feet, which had once retained some green, were now completely withered. 2 nearby trees instantly turned yellow and withered, their leaves falling with a gentle breeze. Lassie remembered his information. His ability was unique. Unlike other ability users, he didn't expend corresponding physical energy to use healing. His role was somewhat similar to Lassie's, acting as a mediator, able to extract energy from other beings and inject it into others, whether human, plant, or animal. With the same consumption, he only needed to expend 1/10 the energy of other ability users, making him practically an unlimited power bank. This was why, despite not being particularly strong, he had secured a spot. His ability truly stood at the pinnacle of healing. The monkey troop distanced themselves and attempted another sonic attack. Lassie timed it perfectly, throwing another grenade, interrupting the spellcasting again and killing several monkeys in the process. But so far, only about 30 monkeys had died. The pace was still too slow. The monkey troop continued to retreat, and just as Hapos was debating whether to move and pursue, the troop suddenly fell silent. At the same time, Yiwu vanished into a black shadow beside them. Both sides stopped simultaneously. The monkey troop suddenly parted to make way, and a hunchback, shorter than the other monkeys, gray-furred, short-tailed monkey leaped from a tree behind them. It looked down at the group, its slowly rotating black eyes slightly white. The next second, it spoke in human language, like an old horseman. "Humans, this is not a place for you." Losai had already switched to a sniper rifle and was aiming, while Yiwu, following the shadows, had appeared behind the Monkey King. The Monkey King was audacious, daring to appear so openly and without any cover, even knowing the humans had guns. Losai frowned. The effect of this shot was likely to be bad. Simultaneously, she pulled the trigger. Even if it didn't work, she had to try. As the bullet fired, Yiwu suddenly appeared, holding a specially made dagger, pointing it directly at the Monkey King's head. Caught in a pincer attack, the Monkey King's fate was sealed. But the next second, the Monkey King opened its mouth and roared, the sound waves creating transparent, water-like patterns visible to the naked eye. The bullet, only halfway to its target, could go no further, losing all momentum and falling vertically, while Yiwu behind it was blasted away. Just as she was about to crash heavily to the ground, Yiwu suddenly transformed into a black shadow and disappeared into the shade of the trees. At the same time, the withered grass beneath the barrier surged wildly, forming a thick ball of grass that enveloped everyone 0.1 seconds before the sound waves arrived. The sound waves, weakened by the layers of withered grass, were less effective when they invaded everyone's brains. Although the pain was still excruciating, it was barely bearable. The sonic attack didn't last long. As soon as the Monkey King stopped, he transformed the grass ball back to its original state. Healing didn't consume much energy for him, but controlling plants required the same amount of energy as other ability users. Having witnessed human abilities, the Monkey King's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. It now carried a hint of apprehension. It wasn't that it hadn't seen other human ability users, but none could compare to the humans before it. "Humans, my patience has its limits. Leave now, and I can forgive you for killing my people." The Monkey King had lived for decades, and this was only the second time it had felt such a profound sense of crisis. The first time was with the Hell team, but thankfully, their target wasn't it, and its people escaped unscathed. "That won't do," Hubis said, suddenly extending his arms towards the Monkey King. The teammates behind it understood the shift from defense to offense and immediately followed. The Monkey King sensed danger and used its fastest speed to leave the branch it had just been on. The other monkeys took its place to protect it. It was lucky it escaped just before Hubis's barrier closed. The poor dozens of monkeys trapped inside, howling and frantically attacking the invisible barrier, were instantly riddled with bullets and metal spikes, turning into a bloody mess. Harpos's barrier could be controlled at will. It had only allowed entry while protecting everyone, but now, when attacking, it only allowed entry. The Monkey King roared, and half of the 1,000 monkeys charged into the attack, while the other half unleashed sonic attacks from afar. They were incredibly fast, but Harpos was even faster. The monkeys at the front crashed heavily into the barrier, wincing in pain. Lassie and Bob weren't lagging behind either. spraying bullets at the nearest monkeys, quickly reaping the lives of over 100. Ben frantically drew energy from the surrounding plants to power the others, helping them resist the sonic attacks. The monkeys weren't truly stupid. Seeing so many of their companions die, they hastily retreated. Losai was having a blast, taking down enemies one by one. Fighting with skilled teammates made taking down B-rank enemies as easy as taking down D-rank ones. If she had come with the Academy's team, she probably wouldn't have lasted 10 minutes. They couldn't withstand the sonic attacks, their healing couldn't keep up, and while the monkeys' defenses were weak, their claws and teeth were incredibly powerful. If it weren't for Huboza's constant barrier, the team wouldn't have been able to win so easily. The Monkey King unleashed another sonic attack, and Ben raised the withered grass barrier once more. The battle seemed to be at a stalemate. For now, the humans had the advantage, and given enough time, they would eventually defeat them. The Monkey King thought the same. It wanted to retreat, but the territory was already claimed, and it didn't even know where to go. The Monkey King's sonic attack stopped, and it vanished. All around were B-rank mutated monkeys, their sonic attacks continuing, withering tree after tree. Yiwu's voice echoed in their minds. 25 degrees east. Harpos immediately shouted, "Chase!" He then led the way in the direction Yiwu had given, and the others followed with great strides. Seeing the move, another wave of monkeys charged. But they still crashed into the barrier. Yes, Harpos's barrier could move with it. The monkeys darted around, occasionally slashing at the barrier with their claws, but to no avail. Suddenly, the Monkey King launched another powerful sonic attack, forcing the group to halt their advance and once again erect a protective plant shield. It was Yiwu again, but unfortunately, the Monkey King detected it, and the attack failed. As expected of an A-level mutated creature, its sonic attack alone was equivalent to twice the destructive power of the entire monkey troop. The sonic attack stopped, and the group continued their pursuit. With Yiwu's interference, the distance between them was closing. The instant the Monkey King's sonic attack stopped again, Harpo suddenly shouted, "Bob!" Chapter 141. Bob immediately accelerated, taking a horse stance and placing his hands on top of each other in front of him. Harpo stepped forward, and Bob used his strength to throw Harpos into the air. The barrier disappeared, and Losai opened fire with her rifle, while Xiaoqi and Hongyan worked hard to clear out the surrounding monkeys. Harpos rapidly approached the Monkey King's position in midair. The momentum Bob had provided disappeared, and he was about to fall. But Harpos spun in the air, and then directly rode the air towards the Monkey King, the ability barrier acting as a stepping stone. A shadow suddenly approached the group. It was Yiwu. Lossie knew her abilities and range, and braced herself for being pulled in. The shadow moved incredibly fast, comparable to a speedster. As it approached Losai and Xiaoqi, it suddenly expanded, engulfing them. The next second, the two were melted like liquid, merging with the shadow on the ground. Losai felt strange inside. It was as if she had become a sheet of paper with no thickness, easily lifted by the wind. The world was still three-dimensional, but she had become two-dimensional. The shadowy figure's speed didn't decrease, only a second slower than Hub's in the air. Hub's caught the Monkey King off guard. Too close to escape, it could only use a sonic attack. Hub's in the air was affected and almost fell. The Monkey King thought it had escaped, but 3 humans had already appeared behind it. The aftershocks of the sonic attack made Yiwu and Xiaoqi uncomfortable, but they still launched their attacks without hesitation. Otherwise, it would have been pointless if the Monkey King launched another sonic attack. In this life-or-death moment, the Monkey King unleashed its fastest speed, actually managing to dodge Yiwu's attack and Xiaoqi's metal spikes. But its movement slowed down in Loss's eyes. She clearly saw the direction it was moving. Bang! The sniper rifle struck its heart squarely. The Monkey King's half-human body twitched in midair, a large chunk of flesh torn away, its heart completely ruptured. With its last vestige of consciousness, it turned its head to look at the human who had killed it. Her marksmanship. Thud! Its body crashed to the ground, gushing foul-smelling blood from its mangled remains. It was lifeless. Seeing their leader dead, the other monkeys dared not linger. They all fled in a flash, though they didn't leave their territory, simply keeping as far away from these people as possible. Yiwu breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to before, her face was much paler, her lips bloodless. Leading people through was a heavy burden for her. The burly Xiaoqi's lips unconsciously curled upwards. She was somewhat immersed in the magical feeling she had just experienced. If approaching the Monkey King hadn't been so difficult, Yiwu wouldn't have easily led people. This was only the second time in all these years that she had experienced shadow stealth. The feeling of transitioning from two-dimensional to three-dimensional was truly peculiar. like suddenly gaining flesh and blood. Of course, she felt a little dizzy when she emerged. She turned to look at Lossie. Even with her experience from the second time, she hadn't managed to hit the Monkey King. Lossie, after her first time, was still able to shoot with such precision. She was indeed more skilled than Jack. Yiwu also glanced at Lossie. Without her shot, the Monkey King would have become wary, making it much harder to take it down. Harpos descended from the air, clutching his head, clearly in pain. Yiwu and Lossie had avoided the Monkey King's strongest sonic attack while in the shadows, so their situation was slightly better than Harpos's. As for Bob, with Ben's protection, he was fine. The seven gathered, and Ben immediately began treating everyone. Several more trees nearby had withered. Harpos's injuries healed quickly, but Yiwu was exhausted from using her ability. His ability couldn't heal her, so he could only give her a recovery potion and let her rest to slowly recover. Bob took out a folding containment box and put the Monkey King's corpse inside. Looking at the many B-grade mutated monkey corpses left on the ground, he decided to take a few in. Usually, they would be out for 10 days to half a month, with enough A-grade prey, but they wouldn't bring back B-grades. This time, they could only be out for 3 or 4 days, and he probably wouldn't be able to fill the A-grade prey box, so he decided to take some B-grades back. There were still about 100 monkey corpses left. The group hadn't gone far when the other monkeys swarmed around their companion's corpse and began to feast. Only Hong Yin and Losai glanced back, but only briefly. Emerging from the grove, Losai looked towards the pile of bones they had come from. Sure enough, some monkey bones were still mixed in. Back at the vehicle, only 20 minutes had passed, including the round trip. The wind elemental user, who remained behind, opened the window, and couldn't help but exclaim, "So fast!" He had read the data, and knew how troublesome the monkey troop was. He had expected it to take at least half an hour. Hong Yin happily gave a thumbs up. Everyone cooperated well, especially Losai, whose shooting was very accurate. The two remaining men glanced at Losai a few more times but said nothing. Bob took out a purifying spray and sprayed everyone, not forgetting to spray the car as well. Under Red 1 radiation, one spray lasts about half an hour, so a second spray now is safer. Of course, in a closed environment, the spray's effect lasts longer, like last night in the shelter, where 2 or 3 sprays were enough. This is under the most expensive Green 1 radiation spray they were using. If it were Green 2 or Green 3 sprays, with higher radiation levels, the duration would be different. A bottle of Green 1 radiation purification spray costs 2,000 points, and one bottle is only enough for one person to spray 5 times. Just in one night and half a day, they had already used 14 bottles, worth 28,000 points. Many mercenaries and bounty hunters, lacking sufficient funds, are forced to operate in the central area. Furthermore, the higher the environmental radiation, the less effective the spray becomes. With 1 hour left before the radiation level rises, and Yiwu not yet recovered, Harpos decided to build a temporary shelter. Harpos chose the location of the monkey troop forest for the temporary shelter. The situation in the outer ring is complex. This location is safer. After the previous demonstration, the monkeys, unless they're foolish, won't dare to attack again. Bob hoisted the tree Shuchi had chopped down earlier, quickly setting up a space large enough to fit 4 cars. Everyone stood still. They were all strong, but not so strong as to easily lift a tree weighing hundreds of kilograms. Lossie could lift it, but here she was just an ordinary gunman, so lying down was fine. The wind ability user used wind blades to cut down some smaller branches, piling them together. A small spark flew from red flame, and the fire immediately ignited. The combat suits were quite windproof and cold-proof, maintaining a temperature of around 14 degrees Celsius, but it was still warmer to warm their faces and hands by the fire. With the fire lit, Shuchi took out a tripod and a pot, poured in the frozen curry chicken, and added some water. Bob had already taken out self-heating rice and distributed a serving to everyone. Chapter 142. Everyone skillfully tore open the packaging, and the curry chicken and rice were ready in no time. Xiao-Qi manipulated a metal spoon, serving each person a spoonful of curry chicken. The curry flavor was just right, and the carrot and potato chunks on the thick sauce looked especially tempting. The chicken itself seemed rather ordinary. In temperatures below -20 degrees Celsius, being able to eat such a hot meal was pure bliss. The faint sounds of monkeys' growls could be heard nearby. Perhaps drawn by the aroma, a few bold monkeys approached the sanctuary, snorting frantically, wanting to eat but too afraid to go closer. They had just killed so many of their companions, and now these monkeys were coming over again. Losai didn't know whether to call them reckless or stupid. With a flick of Xiao-Qi's wrist, several metal spikes shot out. It was annoying to disturb her meal. The monkeys were dead, their bodies flung far away by Xiaoqi's control of the metal spikes. The few remaining restless monkeys immediately quieted down, no longer daring to approach. At 9 p.m., the radiation spike occurred. Just like last night, Yiwu rested first, followed by Hepos. Purifying spray was applied inside and outside the car, immediately reducing the radiation level inside to yellow 8. The three of them fell asleep peacefully. Lassie released a burst of energy, grabbing a clump of radiation to block the energy's aura before the surrounding creatures could sense it. Simultaneously, she grabbed a large clump of radiation from the red 5 level in the sky and stored it in her spatial storage. The large area of radiation that had been cleared was quickly filled by the slowly moving radiation around it. This clump of radiation was significant for Lassie, but still too small compared to the entire area. The red 5 radiation didn't decrease noticeably, it only dropped slightly within the red 5 range, but quickly returned to normal. No one noticed anything amiss. Undisturbed by other mutated creatures in the monkey's territory, it was 5 p.m. After a quick ration of nutrient solutions, Harpo set his sights on the next target. A pool of water 10 kilometers away. According to available information, someone had seen what appeared to be Class A mutated fish inside, though the specific species was unclear. The radiation there was high, reaching red 3, so they had to act quickly. Upon arriving, everyone sprayed themselves evenly with spray. Harpos, Yi Wu, you're not feeling well. Stay with Hong Yan and guard the vehicle. Neither Yi Wu nor Hong Yan objected, he was the captain, so they listened to him, and Hong Yan's fire abilities would be less effective against water. The 7-person team jogged to the target location. It was a small stream, but due to tectonic activity, it had formed a waterfall over 20 meters high and 10 meters wide. Normally, winter temperatures were at least -20 or -30 degrees Celsius, and the river outside the refugee camp was frozen, but here, for some reason, the water was still flowing. Beneath the waterfall lay the target pool, an irregularly shaped circular body of water, roughly 30 meters in diameter, not particularly large. The rushing water above created white spray, churning the water and obscuring the underwater scene. Upon arriving, the group immediately sprayed themselves again with purifying mist. Bob picked up a massive rock from the bank, his muscles straining so hard they nearly tore his combat suit apart. The rock was 10 times his size. His face flushed, he hurled it with all his might, sending it crashing heavily above the waterfall. The water was split in two. Bob then threw several more equally massive rocks, finally separating the water from the pool. Bob took a deep breath and looked at the water-powered user. Galu, your turn. Galu exhaled heavily, his hands slowly rising, the water in the pool rising in sync with his movements. A column of water, roughly the size of the pool, shot up from the water, weighing tens of tons. A truly spectacular sight. Feeling his limit, Galu swung his hand forcefully, hurling the water column far away in one go. The water level in the pool dropped by a fifth instantly, and under Galu's control, the surface became unusually calm, making it easier for everyone to see what was inside. The fish inside were very large, brownish-black, only about the length of a forearm, each one as fat as a ball, seemingly harmless, struggling to swim. The commotion had startled them, and they struggled to swim towards deeper water. Xiaoqi used a metal spike to hook a fat fish, but it was too slow, the spike had already pierced its body. It struggled clumsily in the air for a couple of moments before quickly dying. It seems the real mutated creature isn't these fat fish. Xiaoqi tossed the fish carcass into the pool. The fat fish, which had just been trying to hide, swarmed forward as if they found a delicious meal, devouring the corpse of their own kind. Many fish will eat anything, whether it's their own kind or not, as long as there's food. No one was surprised. There are skeletons at the bottom of the pool, Losai pointed out. Everyone looked where Losai indicated and, sure enough, found a corner of a large animal skeleton protruding from the silt. It seems there is indeed a mutated creature in the pool, but it's probably not these fat fish. Harpos didn't act rashly. Instead, he had Galu continue pumping water. Even if it's a mutated creature, it's still a fish. Once the water dries up, its range will shrink, and it will definitely be affected. Just as Galu drew his sword for the second time, a flash of white light suddenly appeared in the water under the sunlight, quickly disappearing. Everyone saw it, it was only the size of a finger, completely out of place among the plump, black fish. Could it be it? They quickly got their answer. Amidst the sound of flowing water, a whooshing sound suddenly rang out. Hepos immediately erected a barrier to block the attack. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of ice spikes struck the barrier, unable to advance. shattering into pieces and falling to the ground. Unfortunately, the white light only appeared briefly, no one could see its pieces. After launching its attack once, it hid and didn't emerge. Lassie, however, saw it. A very ordinary species, a white-striped fish. It was lucky to have mutated like this. These plump fish were probably its reserve food. With this in mind, Hapos didn't hesitate, directly using his ability to enclose the entire surface of the pool, now only allowing entry and exit. Xiaoqi, clear out all the fat fish. No problem. Xiaoqi waved her hand slightly, and all the metal weapons she carried disappeared into the pool. The white shadow in the water reappeared, unleashing hundreds of ice spikes almost simultaneously, but all were blocked by the barrier. The group then confirmed that the mutated creature was indeed it, such a small thing. Soon, Xiaoqi had impaled all the fish, and Hapos controlled the barrier to release the metal weapons controlled by Xiaoqi, carrying the fish with them. The white streak in the water wasn't so foolish. Seizing this opportunity, it launched hundreds more ice spikes. The wind ability user unleashed several wind blades simultaneously, slicing all the ice spikes in two. The ice spikes, now powerless, crashed into the water like hail. Hapos changed the barrier again, turning it back into a one-way barrier. The little white streak's third attack failed once more. Realizing its attack was useless, it simply hid. Chapter 143. Shoot, preferably leaving some corpses, Harpos commanded. The corpses of A-level mutated creatures were worth a lot of points. Everyone picked up their guns, while Xiaoqi controlled the metal spikes to plunge back into the water. Gunshots rang out, but none hit. The water caused the bullets to deviate, and more importantly, the little white streak was too fast. Before they could even aim, it had already swum to the next spot. Xiaoqi's metal spikes were also impossible to catch. They were constantly being knocked away by the little white streak's ice spikes. Harpos didn't know how many ice spikes he had endured, at least 1,000. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. The white streak's attacks weren't as weak as they seemed. Enduring them was exhausting. The ice spikes bounced back into the water after hitting the barrier, and the previously unfrozen pool began to freeze. Over here, Losai held her breath and aimed, not yet firing a single shot. She needed to predict its direction and seize the right moment. Now, more and more ice spikes were obstructing their view, making the little white streak's figure even harder to spot. The others stopped shooting when they missed, scrutinizing Losai. If she missed, they have to resort to bombardment. Killing Whitey wouldn't get them the body, resulting in a loss of points. Bang! Whitey's head vanished, leaving only his body floating in the water, slowly sinking. Losai took a breath and lowered her pistol. Rifles and sniper rifles were too powerful. A single shot could tear Whitey's body to pieces. Therefore, she chose the less lethal pistol. The others, who had been looking at the pool, all turned to look at Losai. She definitely had something special. In such a short time, she'd taken him down with just one shot. Compared to Jack, she was incredibly steady. Having her as a teammate would actually be better for them. Xiaoqi controlled the metal to scoop up the body of Little White Stripe, and put it into a special containment bag she carried. Bob glanced at the time and reminded everyone it was time to spray. Everyone took out their sprayers, sprayed themselves, and headed back to the vehicle. This mission was completed exceptionally quickly, proving the importance of a good team composition. Without Harpos's tanking and Losai's shooting skills, it would have been impossible to take down Little White Stripe's body intact. The training went smoothly. Losai earned the recognition of her teammates through her absolute talent, and her integration with the team was also relatively smooth. 3.5 days later, the group returned on Monday afternoon of the second week. The contained mutated creature had been taken away by the base. After its value was calculated and some expenses were deducted, the points would be credited to everyone's accounts. Sarah had just finished get-off work at the academy and arrived here. She had received news of their return and the quantity of spoils they brought back. Although the team had just added Losai as a new member, normally the mission completion rate would definitely not be as high as her teammates, who had worked together for several years. On average, she completed 20% more work each day than before. After a brief compliment, Sarah handed the car keys to Rossi. She had other things to take care of, so Rossi had to drive home herself. After 3 long days of work, Rossi couldn't wait to leave. She sped off to the dorm supervisor's office. Just outside the door, she ran into Qin Dinglon, who was carrying a thermal lunchbox. Qin Dinglon looked at Rossi with surprise. "Weren't you sleeping in your room? Why are you out?" Rossi quickly made up an excuse. "The dorm faucet is broken, I was just telling the supervisor." Sarah had Nicole ask Rossi for leave, citing a cold as the reason. Jean Dinglon had planned to visit Rossi during her lunch break, but Nicole said she was sleeping and didn't want to be disturbed, so she couldn't. After class that evening, she bought some cold medicine and even made some nourishing soup to take over. She ran into Rossi on the first floor, but didn't suspect anything, assuming she was feeling better. "Well, your cold isn't completely gone yet, and it's so cold outside, you should go back quickly. I brought you some medicine." And so, the two of them went to Rossi's dormitory together. Nicole had already received news of Ross's return. Hearing the door open, she rushed to the door with a bright smile. Seeing such an enthusiastic Nicole, Jean Dinglon felt something was off. Lucy quickly spoke up, "Nicole, I already told Aunt Joan about the broken faucet. Someone will come to fix it tomorrow." Nicole realized what was happening and smiled. "That's good. I just ordered takeout. Shall we eat together?" Jean Dinglon refused, her expression slightly annoyed. "No need, I already eaten. Lucy was sick, even if she's much better now. If the faucet is broken, you could have just told the dorm manager. Why make her, a sick person, go?" Nicole awkwardly smoothed her hair. "Oh, I just thought she hadn't moved all day, so this is a good opportunity for her to walk around. It's not a big deal." "Okay." After saying that, Jean Dinglon placed her food on the table, told Lucy what to eat, and left. On her way back to her dorm, she suddenly remembered that the dorm manager had created a group chat. She could just say anything in the group. But she quickly dismissed her doubts. The group chat hadn't been active for a month. They'd probably forgotten about it. She only remembered it halfway through. After confirming Jean Dinglon's departure, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, and then tacitly sat down at the table to eat. Nothing is more important than eating. Nicole curiously asked Losai about her trip, and before she knew it, she finished the entire table of food, even drinking Jean Dinglon's soup, a light but delicious broth, perfect for when you're sick. After their chat, Losai opened her bedroom door, and a strand of hair she left under the door appeared on the ground a short distance away. Lucy turned and called to Nicole, who hadn't yet entered her room. "Has anyone been in my room?" Nicole sensed something was wrong and walked over. "No, I haven't been in either. Has anyone been here?" Lucy scanned the room, scrutinizing every detail. Yes, he was very careful. Nothing in the room has been moved, or rather, moved but put back in its original place. Nicole frowned slightly. With the competition at its most crucial, someone having visited Lucy's room as a participant was not good news. Whatever his motives, the Deep family had to investigate. Nicole quickly contacted someone to investigate the surveillance footage around the dormitory during Lucy's absence. Looking at the slightly tired Lucy, Nicole said, "You've been working hard these past few days. Get some rest. Leave the investigation to me." Lucy readily agreed. After closing her room door, she didn't rest immediately but instead searched the entire room, checking for the possibility of someone installing cameras or listening devices. Chapter 144. She even tapped on the floorboards one by one to check for anything unusual. She didn't have many things, and the thorough search only took half an hour. Nothing was missing or added. What did that person want? Losai was completely baffled, and could only wait and see if Nicole could find out. The items in the space weren't ready yet, so Losai decided not to go in. She could wait until Nicole had results before entering the space. She slept soundly all night. Losai woke up on time. She was back and needed to go to class. Just as she got up to wash, Nicole also got up. The two brushed their teeth together in the bathroom, and Nicole activated her bracelet to play a surveillance video. Yesterday morning, everyone went to class, and the third floor was deserted. But the smart electronic lock on Losai and Nicole's dormitory door flashed and beeped as it unlocked. The door opened a crack, and then closed again. About 10 minutes later, the door opened again and closed once more. An invisibility user? Losai frowned slightly. If it only opened briefly, and didn't close properly, one could say the lock was broken. But the subsequent noises clearly indicated someone went in and out. Nicole shared this suspicion, and the other person was very cautious. The items in Losai's room were perfectly in their proper places. It was this confidence that led the person to believe no one would notice, so they didn't even bother to disable the security cameras at the front door. However, disrupting security cameras or prying open windows would leave more traces, making the front door a clear choice to avoid detection. If discovered, even the wealthy Deep family wouldn't be able to trace an invisible person. Losai brushed her teeth, then suddenly thought of another possibility. Their target might not be me. Yesterday I was sick in bed on leave, while you went to class. Maybe they searched your room first, then tentatively opened mine, and found no one there. But we can't be sure yet. Of course, it's more likely they're investigating me directly. If they were only investigating you, knowing I'm in the dorm, most people wouldn't open my room. In short, your room has most likely been searched too. Have someone check our entire dorm. They might have left something behind. Nicole suddenly realized, what if they left a camera in her room? Wouldn't they have seen everything she did last night, from sleeping to changing clothes? No. Now! Immediately. Call someone to investigate. She sent several voice messages to her bracelet, relaying Losai's suspicions and requesting that someone be sent. After doing that, Nicole activated the thermal imaging surveillance. The dorm surveillance system originally didn't have this function, but because of her important position, she couldn't afford any mistakes, so the building surveillance system was replaced with a more advanced thermal imaging system. The specially made cameras looked exactly like the previous ones, so the person hadn't noticed an anomaly. According to the surveillance footage, the person was approximately 185 centimeters tall, male, with a normal to slightly thin build. Such a physique is very common on planet Aegir. Judging solely by build wouldn't reveal anything useful. Lossie silently noted it down, then ate a quick breakfast after washing up, and went to class with Nicole. Once the students left, a group of people arrived at Nicole's dormitory with professional equipment. Before the first class was even over, Nicole received a message, which she calmly forwarded to Lossie. Lossie glanced down, and saw 2 miniature cameras, and a listening device in the living room, but nothing was found in Nicole's room. The other party was probably afraid of offending the Deep family too much, so they only installed it in the living room. They had some guts, but not much. But this created a problem. All the things she and Nicole had talked about at the dining table in the living room yesterday had been overheard. Thinking back carefully, she realized that most of what she said was about mutated creatures, and she mentioned her teammates a few times, not in detail, but she definitely described their abilities. It wasn't convenient to talk during class, so Nicole typed a message. Grandma is taking it very seriously. She's already sent people to investigate. They can check the camera's model, origin, the signal it's connected to, and the transmission location. The results should be available today. Rosie, okay. After a brief chat, the two continued with the lesson. As soon as the first class ended, many classmates came up to inquire about Rosie's condition. Things were different now. Rosie's status had risen dramatically, becoming the third person after Nicole and Qin Dinglan. Others might have better family backgrounds than Rossi, but in terms of ability and connections, they were miles behind. At such a young age, she had already filmed a very important gun commercial for the Deep family. That meant she was recognized by the powerful family. No one in the class dared to openly look down on her anymore. Now they were all eager to curry favor. Sari maintained a natural, fake smile as she dealt with them, when suddenly the classroom door attracted everyone's attention. It was Jill Newman and several of his teammates returning to class, one of them with his hand in a cast. When Jill Newman saw Rossi looking over, he instinctively lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. It was all his fault for not listening to advice. His injury wasn't shameful. What was shameful was that his teammate had died because of him. He should have listened to Rossi and not gone. Zhao Xiang and another teammate didn't want to go either, but they were all on the same team, so they reluctantly went together, and the result. Sari didn't elaborate on the specifics of the incident, but it spread quickly among his teammates and close friends, and eventually everyone knew. So now, the expressions on their faces in the class were quite intriguing. Jill Newman, knowing he was in the wrong, didn't force a greeting and quietly sat down with his teammates in the corner. Soon, the second class began, and a red dot suddenly appeared on the Black River Gang app on Loss's bracelet, which had been inactive for a long time. Clicking on it revealed a new contact, Sean Burney, who had issued a task. Lossie was tasked with observing and investigating who from the Deep group might be selected as contestants for the public competition at the United Academy. There would be generous rewards for discovering contestants from other families. However, Lossie guessed that this task was probably issued to everyone in the Black River Gang. It wasn't mandatory. It was just a matter of luck who could find someone and earn points for providing clues. Of course, Lossie's identity was a bit special. He was close to Nicole and Qin Dinglan, making it more likely that he could find out who the contestants were. Pretending to be oblivious, Losai asked, "Where's Mr. Grote? Why are you the one on my end now?" A moment later, the other side replied, "Grote has disappeared. The murderer hasn't been found yet. You're under my jurisdiction now. Also, your monthly 500 points have been cancelled." What does this mean? Why didn't they mention letting her participate in this election? Instead, they cancelled her monthly points. Losai, how could this be? So, does the organization mean that everything we said before is meaningless? Actually, she wanted to ask if the selection still mattered, but she wasn't sure if her contact knew or not, so she used this euphemistic way of putting it. Chapter 145. If he didn't know, he could have easily avoided the selection. Even if he found out later, he had already asked him today, so it couldn't be his fault. Of course, Losai now wanted to get rid of the Black River Gang, this burden, and it was just a matter of whether he would have the opportunity. The reply was a bit slow, coming just before get out of class ended. The organization needs a lot of funds for development. As a member, shouldn't you contribute to the organization? You have excellent grades at the United Academy, receiving scholarships every month. Do you really need the organization's 500 points? Looking at the message, Losai was speechless. Sure enough, he couldn't escape empty promises and exploitation no matter where he was. The good news was that the other party hadn't mentioned this election at all. He probably didn't know. Losai, I joined the Black River Gang because of Grote. Although I don't need the 500 points, it was Grote's sincere invitation to join. Now that he's gone, I think my connection with the organization has faded. Sean Burney, what do you mean? You're leaving the Black River Gang? Rosie's talent is undeniable, especially considering her connections with two powerful families. He had no intention of letting her go. He reviewed Rosie's file. With her current talent, he felt it was entirely possible to keep her to participate in the election 10 years from now. Now, with the election imminent, Rosie's talent, however good, was still too immature. 10 years of training would change everything. By then, she would be in her prime, more mature in all aspects. As long as her talent remained unchanged or improved even slightly, she would be more than capable of competing in the grand tournament. He was indeed unaware, as Rosie had thought, that Grote had arranged for Rosie to participate in next year's grand tournament. But his basic judgment of character remained intact. Rosie was indeed a genius, but he was a conservative, believing that a 25-year-old Rosie had a better chance of winning in the grand tournament 10 years from now, rather than risking Rosie's participation at 15 next year. Lossie, I just want my fair share. If not, I think we can part ways amicably. I can help with any missions in the future if I have enough points. I can also gather the information you need. This time, the other party replied quickly, No, you won't be shortchanged by 500 points. The mission mentioned above is still valid. If you have any clues, the reward ranges from a minimum of 5,000 points to a maximum of 1 million points. Lossie sighed inwardly. It seemed she couldn't escape for the time being. Fortunately, she didn't need to participate in the Black River Gang selection process, so she didn't have to kill another one. Grob wasn't killed in vain, his body was still in her spatial storage. She hadn't found a suitable place to dispose of it these past few days. Sean Burney was unaware that his conservatism had saved him from disaster. He suddenly shivered. He glanced at the air conditioner. The temperature wasn't very low. He then sent Lossie a photo and said, reporting similar plants also earns a reward. It's related to the missing Grote. Lossie's eyelids twitched. Before even clicking to look, she recognized it. Little Wright's broken branch. The branch in the photo was well preserved in a glass container filled with a clear liquid. It consisted of 3 pieces, the shortest only the length of a palm, the longest over a meter, with some fragments of vine bark floating in it. This was bad news. The Black River Gang not only experimented on animals, but also on plants. Could they have cloned Little Wright's broken branch? She had to ask Little Wright when she got back. She simply replied okay to Sean, and then fell silent. Jill Newman and the others didn't attend the afternoon classes. Their injuries hadn't fully healed, so they could only attend academic classes. Most importantly, they were afraid of their homeroom teacher, Watson. They went under the guise of rescuing someone, but Watson knew the truth. They'd probably get punished in class, so they wait until they were healed and could handle it. After class, in the dormitory, the Deep family was very reliable. They hadn't rummaged through anything, and even tidied things up, cleaning up some hard-to-reach corners. Now that the room was empty, Nicole confidently took out the results to discuss. But Losai hadn't expected it to be the Black River Gang again. It seemed she was inextricably linked to them. The specific findings were that the cameras and other equipment were from an ordinary workshop, but the location of the video transmission was currently confirmed to be related to the Black River Gang. Invisibility ability users? Did the Black River Gang have such people? She had looked at the data on Grote's computer. It contained detailed records of the gang's ability users, and there were no invisibility users listed. It's only been about half a month since Grote died, and the invisibility ability user is a newcomer. Is it really that simple? Lossie. They probably overheard our conversation yesterday. What does your family plan to do? After saying this, Lossie suddenly realized something was wrong. If the Black River gang really heard her and Nicole's conversation, they would definitely know that the Deep family had discovered and found their surveillance. Anyone who heard the eavesdropping would know she was already a member of the Deep group. Why would Sean act like he knew nothing and chat with her this morning? He should be busy dealing with the Deep family's anger and trading information about the tournament contestants for huge profits. How could he have time to deal with a nobody like her? Thinking of all this, Lossie had no intention of defending the Black River gang. The Deep family destroying the Black River gang suited her perfectly. But who is really behind this? Solving the Black River gang's problem is important, but the tournament is also crucial for her. The team's information has been completely leaked, which is extremely disadvantageous. Nicole frowned slightly. Grandma and father plan to control a portion of the team first. This matter has a significant impact on her family. If the Black River gang has already leaked the information, the current team will have to be replaced. But the current team composition is the best overall. Replacing them would greatly weaken their overall strength. The Black River gang, a second-rate force, shouldn't have that much guts. They might have someone backing them. This is a critical matter. We need to be even more careful, Lossie simply reminded her. All in Deep, who controls such a large family and corporation, will definitely notice something amiss. She just needs to wait for the outcome. Nicole nodded in agreement. Back in her room, Lossie locked the door and entered her spatial dimension. After patting the left and right guardians, Lossie showed Xiaoyu a photo on her bracelet. If a human cloned your broken branch, would the clone succeed? Would it have the same abilities as you? Like absorbing other plants to produce new varieties? Worried that Xiaoyu wouldn't understand, Lossie explained the meaning of cloning for a long time, and even showed it a pre-downloaded video. Xiaoyu thought for a long time, its outstretched branch nodding and shaking its head. Lossie tried to interpret, you mean it can successfully clone, but the abilities won't be inherited? Xiaoyu nodded with its branch, then gently patted Lossie's shoulder with the branch, before pointing to itself. Chapter 146. Because of me? It was because I injected you with energy that you gained your abilities? After saying this, Lossie saw Xiaoyu nod and continued, so even if the clones succeed, they won't have your current abilities, right? Xiaoyu nodded again, it thought so too. Without the pure, directly absorbable energy Lossie provided, it couldn't produce new varieties. Confirming that the clones wouldn't have Xiaoyu's abilities, Lossie was relieved. Thinking about it carefully, the new radish sticks that Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu absorbed from the radishes only became tastier. They didn't gain any abilities or intelligence. The next day, a peaceful day passed, and there was still no news from the Deep family. Lossie finished washing up and returned to her room, entering her spatial dimension. The 5 radish sticks matured in the morning, and Lossie had already picked them. Now, the Libra grass and purifying grass had fruited. 30 Libra grass plants and 30 purifying grass plants yielded 192 and 205 seeds respectively. This time, Lossie won't sell them. She wants to cultivate a new variety. She reached into her spatial storage and injected the radiation she'd placed inside into the Libra grass. She collected this radiation while the outer ring radiation was rising, and with some compression, she was confident she could raise the Libra grass's radiation level to red 9. Little left and little right wagged their tails, remaining relatively quiet in their spots. Lossie placed the Libra grass, with the seeds removed, in front of little left and the purifying grass in front of little right. Absorb it. Little right was still pondering Lossie's meaning when little left, regardless, began absorbing the Libra grass. Seeing that Lossie didn't stop little left, little right also began absorbing the purifying grass. Gradually, one of the leaves on both little left and little right swelled up, and the liquid inside tinged with gold and blue. The Libra grass and purifying grass were consumed by half at once, slowly forming a golden and blue seed. When little left and little right stopped, only 10 of each plant remained. Little right was the first to pluck a leaf and hand it to Lossie, little left immediately following suit. Lossie took out 2 pots, just like last time. She gently pressed, and the leaf encasing the golden liquid broke open, the liquid flowing into the pot, revealing a pure golden oval seed the size of a coin. The other pot contained a blue seed of the same shape and size. Lossie took it out and planted it without hesitation in the gray soil. As for the liquid that had already been stored in 3 pots, it didn't seem right to leave it there. She thought for a moment and poured it onto the gray soil corresponding to the seeds planted, according to their properties. Since they all came from the same source, there shouldn't be any problems. She wouldn't plant the radish stick this time. She would save its liquid for later. In the remaining space, Lossie planted 35 Libra grasses and 35 purifying grasses. It was a bit crowded, but not a big problem. Now she has 10 Libra grasses with 157 seeds, and 10 purifying grasses with 170 seeds. Although the seeds haven't sprouted yet, Losai still gave Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu about 1,000 energy points each as a reward. You can tell how happy they are by their tails wagging so loudly. After settling things in the space, Losai went to bed early. This week was lucky. The school didn't assign any tasks, so the second-year students handled them. The Deep family is still dealing with the surveillance issue, and there are no results yet. Just after class on Friday, Losai had to go to team training again. On her way, before even leaving the city gates, Losai suddenly received a message from Sean of the Black River Gang. "Why didn't you tell me your dorm was found to have surveillance cameras?" "It wasn't us. You're close to the second young lady of the Deep family, explain it tactfully." Losai quickly sent the explanation she had prepared. "What? The surveillance is related to our organization? Nicole didn't tell me." Sean was almost frantic. Losai knew nothing. If he asked her to explain now, wouldn't that expose her as one of their people? Reluctantly, Sean had to abandon the idea. Looking at the unanswered message, Losai didn't expect Sean to be so easy to deal with. She put down her bracelet. They were already out of the city, and the signal would be gone in a little while. She had just taken leave this week, and Losai couldn't ask for a second time, so she had to be back by Sunday. The others would continue their training. For this, a car was assigned to Losai, with Red Flame driving. It was just the two of them in the car. Because Losai's classes ended late, they only drove as far as Central again before stopping. They encountered a team of third-year students from the United Academy along the way. According to the information Sarah provided, the third-year students' mission location wasn't on this route. They seemed to be in good condition, perhaps changing their route to contain more mutated creatures. Unfortunately, the team had to take a detour, changing their rest point to another area in Central with lower radiation. Everyone warmed themselves by the fire and drank hot water. The points from the mutated creatures contained last time had been tallied, over 4 million points. There were 4 A-level mutated creatures, and several B-level ones. Mutated creatures of the same level weren't as valuable as source crystals, and some key parts were missing, such as the head of the little white stripe, so the points were lower. Of the 4 million points, the cost of purification sprays, weapons, vehicles, etc., had to be deducted. 9/10 went to the base, leaving only 350,000 points for everyone. There were 9 people in total. The captain and vice-captain each received 50,000 points, the official players each received 40,000 points, and the reserve players each received 30,000 points. Everyone agreed, this was how it had always been distributed. Their abilities were all developed by the base. Without the base, they were nothing, unable even to defeat an F-level mutated creature. Their daily food, drink, and lodging at the base were top-notch, so they accepted the base taking 90% of the profits. However, Losai was different. She hadn't received any of the base's provided drugs, nor had she spent any of the base's money. By all accounts, she was at a disadvantage. Faced with her teammates' sympathetic expressions, Losai pretended not to see them. Sarah gave her an additional 210,000 points, bringing the total to 250,000. Is there a problem? No problem, of course she wouldn't tell her teammates. 250,000 is much less than 4 million, but without the base's data, teammates, and supplies, she couldn't go to the outer ring or kill that many mutated creatures, so 250,000 was still within her acceptable range. They spent a peaceful night, and the next day everyone set off on time. This time, they were heading to a location near the boundary between the middle and outer rings, their target still being A-level mutated creatures. Mutated chimpanzee, 7 to 10 meters tall, weighing 6 to 15 tons, relatively clumsy but with extremely strong defense. Ordinary firearms are difficult to damage. Their enormous size brings unparalleled strength, a pure carnivore, and has a record of attacking humans more than 10 times. Chapter 147. Sounding difficult to deal with, the group drove closer to their destination, leaving Red Flame and Wind ability user behind to guard the supplies. After spraying purification mist, the 7 jogged forward. The chimpanzee's territory was an unusually tall forest, averaging 20 meters in height, providing excellent cover for the group. This target was special. Chimpanzees are social animals, and this forest contained not only the mutated, larger chimpanzees, but also those of their original, unmutated form. Logically, the unmutated chimpanzees shouldn't be able to withstand such high radiation levels in the outer ring, but thanks to the dense forest, and the food provided by the mutated chimpanzees, they had managed to thrive here. This was the first time Losai had heard of such a mixed species arrangement, and she couldn't help but be curious. According to the data, the mutated chimpanzees here were all A-level. She felt there was one point that wasn't entirely accurate. The unmutated chimpanzee's size, attack power, and defense remained unchanged. Although the radiation here was shielded by trees, it was still far higher than in the inner and middle rings. Therefore, being able to withstand the radiation was, in her view, a form of mutation. However, she wasn't a biologist from planet Ager, and this thought only flashed through her mind before being dismissed. A short while later, she saw the mutated chimpanzee lying on the ground, a mountain-sized creature, dozing with its back to the ground. Estimated by sight, it was about 8 meters tall and weighed nearly 10 tons. Its coarse, thick fur was even larger than the largest needle. Lassie raised the large laser gun developed by Lin Zizhou. It was currently the most powerful gun available, but whether it could harm the mutated chimpanzee was still uncertain. The others also picked up their weapons, waiting for Captain Hubbs to give the order. After confirming there were no other mutated chimpanzees nearby, Hubbs decided to have Gala control the water and spray it around the mutated chimpanzee. At the current temperature, the water would freeze quickly. The water slowly froze, matching the surrounding temperature. The thick-skinned mutated chimpanzee remained fast asleep, seemingly unaware of anything amiss. Seeing that it was about time, Hubbs said in a low voice, "Attack!" Except for Xiaoqi, everyone pulled out their enlarged laser guns and fired. 6 dazzling white lights shot out almost simultaneously, and Xiaoqi's metal machete swung heavily a step behind. Bang! The power of the laser guns made the mutated chimpanzee's flesh vibrate, but only left a slightly charred mark. The mutated chimpanzee tried to scratch itself, but found it couldn't move its hand. The next second, Xiaoqi's metal machete was already at the chimpanzee's neck. Xiaoqi's strength was evident to everyone. She could chop down over a dozen trees in one go. But the next second, the metal machete, upon touching the mutated chimpanzee's skin, actually scraped off a layer of dead skin, creating a spark. The chimpanzee was enraged. This was a provocation from humans. It struggled to its feet. The attacks continued, but with little effect. The mutated chimpanzee's skin was too thick, they couldn't penetrate its vitals. Their attacks were like fish in a foot massage parlor. This was even with all of them equipped with their most powerful laser guns. Ordinary rifles wouldn't even scrape off the dead skin, they only scratch it. Now, the only one in the team who could potentially harm it was Bob, but that meant close quarters combat. "Bob, go! We cover you!" Harpos quickly gave the order, and everyone obeyed without hesitation. But before Bob could even get close, the mutated chimpanzee's hands broke free of the ice's restraints. It pushed off the ground with its hands and legs, shattering the ice binding its lower body. Gunfire continued, and Bob advanced rapidly, using the tall trees as cover. The mutated chimpanzee pounded its chest in fury, its fists striking its ribcage with a distinctive muffled thud, like striking a large temple bell with its base sealed. It opened its blood-red maw and roared, its enormous voice audible for miles around, hurting ears. Thankfully, unlike a monkey's true sonic attack, it only hurt the ears, not the head. Bob, carrying a sharp silver machete, weaved through the trees. The enraged mutated chimpanzee only looked at Lizzie and the others, completely unaware of the approaching human. After pounding its chest, the mutated chimpanzee strode towards the humans. But Losai fired a laser directly into its eye. Previously, the chimpanzee had been facing away from the group, making it difficult to attack. Now that it had turned around, Losai's first move was to shoot its eye. The mutated chimpanzee, still not running, was caught off guard. Its left eye instantly turned blood red, forcing it to stop and immediately lower its head to avoid further injury. Bob was close enough. Using a tree trunk as cover, he leaped high, his powerful jump propelling him to a height of 10 meters. Holding a machete, his muscles tensed, he aimed for the mutated chimpanzee's nape. By the time the mutated chimpanzee reacted, it was too late. Thud. The machete sank into the mutated chimpanzee's neck. Bob, using the momentum of his descent, widened the half-meter wound to 2 meters. The mutated chimpanzee, writhing in pain and enraged, became even more clumsy, reaching out to flatten the oblivious human, but Bob had already fallen to the ground. He braced himself with one hand, sprinting away before the chimpanzee's massive paw could reach him. The chimpanzee raised its head to look for Bob, but Losai shot it in the right eye again. While the laser gun's power wasn't enough to blind it immediately, the blood gushing from its eye completely obscured its vision. It could only see slivers of light by blinking. Even worse was the wound on the back of its neck, bleeding profusely. Fortunately, the wound was long but not too deep, allowing it to hold on for a while longer. Ugh! Losai and the others continued firing when they suddenly heard the sounds of other chimpanzees. It was the cry of the mutated chimpanzee that had attracted them. One was already difficult to deal with. What would happen if several more appeared? They had to finish them off quickly. Xiaoqi swung her machete again, aiming straight for the wound Bob had inflicted. The mutated chimpanzee's strongest defenses were breached. This time, it wasn't just a scrape. The machete sank deep into its flesh, hitting bone with a loud thud before finally stopping. Xiaoqi controlled the machete, slashing into its wound once more. The mutated chimpanzee frantically thrashed about, trying to dodge the attack, but half blind, it darted around like a headless fly, unable to escape Xiaoqi's precisely controlled machete. Within 3 strikes, its cervical vertebrae snapped, and it died instantly. The earth trembled violently. The other chimpanzees were drawing ever closer. Take the head. Harpos immediately gave the order. Taking the entire body was impossible in this situation. Chapter 148. Bob, who hadn't returned yet, immediately rushed forward with a machete, and Xiaoqi also helped, wielding the machete. With such a large wound, the machete easily separated the mutated chimpanzee's head and body. Looking at the head, which was half the size of a truck, Bob had Xiaoqi bring him a metal hook, inserted it into the chimpanzee's head, and dragged it along. This chimpanzee weighed at least 1,000 pounds, if not a ton, and Bob dragged it at twice the speed of an average person. However, the mutated chimpanzees chasing after them were only a kilometer away. Using their enormous size, they could reach this position in less than a minute. Even more dangerous was that there were 5 of them, 2 of which were at least 10 meters tall. With each step they took, the ground shook. Harpos didn't move, letting the others go first. After Bob, at the back, passed him, he stretched out his arms in front of his chest and slowly slid them to the left and right. A thin barrier slowly rose, forming a long, high wall that blocked the path of the 5 mutated chimpanzees. Bob knew that Hubbard was trying to buy them more time to escape, so he also rushed towards the car with all his might. Faced with 5 such enormous mutated chimpanzees, Hubbard involuntarily swallowed hard. His barrier wasn't invincible. It would break if the damage was high enough. He couldn't even withstand the strength of one, so initially he hadn't restrained the dead mutated chimpanzee, but instead had Gala trap it. Now, all he could do was buy time. Smelling the blood of their companions, the mutated chimpanzees charged frantically towards them, all 5 crashing into the invisible barrier. Harpos's face turned deathly pale, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. The weight of several tons to over 10 tons slammed into the barrier, and he barely managed to stay upright, expending almost all his strength. He had underestimated their strength. The mutated chimpanzees, their path blocked, were momentarily stunned, having never seen such power before raising their fists to strike the obstruction. Having barely withstood 5 punches, Harpos couldn't take it anymore. He removed the barrier and retreated quickly. Another punch would have made him cough up blood. His speed was also considerable, roughly twice that of an average person. The base's training emphasized not only ability, but also physical strength. Even someone like Jack, whose physique wasn't great, possessed above-average physical abilities, though still far inferior to those of ability users. The mutated chimpanzees, unaware that the barrier was gone, saw the last human about to escape and frantically pounded at it with all their might. The attack missed, nearly causing them to fall, but fortunately, they were used to walking on all 4s, managing to maintain their balance. The 5 mutated chimpanzees, realizing the obstacle had disappeared, immediately sprinted in the direction the humans had fled. Lassie, Yiwu, and Gala reached the vehicle first. Seeing their frantic state, the 2 guards realized they needed to escape and quickly took the driver's seat, waiting for their teammates to arrive. Yiwu got into another vehicle, followed by Galu, while Ben got into yet another. Lassie quickly opened the back door of her vehicle, waiting for Bob to arrive. The combat vehicle was larger than an off-road vehicle, but slightly smaller than a 4-wheel truck, just large enough to fit the heads of the mutated chimpanzees. The tremors beneath their feet grew stronger. Bob and Harpos arrived almost simultaneously, followed by mutated chimpanzees a few hundred meters behind. Lassie waved for them to put the head there. Bob immediately stopped behind the vehicle, carrying the stinking head. He forcefully hoisted the head and tossed it inside. The combat vehicle swayed, its weight causing it to buckle slightly. Lassie slammed the door shut without hesitation and got in at the same time as Bob. Harpos had gotten into Yiwu's vehicle a second before her and Bob. With everyone present, the vehicle immediately started moving. After a rapid ascent, it accelerated and disappeared from the sight of the mutated chimpanzees, who were only 100 meters away. They pounded their chests and roared in fury, knowing they couldn't catch up. Lossie's vehicle was too heavy, inevitably slowing it down a bit, and it gradually fell behind the other two vehicles. Bob, panting, looked at Losai with lingering fear. Thanks. His multifunction sensor wasn't activated as he spoke, so the others couldn't hear him. If Losai hadn't opened the car door for him, several seconds would have been wasted, and it was uncertain whether those big guys would have caught up. Losai gave him a reassuring look. We're teammates, it's only right. Bob nodded, glancing fearfully at the receding figure of the mutated chimpanzee in the rearview mirror. Losai, a newcomer, treated him like a teammate, while some others. Before the team spots were decided, everyone fought and schemed, which was one thing, but now they were teammates, yet only Losai opened the car door for him. Although they didn't do it intentionally, and didn't mean to harm him, they hadn't considered him, and he felt resentful. They'd known each other for so many years, trained together, and always done their best on missions. He never harmed any of them in past missions, even acting as their babysitter. He sighed heavily inwardly, his feelings for Losai growing stronger. Harpo's was also good, he'd done what a captain should do. Harpo's quickly chose a resting spot with lower radiation levels. By the time everyone arrived, it was already 8 a.m. It was a rocky area with many natural caves. The space was quite large, and they drove in with their vehicle. Everyone got out of the car. Yi Wu, in his black shadow form, quickly surveyed the cave, which seemed to stretch for an unknown length. A minute later, he reverted to human form and appeared before them. Only some small reptiles. I don't see any dangerous places yet. Harpo's nodded palely. Let's rest here. Ben took out a potion and handed it to Harpo's. He couldn't heal the injuries caused by the depleted energy, he could only rely on the potion. Harpo's took it, deftly tore open the potion, which was about the same size as a nutrient solution, and drank it down in one gulp. Seeing no one move, Bob resignedly picked up the purification spray. His back, facing away from the others, was soaked with sweat. The suit was very absorbent and waterproof, so the sweat wouldn't be visible unless there was a particularly heavy amount. Seeing this, Lucy took the spray from him. I do it, you rest. She sprayed it quickly and efficiently. Bob, his legs trembling slightly, sat on a rock on the ground. The strength and speed he had just displayed looked amazing, but it was the result of exerting all his strength. He was now somewhat exhausted. Lucy opened the car door, took out some basic supplies, gave Bob and herself a bottle of water, and placed the supplies next to Bob, telling the others to fetch what they needed. Receiving the water from Lucy, Bob whispered a thank you, and then drank it down in large gulps. Chapter 149. Hong Yin was still standing at the back of the carriage, looking at the mutated chimpanzee's head. He was responsible for guarding the supplies this time, and hadn't been able to see the mutated chimpanzee's appearance. The plant healer Ben slightly opened his hand, and all the bushes outside the cave withered. A healing power flowed into everyone's bodies, instantly restoring much of their depleted strength. Bob felt much better too. Xiaoqi used metal to bring back some dry branches to start a fire. This time, Hong Yin was observant and lit a fire. At noon, everyone ate a simple meal of nutritional supplements to fill their stomachs, planning to cook a proper meal before starting their mission in the afternoon. Xiaoqi stretched out her hands to warm them by the fire, trying to start a conversation out of boredom. That mutated chimpanzee's skin was really thick today. If Bob hadn't broken through its skin, I wouldn't have been able to cut it. Bob sat to the side, not responding as usual. Xiaoqi wondered why he seemed unhappy today. Gallo chimed in, yeah, and the captain's been carrying the load for a long time too. Everyone's worked hard. Harpo smiled weakly and replied, we're all teammates, it's what we should do. No one spoke, but that it's what we should do stung Bob. He was acting as a babysitter for everyone, and everyone thought it was their duty. Sunday, 7 p.m. This time, luck wasn't good. They only managed to contain 2 A-level mutated creatures in 2 days. One ran too fast, and they couldn't catch it, and their companion's support for the other was too timely, so they had to retreat. Lossie had class tomorrow, and had to go back now, taking the mutated chimpanzee's head with her. Bob helped Lossie load her things into the car. Lossie thanked him, and sat in the driver's seat. I'm going back now. Be careful. After a brief farewell, Lossie drove away alone. The return route was slightly different from the way there. Losai followed the map she had downloaded beforehand, but just as she reached the boundary between the inner and outer ring roads, a surge of energy emanated from her. Very close, she slammed on the brakes. To go or not to go. Her vehicle and combat suit were both well documented and far more advanced than those at school. A 2-week mission wouldn't necessarily be damaged by radiation unless she was constantly under high-intensity radiation. Doing it herself would be too suspicious. Losai reached for the water bottle beside her, gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Stopping suddenly now would also be suspicious, so she decided to use drinking water as an excuse. Setting down the water bottle, she had already thought of a plan. She silently started the vehicle, driving with one hand while trying to reach the supplies bag on the passenger side with the other. One moment of inattention. The vehicle was about to crash into a tree ahead. In her panic, she accidentally pressed the accelerator, frantically turning the steering wheel. The vehicle suddenly veered off course and flew away. By the time she reacted and slammed on the brakes, the left side of the car had hit a rock quite hard, and she slammed heavily onto the steering wheel, her closed electronic devices accidentally crushed. Luo, she clutched her chest, it still hurt a little. Now she had a reason to get out of the car. She was a beginner driver, and this was an accident, there was nothing she could do. Once she got out, the energy fluctuation was only about 100 meters away. There were recording devices at the front and rear of the car, and Luo, she had controlled the vehicle's direction well, so she didn't have to worry about being caught on camera. She pursed her lips, took out some tools, and pretended to get out of the car to check. She summoned Little Right, handed it a shovel, and threw a rock to mark the location for it to dig. She herself took a wrench and started tapping and banging on the car. The recorders all made noise, and if there was no sound while digging for the source crystal, the inspectors would definitely notice something was wrong. So, they had to send Xiaoyu. Xiaozhua was a bit difficult to control, so it was best not to send him out yet. The clanging and banging of the hammering masked the last possible sound of digging. Xiaoyu was quite strong, and since the source crystal wasn't deep, he dug it out in less than 10 minutes. Watching Xiaoyu shakily lift the source crystal, Luo, she admitted she was shocked. This was the largest piece she had ever seen. Purity aside, its 1 meter length alone must have weighed at least several hundred pounds. Following Luo Shi's instructions, Xiaoyu delivered the item along the fixed route. Luo Shi reached out and put Xiaoyu and the source crystal into her spatial storage. The combat vehicle had a dent in its body, and half a panel obscuring the internal structure was missing from the bottom, but it wasn't a major problem. With the item in hand, Luo Shi returned to the vehicle and continued driving. Back at base, the vehicle was handed over to specialists. After inspection, Losai returned to the lounge, quickly cleaned herself, and changed into her own clothes. Opening the door, Losai handed the damaged combat uniform to a female employee guarding the area. The employee took it and examined it. It's definitely damaged. The new combat uniform should be ready next week. Is there anything that needs adjusting? Size it up by 2 centimeters, I've been growing quite fast lately. Can I go back now? Losai asked, yawning. She hadn't slept well for the past 2 days. The employee replied, okay, there's nothing else. You can go back now. It was already 10:30 p.m. when she returned to her dormitory. Nicole wasn't there, and a surveillance camera was clearly visible in the living room. Losai glanced at her bracelet. Nicole said she wouldn't be here until tomorrow, and the surveillance cameras were only installed in the living room for security reasons. After entering the room and checking to make sure no one had been there, Losai slipped into her spatial dimension. The meter-long and wide source crystal emitted a faint blue light, becoming the most dazzling presence in the space. As soon as Losai approached, Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu crowded around, wanting to feel it. She casually touched it a couple of times, then reached out to the enormous source crystal. 6 minutes later, the source crystal had turned grayish. Based on Losai's experience, she estimated that it contained about 300,000 units of energy. The energy wasn't much, but the important thing was that the area of the gray soil had more than doubled, allowing her to grow more plants. Losai didn't know where the energy had been added yet. After testing it repeatedly, she discovered it had been added to healing. A 3 centimeter long, 1 millimeter deep wound could completely heal in just 10 minutes without any medicine, leaving only a faint scar, and disappearing completely in 15 minutes. Currently, this ability isn't very strong. Someone severely injured and bleeding profusely will still die without timely treatment. Furthermore, this energy can only affect the user and cannot heal others. After testing it a few times, she discovered that the healing was controllable, so there was no need to worry about recovering too quickly in front of others. Trading 300,000 for a controllable healing ability seemed like a good deal to Losai. Losai gave Xiaoyu 1,000 energy points as payment for mining the source crystals. Xiaozhua was extremely envious, stretching out a branch, but not daring to make any further movements. Losai looked at what she had planted. It was growing very well, and would be ready for harvest in 2 or 3 days. Especially the 2 new varieties she had planted, probably because of the liquid she had poured on them, they were already showing signs of bearing fruit. a day faster than the other plants. Chapter 150. The liquid was indeed effective. Losai was thankful she hadn't thrown it away, but had carefully preserved it. The new variety of Libra grass inherited the characteristics of the vampire vine, growing a full 3 meters tall with a rough, vine-like bark. It had many leaves, similar in shape to the original Libra grass's teardrop shape, and were not transparent. Furthermore, each vine had a cluster of leaves at short intervals, growing from top to bottom. A single vine was roughly estimated to have over 100 leaves, unlike the vampire vine, which only had a few leaves at the top. The new purification grass was similar, with the same vampire vine-like trunk and numerous leaves, though the leaves were smaller than normal purification grass, only about half the size of a palm. With the new ash soil, she planned to accelerate the growth of these plants before planting the new ones. With a quick action, she released energy, and the Libra grass, purification grass, and the 2 new varieties rapidly grew and bore fruit. It successfully accelerated growth, consuming approximately 5,000 energy points. 30 plants each of Libra grass and purifying grass, containing 210 and 200 seeds respectively. The new Libra grass seeds still resemble bean pods, with 1 to 3 golden pods beneath each cluster of leaves, but they are more slender, containing about 5 to 10 seeds, roughly the size of toy gun bullets. The new purifying grass seeds are no longer underground, but rather located under the main vein on the back of the leaves. They are the same size as the new Libra grass seeds, but possess a unique blue color, and the total number of seeds is similar to that of the new Libra grass. After harvesting all the plants, Losai looked at the grayed out large source crystal, and with a thought, easily turned it into powder. Now the area is more than twice as large, and more crops can be grown. Losai planted all the gray soil with ordinary Libra grass and 80 plants of purifying grass. She didn't know what the new varieties were for yet. She had a lot of seeds this time. She planted more after figuring out their uses. She waved her hand and took out a carrot stick, taking a big bite. It was indeed delicious. The competition wasn't far off, and if all went well, she had to go to interstellar space. She needed to stockpile some supplies. The space was so large, it was just sitting empty. Currently, there were 40 Libra grass plants in the space. Subtracting the 80 newly planted ones, plus the 157 seeds she hadn't sold last time, she had 287 seeds left. Injecting the high radiation energy from the outer ring into it, feeling the heavy, surging radiation, she knew Red 9 was inevitable. And 40 purifying grass plants. Again, subtracting the 80 newly planted ones, plus the 170 seeds from last time, she had a total of 290 seeds. The new varieties of Libra grass and purifying grass seeds have also been collected. Each plant produces a large quantity, with 341 and 326 seeds respectively. Having finished sorting, it was already late, and Losai planned to sell them tomorrow. After a good night's sleep, Losai went to class on time, and Nicole also rushed to the classroom from her house before the bell rang. Losai and Qin Dinglon had saved a seat for her, and she greeted them with a smile and sat down. Everyone studied diligently in the morning classes, occasionally chatting about trivial matters. Until noon, Nicole pulled Losai, who had planned to study in the classroom, back to the dormitory. She finally couldn't help but speak. The investigation is complete. The Black River Gang wasn't the mastermind. Losai feigned surprise. If not them, then who? Nicole, worried about being overheard, lowered her voice and leaned closer, saying, it was people from Safe Zone 1. A high-ranking member of the Black River Gang was an accomplice. Unexpectedly, it was people from Safe Zone 1. Losai asked directly, are they the same people from last time? They haven't left yet? Nicole sighed helplessly and nodded, yes, they're all ability users. One of them has the ability to become invisible, and their figures match the ones on the surveillance footage. She then gave a small, relieved smile. Luckily, you found out in time. We investigated all the way from the Black River Gang, almost arresting all the high-ranking officials at their headquarters and branches, before finally tracing the trail to the real thieves. They couldn't communicate with Safe Zone 1, the message didn't get through. They're now under my control, but we can't deal with them directly yet. We need to negotiate with Safe Zone 1. Even if they're released, it'd have to wait until after the tournament. That's good. Hearing that the message hadn't been transmitted, Losai felt much more at ease. The two safe zones are quite far apart, and due to external radiation, ordinary wristbands and similar devices can't achieve such long-distance communication. Only specialized large-scale equipment in the safe zones can support it. Nicole, there have been instances like this before. People from other security zones brought specialized equipment, stole information, and sent it back to their own security zones. So now, people from other security zones aren't allowed to bring similar equipment. If they do, they have to hand it over here for safekeeping, and it's only returned to them after they leave. Luckily, my family isn't the first unlucky ones. Losai listened to Nicole's detailed explanation, understanding the connection between the whole incident and the outcome for the Black River Gang. Security Zone 1 made a promise to the Black River Gang's executive, arranging for the video transmission to originate from a small location under the Black River Gang's control. Even if they were discovered, they wouldn't be traced back to them immediately. Once the message was delivered, their mission was complete, and they could retreat immediately. It was late, and they could only hope to obtain access to professional communication equipment in Security Zone 3 the next day to relay messages. Of course, given the urgency of the competition, their use of communication equipment would certainly attract the attention of those in Security Zone 3. Therefore, they had established a code word beforehand to avoid being discovered transmitting messages. But then, Losai appeared out of nowhere and discovered their presence so quickly. Furthermore, the Deep family's investigation was extremely swift and vigilant. Despite not yet finding any connection to them after what happened the previous night, their application was rejected outright. Escape was impossible. From the moment they entered Security Zone 3, countless people had been stationed to guard them, preventing any actions detrimental to the security zone. The Invisible Man finally managed to slip away, contacting the Black River Gang and personally installing surveillance equipment. The Deep family, upon learning of the leak, doubled their manpower to guard them. Once they were confirmed to be the infiltrator, they were immediately imprisoned in the most secure and heavily guarded jail. As for the Black River Gang, the transmission address was on their end. Although they had tried to conceal it, the Deep family, with its vast resources, quickly tracked them down. They immediately detained everyone in the area where the transmission address was located and apprehended the executive. According to his confession, because the condition of the private transaction was that he couldn't view the surveillance footage, he didn't know what it recorded. However, the Deep family arrested everyone they could, just in case. The Black River Gang insisted that the executive was solely driven by profit and had nothing to do with them. But the Deep family, having almost lost their chance at the competition because of them, was unlikely to let them off easily. Chapter 151. Regardless of whether it was the entire Black River Gang or just one individual, the Deep family had no intention of letting them off easily. The executive in charge of the liaison was immediately executed, and those detained were subsequently imprisoned. Anyone found to have inside information was to be killed immediately. Those who didn't know would have their fate decided after the tournament. Of course, the executive's family members were all imprisoned, and several other Black River Gang executives, including Sean, were also arrested. It all depended on whether the Black River Gang was willing to pay the price to get them back. They would have to see if they could bear the consequences of messing with the Deep family. Hearing that Sean had been arrested, Losai almost couldn't suppress a smile. No wonder Sean hadn't asked about the Deep family's situation these past few days. He'd been arrested. With this contact person gone, and who knew when the next one would appear, she could finally have some peace and quiet. After Nicole finished speaking, she suddenly said, "Grandma said you've been a huge help, and she's going to reward you with 5 million points." Losai's eyes widened instantly, her green eyes gleaming with undisguised light. "Really? That's a full 5 million. She'd been on planet Agile for so long, and she hadn't earned that much in total." "Yes, but I only give you 1 million now. You get the remaining 4 million after you finish the preliminary rounds of the public competition," Nicole explained somewhat awkwardly. Losai nodded, she understood. Oline Deep was afraid that if she got so many points all at once, she wouldn't want to participate in the public competition. After all, Losai had only agreed to participate with a total of 2 million points. If a normal person already had 5 million points, who would want to take 2 million points that required risking their life? Although she still had many points to collect, Losai already felt like a millionaire. Shortly after their chat, 1 million points were transferred to her account. Now, her account balance had increased from 257,000 points, plus 10,000 from the scholarship, 250,000 from training rewards with her teammates at the base, plus another 1 million, totaling 1,517,000 points. She was truly rich. The lunch break was long, and while Nicole was napping, Losai, holding an umbrella, openly left the school gate and exchanged her 1,517,000 points for gold at the bank. She used 10,000 points to buy some gold beans and gold medals. Late at night, after everyone had fallen asleep, Losai disguised herself and climbed out of a window. Thanks to her enhanced hearing, she was able to avoid being discovered. She arrived smoothly at the ironware shop. Unfortunately, the shop was already closed. She could only knock lightly twice. The sound wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet night. Lucy's ears twitched. She heard the sound of blankets being pulled back. Less than 2 minutes after standing in the cold wind, the burly man opened the door. The roller shutter was only a meter open when he bent down and saw a blonde woman carrying a familiar black plastic bag. He immediately opened the door wider. After Lucy went in, he closed the door and walked silently to the bedroom. Lucy followed without a word. In the bedroom, the little boy lay asleep in bed, a cold patch on his forehead. Lucy didn't offer any words of concern. She waited for the burly man to open the basement door, and then went inside. The burly man took the black plastic bag, first asking about today's prices from the buyer, and then expertly began testing for radiation. Because of the large quantity, and the fact that each seed had to be tested, it took a full 15 minutes to finish. Green 1 purification grass is 2,400 points per plant, and the seed is 580 points each. This time, the Libra grass's radiation has reached red 9, so the price is 2,410 points per plant, and the seed is 581 points each. He then started using a calculator. 40 purification grass plants, 96,000 points, 290 seeds, 168,200 points, 40 Libra grass plants, 96,400 points, 287 seeds, 166,747 points total. He paused for a moment, carefully checking before saying, a total of 527,347 points. Before he could even look at Loci, an expectant voice rang out. Convert them all to source crystals. Okay. He moved quickly, first taking out the products, placing them on the table, taking photos, and sending them to the buyer. After stating the quantity and price, he began calculating the source crystals in the shop. He stocked up on 3 small pieces of source crystal worth around 100,000 each, waiting for Loci, a big customer. He hadn't expected this time to be over 100,000 more than last time. Even adding all the source crystals in the shop together, he barely managed to scrape together 500,000. How about I transfer the rest of the points to you directly? The burly man tentatively suggested. The man hadn't accepted any points, only source crystals, likely because he didn't want to reveal his information through transfers. Loci genuinely didn't want to. Do you have gold? He did have some. The burly man immediately replied, yes, just a moment. Source crystals were the primary currency on planet Ager, followed by gold, though some families also kept a little. A moment later, he produced 2 gold plaques and several gold ingots. These 2 plaques are worth 10,000 points each, and these small ingots are worth 2,000 points each. Loci accepted the token and 4 gold ingots, totaling 28,000, plus over 600 extra points. Gold was small, so Loci simply put it in her pocket, having already stored it in her spatial storage. Loci looked at the shopkeeper. Next time, I can get around 1 million worth of goods. Hearing the astronomical price of 1 million, even the burly man, who had been in business for many years, was somewhat stunned. He quickly agreed after recovering. This is a god of wealth, not a goddess of wealth. After saying that, Loci left carrying 2 plastic bags of source crystals. Finding a safe place to store the source crystals in her spatial storage, she didn't rush back, but quickly traversed the slums. Having been here for so long, since her sensitivity to source crystals had increased, she could often feel fluctuations emanating from them. One place had particularly strong fluctuations. She had seen in the Black River Gang's group chat that there was a black market there, and she now planned to go there. Before even reaching the entrance, the narrow streets around him suddenly filled with people, all heading towards the same place. Lassie slowed her pace, pulling her hat down low as she walked towards that direction. Upon arriving, she found herself in a bar that looked quite old. Many of the people inside wore elaborate masks, drinking and swaying to the deafening music. Lassie put her left hand in her pocket. As soon as she stepped inside, a bartender greeted her, holding a tray with a row of masks. What kind would you like, sir? She casually picked up a full-face black mask and was about to go inside when the bartender stopped her. First time here, sir? 100 points for a mask. A plastic mask that she had to return, and it cost 100 points? Lassie casually pulled 3 gold beans from her pocket and placed them on the bartender's tray. These were bank-issued gold beans, each worth 100 points per gram. The bartender's eyes lit up, assuming it was a tip. Loci used her right hand to lift the hat that was covering her face slightly with the mask and then put it on, so her face was not revealed. It was just that her green eyes were a bit of a problem. Chapter 152. How do we get there? Lucy asked, offering an extra tip. The waiter, about to take the money, hesitated, his face showing embarrassment. He led Lucy to a quieter corner. Well, since this is your first time here, you need an introduction. Mike introduced me, Lucy replied without batting an eye, using the common name again. She glanced around the bar, noticing a spot where people kept coming out, often carrying something. It seemed this was indeed the entrance to the black market. But then, upon hearing it was Mike, the waiter spoke into the pager. Mike's friend is here for the first time. Lucy's eyes narrowed. Just saying it wasn't enough, they needed to identify him. Could there really be a Mike down there? Should she go or wait? Before she could decide, a scruffy, reeking of alcohol, middle-aged man appeared from that spot. The waiter beckoned, and Mike stumbled over, slightly drunk. Before he could even utter a word, Lucy, with her back to the waiter, warmly shook hands with Mike. Uncle Mike, it's me. Feeling the object in his hand, Mike slightly loosened his grip, quickly glancing at it with half an eye open, and saw it was gold worth 1,000 points. He frowned. You are? Lucy's smile remained unchanged, and she slipped him another 10-gram piece of gold. Oh, Uncle Mike, didn't we just talk a couple of days ago? Mike suddenly realized, slapping his forehead, and said to the waiter, Right, I remember now. She's my friend's daughter. We have something to do, so we be going now. Seeing that he indeed recognized her, the waiter smiled and nodded. Okay. Mike put his arm around Lucy's shoulder from the right, leisurely strolling through the bar into a private room. Inside were black tiled walls, a large European-style sofa in the center, and ambient lighting constantly flashing overhead. Once inside the private room, he released Lucy's shoulder, showing no signs of drunkenness, and whispered, Don't cause trouble. Lucy lowered her voice, sounding mature, of course. I just want to buy something. Suddenly, the black wall opened, and two masked figures, their genders indistinguishable, emerged. It was a revolving door. Mike went inside, and Lucy followed. The door closed again. Walking down the dimly lit corridor, Mike suddenly said, Is my name really that common? You're the second one this month. Lucy was startled, then realized he meant that no one else had introduced her, and she had used his name to sneak in. A little, but why not make money? Hearing Rossi say this, he stroked his beard. True, but don't get into trouble, otherwise I get kicked out, which isn't good for anyone. Hearing about being kicked out, Rossi turned and asked, You run a shop in there? Only sellers who have been in there for a long time use the term kicked out. If it's just an ordinary buyer who gets into trouble, they're usually not allowed in. As they walked, after a corner, the black market came into view. The huge basement was filled with people and vendors, leaving only a few narrow passageways for two people to walk through. On the four sides of the basement were fixed storefronts, each very small, only about 10 square meters. Mike pointed to the top left corner. Look, that's my shop. I usually buy and sell weapons and stuff, and I also resell some mutated creatures. If you want some, I can give you a 1% discount. Saying this, he walked down the stairs, waving his hand with his back to Rossi. You can browse around. I'm going to mind the shop. A man was just coming up when he saw Mike and greeted him. Hey Mike, aren't you minding the shop? Picking up girls here? Mike punched him in the arm. Get lost. I'm soliciting customers, you know? The man wasn't angry, just chuckled and left, though he gave Lucy a curious look as she walked down the stairs. Mike greeted people as he walked back to his shop. Lucy strolled around slowly, her left hand in her pocket. The black market truly lived up to its name. It had everything except normal goods. Especially contraband prohibited in the safe zone, medicine, explosives, aggressive mutated plants and seeds, etc. Of course, there were also source crystals, but they were all in fixed storefronts, not at these makeshift stalls. She just hadn't expected to run into Psychonly again today. She wore a white feather mask that only covered the upper half of her face. Anyone who knew her even slightly would recognize her. She stood in a shop specializing in medicine, and after trading something with the owner, she started to leave. Several people were moving with her, forming an encirclement. Many people were moving around in the basement, but Rossi immediately recognized that they were following Scanley. Rossi was standing in the path leading to the exit, and Scanley, wrapped in her clothes, strode towards her, seemingly unaware that she was being followed. Just as she passed Rossi, Rossi coughed, covering her mouth. Scanley didn't stop, only glancing quickly at Rossi out of the corner of her eye. However, Rossi was wearing a mask and her head was down, so she didn't recognize her. She felt the cough wasn't accidental, and subconsciously quickened her pace. The people following her immediately sped up, making Psychonly realize something was wrong. She increased her speed, using her agility to weave through the crowds. Finally, she disappeared with her pursuers at the entrance. After wandering around, Lucy finally arrived at a source crystal specialty store not far from Mike's shop. While other stores sold a variety of items, this one only sold source crystals. The owner was a mixed-race woman, tall and curvaceous, wearing a black and white gradient dress. She was very well maintained, looking only about 30 years old, though her actual age was likely older. She lay on a rocking chair, listlessly fanning herself with a Chinese folding fan. Although it was winter, the black market temperature remained around 20 degrees Celsius, and the air inside wasn't very pleasant due to the crowds and clutter. The source crystal shop was deserted. Seeing Luoshi enter, the shopkeeper leisurely stood up, fanning herself. "How many source crystals do you want? I have all grades here." Watching the shop glow blue from the abundance of source crystals, Luoshi casually said, 1.5 million. The shopkeeper paused, having assumed Luoshi, this young girl, would only ask for tens or hundreds of thousands, but she was asking for 1.5 million? However, who doesn't like big customers? She immediately put on a smile and tossed her fan towards the cashier. "Yes, yes, yes. Do you want high purity or low purity?" Luoshi naturally wanted low purity, as it would have more dust, but the place was too crowded. She couldn't easily put the items into her spatial storage. Carrying them out openly would be blatant robbery. Unable to refuse, Luoshi had to go for high purity. Chapter 153. The shopkeeper cheerfully opened the locked cabinet under the cash register, revealing small, lighter-colored, and purer pieces of source crystal. The shopkeeper took out 2 source crystals, beckoned to Losai, and then walked to the testing equipment, turning his back to the black market to conduct the tests. 1.5 million could make many people risk their lives, but the shopkeeper still wanted to protect his customers. That's how he got repeat business. Losai stood beside the shopkeeper watching. The first source crystal had an energy of 481,000, the second 1,200,000, for a total of 1,481,200. These two are 1.5 million together. Do you want them? After saying that, the shopkeeper, fearing that Luoshi would feel it was too much of a loss, specially explained, "I need to make money in my business, and the people selling these source crystals also need to make money. After going through layers of middlemen, I only make a few thousand points. In the end, it's equivalent to losing 18,800 points. But that's how it is when buying source crystals outside. Merchants also need to make a profit. Taking a cut of over 10,000 from 1.5 million, close to 1/80th, the price is still within a reasonable range." "Sure." Hearing that Luoshi really wanted them, the shopkeeper's smile widened, and then she saw Luoshi's left hand, which had been in her pocket, pull out 2 gleaming gold bricks from the large pocket of her down jacket. "Can I use gold as payment?" She had specifically exchanged these from the bank. 1.5 million points can be exchanged for exactly 30 gene, 15 caddies of gold. The 2 gold bricks together are roughly equivalent to 1.5 large ordinary red bricks. The shopkeeper's slightly parted lips closed, and she hesitated, touching her face. "It's possible, but I need to inspect the goods." Losai generously handed the brick to the shopkeeper, who then sent a message to someone on her wristband. 3 minutes later, Mike arrived with his tools. He was slightly surprised to see Losai, but didn't say much. Upon seeing the 2 heavy bricks, he paused for a moment, then whispered to the shopkeeper, "A big customer, huh? I brought him in. I should have known better than to sell guns. I should have sold source crystals like you." With that, he turned on the flamethrower and started burning the gold in the special basin. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Oh? Looks like I have to treat you to a meal." "No problem, no problem." Mike burned for a while, until the surface gold melted, revealing a pure interior. It didn't need to be completely melted, just enough to make sure the inner layer wasn't adulterated. Then he waited. The weight was correct, and the shopkeeper handed the source crystals to Losai. Both were only the size of a steamed bun, easy to carry. The shopkeeper's wife didn't offer a bag, and Losai simply stuffed them into his pocket. Watching Losai leave the black market, the shopkeeper nudged Mike with his elbow. "Hey, how did you meet this sugar daddy? Tell me about it." Mike gave a wry smile, and then recounted the inexplicable connection. After listening, the shopkeeper thoughtfully stroked his chin. "So having a common name has its advantages. Do you think you should change your name, like Alice Sophia?" Back in the dorm, it was almost midnight. Losai flashed into her spatial dimension. Now, besides the 7,000 in her account, her remaining 10,000 gold, after deducting the 300 tip for the bartender and the 2,000 points for Mike, plus the 28,000 gold she got from selling Libra grass and other items, left her with a total of 35,700 gold points. After briefly touching the two small objects that had approached her, Losai took out two source crystals. The one worth 1 million was a clear, pale emerald blue, while the one worth 500,000 was sky blue. Absorbing such a large amount for the first time, Losai took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to extract energy from the source crystals. Half an hour later, Losai's complexion was rosy, and she felt incredibly energetic. One good news, one bad news. The good news was that she could now clearly feel where the energy was strengthening her, and she didn't need to try again and again. The bad news was that all the energy had been used for purification. Purification was useful, but she really wanted to strengthen her physical body, or perhaps gain some elemental ability. The space still contained a lot of high radiation energy from before. Losai used her energy to contain a small patch, and the radiation was quickly completely eroded. Compared to the previous purification, the green 1 radiation purification ratio increased from 120 to 1 to 100. The yellow 1 purification ratio increased from 110 to 150. The purification ratio of yellow 9 has increased from 1 to 1 to 1 to 5. The ratio of red 1 was previously uncertain, but now it's 1 to 1. That's equivalent to a total increase of 5. Luoshi casually crushed the two colorless source crystals into dust, and placed them next to the ash soil. The area was only enough to plant 1 or 2 seeds. The next day, Tuesday, another mission came out halfway through class. Fortunately, the mission was easy, and they returned Wednesday morning without any casualties. Final exams are in a little over a week, and there's also an academic exam this Friday. A semester is 5 months long. Normally, it ends in winter, followed by a 1-month summer break, then a 5-month summer semester, followed by another 1-month summer break, and so on. However, Losai couldn't wait any longer. As soon as Wenji started her break, she would begin grueling training with her teammates at the base. She had just returned early from a mission today, and since she didn't have classes this afternoon and evening, Losai used this time to sneak out of the school gates and stock up on supplies. She spent all 35,700 gold, buying everything from clothes and shoes to daily necessities, food, and basic tools. She didn't have many points left, so she bought only moderately radioactive fresh food, vegetables, meat, eggs, and milk, enough for 3 months. After that, she could remove the radiation and become radiation-free. She bought enough nutrient solutions for a year, and a year's worth of daily necessities. Raising living creatures was very profitable now that her space could accommodate them, but the planting area was too small. She needed to earn money to improve herself first. Currently, the most profitable and safest option was to grow plants like Libra grass. Buying feed with points was also an option, but the expense was considerable, and since she didn't have a huge need for food right now, she would consider raising animals after the preliminary rounds. Nighttime, in the dormitory. After dinner, Losai looked at the information Sarah had sent. It was full of data on the environment inside and outside Safe Zone 1. The geographical location was different from Safe Zone 3, the terrain, environment, and the characteristics of the mutated flora and fauna would also differ. It was good to familiarize herself with it now, to prepare for the future. Losti's bracelet vibrated slightly. She opened it, and saw a message from Hiyu, the final payment of 100,000, along with some words of thanks, but no mention of Himiao. Losty was curious and couldn't help but ask, how is Sister Himiao doing? It hadn't been long. The money from selling the shop wouldn't even be enough to cover Himiao's treatment costs. This 100,000 was definitely not something that high-end shop could earn in such a short time. Hiyu, Meow Meow's condition isn't good. I heard there's a very skilled doctor in Safe Zone 1, so I sold the shop and planned to take her there. Chapter 154. Lossie, going to Safe Zone 1 is very expensive, and medical expenses are also a considerable burden. Hiyu, my shop is doing well. I sold 300,000 worth of the family's hot pot broth recipe along with it. That's barely enough to try my luck in Safe Zone 1. Meow Meow is my only child. I don't want to lose her. Lossie understood. 300,000, she'd given herself 100,000, and the remaining 200,000 would be spent on the journey. She still have over 100,000 left by the time she reached Safe Zone 1. It was indeed worth the risk. She said be careful, and the brief conversation ended. Thursday. The academic teacher had everyone review. No new material was introduced. The classroom was filled with the sound of everyone reciting. Jean Dinglon glanced down at her bracelet, then turned slightly to Nicole and Lossie, saying, Sorry Adlington has been found. Sorry? Lossie remembered hearing this name from Nicole's grandmother. She had run away from home to escape an arranged marriage. Nicole's gossip-loving interest was immediately piqued, and she whispered, "Where did you find her?" The teacher, Qin Dinglan, sat at the podium. Afraid of making their conversation too obvious, Qin Dinglan covered her mouth with one hand and said, "She disguised herself and infiltrated Central State Academy. Her alias was something like Silk's Lily, and she got in through the general election along with Losai." Hearing this, Nicole immediately remembered her, the dark horse, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Because she had always fought alone, without any particularly intense fight scenes, her livestream viewership was low, but she still managed to achieve a respectable 4th place. "I can't believe it was her. Where did you find out?" "Qin Dinglan, my father told me. She's a student at Central State Academy. She was just found today. She was in class at the time. However, the Adlington family has demanded this news be kept secret. All the students who know have signed confidentiality agreements. I told you, so please don't tell anyone else." The Deep family, as one of the former victims, would definitely know about this, so Qin Dinglan told Nicole without hesitation. As for Lucy, she trusted her not to do that. Unbeknownst to Lucy, who was so trusted, she was still thinking that the people who captured Silkenly last night were from the Adlington family. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. The Adlington family badge she received from the old lady was sold by Silkenly. She just hadn't expected her to be the runaway bride Sherry. Lost smiled faintly. Of course. Sherry's runaway bride was from a collateral branch of the Deep family, but the Adlington had already compensated them. Nicole touched her hair and asked, "So, is she being sent back to Safe Zone 1 now?" Qin Dinglan nodded almost imperceptibly. "Probably. She's a good shot. The family certainly wouldn't want to discard such a valuable pawn." Speaking of pawns, Qin Dinglan paused, realizing she was just a pawn herself, a mediocre one. However, she quickly came to terms with it. Being mediocre was fine. At least, she wouldn't be constantly being moved around. She was already quite satisfied with her current life. Friday. Everyone successfully completed their cultural exams in the morning, so there were no classes in the afternoon. Lossie asked Sarah if she wanted to go on this training trip, since Sarah had given advance notice the previous 2 times, but hadn't today. Sarah quickly replied that the team was still on training and hadn't returned, so Lossie didn't need to go this week. If she wanted to train, she could come to the basement's basement level. Suddenly having free time, Luo felt a little uneasy. Remembering the 100,000 points he had given her, she exchanged them for 80,000 points of gold, adding to her remaining 35,700 gold to stockpile supplies. Using her bracelet to buy things would be difficult to explain if the higher-ups investigated. Exchanging them for gold would prevent them from tracking what she actually bought. With over 110,000 points, Luo spent 15,000 points on enough daily necessities and clothing for 4 years, enough for 5 years with her previous purchase. The most expensive items were fresh food. Even the moderately irradiated food she bought for 60,000 points would barely last a year. Finally, she bought enough nutritional supplements for 2 years, some clean water, and other miscellaneous items. Her 110,000 points were spent in half a day. On Saturday, the plants in her space matured again. She took them to the ironware shop to sell again, 80 plants each of purifying grass and Libra grass, leaving 85 seeds of each, resulting in 471 and 465 seeds respectively. Prices have dropped slightly this time. A single purifying grass costs 2,390 points, and a single seed costs 575 points. 191,200 plus 270,825 is equal to 462,025 points. A single Libra grass costs 2,395 points, and a single seed costs 573 points. 191,600 plus 267,375 is equal to 458,975 points. Total, 921,000 points. The quantity this time is simply too large. It took Dahan half an hour just to check. After calculating at lightning speed, he sent a message to the buyer, but the payment speed there was much slower than before. Using this time, he hurriedly calculated the corresponding value of source crystals. Remembering Losai's advice, he was now sourcing source crystals with higher purity and smaller sizes. The 920,000 plus source crystals could be packed into a single plastic bag. As soon as the buyer's points arrived, the burly man immediately handed the source crystals to Losai. He casually asked Losai how much stock she planned to buy next time, and Losai still said 1 million. Just as she was about to leave, the burly man reminded her if you supply too much, the market price will drop. He meant that Losai should supply less to maintain the price. Losai nodded casually, and was about to leave without saying anything more. She knew this, but right now, she just wanted to make quick money, and wasn't thinking about long-term development. Suddenly, a fist-sized rat darted out from nowhere. The burly man reacted quickly, and with a sizzle, the rat died at his feet. I don't know why, but lately there have been a lot of rats. They usually only come out in the summer, the burly man casually remarked. But this gave Lossie an idea. She'd been struggling to find a test subject for her new species of Libra grass, the purifying grass, and wondered what its effects would be. With rats around, things would be much easier. Leaving the burly man's blacksmith shop, Lossie used her hearing to follow the underground commotion to a sewer opening near a residential building. She carefully lifted the manhole cover and jumped in. In the dimly lit sewer, filled with a disgusting, rotting smell, the rats that had been foraging nearby scattered at the sound of the noise. There were surveillance cameras at key points in the sewers. After looking around to make sure there weren't any, Lossie extended her right index finger and twirled it twice in the air. Energy flowed from Lossie's finger, and the previously quiet sewer, filled with the squeaking of rats, gradually filled the air. Before long, the first mouse stealthily scurried out, using the accumulated garbage in the sewer as cover. Unfortunately, no matter how careful it was, it couldn't escape Lizzie's ears. Chapter 155. The energy rushed towards the rat. The rat wanted to run, but was too greedy, its mouth agape as it tried to eat it, but it vanished in the next second. The disappearance of the rat didn't alert the other rats much. Lured by the energy, one rat after another was collected into Luoshi's spatial dimension. Feeling she had enough, Luoshi decisively stopped and quickly climbed out down the well. Back in her dormitory, she found about 100 rats trapped in a small area, controlled by Luoshi's will, unable to leave. Luoshi didn't deal with them immediately, but instead absorbed all the source crystal energy. This time, it wasn't added to the purification points, but to her body. The distance between her three senses increased from 500 meters to 600 meters, and her physical defense also improved. The force of an ordinary person cutting flesh wouldn't be able to break through her skin. What used to be an improvement that took tens of thousands of energy points now required 1 million to barely achieve. The body's abilities and strength seemed to have an upper limit. It became increasingly difficult to improve them later on. Somewhat disappointed, Losai crushed the source crystal into ash and planted the seeds again, this time covering a slightly larger area, enough to grow 85 plants of both types. After doing this, Losai took out the seeds and leaves of the new variety and looked at the group of little black mice. Monsieur had kept the formula for the gene-modifying agent made from the purifying spray and Libra grass very tightly under wraps. Even with the key seeds, Losai couldn't make it, which was why the research on the new variety had been delayed until now. With a wave of her hand, a mouse's mouth was pried open, and a seed of purifying grass was thrown in. To be more precise, Losai fed 3 mice each of the 2 types of seeds, and 3 mice the leaves. Considering the current radiation-free environment, Losai waved her hand, summoning another ball of radiation that had been floating above the space. She then dispersed the radiation, dividing it into 4 radiation environments: low, medium, high, and no radiation. This didn't provide enough experimental mice, so Losai adjusted the number of mice in each environment to 4. In each radiation environment, 1 mouse was fed the same seeds or leaves, and 1 mouse was given nothing. Half an hour later, the 8 mice fed purifying grass and Libra grass showed no significant change. However, the 4 mice fed purifying grass seeds survived in all 4 radiation environments, although the high radiation mice were in poor condition. The control mice, which received no food, died within 10 minutes in the high radiation environment. These mice, accustomed to low-level radiation, became lethargic in the medium radiation environment, while the mice fed purifying grass remained the same as those in the low radiation environment. Of the 2 mice exposed to low radiation, the one that ate the purifying grass seed was more active. The mouse that ate the Libra grass seed was bewildered. In the high radiation environment, it became abnormally agitated, constantly ramming against the invisible barrier. This barrier was similar to Hubosa's. It was a privilege of the master of the space, allowing them to freely enclose any part of it. The mice exposed to low to medium radiation were also somewhat restless, soon becoming listless and lying on the ground, occasionally twitching. The mouse exposed to high radiation simply rammed itself to death. Lossie pulled out her newly purchased, more professional radiation detection pen. A test showed that a normal mouse that hadn't eaten anything under high radiation had a red radiation level of 1.25. After the same amount of time, the mouse that had eaten Libra grass seeds had a red radiation level as high as 8.77. The airborne radiation level was now 9.30. Lassie then put 5 more mice into the high radiation environment and fed them Libra grass seeds with varying levels of radiation, non-radioactive, low dash, medium dash, and high radioactive, with one mouse refusing to eat. After 2 minutes, the mouse that had eaten the high radioactive seeds died first. 2 minutes later, the mice with medium and low radiation levels died one after another. The mouse that had eaten the non-radioactive seeds survived for 6 minutes, while the mouse that hadn't eaten the seeds survived for 8 minutes. Lassie measured the radiation levels on each mouse. The mouse that had eaten the high radioactive seeds had a red radiation level as high as 8.50. The mouse that had eaten the medium radioactive seeds had a red radiation level of 6.43. The mouse that had eaten the low radioactive seeds had a red radiation level of 4.04. The mouse that had eaten the non-radioactive seeds had a red radiation level of 3.11. The mouse that had no radiation had a red radiation level of 1.20. Loci measured the airborne radiation concentration again, 7.9, a decrease of 1.4 from before. This means the new variety of Libra grass seeds absorb radiation. Even if it itself doesn't carry radiation, it will accelerate radiation absorption to some extent. The higher the radiation level of the seed, the better the effect. It and the purifying grass are indeed two extremes. Loci reached out and squeezed the seed. It crumbled into powder with a snap, its hardness comparable to a regular rifle bullet. Loci had an idea about its use, bullets, for shooting. Outside, it would be quite useful against both humans and mutated creatures. However, the seed's unique shape requires custom-made firearms. As for the new purifying grass seeds, she felt they could have even more uses. For example, it might have a different effect on mutated creatures that are themselves highly radioactive, but unfortunately, she couldn't get her hands on any right now, and would have to test it when the opportunity arose. Lassie waved her hand and grabbed a small knife, disemboweling each of the dead rats. Bright red blood mixed with pink entrails, but there was no trace of the seeds. Only 10 minutes had passed, and the seeds were already completely digested? It would be a lie to say she wasn't surprised. Lassie unconsciously smiled. She picked up 2 more seeds and placed them directly into the flesh. The seeds visibly melted, eventually forming a small puddle that mixed with the flesh. The seeds were very effective, especially against mutated creatures. If possible, she would like to use them openly. However, mutated creatures need to be sold, and seeds remaining inside them would easily be discovered and used for research. Now that she knew the seeds could be dissolved by flesh, Lassie had no more worries. Next, only their main stems remained. Thinking about it, Lassie decided to make whips from them. She lit a fire, set up a pot, poured in water, bent the stems, and placed them inside. The remaining rats will be useful tomorrow. Lassie flashed out of the spatial dimension and turned to find Lin Zizhou's Fission contact, someone she added through the advertisement shoot. After adding him on Fission, Lin Zizhou expressed his gratitude and wanted to treat her to dinner, but Lassie was busy at the time and declined. They only had brief exchanges on Fission. Lassie, can you do me a favor? The price is negotiable. It's getting late, and there's been no reply. Lassie could only go to sleep and talk to him tomorrow. Sunday, early in the morning, Watson released the final exam content. It was a 4-school joint exam, lasting 5 days. The exam content varied for each grade and class, mostly focusing on the containment of mutated creatures. Chapter 156. After discussions among the 4 schools, the examination location for the first-year ability class A was decided to be the South Central Ring, which was under the jurisdiction of Adlington Academy. This was also the area formerly the refugee camp. The South Inner Ring had a low danger level due to years of cleanup, so while the other 3 academies were responsible for the Inner Ring, Adlington was directly responsible for the Central Ring. The Central Ring was too dangerous for first-year students, but after Adlington Academy's cleanup efforts this semester, the South Central Ring was less dangerous than the Central Ring of the other 3 academies, making it a suitable examination venue for the future hope of Class A. It was more challenging than the Inner Ring, but not too life-threatening. The class group chat was abuzz with discussion, and Watson sent more information about the South Central Ring. In Loci's team's smaller group chat, everyone started discussing it too. They couldn't let their school down in the 4-school joint examination. They couldn't just wait for the mutated creatures like before, they had to take the initiative to attack and kill more of them. Just then, Watson suddenly sent a private message to Loci, along with students from 3 other A-class academies, emphasizing the information of each class's ace team. His message was, guaranteed top 3, top 2 guaranteed, championship is best, but absolutely no last place, provided you survive. Losai, okay. After this brief reply, Losai immediately forwarded Watson's message to her team group chat, along with the school's requirements he had mentioned. Qin Dinglon was the first to reply, top 3? I don't have much fighting power, will I be a burden? Why don't you find someone stronger? I can quit. If their team comes in last, the academy will be inferior to the other 3. Although she was a member of the Qin family, as a student of the United Academy, she didn't want the school to lose. Losai, no need, you're already great. Nicole, we've been together for so long, if it were someone else, we wouldn't be able to adapt. If we don't work out, we really be at the bottom. Jiu-Nai and Tu-Ka also felt it was better for Qin Dinglon to stay. Qin Dinglon's nose tingled slightly, but she made a firm decision and typed seriously, okay. Central Ring is large, and the group selected several targets for containing mutated creatures based on the data. First were the sea-level mutated black-haired spider swarm, red-tailed pheasant swarm, tiger-striped civets. B-level mutated black panthers, swarms of scorpions, morning glory vines. A-level mutated dawn redwood trees, spotted elephants. Just finished chatting in the group, Lin Zijo replied. Sorry, I was asleep yesterday and only saw this today. What's up? I definitely help if I can. Losai sent him a photo of the newly dyed Libra grass seeds. I want a gun that matches these bullets. Lin Zijo. Okay, I'm not too busy lately. Send me the bullet data, and if possible, a sample would be best. Luoshi, I might not be able to send a sample, but I send you the data in a bit. After sending the message, she transferred 20,000 of her remaining 27,000 points to Lin Zijo. Take these points and work on them first. I make up the difference after my final exams. Lin Zijo, on the other end of the bracelet, hurriedly clicked to return the transfer. No need, no need. I owe you so much for your help during the election. I'm working on weapons with my teacher, so I have plenty of things to use. It won't cost me many points. Seeing his expression, Luoshi knew he wouldn't accept the money. She could only offer him radiation treatment as payment when she picked up the goods. Okay, then I leave it to you. After chatting, Losai sent over the measured data for the seeds. The new Libra grass and the purifying grass were the same size and weight, only one type of gun needed to be custom-made. After finishing this, Losai entered her spatial dimension. The fibers and flesh of the 2 vines, which had been boiled overnight, had separated. Losai had Xiaozhua hold one end and began weeding the vines. After testing with the remaining black mice, the wounds inflicted by the new Libra grass could absorb, or rather accelerate, the absorption of radiation, but the effect wasn't as good as the seeds. The marks extracted by the new purifying grass were useless, they were pure vines. We only know if they have any other uses once Losai finds a high radiation test subject. Monday, the 4-school joint exam. Before dawn, Losai and Nicole washed up and waited for their teammates downstairs in the dormitory with their supply bags. Jiu-Nai came down quickly, and Tu-Ka also rushed over from the nearby boys' dormitory. Qin Dinglon was a little slower. She carried the 5 days' worth of supplies they had discussed and prepared the day before. In the dim light, her face looked unusually pale. Luoshi glanced at her. Qin Dinglon's emotions were a mix of nervousness, excitement, and a little fear, a perfectly normal feeling. Once the group was complete, and after Qin Dinglon and Jiu-Nai went to the classroom to put on their exoskeletons, they went directly to the square in front of the school gate. This time, students could choose whether or not to wear exoskeletons for the final exam. The square was now full of people. Second-year Class A was going to the outer ring, first-year Class A was going to the south central ring, and other classes also had their own specific exams. Luoshi looked around. Gil Newman and the other team weren't there. This time, Class A, including their team, only had 3 people. While the top team's scores were important in this joint exam, the overall class score also mattered. Before the exam even started, the joint academy had already lost by 40%. Watson was already waiting in the square, pacing back and forth, constantly looking around to check if all the students had arrived and if they had brought enough supplies. This was his first time being a homeroom teacher, and the final exams were a joint exam between 4 schools. The students' grades were a matter of pride for him. A former colonel, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. After giving repeated instructions, he watched the departing hovercraft and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, his gaze lingering. It wasn't until Lu Yun, the homeroom teacher of Class 2A, patted him on the shoulder that he snapped out of his reverie. Luyan chuckled and teased, so worried about them. Like a protective mother hen. Watson replied matter-of-factly, they're my students. If I'm not worried about them, am I worried about the other academies? He then looked again in the direction the vehicle had gone, until it was completely out of sight. Looking back at the relaxed Luyan, he couldn't help but ask, aren't you worried about your students? They're going to the outer ring road, and your niece is among them. A cold wind blew past, and Luyan pulled her thin coat tighter. Worrying won't help, but I have 5 days to rest properly. She looked up at Watson, smiling broadly, and casually said, want to grab a drink? I'm free right now. Okay. Watson sighed. He couldn't calm down and decided to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Inside the car, Losai sat in her seat, looking out the window at the scenery. She hadn't been to the refugee camp in a long time. As the vehicle pulled out of the back door, she saw dilapidated, messy wooden and mud brick buildings. It used to be dirty, but at least it had some life when people lived there. Now, in just a few months, it had become desolate. Most of the poorly maintained, shoddy construction had collapsed. Every now and then, a few rats scurried about in the ruins. The vehicle didn't stop and continued driving away. Everything around her was familiar to Lucy. She and Amy had repeatedly hiked 10 kilometers or more just to find edible plants. The scenes rushed past until Lucy saw the spot where she had killed the blonde man, her pupils shrinking sharply in disbelief. It's dead? It's strange for a piece of land to be dead, but it was true. Chapter 157. In other areas, the once lush forests were in various states. Some had turned yellow, some remained evergreen, and a few trees had lost all their leaves, mostly intertwined and mixed together, with many tenacious green grasses on the ground. However, within a 200-meter radius of the spot where he had dug up the source crystal, not a single tree or blade of grass showed any green. Everything was withered and yellow, devoid of any life. Even the soil was drier and grayish-white than elsewhere. It was as if it had lost its source of life, incapable of nurturing any life at all. Nicole leaned closer to look curiously, but the vehicle was moving too fast for her to see anything. What's wrong? Losai snapped out of his reverie, smiling faintly. Nothing, just thinking about the old days. Nicole didn't suspect anything and didn't press further. The vehicle continued driving. This direction wasn't far from Development Zone 26. Losai switched from the left to the right seat, a better position to see the situation in Development Zone 26. Something was off about that dead zone. She needed Development Zone 26 to confirm her suspicions. Everyone was seated, and Losai's sudden change of seat seemed odd. Normally, she was quietly studying or reviewing materials in her own place. Jean Dinglon asked with concern, Losai, is something wrong? Losai smiled and shook her head. No, I used to walk this road a lot when I was in the refugee camp, so I'm a little nostalgic and wanted to look at it more often. Hearing this, the four's doubts immediately vanished. The hover car was very fast. What used to be a 2-hour journey now took less than half an hour. Losai turned to look out the window. Dead, all dead? The area of death in Development Zone 26 was even larger, roughly 5 times the size of the previous area. This widespread death also caught the attention of Jean Dinglon, who had been very concerned about Losai. Why are all the trees over there withered? Some trees shed their leaves in winter, but such a large-scale loss of leaves meant it must be from the same species. The hovercar combat vehicle wasn't traveling very high, and she could clearly see that the trees below weren't all the same species. Some of the trees she recognized were always evergreen. Jean Dinglon's words successfully drew the attention of the other 3, who all looked over, barely managing to catch a glimpse of the vehicle before it disappeared into the distance. Nicole frowned slightly. This is the development zone. How come such a large area has suddenly withered? There was no related news last year. Everything should be fine. Gionai wasn't sure and whispered, could it have mutated? Took a thought for a moment, then said seriously, it shouldn't be. I never heard of trees withering directly after mutating, let alone such a large area of different trees mutating together. Nicole looked at Losai. Master, have you been here before? What was it like before winter? Losai turned her head, no longer looking out the window. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. Yes, I have. There were many tomatoes here before winter. It was my first time here, and everything seemed normal then. Now the 4 of them were even more puzzled. If everything was fine a few months ago, how could it suddenly be like this? However, since no one could answer, they didn't dwell on it too much. The most important thing now was the final exams. Losai leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes for a nap. There's a situation that's not good for Planet Ager, but it doesn't affect her personally. Besides being energy, source crystals might also be the life energy of planet Aegir. Land deprived of source crystals can no longer support any life, not even a tiny blade of grass. The places where she dug up the 2 source crystals are examples. Land and plants deprived of energy don't die instantly, it's a gradual process. She hadn't missed the place where she killed the blonde man, it was fine then, but now it's lifeless. If this is the case, a planet's energy is fixed. Planet Aegir, constantly being plundered, will eventually face energy depletion, becoming a dead planet where humans and any other life cannot live. None of the available information mentions this issue. The higher-ups definitely know, but they've been keeping it from the people below. Judging from Nicole and Qin Dinglan's expressions just now, they were also unaware. There are almost no such dead zones in the inner and middle rings around Safe Zone 3, and Losai hasn't seen any in the outer rings either. The source crystals mined from the tributes offered to planet Aegir over the years must have come from much more distant locations, otherwise, this news wouldn't have remained undisclosed for so long. The Safe Zone, including its inner and middle rings, is only about the size of 2 first-tier cities, less than 1% of planet Aegir's size. Ordinary people spend their entire lives within the Safe Zone. The furthest they ever venture is the development zone within the inner ring. It's normal that they've been kept in the dark for so long. Lassie had previously speculated that if there were enough source crystals, planet Aegir could be purified, but now that seems like a dead end. Radiation purification requires source crystals, which are the primordial power of planet Aegir. Once the radiation is purified, it's uncertain whether there will even be any habitable places left on planet Aegir. No wonder source crystal energy is so useful, it comes at the cost of the planet's life. However, another problem arises. Since the power that sustains life in all the land originates from source crystals, why can't she sense their energy in most places? Thinking carefully, the source crystals she dug weren't very deep. Could it be that the areas she couldn't sense were too deep? Or was there some other reason? She couldn't figure it out. At 8 a.m., the vehicles arrived at the inner ring road boundary and dropped off the examinees. She didn't see anyone from the other 3 academies. Their starting points weren't together. Lassie looked at the other 2 teams. Are you going together or separately? One team leader spoke first, separately. Although his team wasn't as strong as Lassie's, they all had their pride in being in Class A, and they wanted to prove their strength in this final exam. Since one team said this, the other team felt awkward about joining them, and tacitly agreed to go their separate ways. Lassie had no objections, and looked at her classmates. Remember to contact us or the school if you encounter any danger. Then, turning back to the 2 teams, she said earnestly, the exam is important, but your lives are even more important. At the same time, you must perform well, and show your true abilities. We can't let the other colleges look down on our united college. The 2 team captains exchanged a glance and replied firmly, okay. All 3 teams had planned ahead, and were now heading in the prearranged direction, each team accompanied by 2 Sky Eyes. They only had 1 hour left before the radiation spike. Watson's data contained detailed information on where the shelters were located, and they had to hurry to reach the shelter closest to their target. Chapter 158. Lassie's team chose the shortest route, the C-rank mutated black-haired spider swarm, and arrived at the nearest shelter before 9 a.m. Lassie activated her bracelet, projecting information about today's target. C-rank black-haired spiders are smaller than a coin, entirely black with 6 legs. Their main attack comes from white spider silk, which is extremely powerful, sticky, and resilient, capable of dragging objects weighing over 200 pounds. B-rank black-haired spiders are entirely black, but have a white hair on their forehead. They are the same size as C-rank spiders. Their attack also comes from spider silk, but unlike the stickiness of C-rank spiders, B-rank spider silk is white and translucent, extremely sharp, and can easily slice through 1 centimeter thick metal and human bone. After reading the information, Lassie looked at her teammates. C-rank spiders aren't a big problem, but we must be careful with B-rank spiders. Only Qin Dinglan and Jiu Nai are wearing exoskeletons, so we can't be completely safe. Those of us without them need to be even more careful. Today is only the first day, let's play it safe first, then try to increase our numbers. Understood, the 4 replied in unison. Dealing with the spider swarm was troublesome. If it weren't for the competition, Losai wouldn't have chosen it. No vehicles were provided for the joint exam, so they had to walk. It was best to carry the mutated creatures they were containing with them. With 128 students in Class A of the 4 schools taking the joint exam, hiding heavy mutated creatures would greatly increase the chances of them being discovered by other teams. Therefore, the group could only choose smaller targets initially. Besides discussing the battle plan against the mutated black-haired spider swarm, they also chose a mutated red-tailed pheasant swarm as their next target. At 9 o'clock sharp, Loci took out a purifying spray and sprayed the shelter. Previously, the school's missions were all within the inner ring, and the radiation increase was only a maximum of yellow 9 as long as they stayed inside the shelter, so the school hadn't required everyone to carry purifying spray. This stuff is too expensive. If they use it, many students won't earn any money on a mission, and will even lose a lot. They're heading to the central area now, so the purification spray is a must. The 5 of them took turns on watch, and by 5 p.m., the radiation had decreased. She stepped out of the shelter and checked her bracelet. It was currently at yellow 8, not too high. "Let's go!" She gave the order, and everyone immediately jogged forward, the sky eye flying in the air moving with them. Jean Dinglon had applied bust beforehand, and all 4 of them, including herself, were full of confidence and quite calm. They ran for half an hour before finally reaching the territory of the mutated black-haired spider swarm. Even before getting close, they could see a patch of white hair in the distance, like a black forest shrouded in silk. The trees in this area were all of the same species, with black bark, and all their leaves had fallen in winter, making it very easy for the mutated black-haired spiders to hide among them. Nai took the lead, constantly using her exoskeleton arms to probe for B-grade black-haired spider silk. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any spiders between 200 meters and 5 meters away. As the 5 approached, they noticed numerous oval-shaped spheres, white with a hint of black, interspersed among the white spider silk. Upon closer inspection, they saw similar spheres on the ground, but the white spider silk on their surface had turned gray from wind and sun, revealing the dried skin and bones beneath. They varied in size, all prey of the black-haired spiders. She whispered, "Nicole and Nai, make your move, the rest of you cover us." Nicole spotted a black-haired spider perched on a tree, and with a flick of her wrist, a blade of grass on the ground silently spread. Nai also found one, and a miniature version, only twice the size of an embroidery needle, flew towards it. Because they hadn't alerted the black-haired spiders beforehand, the 2 managed to capture and contain about 10 of them in just 3 minutes. However, no matter how careful they were, the mutated black-haired spider swarm still discovered them. The nearby spiders unleashed a barrage of silk, more than 10 thin, white threads rapidly closing in on the group. This silk was practically guiding Loci. She shot them one by one, causing the threads to burst open. Without their own bodies, the threads lost their point of leverage and fell to the ground. Tuka, relying on his immense strength, used a sharp knife to sever the silk that ordinary people couldn't cut. Several black-haired spiders that hadn't managed to sever their ties with the silk were pulled down by Tuka's strength. Jean Dinglon, holding a gun, while not as sharp as Loci in terms of eyesight, reaction time, and accuracy, was still able to hit a few spiders occasionally, guided by the silk. In just a few seconds, the team had harvested about 20 spiders, but the corpses that had been shot were instantly reduced to mush and couldn't be retrieved. The commotion attracted all the black-haired spiders, who rushed towards them. The white spider silk covered the dense swarms of black-haired spiders, surging towards them like a tide. "Retreat," Loci said without hesitation. There were at least several thousand of them, and there might even be B-rank ones among them. If they all attacked the group, it would be difficult to handle without fire-type ability users. They had no choice but to temporarily avoid the onslaught. Having received Loci's prior instructions, and with the buff Jean Dinglon had given them, the group understood that now was not the time to be reckless. Without lingering, they retreated immediately. The group retreated with lightning speed, the black-haired spiders spraying out a torrent of silk without even touching a single hem of their clothing. Once they were far enough away, Tuka looked at Loci. "Are we going again later?" Lucy smiled and nodded, of course. After resting for 20 minutes, the group sneaked back to the edge of the black forest. It had returned to calm, the black-haired spiders had scattered and returned to their positions. Lucy quickly used her eyesight to report the locations to Nicole and Nai, managing to capture 32 spiders before they were discovered. When the spiders arrived, the group ran off again. They returned 20 minutes later, repeating this several times. They became increasingly skilled, and by 7 p.m., they had captured over 200 C-grade black-haired spiders, many of them alive, which would further increase their value. Nicole was getting excited. Go again. This sneaky feeling was a first for her. This time, Loci called a halt. "No, we already taken precautions against the black-haired spiders after so many encounters. It's dark now, and if we encounter a B-rank black-haired spider, we won't be able to see its silk at all, making it impossible to defend against. It's not a good time to go again. We still have time. Let's hurry to the mutated red-tailed pheasant's territory. Nicole calmed down after hearing this. It really wasn't a good time to go now, and everyone agreed with Losai's statement, hurrying towards the red-tailed pheasant's territory. Shortly after they left, a team from Onado Academy headed towards the territory of the angered black-haired spiders, attempting to contain them. Before Losai and the others even reached their destination, a pair of coin-sized eyes suddenly appeared in the middle of the road, glowing bluish-green in the night. Mutated gray wolf, dry fur, quite old, possibly the old wolf king or injured and driven out of the pack for some other reason. This is the only one we've seen so far, Losai quickly analyzed. Chapter 159. Actually, she was certain there was only one wolf. She could hear its movements within a 600-meter radius. If there were an ambush, there would be more within that range. Even with only one wolf, the group didn't underestimate it, donning night vision goggles and assuming a defensive posture. Recalling the information Watson had given them, Qin Dinglon said, there are mutated gray wolves nearby. If it's a wolf king, it's probably A rank. Ordinary wolves are C or B rank. Their abilities are all freezing, with moderate defense and high agility. Losai gave Nicole a look, and Nicole immediately understood, carefully manipulating the plants around the mutated gray wolf to try and trap it. Losai raised her gun, intending to fire the moment Nicole trapped it. But the gray wolf's hearing wasn't weaker than Losai's. When the plants were only half a meter away, it easily leaped away from the sneak attack. And it exhaled a chilling breath, instantly freezing the plants. Nicole frowned. She had lost control of the frozen plants. The A-rank wolf king, though a bit old, still possessed considerable ability. Its ability to dodge the attack was within Losai's expectations. She didn't fire. Her previous shot had missed. Jiu-Nai's metal attack was halfway through its trajectory when the old wolf king exhaled another burst of icy breath, freezing the metal spikes into an ice ball. Jiu-Nai suddenly struggled to control it, and her speed decreased significantly. Taking advantage of this moment, the old wolf king flipped and disappeared into the forest. Gone? Nicole thought a fierce battle was about to begin, but it was just like that. Judging from the sound, it was indeed gone. Losai said, wolves hold grudges. Caution is advised. Let's go. We can still make it to the red-tailed pheasant colony. At 8:20, the group finally arrived at a place not far from the red-tailed pheasant's territory. Losai pulled out his infrared binoculars. The red-tailed pheasant's territory was a dense thicket of shrubs no more than a meter high, a mix of various weeds. Even with night vision goggles, it was difficult to pinpoint the pheasant's nest. Having made a general decision, Losai put down the binoculars. You're wearing exoskeletons, which are too noisy. Stay here and keep watch. Notify us immediately if there's any unusual activity. The three of us will go steal the pheasant, but we do it quietly. Would this work? Tuka was a little worried, but seeing that Nicole had no questions, he could only agree. Before they moved, Qin Dinglon gave them a calming buff, looking directly at the three of them seriously. You're all agile, you land silently, and you be observant enough to touch the grass and trees without making a sound. Tuka and Nicole immediately calmed down. Losai didn't react, but seeing that the two were ready, he waved forward and stealthily approached first. The three approached quietly. Losai first spotted a red-tailed pheasant sleeping soundly in its nest. She gestured for the other two to look at her. She reached out, held her breath, and snapped its head in a swift, deadly motion in less than half a second. Having demonstrated, Losai waved for the other two to go find their own prey. The two gave an okay sign and tiptoed off to hunt. The operation went smoothly. Within 15 minutes, they had spotted 25 pheasants around the outermost layer of bushes. The bushes inside were too dense and lacked a path. Going in would be too noisy, so they had to stay on the outermost edge. After Losai crushed another red-tailed pheasant, she found 3 eggs underneath. Without hesitation, Losai pocketed them. These would also count towards her points. The bush area was roughly half the size of the Joint Academy, and the three of them cleared the outer perimeter in about half an hour. With 10 minutes to go before 9 o'clock, Losai told Nicole and the other to stop, collect all the prey, and retreat. The red-tailed pheasants were only half the size of a regular chicken, and 2 trips were enough to collect them all. There were 47 in total, and the three of them also found some eggs, a total of 16, which could be squeezed into a large containment box. Qin Dinglon would carry them for the time being. She was wearing an exoskeleton, so it wouldn't be too strenuous for her. The group's supplies, along with the black spiders they had killed earlier, were carried by Jiu-Nai. At 9 o'clock, the group hadn't reached the nearest shelter yet. Jiu-Nai sprayed the group with a purification spray before continuing their journey. At 9:10, the 5 of them arrived at the shelter, panting, at Red 2 radiation. Gionai sprayed the area again, and the radiation level inside the shelter slowly decreased to yellow 9. Nicole tied her disheveled hair back up and leaned against the wall of the tin shelter, breathing heavily. The radiation outside was still too high for her, especially during the rising radiation levels. She felt like she was submerged in water, an invisible pressure pressing on her chest, making it difficult to breathe without taking deep breaths. Lassie took the supply bag and distributed water bottles to the group. Jean Dinglon, having just removed her exoskeleton, accepted the bottle with slightly trembling hands. "Thank you." Lassie couldn't help but glance at her again. The red-tailed pheasants weighed less than 300 pounds. She shouldn't be this tired. "Are you too stressed or too tired? Tell me if you feel unwell. Your health is important." Jean Dinglon gave a slightly weary smile. "Okay, I'm fine, just a little tired. I'd be fine after a rest." Luo, she patted her shoulder, opened a water bottle, and drank it down. Jean Dinglon's emotions didn't seem to fluctuate much, so the problem shouldn't be serious. After a quick energy boost from a nutritional supplement, it was time to rest. The night watch continued as usual, with Jean Dinglon and Gionai taking the first watch. Meanwhile, Luo Shi and the others slept soundly. The unlucky guy from the team that went to the Black Spider area was seriously injured, and had already been taken back to school. His grades were destined to be at the bottom. The next day, everyone woke up early. Since they didn't have a vehicle, they only had water and nutritional supplements with them. They quickly finished breakfast and began looking for their next target. After traveling for 2 hours, they arrived at the nearest B-grade mutated Morning Glory vine. From the flat ground, they reached rolling hills. The mutated Morning Glory vine clung to the cliff face of a small hill. The hill wasn't high, estimated at about 30 meters, and the exposed gray rocks of the cliff were completely covered by the green Morning Glory vine. Its main root system had 200 to 300 roots, each about the thickness of a little finger, much larger than a typical Morning Glory vine. Its branches were numerous, easily numbering in the thousands. Amidst the tender green, blooming Morning Glory flowers, a gradient of pink and white unfolded. A strong, unpleasant fragrance emanated from the flowers, detectable even from 400 or 500 meters away. "This smell is too overpowering, ugh," Nicole muttered, covering her nose in disgust and gagging twice. The fragrance was even more intoxicating than wasabi. Jean Dinglon and the other two did the same. It was the first time they had ever smelled such an intense floral scent. Luo Shi sniffed, suppressing a churning in her stomach. Hidden within the floral fragrance was the stench of rotting, maggot-infested corpses, a smell completely masked by the overpowering floral aroma. She tilted her head slightly upwards, and through the dense root system obscuring the ground, she could vaguely see a thick layer of black matter nestled between the roots and the precipice. Chapter 160. Floating on the surface were pieces of animal hair that weren't completely rotten, mixed with a pile of black, mushy matter, seemingly containing something surging within. It seemed these dead prey had become nutrients for the mutated Morning Glory vines. There wasn't much information about this B-grade mutated Morning Glory vine. It was only known to have extremely strong growth capabilities, and to be adept at binding and suffocating its prey. A team of bounty hunters had once tried to contain it, but were killed instead. However, as long as one didn't approach actively, there was no danger, so it had been left untouched until now. The fragrance might contain a slight toxin, but this hadn't been confirmed yet. Kunai, try it first. Losai didn't rashly close the distance. Her teammates' abilities would be greatly reduced if they were too far away, so she chose this moderately close position to test the waters first. Understood. With that, Kunai waved her hand, releasing a metal willow leaf blade, and quickly arrived before the large patch of roots. The next second, a branch of a Morning Glory vine lashed out at the blade, but the blade was sharpened on both sides. Instead of deflecting it, the vine struck the blade and was split in two. The blade slowed slightly, and continued towards its roots. Having sensed the danger from its previous probing, the mutated Morning Glory vine unleashed dozens of even thicker vines, sending the blade flying back at an even greater speed. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of them. Gionai frowned and regained control. The blade abruptly stopped and floated back to her side. This time, stealth wouldn't work. Fortunately, its defense wasn't strong, only comparable to a normal F-rank mutated creature. With Tuka's strength and the 2 exoskeleton flamethrowers here, taking it down shouldn't be too difficult. If all else fails, she'd be there as a backup. Before the actual attack, Losai drew her ordinary rifle and fired, hitting several roots in quick succession. The Morning Glory vines were utterly defenseless, the bullets were too fast. Helpless, they could only lower half of their branches to block the roots. Enraged, the other half of their branches grew wildly, rapidly attacking the group. Without Losai's prompting, the group immediately dodged and launched their attack. Tuka drew his heavy sword, which he always carried, and cleaved it down with force, instantly severing over 100 thick branches. Qin Dinglan and Jiu Nai activated their flamethrowers, instantly igniting a large patch of morning glory vines. Nicole, standing nearby, manipulated other plants to provide cover for her 3 teammates. Losai continued to retreat, and once at a safe distance, she resumed aiming at the main root system of the mutated morning glory vines. The branches obscured the main root system, but this didn't hinder her steady firing. A single burst hit several roots. Attacking the main root system was very effective. Destroying one vine would consume at least dozens of branches, and their regeneration speed would be greatly slowed down. If it were just branches, they would grow back in less than half a minute. However, no creature can regenerate indefinitely. It all depends on whether the mutated morning glory vine or its energy is depleted first. The flamethrower was very effective. Its super strong spread and long-lasting burning power immediately controlled half of the attacking vines. Suddenly, an extremely faint sound came. Losai turned sharply, pointing her gun directly at a tree. 2 seconds later, the old wolf king, seeing that it had been discovered, slowly emerged from behind the tree. Bang! Losai fired a shot without hesitation, but it easily leaped away to dodge. Its previous slow movement was merely a facade. Its acuity far surpassed that of most ability users. Even though she missed, Losai didn't lower her gun. The old wolf king could dodge at this distance, but at closer range, it was uncertain. The old wolf king shrugged its tail unhappily, exhaled heavily from its nose, and met Losai's gaze with its sinister black eyes before turning away. Losai followed the old wolf king, gun raised. It was now facing away, theoretically making it easier to hit. She squinted and fired again, but it was dodged once more. Losai lowered her gun, sighing inwardly. Wolves were indeed vengeful creatures, and very intelligent. It had followed her from a distance, and even with hearing at 600 meters, it hadn't detected her. It had only approached when the fighting was intense. If she hadn't kept her senses sharp, she wouldn't have noticed it. However, judging from the current situation, it clearly had no other companions. Otherwise, a normal pack would have attacked en masse at such a good opportunity. The other 4 were engrossed in their battle, and hadn't noticed the commotion. Losai turned back, and continued firing. After 15 minutes of intense attacks, Nicole and her 3 companions were noticeably weakened, and the mutated morning glory vine's recovery speed had also slowed. It was more than half as slow as before, and the team was gradually gaining the upper hand. The flamethrowers continued to burn, and the mutated morning glory vines gradually retreated to their territory, allowing the 4 to slowly close in. The attack hadn't taken long, and they weren't particularly tired. Losai felt it was going too smoothly. His team wasn't as experienced as the base's team, capable of overwhelming A and B-level mutated creatures. The strongest mutated creature they faced before was only C-level. This was going too smoothly. These B-level mutated morning vines seemed weak, possessing only one growth characteristic. The fragrance was still pungent. Now that she had the upper hand, Losai wanted to finish the fight quickly. She didn't know what side effects the scent might have, or when it would take effect. The sooner she could resolve the situation, the better. Thump, thump. In the noisy environment filled with various sounds, a rhythmic sound suddenly caught Losai's attention. What was that? She raised her gun, trying to find the source of the sound, but there was nothing there except her teammates and the mutated morning glory vine. Moreover, the thumping sounds increased, becoming very faint and densely packed among the other sounds. Was it coming from the morning glory vine? Losai scanned the area, not missing a single detail, and then she saw a scene that sent chills down her spine. Countless tiny white maggots, the size of grains of rice, crawled up the branches from the roots of the morning glory vine, using the extended branches to approach the humans. Because they were so small, and with the leaves and petals of the morning glory vine providing cover, and the vine constantly moving, an ordinary person would hardly notice them unless they got very close. These were definitely not ordinary maggots, they were mutated creatures. Otherwise, why would maggots, which had no fighting ability, attack on their own initiative? Retreat! Losai shouted. She had already seen the maggots mutated, lamprey-like mouthparts. Small but exceptionally sharp, once they latched onto a creature's skin, they would never let go. The maggots, close enough, arched their bodies, their mouths wide open, ready to launch themselves into the air and pounce. The 4 didn't understand why they were suddenly retreating when the fight was going so well, but trusting Losai, They immediately stopped their attack and ran away. Tuka was the fastest. He glanced back and immediately got goosebumps all over his body. White spots, like snowflakes, were bursting out from the morning glory vines. Although he didn't know what they were, he knew there was definitely danger. Chapter 161. He instinctively quickened his pace, also helping Nicole along. He wasn't worried about Qin Dinglan and Jiu Nai's speed, given their exoskeletons. The mutated morning glory vines were fast, and since they were already close, they were about to catch up. Luoshi pulled out a grenade, timed it perfectly, and threw it forcefully. Bang! The leading vines and some of the maggots were blown to pieces. She had only brought a limited amount of supplies this time, 20 grenades in total, so she had to save them for a critical moment. With this opening, Nicole and the other 3 barely managed to escape. Luoshi stopped when they were about a kilometer away. Jiu-Nai stopped, panting heavily, and was the first to ask, "What happened? Why did we suddenly have to retreat?" There were maggots, probably mutated creatures. Check if any of you have been possessed. Luoshi looked worried, and started checking Nicole first. Good heavens! She actually found 2 maggots clinging to the back of Nicole's ears. They were so small they were easy to miss if you weren't looking closely. Lassie tried to pull them off, but Nicole cried out in pain, so she had to stop. "I have medical alcohol, let's try this." Jiu-Nai took out a supply bag hanging from her waist, and placed it on the ground. There really were maggots. She and Qin Dinglan quickly removed their exoskeletons. The 3 of them checked each other. Qin Dinglan and Tuka each had 1, and Jiu-Nai had 4. Nicole also had Lassie checked, but since she was far away, she didn't find any maggots on her. Lassie found some alcohol and sprayed it on the maggots. The 2 maggots behind Nicole's ears were stimulated, wriggled, and detached themselves after 5 seconds. 2 small bloody holes appeared behind Nicole's ears, and they were still bleeding. Lassie handed the alcohol to Qin Dinglan, who rummaged through her supply bag for healing agents. She tore open a few holes, and applied a few drops, slowly stopping the bleeding. Jiu-Nai took the healing agent. The wounds were small, 1 tube was enough for several people. The 3 wounds were quickly treated. Lassie casually broke off 2 pieces of a small stick from the roadside, and used them to collect the maggots that had fallen to the ground in a thickened, sealed containment bag. This bag was specially made so the maggots shouldn't be able to bite through it. Before putting them in, Lassie tested their radiation, red 3.20, while the radiation in the area they had just been in was only red 1. Nicole leaned closer to look and said disdainfully, "What kind of bugs are these? Sneaking around like this is disgusting. Flies, I guess?" After a closer look, Lassie was more inclined to believe they were fly larvae. Many creatures have larvae that are white, boneless, and spiral-shaped like tires, such as bee larvae, moth larvae, and longhorn beetle larvae. However, given its size and living in carrion, it does resemble the biological characteristics of a fly, though it has mutated and could be another species. Planet Agel has only been in the radiation age for a little over 100 years, and many mutated things are still under investigation, leaving a blank slate. There are no records of this maggot. Junai covered her temple with one hand. "Is there something wrong with this worm or that flower? I'm really dizzy right now." Nicole felt a headache coming on too, but it wasn't serious. She thought it was just from overusing her abilities. Lassie frowned slightly, not expecting this unexpected obstacle. It was only the second day. She planned to wait for her teammates to recover before taking action. Before leaving, Losai, still worried, took out disinfectant wipes and had everyone wipe their exposed skin. She wiped herself as well, as she had accumulated a lot of pollen from being there for so long and wanted to be careful. They arrived at the nearest shelter half an hour later. Giona wasn't feeling well, showing signs of drowsiness. The group lit a fire and offered her a sleeping bag to rest. "How are you 3 feeling?" Losai asked with concern. Qin Dinglan carefully examined herself, touching the maggot bites. A little tired, but not from overexertion. The wounds are throbbing slightly. "Were there many there just now?" "I didn't see any. I ran away as soon as I heard you shout," Nicole said, clutching her chest, still shaken. Giona was already like this after only being bitten by 4 maggots. If there had been many more and they hadn't noticed in time, she didn't dare imagine how many maggots would have sucked onto her, and she would have collapsed and become their food in no time. Losai said seriously, "There are many. These maggots and the mutated Morning Glory Vine might be in a cooperative relationship. The mutated Morning Glory Vine might not be a grade B, or it might be a very weak grade B. It's because of the presence of those maggots that harvesting prey is so easy. My eyesight is quite good. When I first arrived, I noticed something dark under the morning glory vine. I thought it was nutrients left after they killed their prey, but now it seems it might also be providing a home for these maggots. Tuka frowned, recalling the scene just now, and agreed with Losai's idea. If they weren't in a cooperative relationship, why would the mutated morning glory vine allow those maggots to crawl up its branches? Qin Dinglan looked at Losai with gratitude and a hint of admiration. It's fortunate you have good eyesight and discovered it in time. Jiona was sucked up by 4 maggots, and that's how she is. I don't even want to think about whether we could have made it out alive if there were more. She continued her analysis. The floral scent is too strong. It seems unlikely it has no special effect. Could it be that it only works when combined with maggots? Nicole, possibly. Does it only work on wounds? Just having it in the respiratory tract is useless, or its effect is negligible. Tuka, it's also possible the maggots themselves are poisonous. Losai nodded in agreement. The maggots' radiation is 3.20, red, but their single target damage is low, and their defense is poor in all aspects. Their radiation level meets the criteria for B grade, but their overall strength can only be rated C grade. Determining the grade of mutated creatures is complex. First, there's their own radiation level. High radiation doesn't necessarily mean a high grade, but a high grade always means high radiation. B-grade mutated creatures mostly have a radiation level between 3.00 and 5.00, red. The rest is a comprehensive evaluation based on attack power, defense, abilities, and other factors. Tuka, should we still try to contain them? Losai didn't speak, but the sensor on her temple lit up. Except for the sleeping Jionai, the other 3 received a message from Losai. Contain them. Now that we know their trump card, it would be a waste of our previous efforts not to contain them. Plus, we don't have any samples of these maggots in the safe zone yet, and they have a cooperative relationship with the mutated morning glory vine, making them highly valuable for research. Their total value will be even higher. Nicole was wondering why Losai had suddenly started communicating via sensors. She looked up at the heavenly eye that had been following them. The cooperative relationship between the maggots and the vine is very valuable. You should know this better than I do. Raise the price, and we contain them. Chapter 162. The joint entrance exam of the 4 academies meant each academy had sent teachers to monitor the exams in real time via the Sky Eye system. The only problem was the poor signal. It was unclear when the footage would be transmitted back. The Sky Eye on the left, go and look around. Transmit my request back, Luo she ordered directly. This was a competition between the 4 academies. Securing as many benefits as possible was ideal. Normally, the Sky Eye, as a monitoring device, couldn't leave the examinees, firstly to prevent cheating, and secondly to protect the students, transmitting a message to the school immediately in case of danger. But there were 2 Sky Eyes. Leaving them wasn't a big problem. They were all here, and one Sky Eye could observe them all. The Sky Eye that was called upon swayed left and right a couple of times, choosing to obey Luo Shi's order. It was still early before the radiation levels rose, and going out wasn't dangerous. After wandering around for over half an hour, the Sky Eye finally found a signal and transmitted Luo Shi's situation. The proctor, receiving the request, didn't dare make a decision on its own. Instead, it reported it to the deans of the 4 academies, who would then discuss whether to grant it. Sarah from the United Academy naturally championed the interests of her students, and the Central State Academy agreed, except for Adlington and Onido, who had objections. Jionai slept for a long time, not waking up until almost 9 o'clock. Took a step forward with concern, handing her a freshly opened bottle of water. How are you feeling? Still dizzy? Jionai sat up, took the water, and nodded gratefully. Much better, I don't feel anything anymore. At this moment, the heavenly eye, which had been gone for a long time, finally flew back. It played Sarah's familiar voice. Your request has been unanimously approved by all 4 academies. As long as both are contained, regardless of the true level of the 2 mutated creatures, they will be uniformly classified as B-level mutated creatures, preferably contained alive. Jionai was still out of it. What happened? Hearing that everything was valued at B grade, Nicole and the other 2 couldn't help but smile. Luo Shi, okay. Their agreement was within her expectations. She then looked at her teammates. The radiation is about to rise. Let's take turns resting. Luo Shi and Jionai took turns on duty. She took out useful items from her supply bag and fiddled with them. At 5 p.m., everyone packed up and set off again. They stopped 500 meters away from them. The mutated morning glory vine still didn't attack proactively. The fragrance was still pungent, and everything was quiet. Without Luo Shi saying anything, Jionai and Nicole launched the first attack. The morning glory vines, which had been motionless just moments before, immediately waved their branches to block the attack. The next second, Qin Dinglan and Tuka threw Molotov cocktails. Tuka was naturally strong, and Qin Dinglan's strength was amplified with the mechanical assistance of her exoskeleton. The flamethrower didn't have that much range, and getting too close would result in being attacked by maggots, so this was the only method they could use. This thing wasn't originally available. Everyone only carried some firearms, not even grenades. It was something Losai hastily made using limited supplies while on duty. Drawn away by Nicole and Jionai's attacks, one of the two Molotov cocktails successfully hit the roots of the morning glory vines. The flames suddenly flared up. Under the threat of death, the morning glory vines no longer cared about fighting Jionai and the others, and tried to extinguish the fire by retracting their branches. But these Molotov cocktails were specially made by Losai, who had even taken some accelerant from the flamethrower on his exoskeleton and put it inside. Not only did the mutated morning glory vines not extinguish, but the branches also began to burn. Qin Dinglan and the other person threw down the remaining 4 Molotov cocktails, and the erratic movement of the mutated morning glory vines instantly spread the flames throughout the entire vine patch. The crackling sound of vines bursting open as they burned could be heard intermittently. Jionai worriedly asked, "Won't they all burn to death?" Luoshi, holding her gun, fired a shot at the occasionally exposed roots. "No, they're very resilient. We can't carry too many of these with us. Just leave a few roots in the soil." 10 minutes passed quickly, and the cliff was blackened by the smoke from the burning, leaving only the roots of the vines. Many embers still burned. The morning glory vines, scarred by the fire, dared not grow any further. Preserving the roots was paramount. The floral fragrance vanished, replaced by a stench. The rotting flesh where the mutated maggots lived was no longer masked by the floral scent. Its stench was palpable, like that of a latrine. Luoshi had took a throw over the 5 carcasses of mutated red-tailed chickens that she had prepared beforehand. The flames had just raised the temperature of their decaying flesh to an unbearable level, making them feel comfortable with food and shelter. The surviving maggots crawled out and towards the mutated red-tailed chicken carcasses. Once most of the maggots had emerged, Jionai controlled the metal container to put the 5 mutated red-tailed chickens into a containment bag. Nicole also controlled the other plants to dig up the roots of the morning glory vines and put them into a separate containment bag. Containment was easily completed, with low weight. It was still before 6 o'clock when the group headed to their next target, the territory of the B-rank mutated Black Panther. At 8 o'clock, the group finally arrived, only to find that someone had already beaten them to it. "It's the Adlington Academy team." Nicole immediately recognized them by their grayish-white combat uniforms. The mutated Black Panther was locked in combat with them, bearing numerous wounds and already at a disadvantage. They were so engrossed in their fight that they didn't notice the arrival of others. The mutated Black Panther saw them, assuming it was human reinforcements, and realizing it was outmatched, it tried to escape, only to be blocked again by the Adlington Academy students. In desperation, the Black Panther wandered around aimlessly, randomly selecting the shortest-looking person to kill and flee. In this life-or-death moment, it unleashed unprecedented speed, leaving the unfortunate victim's teammate no chance to help. Under its claws, the victim was almost certainly dead, unless she was faster than the Black Panther, but unfortunately she wasn't. Bang! A laser beam pierced through the 2 Adlington Academy students, striking its target and grazing past Dale's ear. The claws, just 5 centimeters from her throat, twitched in midair. Dale froze, but her survival instincts compelled her to take a large step back in that opening. The Black Panther's pupils dilated, its heart shattered, and it crashed heavily to the ground. Its limbs twitched a couple of times before it went still. Lossie put down her laser gun, frowning slightly. This was going to be tough. Dale, who had been holding her breath, only dared to breathe when she realized it was safe. Her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground, but she held it in. She and her teammates looked towards Lossie. They recognized the United Academy's combat uniforms. The greenish-brown was ugly, and they also recognized Lossie, this rising star. The 2 who had just been pierced by the laser beam, seeing it was Lossie who had saved their teammate, couldn't very well retaliate. Chapter 163. Dale, both frightened and happy, ran over Sister Rossi. Reaching her, her nose tingled, and she lowered her head. "Thank you for saving me." She thought she was really going to die. If Rossi hadn't arrived just in time, she feared she would never see her grandfather and brothers again. If she hadn't made it back alive, her brother wouldn't have had the money for treatment. She couldn't bear to think about it. Rossi gently patted her shoulder. "It's all right now." The captain of Dale's team walked over, extending his hand, but it was Nicole who received it. "Hello, Miss Nicole Deep, I'm George Adlington, the captain of Dale Durley's team. Thank you for your help." Nicole was confused. She hadn't saved them, so why was she being greeted first? But facing a stranger, she maintained basic politeness, extending her hand to shake his, but quickly withdrawing it after only a few fingertips. "Hello, Mr. George Adlington." The politeness lasted 2 seconds, but Nicole's smile remained unchanged, her eyes filled with disdain, and her words were completely different. "My captain saved you. Isn't it a bit impolite of you to greet me first? Didn't your school send you the test candidates' information? Don't you know Loci is the captain?" Both teams turned to look at George, the atmosphere becoming incredibly awkward. Negotiations between teams are usually handled by the captains, though teammates can intervene if the captain allows. But since the other team came first, they should definitely communicate with the captain. Greeting the teammates first is just deliberately embarrassing the captain. If it were a team member who saved them, greeting the team member first would be fine, but Loci is both the captain and the one who saved them. Doing so is simply too impolite. George looked embarrassed. He hadn't expected Nicole to be so disrespectful. Although he was only from a collateral branch of the family, he was still a member of the Adlington family. This second young lady of the Deep family was only so arrogant because of her privileged background. She looked down on him. If he had that kind of background, he could definitely trample her underfoot. George thought this, without reflecting on the fact that he had only greeted her because of her high status. He himself was just someone who fawned over the powerful and looked down on the weak. It was normal for him to be looked down upon. He felt resentful inside, but outwardly he showed no sign of it, forcing himself to greet Rossi in the awkward atmosphere. "Hello, Miss Lucy Brenda, thank you for saving my teammate." Lucy smiled, gave him a cursory handshake, but quickly withdrew it without even touching his hand. No problem, half the prey is fine with me." Hearing about sharing the prey, a sinister glint flashed in George's eyes, his smile forced. "That's not really appropriate. Even if we hadn't fought for so long, you wouldn't have been able to hit it." Lucy's tone was flat. "So you're planning to wait until it kills your teammate and then let it escape? You won't get a single point." He had thought that someone from a refugee background would be humble and easy to talk to, like Dale. "Your words were so harsh," George said, narrowing his eyes. "Miss Rossi, don't try to argue. I didn't mean that. We just put in more effort to kill the cheetah. I can give you a leg. You arrived late, so you don't know how fast it was. Even with 10 of us attacking, we couldn't hit it. If we hadn't worn it down for so long, and if it hadn't been so panicked trying to escape, even your best marksmanship wouldn't have been able to hit it." Rossi really didn't want to argue about this. She only wanted half, which was tantamount to acknowledging the other party's depletion of the mutated Black Panther's resources. Why couldn't he understand? Click. "I said, I want half, will you give it to me or not?" Rossi was too lazy to waste words. Under everyone's shocked gazes, she raised her gun, aiming it directly at George. She and George were competitors. There was no need to hold back. George hadn't expected Rossi to be so bold. He was a member of the Adlington family. This refugee dared to point a gun at him. "Do you dare shoot?" George dropped the pretense and threatened directly. He didn't believe Rossi would actually fire. Except for Dale, all of George's teammates reached for their guns at their waists. But with Nicole and Cheen Dinglan, two people of high status, opposite them, raising their guns was awkward, and not raising them was also awkward. Dale panicked. How did things suddenly turn out like this? She kept glancing between the two sides, finally choosing to persuade George. "Captain, give it to Sister Lucy. If it weren't for her, Black Panther would have escaped, and we wouldn't even have gotten half." George glared at Dale. This traitorous girl, he shouldn't have let her join the team in the first place. Dale lowered her head. Lucy had just saved her. She couldn't disregard right and wrong and side with the team. Even if the captain and teammates disliked her later, she would still stand by Lucy's side. Anyway, even if she didn't do well on the final exams, the worst she could do was go to Class B. "Of course I wouldn't dare," Lucy chuckled. The joint exam did stipulate that no one could take lives, but it didn't say no to fighting. Since threats didn't work on George, she'd try another method. Lucy lowered her gun, and George, thinking she was scared, wore a confident smile. The next second, Lucy swung her right hand at his shoulder, and with 80% of her strength gone, George was sent flying 3 or 4 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. His teammates were shocked again, but still didn't dare to intervene. "Let's see who's stronger then." Lucy slung her gun back at her waist, and stood still, seemingly unfazed. She appeared casual, but her entire body was tense, ready to react instantly. Tuka, bring back the Black Panther, all of it. Lucy figured that since they already provoked him, taking half was better than taking the whole thing. George quickly scrambled to his feet, wincing and clutching his left shoulder in pain. You dare. He then conjured an ice spike out of thin air, aiming straight for Lucy. Dale reached out to try and deflect the spike, but Lucy pulled her back half a step, avoiding it. The spike struck the trunk of a nearby tree. That's it? Lucy scoffed, while Tuka had already obtained the Black Panther. George glared angrily at his useless teammates. The other team had already taken it, and they didn't even try to take it back. He continued his attack on Losai, but before she could dodge, Nicole manipulated the branches of the surrounding trees to block the ice spikes. George's chest heaved with anger as he glared at Losai's team. Fine. Fine. Don't blame me for being impolite. He turned to his teammates. Go! But none of them moved. If they were just insignificant members of the collateral branch like George, on equal footing, they might have gritted their teeth and fought back. But the other side was the genuine daughter of the Deep family. Unless they were truly courting death, they wouldn't dare offend the Deep family. Now it was George's turn to be embarrassed. Not one of his 9 teammates listened to him. The vice-captain then stepped in to comfort him. It's alright, Captain, we should have given them half anyway. Chapter 164. George was furious. These cowards were bullies. He glanced at the heavenly eye above him. It had recorded all his humiliating moments, and now he couldn't even retaliate. He clenched his fists and forcefully shook off the vice-captain's hand that was patting his arm. Fine, none of you listen to me. I'm quitting as captain. He thought at least a few people would stop him, but no one did, not even the vice-captain. His face flushed red with anger. He snatched a supply pack from a teammate and made to leave. The vice-captain sighed silently. Central wasn't safe. If he left alone and encountered danger, his teammates would likely be implicated. Reluctantly, he called after him. Captain, it's getting late. We should go to the shelter. Let's go! Losai wasn't going to watch the show, and immediately led the team to the nearest shelter. Before leaving, Losai looked at Dale. Be careful, take care of yourself. Dale had just offended George by speaking up for her. Although George wasn't very popular, he held the highest position among the 10, so it was inevitable that some of her cronies would gang up on her. However, Losai was more concerned with her own interests. She only offered verbal comfort to Dale. She had just saved her, and there was nothing more she could do. Okay, you two, Sister Losai, Dale said, forcing a smile. But just half an hour after saying goodbye, the two groups met again at the same shelter. Losai and the others had already started a fire, and were huddled together, drinking hot water, and discussing their plans for tomorrow. The 10 people about to enter the metal container froze at the doorway. The vice-captain was the first to explain, this is the nearest shelter. The other one is 2 hours away, and we don't have time. Can we come in? Dale's eyes lit up when she saw Lucy, but she didn't greet her or disturb her and her teammates, simply smiling and nodding at Lucy. Everyone looked at Lucy. She put down her water glass and calmly said, of course, the shelter isn't mine. Anyone can come in. She remembered the locations of all the shelters, and knew the other side would definitely come here too. She led her teammates ahead to prevent them from arriving first, otherwise, there would be another fight. She had a reason for competing with them for the prey earlier, but now, preventing them from entering the shelter would put her in the wrong. After all, this was South Central Ring Adlington Academy territory, and she hadn't contributed anything to the shelter. The vice-captain smiled and thanked her, then led her teammates to the furthest spot from Lizzie's group, started a fire, and chatted quietly. George glanced at them every now and then, especially when he saw Lizzie's group already had 2 full boxes of mutated creatures, and he felt even more resentful. One box was filled with red-tailed chickens, another box contained a small mutated black panther, a spider that looked like it was sealed in a bag in the middle, and on top, another layer of bags separated 5 red-tailed chickens and something resembling tree roots. He was too far away to see clearly, but something was wriggling under the skin of the 5 red-tailed chickens, and he wondered why they weren't all packed together. But George had to admit that they had indeed contained something special about these mutated creatures in just 2 days. As night fell, Losai took turns keeping watch as usual, and George's team also arranged for people to keep watch. The two sides did not interfere with each other. He wanted to tamper with things, but he couldn't find an opportunity and had to give up. The 3rd day of the joint entrance exam. Loss's team set off on time. Their destination was far away, requiring a 3 to 4 hour hike, including crossing a desert. The sun was rising higher, but the temperature remained below -20 degrees Celsius. The surrounding air was becoming increasingly dry, and the trees, once lush and green, were now bare, with only a few withered leaves remaining. An hour and a half later, the group reached the edge of the desert. A few tenacious, waist-high low shrubs occasionally sprouted on the yellowish-red sandy ground. The group stopped to replenish their water. Lassie glanced back at the path they had come from, rested briefly, and then continued on their way. The swarm of B-rank mutated scorpions was located at the border between the desert and the forest on the other side. The team was already heavily loaded, so even though there were many mutated creatures around their previous shelter, she still had to stick to her original plan and search for the mutated scorpions. They were rare mutated creatures, small in size, and also B-rank. After nearly 2 hours of trekking through the desert, they finally reached their destination, only to find a team from Zhongzhou Academy already there, struggling to hold them off. "Should we go?" Nicole asked. Before Losai could even say yes, one of the opposing teams spoke up, dodging an attack while shouting, "United Academy, you come too. Keep whatever you catch. We won't interfere with each other." There were 6 people on the other side, 2 of whom Losai recognized, Shui Xian and Zhou Wu. However, the 2 were preoccupied with dealing with the mutated scorpions, and had no time to look this way. Losai led his teammates closer, stopping about 700 to 800 meters from the Zhongzhou Academy team. A rank B mutated scorpion, with below-average defense and above-average speed, it excels at burrowing and often ambushes from beneath the earth. Its tail venom sac has mutated, evolving a 10-centimeter long, flexible, exceptionally sharp stinger capable of easily piercing any rubber or fabric shoe. Only 0.02 milligrams of toxin in the sac is enough to kill an adult. The 5 boldly stepped onto the ground. Having planned this target beforehand, they had added movable metal plates to the soles and sides of their combat suits and shoes before Sunday. The Central State Academy team dared not stop, fearing the mutated scorpions would sting them. One of the wind element users constantly blew up the surface sand to expose the scorpions underground for easier containment and footholds. However, the mutated scorpions burrowed too quickly. Before they could catch many, the remaining ones burrowed deeper. This was the first time the wind element user had pushed himself so hard, he could only last another 10 minutes. In contrast, Losai's group had it much easier. They only needed to prevent the mutated scorpions from crawling onto their feet. For safety, Nicole manipulated a bush, extending 2 branches to scrape away the sand, revealing a venomous scorpion hidden beneath. The remaining 4 used their preferred methods to catch the scorpion. The scene was as harmonious as catching crabs in a river, one turning over stones, the others catching them. This was why they had hiked for over 3 hours to get here. The other team, taking a moment to glance over amidst their busy schedule, were practically green with envy. They hadn't originally included the mutated venomous scorpion in their targets, but since each academy's landing location was different, they had to change their focus and bring in the nearest one to contain it. However, even if their original target had it, they might not have been able to produce it in time. Chapter 165. The combat suits were made of special, expensive materials, and the metals added inside were also of high quality. The complex manufacturing process and the expensive materials, coupled with the time-consuming process, meant that most teams couldn't afford them. But since Nicole was a big spender in Losai's team, she immediately took on the job. Her family wasn't short of money, and to protect his daughter's safety, Moss wasn't stingy either, expediting the alterations. The feeling of winning without lifting a finger was wonderful. Losai, Jionai, and Tuka were both envious and extremely happy. The scorpions didn't all sneakily stab people's feet underground, some would jump up and ambush. But with Losai around, no scorpion's movement escaped her ears. Of course, she always managed to spot and stop them by chance. With the addition of the 5 members of Losai's team, the burden on the Central State Academy team was significantly lighter. 15 minutes later, with only 10 minutes left before the radiation spike, most of the scorpions had been contained. The rest had hidden deeper in the sand, making containment difficult. Luo Shi chose to stop and led her teammates to the nearest shelter. After hiking for 3.5 hours, everyone was exhausted. If it weren't for the fact that a team was already there to contain them, fearing the scorpions might be lost, she would have taken her teammates to rest and return in the afternoon. Fortunately, these mutated scorpions, aside from their high venom, were relatively easy to contain with proper protective measures. The 5 of them arrived at a makeshift wooden shelter just in time and immediately sprayed purifying mist. 10 minutes later, the Central Continent Academy team, braving the high radiation, hurriedly arrived, with Shou Wu carrying one of his teammates on his back. A large chunk of flesh had been ripped away from her ankle, blood staining half of her torn black and white combat jumpsuit red. The 7-person team didn't even have time to greet Losai's team before setting down their sleeping bags and immediately placing their injured teammate on them. Narcissus pulled out hemostatic spray and healing medicine, frowning as she treated the wound. The woman lay on the ground, her face deathly pale, her lips almost bloodless. She gripped Zhou Wu's hand tightly, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, wetting the roots of her hair. I'm going to die. Zhou Wu, though forcing himself to speak, also reddened his own eyes. No, junior sister, we acted quickly. Only a little poison entered your body. You definitely survive. We also contacted the school. A car will be here to pick you up soon. The woman tried to force a smile for Zhou Wu, but the fear in her eyes was overwhelming. Their team hadn't initially targeted the scorpion, so they were unaware of its characteristics and the severity of its venom. The woman felt a chill run through her body. The winter temperature was so low that even in her combat suit, she couldn't stop shivering. She managed to look up at her ankle. The bleeding seemed to have stopped. The sensor on her temple flashed briefly, but there was no signal, so her senior's suggestion to contact the school was a lie. Narcissus and her teammates looked grim. The woman's face was frighteningly pale. She had lost too much blood along the way, and her lips were beginning to turn blackish brown. The scorpion venom had still entered her body. Seeing her teammates' expressions, the woman understood her fate, and her tears stopped at that moment. Senior, if I don't make it back, could you take care of my mother? She's old, and she can't stay in the army forever. You can go back. I take you back right now. Zhou Wu said, making a move to pick up the woman and walk out, but his teammates stopped him. They couldn't contact the school, and with the radiation so high outside, going out would only make her die sooner. The woman was placed back on the sleeping bag. She looked earnestly at her teammates, finally settling on Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu collapsed, kneeling to the woman's left, sobbing uncontrollably. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought you to Class A. Before he could finish, the woman smiled with relief. It's not your fault, Senior. I begged you to bring me here. My genes were already compromised, and I'm already very content to have experienced student life with you for so long. The two teams weren't very close, and all 5 of them craned their necks to hear what was going on, but only Luo she heard everything clearly. The woman held on for 20 minutes, but still died. From their conversation, it seemed the woman was Zhou Wu's junior sister, and her mother was the older woman who initially ranked in the top 10, the one Zhou Wu had once called Master Jing Bai. The woman had undergone gene-modifying injections, but due to poor adaptation, her genes collapsed. Her mother had participated in the election for her sake. In the end, she didn't make it into the top 10, but she was recruited into the military, thus gaining a stable source of income. Zhou Wu, again, participated in the election for her sake. The reason they weren't on the same team in the final round of the election wasn't mentioned. The woman's entry into Zhongzhou Academy's Class A was a condition Zhou Wu set for his own admission to Zhongzhou Academy, and the Academy's agreement was unbelievable to Luo Shi. Unfortunately, their brief conversation only touched on this matter briefly. The woman in the last one was originally quite capable, but unfortunately, the second gene serum ruined her. However, her genetic collapse wasn't too severe, and she could still live for about a year. She begged to go to Zhongzhou Academy with Zhou Wu, but unexpectedly died prematurely during the joint entrance exam. It was all fate, I suppose. With someone dead, the atmosphere was somber, and the two teams tacitly avoided exchanging greetings. Nicole, embarrassed to go over and look, took a sip of hot water out of boredom. What did they say? Is that woman still alive? Qin Dinglan analyzed seriously. 0.02 milligrams is enough to kill her. Unless her leg is severed immediately, there's no chance of survival. Jiu sighed sadly. She was closest to the source, and overheard bits and pieces of conversation. It seems they mentioned genetic collapse or something. It's such a pity that a perfectly healthy person is gone like that. Hearing Jiu Nai's words, Qin Dinglan's heart skipped a beat, and she unconsciously clutched her chest. Losai had no intention of discussing it. She swallowed the nutrient solution and said, "It's time to rest. Jionai and I will keep watch for the night. You guys go to sleep. We still have to continue containment this afternoon." Nicole and the other two obediently went to rest. The Central State Academy team remained silent for a long time. About an hour later, Narcissus approached them. "Long time no see, little sister Losai." Jionai glanced at them, and silently moved a little further away to let them speak. Losai replied expressionlessly, "Long time no see. Why are you so aloof now?" Your team has had a good haul these past few days. Narcissus quickly glanced at the 2 full containment boxes and teased. Loci, I'm tired. Is there something you need? Faced with her cold expression, Narcissus smiled and said confidently, Oh, it's just that I haven't seen you in so long. We used to be teammates, so I came to catch up. Chapter 166. To her surprise, Loci didn't respond at all. She was genuinely tired and wanted to sleep. Besides, she and Narcissus had no connection anymore, so she was even less inclined to engage. Oh! Receiving such a cold reply, Narcissus felt a little embarrassed but still forced herself to say, Alright, I'll be frank. Our team discovered an A-level mutated creature, but we're having trouble taking it down. Now that we met you, we're thinking of cooperating and splitting the spoils. Loci raised an eyebrow. What creature? Narcissus's lips curled into a smile. She knew no team could resist the temptation of an A-level mutated creature. Loci's performance during the previous election was reliable. She wasn't the kind of person who would forget kindness. That's why she persuaded the captain to allow her to invite Loci's team. A-grade mutated toad, rather large, 3 meters tall, about the size of a room. It's not in the data, as you probably already know. Loci remained silent. You call a 3-meter tall toad rather large? However, the data did indeed not list this toad among the mutated creatures of the South Central Ring. Narcissus continued, It probably came to the Central Ring from the Outer Ring in the last few days. We encountered it yesterday and did a simple test, learning about its abilities. If you agree to come with us, I tell you its details. Loci wasn't very interested. A room-sized creature, it wouldn't be able to take it with it after killing it, they just have to wait for the joint exam to end. In that case, why didn't you invite the Central State Academy team, but instead invited our joint academy? Narcissus's smile froze, her face showing disgust. Because I hate them. You should understand how Zhou Wu and I feel. I'm not going. Loci wasn't planning to listen to her story. It was probably about discrimination against refugees or something. She'd been through the same thing. However, since it's a joint entrance exam, if she wants to continue studying at Zhongzhou Academy, she should demonstrate her strength by containing more mutated creatures to earn the respect of the school and her classmates, instead of cooperating with the enemy. Besides, what if she's here to sabotage her? She absolutely won't go. After saying that, Loci looked outside, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. Why not go? As long as you capture that toad, and with what you have now, getting into the top 2 is a sure thing. If Loci's team doesn't go, Shui Xian doesn't know who else to turn to. This is such a great opportunity. She wouldn't even dare to dream of getting into the top 2. It's not safe. Anyway, my team isn't going, so you don't need to say anything more. Loci refused without hesitation. Compared to Shui Xian's team, she's probably already in first place. But the real opponents are the top teams from the other 3A classes of the academies, and they haven't contained enough mutated creatures yet. Shui Xian persisted and tried to persuade her again, but Loci ignored her completely. She could only return empty-handed. In the afternoon, it was time for another containment attempt. Without hesitation, Loci led his team away from the shelter. At 9 o'clock that evening, the 5-person team arrived at a new shelter to rest. The afternoon's luck had been bad. They had spent most of the day fighting a mutated bird, its rank unknown, B or A, only to have it fly away at the crucial moment. It was the fastest Loci had ever seen. Even with his slow-motion ability, he could only see its blurry silhouette. It was also very clever, constantly weaving through the trees. Loci couldn't hit it, and his teammate finally managed to injure it, only for it to escape. The 3rd day passed in this way, with 2 days left until the end of the joint exam. On the 4th day, Loci chose to play it safe, following his previous plan to take in 5 C-rank mutated tabby spirit cats and 1 B-rank mutated centipede. Luckily, they didn't encounter any other teams from other academies. Qin Dinglan had burned her arm with the mutated centipede's bodily fluids while trying to stop it from escaping, but after applying medicine, she was temporarily out of danger. As night fell, Luoshi on duty looked at Qin Dinglan, who was frowning in her sleep, seemingly uncomfortable. Her performance today far exceeded her previous ones. Her physical condition was more than twice as good. Could she have just received a gene-modifying injection? Otherwise, how could she have improved so much in such a short time? Although she often acted as if nothing was wrong these past few days, some details betrayed her true state. The week after the gene-modifying injection was crucial. It was to see if the genes in her body could stabilize. Stabilization meant success. Failure meant facing the incurable disease of gene collapse. Suddenly, Qin Dinglan, lying in her sleeping bag, convulsed violently. Luo Shi and Jiao Nai immediately knelt down to check on her. Awakened by her body, Qin Dinglan covered her mouth with her left hand, her face contorted, and turned her head to the right, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Jiao Nai almost cried out, but Qin Dinglan stopped her with a hand. She didn't want to wake her teammates. She raised her left hand, which was covered in bright red blood. Was it still not enough? Blood choked her throat, causing uncontrollable coughing. She covered her mouth again, trying to suppress her voice. Luo Shi pursed her lips, pulled open her sleeping bag, and half lifted her, leaning her against him so her breathing would be easier. Did you inject yourself with a gene-modifying drug? Luo Shi asked softly. Qin Dinglan nodded weakly. Luo Shi patted her back gently to help her catch her breath. Why? She swallowed the blood that was trying to rise, forced a smile, and looked earnestly at Luo Shi with moist eyes, then quickly lowered them again, whispering, because I don't want to be a burden to you, you guys, cough cough. I'm too weak. I know my abilities aren't very useful to you, cough cough. And they're only SOSO to everyone. If I don't have any other strengths, I'd be letting you all down. Luo Shi was a little angry. She was too sensitive. She had been a bit calculating at the beginning of the semester, but later, she genuinely interacted with everyone. She always felt she was too weak, but no one seemed to dislike her. You haven't let us down. We agreed to let you in because we acknowledged you. Regardless of your abilities, you're our chosen teammate. Jiao Nai also anxiously comforted her. Yes, you're our chosen teammate. Look at me, if I disliked you, I wouldn't have joined this team, right? Hearing Luo Shi and Jiao Nai's concerned words, Qin Dinglan's smile widened, and she tried hard to hold back the tears in her eyes. She propped herself up with her hands, shifting to a more comfortable sitting position in Luo Shi's arms. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her voice was unusually weak as she lowered her eyes and whispered, I'm fine. It's just that my genes are a little unstable right now. I'd be fine after tonight. It wouldn't be so bad to die in Lucy's arms. If I never wake up again, my teammates will definitely take me back, right? I won't die in the wilderness, eaten by wild beasts. Lucy silently hummed in agreement. She could sense her emotions. She was terrified. It wasn't just about surviving tonight. Many genetic collapses don't kill immediately. Her current situation was probably like that. I'm a little sleepy. Can I lean on you and sleep? Cough. Qin Dinglan half closed her eyes, looking very sleepy. Lucy patted her back. Sleep. Chapter 167. Seeing Qin Dinglan close her eyes, Jiao Nai mouthed without speaking, What do we do now? Luo Shi shook her head, pointing to the blood on the ground, asking Jiao Nai to clean it up. She couldn't leave for the time being. Jiao Nai gave an okay sign, and took out her tools to clean up. Luo Shi patted Qin Dinglan to sleep, like she was soothing a child, actually purifying all the radiation in her body with the energy of the source crystal, leaving only radiation on her surface skin. The combat suit had a real-time radiation recording function. Libra grass was the main ingredient in gene-modifying agents, and the higher the radiation, the better the effect. In other words, gene-modifying agents also alter genes through radiation, but after various processing methods, they are safer than direct exposure to radiation. Because there's no technology to remove radiation, gene collapse cannot be cured, only delayed. However, it was different with Luo Shi. With just 2 or 3 light pats, all the radiation in Qin Dinglan's body was purified. Her brows relaxed, her breathing became more steady, and she quickly fell asleep. Repeating the patting motion on her back, Losai looked up at the night outside the door, lost in thought. Radiation can alter genes. Could she use it to change herself? But she was also worried. If her genes collapsed too quickly, even removing the radiation would be very risky. Her flesh and blood were filled with the energy of the source crystal. The radiation would probably be completely dissolved before it even entered her body. She would have to consciously control the radiation on her skin to retain any. The power the source crystal gave her was safe and could fully develop her body, but it lacked elemental abilities. However, the energy of the source crystal could do many things. In a way, it could be considered an ability, but it wasn't suitable to use it openly right now. Midway through, Losai woke Nicole and took it to switch shifts, but not Qin Dinglan, explaining that she was injured and needed to rest. The two didn't object. Friday was the last day of the joint entrance exam. Everyone got up at 4:30 to clean up. They simply wiped their faces with a wet wipe and chewed special gum to clean their teeth. Hearing the noise, Qin Dinglan groggily opened her eyes. She was a little tired, but her body didn't hurt at all. The feeling of flesh and blood remodeling yesterday, the sensation of her body not even being her own, had completely disappeared. Was she healed? She touched her chest. Ever since she secretly injected the gene-modifying drug the day before the exam, her body had experienced a rejection reaction, which completely erupted last night. Her genes had collapsed. She had only read about the symptoms of gene collapse in books before, and couldn't understand its meaning. Last night was her first time, and she was absolutely certain it was gene collapse. But now her body had miraculously recovered? She couldn't believe it. Yesterday, she had only told Losai that it would be fine after one night to avoid worrying her too much, but she hadn't expected that she was really alright now. Or is she one of those rare individuals whose genes collapse, and she doesn't feel pain? Nicole yawned, seeing Qin Dinglong awake, and handed her a wet wipe. How are you feeling? Does the wound still hurt? She subconsciously smiled, and shook her head, lifting the white gauze on her right forearm to change the dressing. It doesn't hurt anymore. But after lifting it halfway, she paused for a second and put it back, smiling. It's much better now. Nicole didn't suspect anything. That's good. Qin Dinglong nodded and smiled, then called out to Rossi not far away. Rossi, could you get me the medicine? Hearing this, Losai, who had just bent down to get a bottle of water, took a healing potion from her supply bag. Nicole's eyes darted between the two of them. She was right next to Losai. Why should she let Losai get it? However, she wasn't oblivious. Realizing the two might have something to say, she tactfully walked away. But her round eyes kept glancing this way. Seeing Losai approach, Qin Dinglong lifted a corner of the gauze to show her. The wound had actually healed. Losai's eyes widened slightly. She had only removed the radiation from her body, not treated her, and her healing ability only worked on herself. Could it be the gene serum that accelerated her recovery? She had only removed the radiation. There might still be residual medication helping with the repair. Seeing Luo Shi's equal surprise, Qin Dinglong whispered in Luo Shi's ear, I think I really am healed, and this wound is healed along with it. You were serious last night, saying you'd be fine after just one night? I thought you were just making me up, and I was heartbroken for so long, Luo Shi said, both annoyed and amused. Hearing Luo Shi say this, Qin Dinglong's slight suspicion vanished instantly. Her sudden recovery made her suspect that Luo Shi had helped her. Of everyone here, Luo Shi was the most mysterious, and if anyone could do it, it was most likely Luo Shi. But seeing her genuinely unaware, could it be that she really had pulled through? Filled with unanswered questions, she could only pretend nothing had happened and apply medicine to her now healed wound. Feeling Qin Dinglong's doubts disappear, Luo Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Her doubts weren't calculated, she was simply curious about how she had healed. However, she wouldn't tell her the reason. Since there were no human test subjects for the source crystal energy test, they figured they could help her while also conducting some experiments themselves. It was the last day, and they planned to take down that massive A-grade mutated striped elephant. Even among A-grade mutated creatures, there are varying degrees of rarity, and the striped elephant was considered quite valuable. They set off at 5 a.m. and arrived near the striped elephant's territory at 6:20 a.m. From afar, they could see its striking black and white stripes. The mutated striped elephant was relatively small for its size, weighing only about 2.5 to 5 tons. It possessed extremely strong defense, excellent hearing, and formidable attack power, though its aggression wasn't particularly strong. A single elephant's overall strength was around B grade. Being a social animal, it was very united. When faced with danger, it would call upon its entire herd, with at least a dozen, and sometimes dozens, attacking together, making it no easy feat for an ordinary person. Considering everything, they settled on A grade, which was quite rare even among A-grade creatures. Elephants, due to their innate advantages, can be rated D even without mutation, given their large size. After mutation, their defense or some other enhancement naturally elevates them to a higher level than other creatures. After reviewing the habits of the mutated spotted elephants, ensuring everyone could formulate the optimal evacuation plan in case of danger, the five stealthily infiltrated the area. After only 2 minutes, they spotted a group, also seemingly from Adlington Academy, stealthily moving in the distance. The distance was too great to be entirely certain. Just as Losai was about to take a closer look, a figure the size of a black dot suddenly vanished. The next second, it reappeared 500 meters away, then flashed back to 200 meters. Lost tensed. Was this going to be a fight? This ability wasn't shadow travel, it seemed more like spatial teleportation. None of the people on Watson had given them matched. What's she doing here? Nicole had barely finished speaking when the figure was already in front of them. Chapter 168. It was a girl of about 16 or 17, blonde and blue-eyed, tall and curvaceous, wearing a gray-white Adlington Academy tight-fitting combat uniform, without an ounce of excess fat. Her face was aloof with a hint of world weariness, and her hair was casually draped behind her. She opened her mouth with overflowing enthusiasm. Idol! Seeing the girl looking at her with bright eyes, almost overflowing with joy, Losai was somewhat confused. She turned to look at Nicole, who seemed to know her from what she had just said. Nicole frowned. Didn't you go back to Safe Zone 1? Why are you here again, and even taking the joint exam? Facing Nicole's expressionless face, though her features were melancholic, and she looked very unhappy. I came to see Lady Losai, so I came again. Hearing the suffix lady, Losai immediately got goosebumps. Nicole, unsure what to say to her immature cousin, introduced herself. Mujos Adlington, the third young lady of the Adlington family in Security Zone 1. Mujos, standing to the side, with a straight back and a smile, nodded to Losai. Yes, that's me. Nicole continued. She's my maternal grandfather's brother's son's child, my cousin. You should all know her older sister, Venus, the spokesperson for Mons Pharmaceuticals. Remembering that stunning beauty, she hadn't expected her to be the eldest daughter of the Adlington family. But Venus was a mixed-race woman with dark hair, while Mujos was a standard Caucasian with no signs of mixed heritage. And the Adlington's eldest daughter was actually a spokesperson for Mons Pharmaceuticals in Security Zone 2. This was all too confusing. Losai grew increasingly bewildered. She usually studied biology, the environment, and some information related to Security Zone 3, knowing little about Security Zone 1, and the available information about it was also very limited. Nicole continued. She stayed at the Branch family in Safe Zone 3 for a while, went back 4 months ago, and is back now. Internet addiction, Chunibu, middle school syndrome, loves anime. Before she could finish, Mujos hurriedly interrupted. Enough, enough, I finished the rest myself. With that, she excitedly gave Lizzie a gentlemanly bow, her left hand behind her back, her right hand making 2 circles in the air before placing it on her heart. Hello, Miss Lucy Brenda. Please allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Mujos Adlington. You can just call me by my first name. I watched your election live, and have been a fan ever since. Lizzie looked embarrassed, slightly curtsying and nodding. Hello, Miss Mujos. It's a pleasure to meet you. Just call me by my first name. No need for the suffix. Giving such a noble bow in the wilderness was rather inappropriate, but since the other party had done so, she couldn't refuse. She never expected that the third young lady of the direct line would be her fan. Judging from Nicole's introduction, she wasn't a student at Adlington Academy, was she? Losai asked directly. Muse nodded shyly. I used a little connection. That's how it is when you're a fan. The family interests behind the 4 academies are intertwined. The first-year joint entrance exam wasn't a big deal. Giving the Adlington family face, they got someone in easily. Losai was speechless, not expecting the other party to be so blunt. Nicole, who had been looking like she'd seen a ghost, suddenly realized, you didn't go back to get the gene-modifying serum just to meet Losai, did you? My cousin is really crazy. She's been a homebody since childhood, never leaving the house, and afraid to take any injections. Yet, she actually got a gene-modifying injection just to chase after her idol. Has the world gone mad, or has she? Facing her cousin, Mios's expression turned blank again. Not entirely. My family wants me to go back, and I figured I could only stay here for a week. But it just so happens to coincide with your joint entrance exams. I couldn't see Miss Rossi, so I got the injection. Luckily, it worked well. I gained the ability to teleport, so my family let me take the exams. Nicole looked utterly bewildered. The world really has gone mad. My cousin, who never liked going out, got a gene-modifying injection just to chase after her idol, and to make matters worse, it gave her the extremely rare ability of teleportation, one of the rarest abilities. God is so unfair. Oh, right. Mio suddenly remembered something, pulled a thick marker from a pocket close to her combat uniform, and handed it to Rossi. Lady Rossi, may I get your autograph? Rossi hesitated before nodding. Then Mios deftly turned around, sweeping her hair back over her right chest, revealing her stunning hourglass figure. Sign on the back, please write it big. Rossi had just opened the pen cap when she saw Mios' reaction and regretted agreeing. Are you my niece? Mios, in a very Chinibu, adolescent delusions of grandeur manner, propped her forehead with one hand, slightly tilting her head to reveal one eye in a cool pose. My niece is Wei Shuang. Rossi closed her eyes, and quickly signed her name on Mios' back. She had never imagined a rich young lady would act this way, and finally couldn't help but ask, is this how everyone in the anime/manga world is? Mios happily took the pen back from Rossi, carefully tucking it back into the deepest part of her pocket, not forgetting to defend the anime/manga world. No, it's just my personal behavior. Many people in the anime/manga world are very nice. Does Lady Rossi watch anime too? I can recommend a few. Rossi waved her hand. Not for now, thank you. After a brief delay, Rossi got back to the point. Are you also going to contain the striped elephant? The considerate Muse immediately said, since Lady Rossi is going to contain it, I won't bother you any longer. I take my teammates and change targets now. Just as she was about to leave, she leaned closer to Rossi. Need my help? It's free. No, thank you. Rossi refused. Muse really didn't take the joint exam seriously, even helping the rivals. Alright. Muse was a little disappointed, and afraid Rossi would feel burdened. She simply used spatial teleportation to leave. She came quickly and left quickly. Muse kept her word and left with her teammates. She really was there to see her idol. Tuka couldn't help but ask, aren't all anime/manga fans introverted and withdrawn? She seems different. Nicole explained, she's just an introvert. She's actually more active online than anyone else, using every trending topic. My niece, Wei Shuang, seems to be like that. She got scammed out of a lot of money in an online romance, but it's a small matter for her. Was she dating a boy or a girl? Jiu Nai asked shyly, given her enthusiasm towards Luo Shi earlier. Nicole thought seriously, I don't know, I only know she was scammed out of several $100,000. Qin Dinglon shook her head regretfully. Those people probably didn't know her identity, otherwise they wouldn't have run away with the money. Luo Shi didn't know what to say, paused briefly, and then continued on her original plan. Not long after, the Sky Eye briefly received a signal, transmitting these images back to the safe zone. Chapter 169. The proctors at the Joint Academy were practically doubled over with laughter. This third young lady had given such a good opportunity to Losai's team. A top 2 finish was practically guaranteed. The proctor at Adlington Academy, not far away, was practically green with envy. This rich girl had to act recklessly. When they got her into the joint exam, they had promised the other academies that because of one more person, her team's results, no matter how good, would be reduced by 20%. A teacher from Adlington Academy patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. It's alright, it's not our business. Just keep an eye on things. After all, she was a rich young lady, and besides, the Milo's team currently had the highest number of captured creatures. Even if Losai's team managed to capture the striped elephant with great effort, they only needed to capture one more B-grade mutated creature in the remaining time to secure first place. First place ultimately belonged to Adlington Academy. On the way forward, Losai whispered, who is Venus's mother? Upon hearing this, Qin Dinglon and Jiu Nai immediately perked up their ears. Nicole didn't speak, but her sensor lit up. Jiu Nai and Tuka received, the Liu family. Losai received, the Adlington family claims to be from the Liu family, a mixed-race individual. However, I overheard my father and the others talking, and they implied she was an adopted orphan. Her abilities are very strange. It's best not to confront her. Losai replied, okay. The spotted elephants lived in a very dense jungle, with a 100 square meter unfrozen lake in the middle. At this moment, 5 or 6 spotted elephants were filling their mouths with water using their trunks at the lakeside. Other elephants were scattered throughout the jungle, mostly in groups of 3 or 4. The group hadn't seen a single lone elephant along the way. Lassie waved her hand and circled around again, signaling the others to change positions and continue searching. The 4 nodded and followed Lassie. The jungle was quite large, and after searching for an hour and a half, they finally spotted a subadult spotted elephant, which had gradually drifted away from its pack due to its playfulness. Lassie took out an apple she had brought specifically for it, and tossed one at its feet. The spotted elephant stretched out its trunk and sniffed incessantly. It had never smelled such a sweet aroma before. After carefully observing it for a long time, it couldn't resist its curiosity, and used its trunk to pick up the apple, and put it in its mouth. Upon tasting it, the apple was crisp, tender, sweet, and juicy. Simply amazing. It chewed a few times and swallowed it, licking its lips as if it wanted more. Just as it was looking around for more, an apple appeared, wobbling gently. A metal thorn pierced the apple, and Jiu Nai slowly guided it out. This location is too far inland. If the spotted elephant calls, all the other spotted elephants nearby will quickly arrive. Therefore, the current strategy is to lure it to the outer edge of this jungle, where there are the fewest spotted elephants, and it will take time for the other elephants to arrive. The spotted elephant was somewhat wary, but didn't observe its surroundings much. Seemingly oblivious to the danger, it hesitated but still gave chase. However, After only 700 meters, it became afraid to go any further. Having no other choice, Gionai had to feed it this first, and then offer an apple as a lure. The 5 of them were very tense the whole way. Gionai was responsible for luring it, while the other 3, including Luo Shi, were responsible for finding paths without spotted elephants. They spent nearly half an hour on tenterhooks, consuming 8 apples along the way, before finally reaching the edge of the jungle. The last 6 apples were placed at the front, and the spotted elephant was devouring them. Qin Dinglon quickly buffed everyone. "You are calm and powerful, full of strength, agile and meticulous." Her words flowed, and Losai actually felt a surge of confidence, her physical condition seemingly improving. At the same time, her mind was clear under the buff. Losai immediately realized she had truly been influenced by Qin Dinglon. She looked at Gionai opposite her. Her pupils were unfocused, her face expressionless. She glanced at the other 2 out of the corner of her eye. They were also in a daze. Usually, the 3 of them only reacted subtly to the buffs, but today was abnormal. As soon as Qin Dinglon finished speaking, the group immediately returned to normal, but they seemed unaware of what had happened. Attack! Now was not the time for conversation. The spotted elephant was about to finish eating. Losai raised her laser gun. The spotted elephant's defense was comparable to that of a mutated chimpanzee. Her target wasn't its skin, but its mouth. Thud! Caught off guard, the spotted elephant, eating an apple, was struck on the tongue. It cried out in pain, and Gionai's metal spikes seized the opportunity, plunging into its throat and aiming straight for its heart. However, due to the high radiation levels in the spotted elephant's body, Gionai's control over the metal spikes would be hindered, making an instant kill impossible. Sensing danger, the spotted elephant immediately ran into the depths of the jungle. Tuka blocked its path, dodging to the side as it was about to charge, simultaneously swinging his heavy blade at its right leg. However, its hide was too thick, the attack couldn't break through, but judging from its cry, it was still injured. The spotted elephant painfully raised its leg, attempting to stomp on the human who had harmed it, but Tuka anticipated this and dodged it first. As soon as its foot landed, Tuka stabbed it again in the same spot. Nicole controlled the plants, shoving them directly into its nostrils to try and block its voice. Meanwhile, Kanai's forehead was slightly sweaty, as she struggled to control the metal spikes as they advanced into its flesh. The spotted elephant snapped off the vines with a head tilt, but many more remained stuck in its nose. Lassie fired again, hitting its right eyeball. In pain, the spotted elephant stretched out its trunk, trying to make a loud cry for help from its companions, but before it could utter a sound, Nicole again shoved plants into its nose, this time completely blocking it. It opened its mouth to scream, but the sound was pitifully weak. The noise from its constant stomping still alerted nearby spotted elephants. Ah! Hearing the cries of the other spotted elephants, the 5 immediately realized something was wrong. Kunai gritted her teeth, used all her strength, and successfully plunged the spike into its heart. The spotted elephant fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its body twitched twice, and then fell still, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. Its eyes remained open, staring directly at Gionai. "Take it with you, now," Losai said, pulling out a rope she carried. The 4 of them worked together to tie the spotted elephant up with 3 ropes. Tuka and Qin Dinglon took 1 rope each. "Gionai!" Qin Dinglon called out, rousing the dazed Gionai, who then took the other rope. This subadult spotted elephant weighed around 2.6 tons. The 3 of them struggled to drag it, and the 2 wearing exoskeletons and carrying containment boxes barely managed to maintain a normal running speed. Nicole carried the entire team supply bag, while Losai carried the containment bag for the mutated creature, a makeshift backpack almost half her size, weighing nearly 100 pounds. It would hit her back whenever she ran. Some of these bags were moved from Qin Dinglon and Gionai's boxes, otherwise, they would have been struggling too much. Chapter 170. The striped elephants are large and not particularly agile, but they are still 1 or 2 times faster than humans. Seeing the distance closing, Losai used the grenades he had been saving, detonating one as soon as the distance was close enough. However, the striped elephants were too united, relentlessly pursuing him for half an hour without stopping. Tuka and his 2 companions were exhausted. If they didn't find a way soon, they would truly be finished. Hold on a little longer. Ahead is the territory of another A-level mutated creature. They'd be hesitant and won't chase anymore. Losai said this, actually releasing energy, immediately controlling it to prevent it from corroding the radiation, instead using the radiation to envelop the energy to avoid causing agitation. Then, he used energy to compress more radiation, creating a high radiation zone. Mutated creatures have stronger radiation resistance than humans, but there are limits. Why, despite repeated clearing of the inner ring of mutated creatures, do more and more mutated creatures continue to fearlessly come forward? Small mutated creatures mostly possess a high reproductive rate. Without human control, they will reproduce indefinitely until the surrounding environment can no longer sustain their needs. At this point, they must either expand their territory or reduce their population size. The losing side in territorial expansion must find new habitats. The inner ring is full, and the outer ring has too high a radiation level. At least 98% will die there. Of the remaining 2%, perhaps 0.01% will mutate and adapt to the high radiation environment. As a precaution, most animals that lose territory in the inner ring will try their luck in the inner ring. Radiation is rapidly compressing. Loci and her group of 5 have already run a certain distance, and the radiation detection equipment on their combat suits cannot detect radiation from that distance. After they left, the high radiation zone, lacking energy compression, would gradually dissipate, and no one could detect anything unusual afterward. Everyone assumed the mutated spotted elephants dared not venture into the territory of other Class A mutated creatures. The group, panting heavily, stepped into the territory of another Class A mutated creature. Suddenly, the spotted elephants in the distance stopped. Nicole noticed first, stopping to catch her breath. They're not chasing us anymore. Hearing this, the 4 of them stopped simultaneously and looked back. Indeed, they were no longer pursuing. Qin Dinglon wearily put down the rope. I'm exhausted. If her physical abilities hadn't improved, she wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long. Luo Shi glanced at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock. She quickly took out a purifying spray from the bag Nicole was carrying and sprayed the group. She checked the location. The nearest shelter was about a 20-minute walk away. Everyone was exhausted, and there were other Class A mutated creatures nearby. It wasn't suitable to build a shelter here. Lassie could only send everyone to the nearest shelter. They had 7 bottles of purification spray left, barely enough. The 4 were exhausted but knew they couldn't stay there. Resigned, they picked up the rope and started pulling again. The radiation outside had reached red 2.78, very close to red 3. The group was struggling to move. Lassie timed it perfectly, spraying her teammates and herself every 8 minutes. Finally, after 25 minutes, the group saw the shelter and quickened their pace. Lassie's ears twitched. Someone was inside. Judging from the conversation, it was a group from Central State Academy. She pretended not to know anything and continued walking with the others. Nicole arrived first. Unexpectedly, someone inside paused for a moment before striding inside. All 6 people inside looked towards the entrance. Qin Dinglon was the second to enter. Seeing it was the Zhongzhou Academy team, and recognizing one of the members, her expression immediately turned awkward. She forced herself to walk in. The patterned elephant was too large to be placed outside, and the 6 members of Zhongzhou Academy, with only a corner visible, could hardly be ignored. They craned their necks to see. Then, they saw the 2 boxes that Luo Shi's team had contained. Comparing them, they realized their side had fewer, and their expressions immediately soured. Neither team seemed inclined to greet each other, each staying in their own corner. After Luo Shi's team settled in, a man suddenly stood up and approached. Qin Dinglon frowned, her expression showing slight disgust. Cousin Dinglon, long time no see. After saying this, the man looked at Luo Shi and the other 3 with a meaningful look, his tone teasing. You have good taste. Cousin Dinglon's abilities are quite impressive. Qin Dinglon clenched her fists. Luo Shi gave her a look, telling her to say whatever she wanted. Her teammates were there to back her up. Cousin Tianshan, didn't you used to acknowledge me as your cousin? Are you calling me that today just to put on a show in front of the proctors at Tianyin? In the past, Qin Dinglon was always the one who suffered in these situations. No matter how rude someone was to her, she had to respond politely. Today was the first time she stood up to him, but she still didn't dare call him by his full name. Her parents would definitely see this video. She couldn't lose her basic manners. She couldn't leave her family now, and had to pretend to be liked by her parents. At the same time, she had some leverage. Her abilities had improved. She discovered this before attacking the spotted elephant and wanted to tell Luo Shi, but she hadn't had time then, so she waited until now. Her improved abilities couldn't escape her father's notice. He would know once he watched the previous videos, and her standing in his eyes would rise. Besides the confidence given by her teammates, her own improved strength also gave her the courage to speak to Qin Tianshan like that. Qin Tianshan was furious to hear an illegitimate daughter dare to speak to him like that, but thanks to his heavenly eye, he restrained himself somewhat. Putting on a show? You're not worthy. He then looked at Nicole. Miss Nicole, her ability is charm. You weren't influenced by her ability to get her into your team, were you? She's not a docile person. It's best to be careful. Nicole already knew Qin Dinglan's abilities, and wasn't swayed by Qin Tianshan's words. I think Mr. Qin has misunderstood. We all know her ability is emotional manipulation. As for your charm, that's just your imagination. Nicole's words were relatively tactful. Qin Tianshan wanted to say something more, but Qin Dinglan, who stood up, interrupted him. Cousin Tianshan, I know you hate me. You can just say it. No need for this act. Just be yourself, be authentic. Qin Dinglan smiled, her composure tinged with excitement as she earnestly looked at Qin Tianshan. Qin Tianshan's initial look of disgust froze upon seeing Qin Dinglan's face, then quickly returned to its original contemptuous expression. You, a mistress's illegitimate daughter, dare to talk to me as siblings? I'm just putting on a show, deliberately trying to disgust you. I want to see you look like a helpless, hateful, yet powerless stray dog when everyone despises you. You stupid teammates, you must be blind to let someone like you join. I don't know what got into Nicole, an illegitimate daughter, a vulgar refugee, two poor people from the bottom of society. Teaming up with you is beneath her. Only women would act like this. Her brother took all the family fortune. She's just a decorative vase, lowering herself to be with these social scum. Chapter 171. Nicole and her two companions stared in astonishment at the man, who was frantically talking to himself. They then looked at Qin Dinglan, whose expression froze for a moment after hearing her words, and then he remained silent. Nicole immediately realized that his abilities had increased. At the same time, one of Qin Tianshan's teammates ran over. Our captain isn't like this. Why is he being so reckless today? Talking about that illegitimate daughter is one thing, but how did he even bring up the daughter of the Dip family? Even Qin Tianhao and Qin Tianin, direct descendants of the Qin family, wouldn't dare say such things to Nicole herself. He's truly gone mad. The teammate hurriedly pulled him back from continuing. Captain! Stop! Captain! In the struggle, Qin Tianshan suddenly seemed to snap out of his daze, his face contorted in terror. He clearly remembered what he had just said. He looked at Nicole anxiously. It wasn't me. That's not what I meant. In his panic, he realized something and pointed forcefully at Qin Dinglan. It was her. She must have controlled me to say those things. My mind suddenly went blank. She manipulated me. Qin Dinglan's expression was indifferent, yet tinged with resentment. It was me, but I only wanted you to be yourself. I can't control what you say. It really was this illegitimate daughter he had always looked down upon who caused his trouble. Qin Tianshan suddenly felt a pang of fear. Her abilities had been so weak before. When had she become so powerful? It was you who did it. I was misled by you into saying those things. Miss Nicole, what I said just now was all spoken through my mouth. These were her thoughts, not mine. Hearing this, Nicole would be lying if she said she wasn't angry. No one had ever dared to say such a thing to her. However, she was still somewhat immersed in the unexpected surge of Qin Dinglan's abilities. When did this happen? Had all her feelings of affection for her been manipulated? Nicole's wariness towards Qin Dinglan suddenly rose. But Qin Dinglan had been quite well behaved in the past few months, without anything excessive, and there was no sense of deliberate manipulation in their conversations. Seeing Nicole's changed expression, Qin Dinglan hurriedly explained, I injected myself with a gene-modifying agent the day before the joint entrance exam. My abilities only increased today. Yesterday my genes almost collapsed, and I even vomited blood. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. You can ask Jianai and Luoshi if you don't believe me. Jianai and Luoshi, whose names were mentioned, nodded simultaneously, and Nicole's doubts immediately dissipated by more than half. If I hadn't buffed you all during the fight against the spotted elephant today, I wouldn't have known my abilities had improved. There was just not enough time to tell you. I didn't want to distract you, Qin Dinglan said. After she finished, Luoshi added, last night, she said, she risked injecting herself with a gene-modifying agent before the joint exam so as not to hold us back. She was in very bad shape then, but thankfully she pulled through. Hearing this, Nicole lowered her guard considerably, and was even a little touched. However, given Qin Dinglan's special abilities, she couldn't completely let her guard down. Your abilities have actually improved? What makes you, an illegitimate child, so special? The person he used to trample on had suddenly become powerful, and Qin Tianshan was extremely unhappy. His teammate forcefully pulled his arm. Don't say that, Captain. Couldn't they have saved this for later? Why did they have to say it in front of everyone? Was the allure still not gone? Qin Dinglan straightened her back and forced a smile. Whether I'm worthy or not is none of your business, cousin. You should be thinking more about how to contain more mutated creatures after the radiation subsides. Your team of 6 can't even compare to my team of 5. Qin Tianshan's team was the strongest team in Class A of the first year at Zhongzhou Academy. Judging from their performance, their team was guaranteed a top 3 finish. Seeing their captain about to lose control, the team members could only forcibly drag Qin Tianshan back to their team, though he would occasionally cast a sinister glance at them. Once things were quiet, Qin Dinglan sat down again, head bowed. I'm sorry I didn't tell you right away, but don't worry, I definitely won't misuse my abilities on you. You can let me use them, then I use them. Okay, as long as you don't misuse them. Tuka was the first to speak. I promise, if I misuse my abilities even once, you can kick me out of the team without complaint. She raised her hand, swearing to the heavens. Hearing her say that, the others felt much relieved. They trusted her after spending the past few months together. They took turns resting. The joint exam ended in the afternoon, and everyone had to be at the same pickup point before 6:30. This was why everyone initially assumed all the drop-off points were the same. They encountered 2 groups today because everyone had to arrive within the allotted time, so everyone was rushing towards the finish line on the last day. Meanwhile, capturing mutated creatures on the way also counted, making the afternoon's competition fierce. At 5 o'clock, everyone was ready and set off on time, including Qin Tianshan's group. Tuka and his 2 companions dragged the striped elephants, and the whole group walked very slowly. Qin Tianshan's group, despite not carrying much weight, also didn't walk fast, leisurely following behind. The 5 looked grim. Were they planning to ambush them along the way? Half an hour later, they encountered a group from Onado, all heading in the same direction. They surveyed Losai's group's loot, especially the spotted elephant, which was hard to ignore. At this moment, Qin Tianshan went up to greet them. Nicole and the other 3 couldn't hear him, but their intuition told them the situation was dire. Loss frowned. Qin Tianshan was trying to persuade Onado's group to join him in ambushing her group. Since the joint exam didn't explicitly forbid it, it was permissible. One group wasn't a threat, but 2 groups were troublesome. She couldn't use the energy of the source crystal, and her true strength couldn't be displayed. Most importantly, she couldn't kill anyone, her gun was useless. They agreed to start the operation at the earthen slope ahead. Why are they always watching us? Are we in danger? Jiu Nai asked worriedly. Expecting reassurance, Luoshi said in a low voice, yes, they're up to no good. Be vigilant, protect yourselves and the containment artifacts. Understood, the 4 whispered in unison. Meanwhile, on the surveillance screen of Security Zone 3, the proctors from Zhongzhou and Onado Academy complimented the teachers from Adlington Academy. It's almost over, it seems first place is definitely yours. The teacher, who had been annoyed earlier, now felt flattered, leisurely taking a sip of his coffee before saying, oh, you flatter me, your team performed very well. Chapter 172. Not at all, but Miss Miles truly lives up to her reputation as Adlington's protege. She's only been injected with gene-modifying drugs for a few months, and yet she's already shown such outstanding performance. Even if you remove 20%, she's still undoubtedly number 1. That's right, Miss Miles single-handedly secured half the team's harvest. She's simply a genius among geniuses. No one from the 4 academies can compare. The compliments were endless. The man glanced at the proctor from the United Academy. She's a little better than that team of some hyped-up shooting genius. Currently, the second-place team is the Losai team, and considering Miles gave such a good opportunity to the Losai team earlier, he was unhappy and deliberately mocked the United Academy. In previous years, the United Academy was always at the bottom, but this year, after being taken over by the Deep family, they suddenly became powerful. Having been so high and mighty, they were suddenly surpassed by someone they looked down upon. Just like Qin Tianshan, they were unhappy. The teachers from the Joint Academy weren't pushovers either, maintaining their composure. Our team is a legitimate one, we didn't just jump in halfway. The man rolled his eyes. Sigh, some people's grades aren't good enough, so all they can do is talk. Our Miss Miles got permission from all 4 academies to get in, arguing won't change anything. They were almost at the earthen slope when an unknown vine quietly approached Losai and her group of 5. The target was Losai, but Jiu Nai and Qin Dinglan were too heavy in their exoskeletons, and Tuka, with his strength, could easily break free. Nicole's status was too precious. They didn't want to hurt her too much, so the choice naturally fell to Losai. Why do I feel something behind me? Losai asked in confusion as she turned her head. A vine, about the thickness of a little finger, was only 2 meters away from her, and was rushing towards her at incredible speed. Lucy reacted swiftly, raising her gun and slamming it down with 20% of her strength. Good, it didn't break. Its resilience was even better than the plant's Nicole controlled. The instant the plant was blocked, Lucy drew her dagger and slashed again. The vine tip fell to the ground, but new ones quickly grew, continuing their attack. Meanwhile, the two teams launched their own attacks, primarily focused on trapping the 5 people without causing fatalities. Lucy continued to cut the vines with her dagger. Gradually, she realized that while the vines were troublesome, there was only one, and no new ones were appearing. The containment device she was carrying was too heavy, so she simply threw it to the ground. The data Watson provided showed their abilities, but many details were unknown. She had initially thought they were plant-based like Nicole, but now it seemed they could only control one plant, although the plant's strength in various aspects was slightly greater than Nicole's. Overall, Nicole was still superior. The 4 members of the Tuca team were no pushovers either, easily dodging the first wave of attacks. Suddenly, the 5 people wearing exoskeletons on the other side found themselves unable to move. It was being controlled by Gio. Before the joint entrance exam, Luoshi had anticipated this move, specifically studying the structure of exoskeletons and learning about 2 crucial components. If these components were simultaneously unscrewed, the exoskeleton would become immobile. She had also told Gio that only she was capable of doing this. Metal control wasn't just effective against mutated creatures, it worked on humans as well. What's going on? Captain, I can't move. Receiving his teammate's plea for help, Qin Tianshan turned around and saw, to his dismay, his teammate was standing there as punishment. The exoskeleton had malfunctioned, and the 5 people couldn't even remove it, they were stuck standing there. There were 15 people on the other side, but only 10 were still fighting. Now was a crucial moment. Qin Tianshan didn't have time to help them. Since the enemy wouldn't kill them anyway, he figured he might as well just stand there. Wait, he said, then launched an attack without hesitation, leaning against Losai and the others. He was a water-based user. His damage output wasn't high, but he was adept at creating trouble. Besides the vines binding Losai, a black man with speed abilities was rapidly approaching. She outwardly frowned, but secretly hoped he would arrive quickly. His speed was only slightly faster than Jill Newman's, negligible in Losai's slowed-down eyes. Suddenly, the vines sprang into action, growing dozens of meters in an instant, forming a large, winding net to trap Losai. At the same time, the black man was upon her. The trap was set, but the next second, Losai ducked and slid out of the vine net, her dagger slicing through the vines hidden behind her. With a snap, the vines floating in the air lost their support and fell to the ground. The black speedster reacted quickly, immediately changing direction and heading towards Lizzie, who hadn't yet managed to stand up. Lizzie lowered her head, a chilling smile playing on her lips, then raised her head and resumed her original expression. The instant she quickly rose, the speedster arrived, raising his fist, determined to take Lizzie down. His fist was only centimeters away from Lizzie, but the next second he was face down on his knees. The vine attack came again. Lizzie pinched the tip and lashed it out, easily severing a section, then lashed out at the man on the ground with her whip. Crack! The loud sound of the whip, and the man's cry of pain rang out one after the other, successfully drawing everyone's attention for half a second. The captain of the Onado Academy team was utterly bewildered as to why his teammate was kneeling on the ground, letting Losai whip him. However, everyone had their own opponents, and they didn't linger there for long. The man tried to get up, but Losai lashed his arm again, sending him sprawling face first to the ground. He couldn't understand how Losai, who had almost hit him, could take him down and get back up in a second. He forgot the videos online. Losai had held her own against the Hell team members in hand-to-hand combat, so how could she be no match for a first-year student like him? Losai usually focused on shooting mutated creatures, rarely showcasing her fighting skills, leading many to subconsciously overlook her true strength. Losai lashed out at the approaching vines, delivering another whip to the man on the ground. Then she smiled and turned to look at the man controlling the vines. The man shivered. He was so far away, he should be alright, right? Then he saw Lucy dislocate the black man's arm and run towards them at top speed, her makeshift vine whip whistling through the air. He instinctively took a step back, trying to control the vine to stop Lucy. But Lucy lashed out with her whip, sending the vine flying. The man didn't dare actually run away. What would his teammates think? He could only continue to control the vine and attack. Unfortunately, Lucy fought and ran, eventually reaching within 2 meters. She swung the vine high, the sound of it cutting through the air filling the air. The man turned to flee. There was no going back now. But he was too slow. Lucy's vine struck his right shin heavily, and due to inertia, it coiled several times, binding him tightly. Chapter 173. Lassie steadied the vine whip with her left hand, and with her right hand holding a dagger, she bent down to dodge the vines controlled by the man, cutting off another section in the process. Thanks. Snap. The vine-wielding man cried out in pain. He finally understood why the black man had screamed so miserably. It was real pain. Qin Tianshan glanced over and his eyes widened in disbelief. His confusion was no less than that of the captain of Anado's team. Why was his teammate being led around like a dog by Lassie, and Lassie lashed him again, dislocating his arm in a few swift movements, threatening, if you lose, don't move, or you be more injured than this. She couldn't kill, but inflicting serious injury was within the rules, wasn't it? The man lay paralyzed on the ground in terror, nodding profusely in pain, the spots where the 2 lashes had struck still burning. Lassie, whip in hand, put the dagger back in her pouch and quickly headed towards her teammate's location. The speed-type user on the ground was gone, but both arms were dislocated, rendering him useless and unable to attack. It looked like it had been a long time, but it had only lasted 2 minutes. Losai's fighting was incredibly fast. There were still 8 opponents. Jiu-Nai and her group of 4 were struggling, while Nicole controlled over 10 plants, trying to protect herself while also helping her teammates. Qin Dinglon narrowly dodged an attack. She was now completely soaked, and in the low temperature, she would soon freeze. There was no time to waste. She said earnestly to the Asian female opponent, "You don't want to fight. You have no abilities, you just want to go back to the safe zone." The woman's raised hand paused, frozen in shock. "I don't want to." Before she could finish, the black man beside her snapped her out of it. "Wake up, this is her power." The woman shuddered, looking at Qin Dinglon with lingering fear. This illegitimate daughter's power was indeed terrifying. Qin Tianshan knew her power had increased, and had already informed his teammates and allies, instructing them to wake up immediately if they heard Qin Dinglon speak, and anyone was controlled. At this moment, Losai arrived in 15 seconds. Her whip was 3.5 meters long, and with 1 lash, she struck 3 people in the back, except for Qin Tianshan who dodged it. The combat suits were of good quality, and didn't tear, but the sound that seemed to pierce the sky showed how painful the whip must have been. On the other side, Tuka knocked 1 person away, reducing the number of opponents to 7. Losai's whip had drawn away 2 opponents, a man and a woman, drastically reducing the pressure on the 4 remaining opponents. Qin Dinglon briefly controlled 1 person with her ability, but before his teammates could even warn him, Tuka immediately swatted him away, their coordination flawless. "Don't look at her face, don't take her words seriously," Qin Tianshan said, exasperated. After being controlled by Qin Dinglon that morning, he realized her control wasn't very strong. As long as he maintained his self-awareness, he wouldn't be easily controlled. Who knew his teammates were all so clueless? Meanwhile, Luo she nimbly dodged the attack from both of them, her whip already lashing out at the man. This time she dodged, but immediately afterward, a dagger pierced the man's palm. Simultaneously, Luo she rushed over and quickly switched places with him. The next second, the woman's attack struck him directly. The man coughed up blood, and Losai mercilessly dislocated his arm again. Just then, a sharp whooshing sound came from behind. Losai dodged with a quick somersault, and a blue-white ice spike, as thick as a rolling pin, pierced the shoulder blade of the man whose arm she had just dislocated. Another sneak attack, the old Wolf King. Losai looked back and, sure enough, saw it standing on the earthen mound, staring at the group. Before Losai could react, another attack came. Dodging the wind blades, Losai quickly changed position while shouting, "A-rank mutated Wolf King, be careful!" Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to Losai's voice. They all stopped what they were doing, quickly looked around, and spotted the mutated old Wolf King standing on the earthen mound. Wolves usually appear in packs, and Qin Tianshan and the others assumed there were many more mutated gray wolves behind this earthen mound, and considered ceasing the fight. Upon seeing the Wolf King, Jiu-Nai and the other 3 realized it was the same one from a few days ago. For safety reasons, they stopped their movements, but remained wary of Qin Tianshan and his group. The Wolf King's drooping tail swayed slowly from side to side. Then, it lightly stomped its foot. The brown ground beneath their feet, previously covered with some green weeds, instantly turned icy white, the ice layer a full 3 to 5 centimeters thick. The ice rapidly spread towards their location. Everyone forgot about fighting and scattered. Those lying on the ground, unable to get up, gasped in horror, especially the one pierced by the ice spikes. He was doomed. His injury was the most severe, the ice spike wound was large, but fortunately, the low temperature froze the wound, preventing massive bleeding. Bang! Luoshi, holding a gun, was the furthest away but didn't immediately flee. Instead, she fired a shot, her whip wrapped twice around her waist. Unfortunately, its agility remained undiminished, and it still managed to dodge the attack. However, the spreading ice had stopped, bringing good news. The few people writhing on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. They had almost perished. Attack! Do you all want to die? Losai fired another shot, roaring at the stunned crowd. The old wolf king seemed to have targeted Losai, dodging the bullet and unleashing 6 ice spikes at her. Losai took 2 steps back, and with a whoosh, the ice spikes pierced deeply into the ground. Had they been just half a hand's width back, they would have pierced her foot. Nicole and Jonai's attacks were the first to hit the old wolf king, moving with considerable speed. The old wolf roared at its gaping maw. Countless ice flowers, accompanied by a gust of cold wind, were whipped out of its mouth. The next second, all of Nicole and Jonai's attacks were frozen solid. Jonai's metal spikes were instantly frozen into a massive block of ice, weighing dozens of kilograms, which crashed heavily to the ground. Nicole's controlled branches were only covered in a thin layer of ice. A gentle gust of wind shattered them into pieces, the cross-sections of which were clearly visible on the ground. Qin Tianshan belatedly launched a water attack, and unsurprisingly, he was instantly frozen into an ice pillar. Had he not run fast, the icy power would have frozen him entirely into an ice sculpture. Lassie continued firing, and the others still standing used all their abilities. Surrounded, Lassie frantically changed positions, dodging its attacks while firing continuously. The group cooperated fairly well, but unfortunately, no one could harm it. However, as long as everyone kept attacking, taking it down was only a matter of time. Unexpectedly, a glint of excitement flashed in Qin Tianshan's eyes, a calculating smile on his face. Instead of attacking the old wolf king, he fired a water bullet directly at Qin Dinglan and took his position. The old wolf king's breath was all in the same direction. If the two collided, they would be instantly frozen. It's too late. Lassie isn't close enough to save them. Chapter 174. At the critical moment, a leaf, just large enough to cover both of them, appeared in front of them. The chilling aura instantly froze the leaf, gradually thickening it to successfully protect them. Nicole broke out in a cold sweat. If she hadn't put all her strength into it, the leaf would have shattered long ago. Bang! Losai fired again. Its reaction time was slightly slower than usual, but this time it finally hit, unfortunately only striking its left forelimb. At the same time, Qin Tianshan's water sphere struck Qin Dinglan from the side, knocking her and her exoskeleton to the ground. Tuka dodged first, avoiding being crushed. Thud. Losai fired again, but this time the target was Qin Tianshan. He hunched over, clutching his shoulder in pain, looking at Losai in disbelief. She actually dared to shoot him. Where did a refugee get the guts? His resentful gaze went unnoticed by Losai, because she had already gone after the old wolf king. The wounded old wolf king finally learned its lesson, and fled, while Losai was shooting Qin Tianshan. Losai wasn't about to let it go, he was striking while the iron was hot, as its injured leg would weaken it in many ways. As he chased, Losai switched from his sniper rifle to a rifle and opened fire. The old wolf king's speed was indeed reduced significantly, and a burst of fire landed in its abdomen. It whimpered in pain, constantly weaving through the jungle, trying to distract Losai. Losai continued the chase, reloading as he went. It was too fast. Any further movement would exceed the range of an average person's vision. Losai calmed himself, his eyes narrowing slightly. Rat-a-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Picking up the old wolf king's corpse, Losai didn't dare delay and jogged back. The old wolf king could have escaped, but in its moment of crisis, it panicked. If it had chosen to fight Losai instead of simply running away, it could have easily injured her before fleeing. 5 minutes later, Losai, panting, ran back to the earthen mound where the wolf king had stood. Below, Tuka, holding a thick layer of ice shield, blocked Jonai and the other two. The other 6 were attacking the 4 of them. Qin Dinglan was covered in water, and thick ice had formed on parts of her exoskeleton, slowing her movements. Rat-a-tat. Rat-a-tat. Losai was truly enraged. She abandoned the old wolf king's corpse, and fired a bullet into each of their shoulders. She had just stopped the old wolf king, rescued the 4 lying motionless on the ground, and the 5 still standing as punishment. She had thought the Onado Academy team would at least have some conscience and stop it, but instead, they were aiding and abetting Qin Tianshan. Qin Tianshan took a step back, silently hiding behind a black man. Rossi, gun raised, shouted, "Anyone who moves again, you lose your other shoulder too." Two black men were the first to surrender, raising their free shoulders. This woman meant it. Rossi took in everyone's expressions. One of them, about to launch a surprise attack, hadn't even activated his ability when Rossi shot him in the other shoulder. The advantage was completely gone. The captain of Anado's team surrendered. "I give up." His teammates followed suit. Only Qin Tianshan, hiding in the back, looked around and realized that his teammates were all wounded or maimed, leaving only himself and another vice-captain who had already surrendered. "And you, Qin Tianshan?" Losai held his gun motionless, his eyes devoid of emotion, cold and indifferent. He instinctively took a step back, nervously swallowing, stammering, I admit it too." The words "I admit it too" were practically squeezed out through clenched teeth. Thud. He was also shot in the right shoulder, the pain causing him to collapse to his knees. Why did you shoot me?" "You deserve it," Losai said calmly, pointing the muzzle of his gun at the containment items they had placed to the side. He said to his teammates, "Take all their stuff." The black captain narrowed his eyes. Following Qin Tianshan was a huge loss. "Can't you leave us some?" "I was misled by him too." Losai didn't speak, just kept aiming. The containment items on their side were already quite heavy. Qin Tianshan's two teams simply couldn't handle them. Nicole and the others opened the containment boxes, discarding all the C-level mutated creatures they had contained and replacing them with B and A-level creatures from the other two teams. Junai used metal spikes to remove the ice from Qin Dinglan's exoskeleton. She was the most wet, her hair completely frozen. Nicole, Joai, and Tuka only had wet hair, which was barely enough to keep them warm, but Qin Dinglan was different. Qin Tianshan's sneak attack had caused water to seep into her combat suit, and now she was shivering, her lips frozen blue. After quickly taking their items, the four went behind Losai. Losai took the backpack she had previously put down, lifted the old wolf king's corpse with one hand, and backed away, until they disappeared on the other side of the slope. It was getting late, and given Qin Dinglan's poor condition, they had to get to the pickup point quickly. Perhaps due to a slight delay, the group encountered no other teams along the way and arrived at the pickup point smoothly. Several rows of vehicles were parked, including a red and white ambulance. Many students were already inside resting. Hearing the noise, they peeked out and, seeing the team returning fully loaded, couldn't help but show envious expressions. Muse suddenly appeared in front of Losai from one of the vehicles, her eyes sparkling. "Lord Losai, you're amazing. Your team definitely deserves first place." With a thud, the five of them quickly put down their containment equipment and other belongings. They were exhausted. Nai and Qin Dinglan also immediately removed their exoskeletons. "Not amazing, just unlucky," Losai replied simply. He patted Qin Dinglan on the shoulder. "You guys go check out the ambulance over there, especially you. There should be spare clothes there." Qin Dinglan was trembling, and for some reason, she felt incredibly heavy. She nodded and, without trying to be brave, went with Nicole and the other two to the ambulance. Lassie had just injected a small amount of radiation into her body. Outside, the radiation concentration was high, so even if only the surface of her skin was exposed, the combat suit wouldn't detect it. But once back in the safe zone, she would definitely be subjected to various sophisticated tests. If there was no radiation inside her body, and the radiation level in the safe zone was so low, over time, the surface radiation would dissipate, leaving only a tiny amount seeping into her body. If it were detected later, she would probably be captured by the Qin family and dissected for observation. The teacher in charge of the inventory took a few photos of the contained items on the ground, and then had the others carry them into the vehicle. "What happened? You all look exhausted." Mu looked at the four leaving. Except for Lassie, who looked a little better, the others had ice chips in their hair. "We got robbed, but we got it back." Losai looked at her bracelet. It was 6:23. There were only 7 minutes left in the joint exam, and the scores of the teams that didn't make it would be invalidated. Chapter 175. Lassie picked up the rifle from the ground and strode back the way she came. Moose also picked up a gun and followed curiously. "Who dares to do this?" "I go with you." At 6:28, standing guard at the finish line, Mayajos quickly found out who it was. There were 15 people in total, none of them wearing exoskeletons. Except for 5 who were uninjured, 3 had dislocated arms, and the others had bloody holes in their shoulders, their combat suits stained red. The containment items were pitifully few. The 15 people looked up and saw Lassie standing guard at the finish line, and stopped in their tracks. "What else do you want?" We lost. And you already taken the containment items you wanted? The black captain asked nervously. His wounds, which had finally gone numb, throbbed with pain the moment he saw Lassie. Lucy held the gun in her right hand, hefting the muzzle in her left palm for a moment. It's nothing. You guys blocked my group before, so it's normal for me to block you back now. Qin Tianshan was about to speak when Lucy immediately raised her gun and aimed at him. He hesitated, swallowing back countless curses as he looked at the black muzzle. Lucy was shooting him for real. Although it wasn't a fatal shot, it hurt real. The black man tried to negotiate, since their remaining containment items wouldn't affect Lucy getting first place. Lucy ignored him coldly, waiting until 6:30, when the joint exam ended. She lowered her gun and turned to walk towards the vehicles. A sinister glint flashed in Qin Tianshan's eyes. Before he could make a move, Lucy's voice came. The joint exam is over. If you make a move now, the situation will be different. Mayo, standing beside him, glanced at Rossi again. How did she know Qin was about to make a move? But looking at her idol's handsome profile, she suddenly remembered something important. Lord Rossi, can we add each other on Fission? She raised her hand, already displaying the friend request interface. Rossi simply tapped it with his bracelet, and the friend request was immediately accepted. Yes! Mayo exclaimed, as if she had accomplished something momentous, dancing with joy as she followed Rossi back to the vehicle. The vice captain quickly used his good hand to stop Qin Tianshan. He desperately wanted to shake off the vice captain's hand, but his shoulder ached terribly. Thinking about everything that had happened today, he was furious. He had suffered such severe injuries, and had to discard his immobile exoskeleton. The few mutated creatures the team had brought back might not even cover the cost of those 2 exoskeletons. The exoskeletons were all provided by the school. Losing them or intentionally damaging them would result in compensation. Qin Tianshan wasn't short of money, but he completely lost face. The 2 teams arrived at the finish line. The teacher reminded them that their scores wouldn't be recorded, but still helped load their containment equipment onto the vehicle. At 7:45, after everyone was almost ready, the vehicle began its return journey. Luoshi's team sat in the vehicle. The 4 teammates had been checked by the doctor, and were all fine. Qin Dinglan had also changed into dry, new clothes. She leaned on Luoshi's shoulder, dozing off. She'd been fine before, but now that she was relaxed, she was exhausted. Nicole and the other 2 were also dozing off in the vehicle. Midway through the journey, they passed an area with a signal, and the surveillance footage was transmitted back again. The teachers who had previously mocked the United Academy were quickly proven wrong. Luoshi's team had 4 A-level mutated creatures, and the rest were all B-level. Although some were stolen, they had won against 2 opponents each through sheer strength. And the spoils from her team alone were equivalent to the income of an entire class from other colleges. This gave the proctors from the joint colleges a real sense of satisfaction. She took a sip of coffee, just like the teacher from Adlington College before speaking. Oh dear, cutting in halfway won't work, and scheming to rob others won't help either. In the end, it's all about strength. Superior strength is truly unbeatable. With one sentence, she successfully offended the teachers from all 3 colleges, but they could only glare at her, having no real effect. At 9:50 p.m., the vehicles took the students back to their respective schools. Luoshi woke Qin Dinglan. Wake up, we're here. Qin Dinglan jerked her head up, her eyes still blurry. Are you feeling alright now? Luoshi asked, and the back door of the vehicle opened. A long, black Hover M was already parked in the square inside the main school gate. An elderly man in a suit stood upright in front of the back door, bowing slightly to Qin Dinglan. Miss Dinglan, the master sent me to pick you up. Qin Dinglan instinctively replied to Luoshi first, much better, just a little tired. That's good. Go home now, be careful. Luoshi patted her shoulder again, making sure she was alright, and hadn't had any rejection reaction. She then injected a little more radiation into her body. The radiation level was now about the same as before the gene-modifying agent. Radiation has no weight, but it creates a deep, oppressive feeling, reducing organ vitality, which is why she was so tired. The old man, seeing that Qin Dinglan didn't respond immediately, maintained his respectful expression, but a flash of displeasure crossed his eyes. He was, after all, the head butler of the Qin family. A daughter, who normally couldn't even enter the Qin family mansion. If it weren't for her extraordinary luck and increased abilities, he wouldn't have given her a second glance. Alright, then I be going now. You all get some rest. I treat you to dinner in a few days. Qin Dinglan got out of the car, and waved to the group with a smile. The butler opened the car door, and respectfully invited Qin Dinglan inside. He then nodded to the others still inside, saying, "Thank you all for taking care of Miss Dinglan. Farewell." Nicole and Losai nodded slightly, while Jionai nodded twice, somewhat flattered. The car door closed, and Qin Dinglan's smile vanished. Her father must know about the joint entrance exam. She wondered what would happen at the Qin family's house. Recalling the mother and daughter's crazed state, she couldn't help but shudder. The van drove away, revealing Watson, the homeroom teacher, standing in the back. Looking at the three teams that had just gotten off the bus, his previously expressionless face broke into a relieved smile. "You all worked hard, and you did very well. All courses for this semester are finished, and next is a month-long summer break. You can go home now or stay in your dorms. Those who are injured should go to the infirmary for another checkup. The treatment there isn't as thorough as at school. We notify you in the group chat once the joint entrance exam results and the start date are confirmed." "Yes, yes." The responses were hesitant and fragmented, but Watson wasn't angry. Jionai and Tuka chose to go to the infirmary, while Nicole and Losai returned to their dorms together. Nicole slumped onto the sofa, her eyes glazed with exhaustion. "Master, are you going to training again? There's only a month left until the preliminary rounds of the competition, and she's already so tired from the joint entrance exams. She still has to train non-stop." Loss opened her room and quickly checked to make sure no one had been in. The living room has surveillance cameras. Since they've been away, the Deep family must have someone watching them constantly. There shouldn't be any problems. She still needs to check her room, just in case the intruder broke in through the window. Grabbing a change of clothes, Losai glanced at the messages on her bracelet as she walked towards the bathroom. We're leaving the day after tomorrow. I can rest for another day." Chapter 176. Nicole said dejectedly, then jumped up from the sofa, making a cheering gesture to Rossi. "Go for it, master." "All right, you've been tired these past few days, go back first." Rossi chuckled, and just as he finished speaking, Nicole's bracelet beeped with a message notification. "Butler, Miss, I arrived. The old madam was very worried about you." "Okay, then I'm off." "Master." Nicole took it as a coincidence, said goodbye, and left. After quickly washing up, feeling much better, Rossi returned to his room to deal with the messages on his bracelet. The base team returned 2 days ago, and will continue their training after Rossi finishes his joint exams. The contained mutated creatures have also been converted into points. Of course, Rossi only received the points from the mutated creatures that contributed, a total of 60,000. Meanwhile, there's been progress on Lin Zijo's side. The initial version of the firearm is finished, and Rossi needs to test it himself to see if there are any problems. She sent a message arranging the pickup time and location for tomorrow, and after receiving the other party's consent, she slipped into her spatial dimension. The plants she had planted earlier had matured, and Losai quickly tidied them up. After a simple disguise, she rushed to the blacksmith shop. This time, the blacksmith shop door was still open, and only one light was on. Before she even reached the door, Losai heard Mike's voice, drinking and boasting with the big man. She paused, but still went in. Other shops didn't have that much source crystal stock, and they could also collect purification grass. The big man's shop wanted her as a major customer, so they probably wouldn't say anything carelessly. Losai approached quietly, and before she even reached the door, Mike, who was drinking, suddenly turned around. She raised an eyebrow. Her hearing was good. The burly man, recognizing the familiar attire and black plastic bag, realized it was Lucy. He stood up and said, "Everything's ready." Lucy had said Mike had introduced her, so he naturally assumed they had a good relationship and hadn't been too discreet in telling Mike. Lucy nodded slightly and walked confidently towards the bedroom. With his drinking buddy gone, Mike shamelessly followed. The basement door opened, and Lucy went down first, followed by the burly man and then Mike. Lucy didn't stop Mike from coming down. He probably had excellent hearing and could hear him even through the floor. Seeing that Lucy didn't object, the burly man assumed their relationship had improved. He took the plastic bag, opened it, and examined the items one by one. Seeing that it contained purifying grass and Libra grass, Mike curiously craned his neck, especially noticing the green 1 number after testing. This one wasn't cheap. Such good luck. Where did you find such a big client? Mike, having nothing better to do, pulled out another radiation detector and started testing the Libra grass. Seeing the max level red 9, Mike was slightly taken aback. These 2 different types of plants were actually from the same person. There were indeed individual growers of these 2 types of grass on the market, but most of them focused on growing only one. Their environmental requirements were too different, and without enough money, they couldn't grow them successfully, thus reducing their profits. Nobody grew both. Now he looked at Losai like she was a big spender. Aside from anything else, she was definitely rich. Didn't you introduce her? The big man's words stunned him and Mike. He realized that this big spender seemed to have approached him himself, and Mike's name was probably just something the spender mentioned casually. Lucy tapped the table where the purifying grass was placed. In a hurry, hurry up. She offered no explanation. Mike's eyes darted around, frantically trying to cover it up. It must be a duplicate name. My name is very common. The girl is talking about someone else. The big man also feigned sudden realization. Right, I know several people named Mike. He then accelerated his work of testing. Lucy stood by watching. As long as you bring him enough profit, who cares if you're telling the truth? 85 each of Libra grass and evolution grass, 501 and 507 seeds respectively. Libra grass red 9 radiation, today's purchase price 2,392 points per plant, 575 seeds per plant. Purifying grass green 1 radiation, today's purchase price 2,405 points per plant, 573 seeds per plant. Total 986,331 points. When the big man calculated this number, Mike's envious eyes were barely concealed. Then, watching the burly man pick up the calculator and start clicking on source crystals one after another, he was dumbfounded. In the end, he took 6 source crystals, worth a total of 987,000 points. The burly man took a sturdier black plastic bag he had prepared beforehand from the shelf next to him, and quickly put it on Luoshi. Luoshi took it and headed upstairs. She was tired and wanted to go back to sleep. After making sure Luoshi's footsteps were far away, Mike punched the burly man. You little rascal, good luck, making money twice in one go. She came here because of my name. You can't do without giving me a kickback. The burly man casually rubbed the spot where he was punched. Fine, I treat you to How Yun Lai hot pot. Mike, How Yun Lai? I heard it changed owners. The taste is the same, just more expensive, and the ingredients aren't very fresh. Not worth it, no way. The burly man. Then let's go to that nearby place. Inside the space, Losai absorbed all the energy from the source crystal, unfortunately using it all for purification. Purification ratio. Green 1, 1 to 200. Yellow 1, 1:100. Yellow 9, 1:10. Red 1, 1:2. With her current purification level, she couldn't even purify 1/10 of the safe zone, which was entirely under low radiation, let alone the high radiation outside. There was a bit more dust. Losai planted 90 of each type. Picking up a radish stick, Losai summoned a chair and sat down by the dust to enjoy her treat. Her body had recovered after absorbing the source crystal, and she was now full of energy. Looking at the radish stick, the name sounded a bit awful, but feeling the silky smooth texture like milk in her mouth, Losai decided to name it Milk Radish. Simple and easy to remember, Losai was very satisfied with the name. There are also new varieties of Libra grass and purifying grass. They need names too, as the current names don't sound good. The new Libra grass is renamed Radiation Grass, which matches its function. Lassie stroked her chin. What should the new purifying grass be called? Something that allows organisms to survive longer in radiation zones, and has an isolation and rejection effect on radiation. Isolation grass? That sounds a bit awful. After thinking it over and over, even after finishing a milk radish, Lassie still couldn't come up with a suitable name. Purification is the most suitable name for it. Perhaps purifying vine would be better, since it has now shed its grass form. The radiation grass is also renamed radiation vine. Having chosen new names, it was 8 a.m. the next day. As agreed, Lassie arrived at a high-end Chinese restaurant on time. Following the waiter's guidance, she went to a private room. Lin Zizhou had arrived early, and was sitting inside, intently looking at the menu. Chapter 177. It wasn't until someone sitting opposite him, their face obscured by a hat, that he reacted, adjusting his black-rimmed glasses. Long time no see, Luo. Before he could finish, Luoshi interrupted him. Let's order first. The waitress, standing nearby, was quite well known. Several families knew that Lin Zizhou had been recruited by the Deepu group. She couldn't meet Lin Zizhou under her real identity right now. During the preliminary rounds, she couldn't afford to have too much involvement with the Deepu group, except for Nicole. Lin Zizhou wasn't angry at being interrupted. He lowered his head, and carefully ordered 2 dishes. Luoshi also ordered 2 dishes. The waitress smiled, and took the menus out. Long time no see. It's ready so quickly. Thank you for your hard work these past few days. This time, it was Luo Shi's turn to speak first. Upon hearing this, Lin Zijo handed Luo Shi the brown paper bag on the seat. Take a look first. Since we don't have any actual bullets, the final effect isn't certain yet. You can adjust it again if there are any problems. Taking the bag, Luo Shi opened the black box inside. Under the black velvet, a white and light green metal gun, only about 20% larger than a pistol, came into view. It had a sleek design, felt substantial in the hand, yet wasn't too heavy. Because the bullets are relatively small, the magazine holds 40 rounds. However, because they are round, unlike the pointed bullets commonly found on the market, the effective range is only 30 meters. It still has considerable lethality within 200 meters, with a maximum flight distance of 1,500 meters. Mentioning this, Lin Zijo slightly raised his head, a hint of pride in his expression. Most ordinary pistols on the market have an effective range of around 30 meters, and he's managed to increase the range of round bullets to 30 meters, which is quite good, and the flight distance far exceeds that of most pistols. Listening to his introduction, Losai examined the gun thoroughly and understood its value. It's a very good gun, I cherish it. If there's anything that needs adjusting, I can give it to you tonight, okay? He hadn't expected Losai to be in such a hurry, but he still nodded in agreement, since he had specifically taken the day off to come out today. Thank you, Losai said, putting the gun back in its box. Just then, the door to the private room opened, and a waiter pushed a trolley of food in. After Lin Zijo finished eating, Losai stood up and came to his side, placing his hand on his shoulder. Thank you for your help, I have to go now. The radiation in his stomach and heart was instantly purified by energy. She turned to leave, then said, by the way, I might be quite busy lately. I contact you again when I have time. Lin Zijo, who was wiping his mouth with a tissue, looked up at her and said, okay, contact me if there's anything that needs changing. After Luo Shi left, he stood up. The food at this restaurant was really good, he felt energized after eating. He went to the cashier to pay, only to find that Luo Shi had already paid. In the dormitory, inside the space, Luo Shi put 10 seeds of both the radiation vine and the purification vine into the space. Rat-a-tat-tat. The effect was indeed very similar to what Lin Zijo had described. Since he didn't have any actual bullets, the finished product was inevitably slightly off. He only needed to adjust a few minor details. He sent him the parts that needed changing, arranged a pickup location, and, just in case, asked him to make 2 more identical guns. The magazines needed were numerous. Luo Shi planned to have them custom-made at the blacksmith shop next time he went. He should have connections there. At 5 p.m., Losai went out and handed the gun to Lin Zijo. Then she ran to the bank to exchange the 60,000 points she had gained from the mutated chimpanzee for gold, and went to various streets to stockpile supplies. This time, the main purchase was various types of crop seeds, to be kept for later use. On Sunday, Losai arrived at the base on time, ready to depart for training. The base was noticeably less crowded. Losai looked at Hongyan beside her. Why is there so little people here today? Hongyan's eyes widened. It's almost New Year's, everyone's taking a break. You didn't forget, did you? Losai was stunned for a moment before realizing it was already December 30th, and tomorrow was New Year's Eve. It turned out she had been on planet Ager for half a year already. Bob sat on a nearby bench. There should be New Year's gifts today. They were usually given out today, mostly food, furniture, or points that could be given to family members. Those without family could exchange all the points for things they wanted. Sure enough, a moment later, Sarah pushed open the door to the lounge carrying 9 heavy bags. She casually placed the white paper bag on the ground. New Year's gift, 100 grams of gold, and a brand new combat suit. Hongyan happily found the bag with her name on it. A delicate little red velvet box, underneath, which was a greenish-brown combat suit in a transparent plastic bag. The color was still indescribable, but it was very practical on the outside. Lassie picked up her bag, opened the red box, and stuffed the gold directly into her pocket. Removing the outer packaging of the new combat suit, it felt light and thin, with a silky texture and micro protrusions for anti-slip grip both inside and out, so it didn't feel uncomfortable to wear. The material was more durable, seemingly made with new materials. Everyone went into the changing room to change into the new ones. How does the latest temperature-regulating material developed by the R&D department feel? Sarah asked. Losai felt the more comfortable fit. It was indeed quite nice. Harpo's, not bad, quite comfortable. Sarah nodded in satisfaction. The preliminary rounds are scheduled for January 28th to 31st. lasting 3 days. Your training trip should be limited to about 10 days. After you return, you undergo special training at the base. Everyone, understood. January 10th, 3029. After 11 days of training, everyone finally returned to the safe zone. The gains were good, the teamwork among teammates had greatly improved. Everyone had a day to rest, but no one except Losai was allowed to go out. Returning to the dormitory through the underground passage, she lay wearily on her bed. After a nap, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. She replied to messages while showering. Lin Zizhou had modified the gun 5 days ago, and there were 2 other new guns. Losai quickly typed a few words. Okay, see you at the same restaurant at 7 o'clock tonight. On the other end was a message from Qin Dinglan. Happy New Year. Regarding the earlier invitation to treat the teammates to dinner, Losai went to the North Outer Ring Road, so Nicole politely declined on her behalf. The reason given was that Losai had been injected with a gene-modifying agent, and was recovering. Losai has no relatives and couldn't possibly go to other safe zones, otherwise she wouldn't have disappeared for so long. I'm feeling much better, but I still need to rest for a while. Let's get together properly after school starts. Qin Dinglan replied almost instantly. So long? Seriously, are you not feeling well? Get treatment if you need it. If you need money, just tell me, I have money. Chapter 178. Luoshi, haha, really nothing's wrong, don't worry. By the way, after the joint exam, were you alright when you were taken to the Qin family? Did Qin Tianshan cause you any trouble? The chat box kept showing typing, and Luoshi only sent the message after she finished showering. It's okay so far. My father values me now, and no one dares to bully me like before. As for Qin Tianshan, Nicole spoke up for me. My father only made me apologize, and stopped everything else. I wasn't punished. She also added a hee-hee puppy emoji. Luoshi paused while drying her hair. It was all Qin Tianshan's fault, especially since he schemed against Qin Dinglan at the crucial moment. She was the one who truly hurt Qin Tianshan, yet Qin's father wanted the victim to apologize. Only she knew the true feeling of living in such a family. Luoshi, yeah, taking care of yourself is the most important thing. Feelings are secondary. Qin Dinglan, I understand. I'm living in the Qin family now, but I haven't even seen Qin Tianin once. Although she publicly claimed she was injured during final exams, and was recuperating, I know better than anyone how much she hates me. Even though I live in her house, she still comes to humiliate me in a wheelchair when she's disabled. Now she's too suspicious, I suspect she might be preparing for. Well, you know. Lassie typed almost without hesitation. The one at the end of the month? Qin Tianin, the top student in her 3rd year at Zhongzhou Academy, has abilities matching her name, but unlike Qin Dinglan, it's not a control type ability, it's an offensive one, a powerful penetrating attack that can easily shatter glass, earning her the nickname Death Diva. Qin Dinglan, I think it's possible. Her abilities are actually stronger than they appear. Lassie lowered her head in deep thought. If hiding her true abilities could get her to 1st place in the grade, then she might actually have something special. The Qin family was interesting, though. The Deep family, for safety reasons, hadn't allowed Nicole's brother to receive the gene-modifying drug. But the Qin family injected every child. If Qin Dinglan's father had many illegitimate children, wouldn't that be like raising a breeding ground for venomous insects? Only the most powerful would receive preferential treatment. Lassie, it seems I might see her during the preliminary rounds live. But the public competition is so dangerous. Will Qin's father really be willing to let his own child go up there? Qin Dinglan, father, I'm not the only illegitimate child he has. They also found out a boy and a girl. I don't know if there are others he's hiding. After Qin Tianhao's illegitimate children were found out, his mother made a huge scene. Even if Qin Tianin is gone, there's still Qin Tianhao. Even if they both die, other children will take their place. It's just that Qin Tianin is more capable. Sacrificing her is a pity, but the benefits of winning would be enormous. Unexpectedly, Qin Tianhao actually investigated and even found 2 cases. Luoshi gave him a decent rating for efficiency. Large families are indeed chaotic, but they kept things very well hidden. Situations like Nicole's family are rare. Luoshi, I didn't expect it to be like this. Then you need to be even more careful. Qin Dinglan, yes, I will. After chatting, Luoshi quickly dried her hair, changed her clothes, and climbed out of the dormitory window. She barely made it to the restaurant by 7 p.m. This time, Luoshi only let him order. She didn't intend to eat anything herself. Taking the bag Lin Zizhou handed her, Luoshi quickly checked the contents. After confirming everything was okay, Luo Shi patted his shoulder. His severe sleep deprivation had purified his liver from radiation, and his heart and stomach, which had been purified before, had been slightly exposed to radiation again over the past 10 days. Purifying this small amount of radiation is only a temporary solution. The problem won't be solved unless the radiation levels on planet Agil return to normal. Leaving the restaurant, Losai walked through the narrow, smelly residential buildings. Finding a spot without surveillance cameras, Losai put on a blonde wig, hat, and scarf, carrying 2 black bags. When he was out, he didn't have time to manage the items in his space. Xiao Zhua and Xiao Yu helped with harvesting and planting when they matured. This time, they harvested twice. He went to the ironware shop again. It was a few minutes before 9 o'clock, and the shop was still lit up. The big man and his son were warming themselves by a charcoal brazier inside. Seeing Losai, who hadn't been seen for a long time, the big man breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Losai wouldn't come back after Mike's visit last time. He had bought 1 million worth of goods, and with what was left over from last time, he had a total of 1.2 million. Without Losai as a big customer, he would have had to wait at least 5 or 6 years to sell them, and would have been operating at a loss in the early stages. After instructing his son to watch the stall, the big man led Losai into the basement. This time, the 2 bags contained significantly more than the last one. The burly man quickly took them out to inspect. There were 180 plants, each of purifying grass and Libra grass, and his hands were almost numb from checking the seeds before he finally arrived at the final quantities, 980 and 948 respectively. Because the tournament was approaching, the prices of these 2 items had risen. Evolution Grass Green 1, 2,404 points, seeds, 581 points. Libra Grass Red 9, 2,403 points, seeds, 584 points. Total, 1,988,272 points. Damn, not enough stock. The burly man nervously looked at Losai and asked, "The store doesn't have enough. I can ask Mike to get some over, is that alright?" He figured that since Losai had come again, she probably wouldn't mind Mike. Having a stranger deliver was less trustworthy than having someone he met before, even if it was just a tiny bit more. "Sure," Lucy said, pulling a magazine from her pocket for a custom-made gun. "Can you make these? I need 200. The burly man took them and examined them carefully, saying seriously, "Yes, but this material is quite precious in guns, so it's a bit more expensive than regular magazines. Also, because of its special construction, a new mold needs to be cast." Lucy didn't bother with haggling. "How much?" The burly man thought for a moment and quoted 55,000. 50,000 was a small sum for her now, and Lucy agreed without hesitation. Deducting the 55,000 fee and the 1.2 million source crystals in the shop, he had Mike bring over 735,000 source crystals. The buyer made the payment first, and the burly man immediately loaded all the source crystals. Because there were 2 small, pure source crystals worth around 500,000 each, the 1.2 million source crystals fit into 1 bag. Chapter 179. Mike didn't keep Lizzie waiting long. He delivered the items in less than 20 minutes. Seeing the familiar figure, Mike thought to himself, "It really is her. With such a large order, I suspected it was that big spender again." The items were packed in an elegant paper bag and box. The burly man took them out and used professional equipment to check them for Lizzie, handing them to her after confirming nothing was missing. Lizzie took the items and left without saying a word. Mike clicked his tongue. "You're really lucky, kid. Almost 2 million in orders today, right?" The big man chuckled. "Not bad, not bad. I didn't let you come for nothing today. Let me introduce you to some business." Mike's eyes lit up. What? What? The big man said, "Making magazines, 200 of them, 55,000 points. Let's do it together." Mike, beaming with delight, put his arm around the man's shoulder and punched him in the stomach. "Wow, not bad. You really learned my tricks. You dared to charge 55,000 points for just 200 magazines." The big man quickly explained, "I said make, not buy. The materials are expensive, and they need to recast the mold. It's different from what's on the market. If we both handle it, we can each earn a few thousand points. So that's how it is." Mike was a little disappointed, but he was also very curious about the magazine. The need to recast the mold meant it was a new model of gun. He wanted to see what it looked like. It took Losai half an hour to absorb over 1.7 million source crystals. The space expanded from 5,000 cubic meters to 10,000 cubic meters. At the same time, the defensive capabilities increased. Most surprisingly, her sense of taste was awakened. For so long, only her 3 senses had improved, she never expected her 4th sense to be developed. However, taste isn't as useful as the other 3 senses, it only matters if it's in your mouth, so it's better than nothing. The area covered by the gray soil hadn't increased much, and Loci still only planted 90 of each. In the remaining space, she planted a seed for a radiation vine and a purification vine. After leaving the space, Loci thought about sending the news that Qin Tianyin might participate in the public competition to Sarah. It was already past 10 p.m., but Sarah still replied instantly. Okay, did Qin Dinglan say that? Loci raised an eyebrow slightly, not expecting her to guess who it was so quickly. Yes. Sarah, it's 40% true. The base will investigate Qin Tianyin's information as soon as possible and develop a response plan for you. Keep it a secret and don't leak it. Loci, okay, the joint exam results are out, and I won't be able to attend the new semester. Can I get my reward early? A minute later, she replied, okay. Immediately afterward, a full 500,000 points were transferred. Loci happily accepted the money. She hadn't expected so much. 100,000 was the reward for being first in the exam, and the other 400,000 was for containing the mutated creatures. All told, a team of 5 could receive a total of 2 million in rewards. The school barely took a cut, much better than the base. Of course, they weren't the same thing, so comparing them was somewhat unfair. Just as Loci was about to go to sleep after washing up, Nicole sent her some videos of Qin Tianyin's battles. Master, Director Sarah is too busy, I send them to you. She had just reported this news when the Deep family immediately found out, and Nicole, having nothing else to do, took on the task. Loci, okay. Clicking on the videos, most were footage of her fighting mutated creatures outside the safe zone, recorded by the Sky Eye. These recorded videos were not originally intended for public release, and it's unclear how the Dip family obtained them. Qin Tianyin is about 168 centimeters tall, petite for her age, with fair skin and a slender build, a typical Chinese aesthetic. Her round, almond-shaped eyes appear harmless, but her expression is always haughty, even when facing her teammates, making them seem like her lackeys, obeying her every word. However, as a wealthy young lady, she doesn't need to fawn over ordinary people. This kind of expression is common among many rich kids. In the videos, her expression is arrogant, as if she knows she'd definitely win. Her physical abilities are below average for an ability user, but her reaction time is decent. Her abilities are indeed quite good for a student. After watching 4 or 5 videos, Luoshi noticed something suspicious. During one attack by a mutated creature, neither she nor her teammates noticed, but she happened to turn around and see it just as the creature moved. It could be considered a coincidence, but for someone like Luoshi who often encounters coincidences, it's hard not to be suspicious. Is it exceptional hearing or something else? On January 12th, Loci arrived at the base on time for special training. The group was taken to the second basement level for the first time. After getting off the elevator, they entered a completely enclosed corridor, unable to see anything else. Sarah walked at the front, wearing a black and white suit and delicate high heels that clicked softly in the corridor. The 9 remained silent until Sarah stopped in front of a circular white metal door. She reached out and placed her hand on a green glowing laser projection. Beep. The identifier below beeped, and the circular door slowly opened from the center to both sides. She entered with practiced ease. To her right was a rest area, and to her left was an observation and control room, half metal and half glass, containing 2 operators in white long gowns. At the very front was a massive, 5,000 square meter training room, sunken 2 meters in depth. Sarah looked at the group. Let's go in. The 9 of them were a little nervous. With such a large training room, the training certainly wouldn't be easy. A few weapons were placed near the entrance. Xiaoqi's metal weapon, Yiwu's dagger, and Loci's sniper rifle. The remaining members would have to rely on their own abilities. The training room was predominantly silver-white, not too glaring, with a 6-meter ceiling. A ring of black holes in the ceiling didn't look like ventilation vents. There were many doors on the floor. Loci looked down at the smooth metal floor, the craftsmanship excellent. At first glance, it seemed like a single piece, but it was actually pieced together from fist-sized square metal sections. This is a training room specially built by the base for the public competition. It can simulate all natural weather and environments. I hope you will train diligently during this time, before the preliminary rounds begin. After speaking, Sarah pressed a button. The training room emitted a mechanical start-up sound. Rain began to fall from the ceiling, and a gust of wind blew in from the north wall, lifting even the lightest member, loci, off the ground. Luckily, Bob pulled her up. At the same time, the temperature inside the training room plummeted. Sensors transmitted information in real time, and the temperature dropped from 25 degrees Celsius to minus 35 degrees Celsius. The wind and rain were so strong that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Although the combat suits were waterproof, they couldn't be completely airtight. A small amount of rainwater would still seep into the body during the heavy rain, and combined with a low temperature, body heat would drop rapidly. But the real test for the team wasn't this. It was the robots that slowly emerged from the doors that opened on all sides. Chapter 180. Either hold out for 30 minutes, or kill all the robots. Shout she can't directly control them. Sarah's voice came through the ceiling speakers, but was muffled by the torrential rain. 9 people formed a circle, warily watching the 3-meter-tall robots that kept emerging from all directions. Harpos lowered his brow. Quickly finished this. Limited weapons, harsh environment, this training was indeed different from others. As soon as he spoke, everyone turned to look in the direction he was looking. Lossie crouched low, trying not to be blown away by the wind, remaining in place to aim. She tried firing 2 shots. The strong wind caused the bullets to deviate slightly, grazing the edge and hitting the robot's camera eye. The other shot hit the blackish-gray metal shell covering its heart. Looking at the mere scratches, good, completely ineffective. These robots were specially made. The guns provided by the base couldn't penetrate them at all. Bob rushed forward and slammed the several hundred-pound robot. The robot on the ground didn't rush to get up. Instead, it raised its hand. Bob sensed danger and began to move to dodge. The next second, countless bullets rattled towards him. Everyone quickly glanced over. This robot was already strong and powerful, but why was it armed? The robot was incredibly fast and had a strong lock-on. Bob was still hit and fell to the ground, the icy water submerging his back. Bob winced as he looked at his wound, only to find no blood, just a steel ball about a centimeter in diameter on the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief. He really thought the base was going to kill him. His relief lasted only 2 seconds before the robot stood up and raised its hand, aiming again. Bob flipped himself up with a somersault. He wasn't dead, but he was in real pain. The others were also fighting their respective robots. Harpos had 2 robots in his grasp, and was about to call for the others to finish them off when, in the next second, the robots dropped 2 bombs and continued firing. The powerful impact and pressure made Harpos pale, and he decisively abandoned the one-on-one fight. Cooperation was essential in this situation. 30 robots, and the 9 of them had only taken down 24. Half an hour had passed, the wind and rain had stopped, and the robots had returned to the entrance they had come from. Sarah's voice rang out again, 10-minute break. If you can eliminate all the robots within the allotted time, you get a half-hour break. Sarah wasn't satisfied with their performance. This was their first time fighting like this, but in the tournament, no one knew what their opponent's abilities would be. The base could give them a second chance, but the tournament wouldn't. The second round of training was moved to a desert environment, suddenly becoming hot and dry, with heaters overhead. The previously calm ground suddenly undulated like sand dunes, occasionally dropping unexpectedly. In the third round, the ground transformed into a slope, with the deepest point filled with water reaching 2.5 meters. Only a small section of the shore remained, blocked by robots, and the water itself was unsafe due to mechanical fish. They had to clear it all. By the end of the day, all 9 were exhausted. Sarah announced the end of training for the day, and the 9 lay listlessly on the floor, none of them having the strength to move. Several had simply passed out. Sarah had no choice but to call for people to move them to the new dormitory. The dorms weren't like before, where they were pampered with a constant 25 degrees Celsius. Now it was a scorching 40 degrees Celsius, with plenty of water and food. Lossie had her own single room, not very spacious, containing a bed, a desk, a chair, a small bathroom, and a small potted plant. Lossie grabbed the green pajamas the base had given her and quickly took a shower. Although the room was hot, she was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as she laid down. She only had to get up every 1 or 2 hours to drink some water before going back to sleep. The next day, Lossie woke up early. It was too hot to sleep comfortably. After washing up, she checked her bracelet to look at the data she had downloaded earlier. She hadn't been looking at it for long when a new day of training was about to begin. On January 20th, Lossie applied to go out for a day, but Sarah rejected her request. She thought the magazines should be finished by now, and she could also sell the items in her storage space, which had been refined twice. It seemed she could only leave after the preliminary rounds ended, so Lossie resigned herself to continuing her training. Meanwhile, Jean Dinglon sent another message to Losai, but received no reply for a long time, which aroused her suspicion. She messaged Nicole, "How's Losai lately? Is she alright, Nicole?" "She's fine, just needs to rest." Jean Dinglon immediately noticed something amiss. "How do you know she's alright? She has time to chat with you. How could she not have time to reply to my messages? Not even a single one." At the manor, Nicole suddenly sensed something was wrong. She had said the wrong thing. Rebecca, who was arranging flowers nearby, saw her daughter's troubled expression and sat down beside her. Seeing that it was because of the little girl Losai, Rebecca affectionately patted Nicole's head. "It's nothing. Just tell her Losai's genes are facing a genetic collapse. She's not in good condition right now, and can't see messages." Nicole thought it was feasible, and immediately sent the message. Jean Dinglon, "Genetic collapse? Where is she? I want to see her." Nicole was even more troubled and simply handed the bracelet to her mother, leaning on her shoulder as she looked at her. Rebecca affectionately pinched her daughter's nose. She was still acting like a child. Turning her head, her long, slender, white fingers typed a few words and sent them. "Her body has mutated. She said she's ugly and doesn't want anyone to see her. I only saw her once before being kicked out." While she was speaking eloquently, Jean Dinglon on the other side was panicking. Why did Losai suddenly act so impulsively, injecting the gene-modifying drug and becoming like this? She didn't think Losai was such an impulsive person, but she was indeed very opinionated. What if she had been planning this for a long time? Before, she worked so hard to earn points, but she almost never used them, always wearing the most ordinary clothes and never dressing up. Was she really accumulating points and injecting gene-modifying drugs all this time? Jean Dinglon, desperate, typed, "Maybe I have a way. Can I meet her?" Upon hearing this, Rebecca and Nicole were both shocked, sitting bolt upright. She actually had a way to deal with gene collapse? No one in the 4 safe zones had figured it out. How could she? Although skeptical, Rebecca, out of curiosity, still asked, "What way? Can it really save Lizzie?" Jean Dinglon, "Last time during the joint exam, I didn't just almost collapse, I really did have a gene collapse." Rebecca, "Then how did you get better?" Jean Dinglon, "I don't know, I just slept it off. The Jean family is taking my blood and researching it. I'm not entirely sure if it will really work, but trying might really save Lizzie." Chapter 181. Rebecca and Nicole exchanged a surprised glance. Nicole was puzzled and thought to herself. She was asleep when Jean Dinglon's genes collapsed, and didn't know if it was true or not. Rebecca immediately had someone bring out the surveillance footage from the Heavenly Eye and watched it at high speed. Jean Dinglon did indeed seem to have suffered a gene collapse, but there was never a precedent for a gene collapse to recover on its own, especially in such a short time. "Are you sure it's a gene collapse? What if it's just instability?" Jean Dinglon, But I really felt like my genes collapsed at the time. Anyway, the Jean family used my blood for research, and you used it too. Your family's business is so developed, you must have biological research technology too. I'm under house arrest now. As long as you take the initiative to ask me out, Father will definitely release me. Then you can take a few vials of my blood for research. You and Losai are the closest, you definitely don't want her to die, right?" Nicole frowned. She hadn't expected Jean Dinglon to have such deep feelings for Losai. She considered her a close friend. However, Nicole shook her head inwardly. Rossi was a good person and very capable, otherwise, she wouldn't have become her apprentice. At the same time, she knew that Rossi was very guarded, and no one could get close to her, not even her own apprentice and roommate with whom she spent every day. Jean Dinglon's deep affection might not necessarily be a good thing, but Rossi wasn't a cold-blooded person either. She certainly had feelings, just not as deep as Jean Dinglon's. Rebecca looked at Nicole and asked, "Should we ask her out?" She was very curious about her daughter's choice. Rossi hadn't suffered a genetic breakdown at all. The blood she drew from Jean Dinglon would ultimately only be used for the Deep family. Nicole lowered her head, ran her hand through her hair, and after a long silence, said yes. A complex emotion flashed in Rebecca's eyes, finally settling into a smile as she patted Nicole's shoulder reassuringly. "Good girl, everyone's doing this for the family. You didn't do anything wrong." Nicole swallowed back the words she wanted to say in return, emboldened by her mother's praise. Drawing 2 vials of blood wouldn't harm Jean Dinglon much. She could only console herself with this thought. If she truly recovered after her genetic collapse and achieved results, it would benefit countless people. That was a good thing, Nicole comforted herself. If the Jean family successfully developed this technology, their dominance would be almost a certainty. Imagine injecting the gene-modifying agent, either success or collapse. But if collapse is recoverable, the Qin family could cultivate countless individuals with special abilities. Taking over the 4 safe zones would only be a matter of time. The Deep family would never allow such a thing to happen, unless it were their own. Rebecca, okay, I'm holding a banquet the day after tomorrow, and I specifically invite you. The other side immediately replied with a okay. Rebecca, seeing her daughter's guilty expression, gently patted her back to comfort her. She looked up at the ceiling, unsure whether to be happy or disappointed by her daughter's reaction. Both. Her daughter was good, unlike Rebecca, who was selfish and ran off to pursue her own freedom. But for the sake of the family, she could also use her friends. She herself was a sacrifice for the family, born and raised by the family, and ultimately returning to the family. No matter how good one's status, there are times when one is not in control of one's own destiny. The next day, invitations were immediately sent out, the reason being to congratulate Nicole's team on winning first place. Qin Dinglon, as a teammate, was formally invited. Qin's father hesitated for a long time before finally agreeing to let her go. Qin Dinglon's identity was, after all, not honorable. Cultivating a connection with the Deep family would add to her wealth and strengthen the relationship between the Qin and Deep families, giving her more leverage in future business negotiations. January 23rd. Qin Dinglon was getting ready to leave when her father suddenly called her back. Father, is there something you need? Qin Dinglon's heart skipped a beat. She slowly turned around, thinking her father had changed his mind and wouldn't let her go. But her father said, your sister is sick and can't go. This banquet is full of dignitaries. Don't use your mother's tricks. We can't embarrass the Qin family. He then put one hand behind his back and lowered his voice, saying, the preliminary rounds of the competition are approaching. You need to make good use of your abilities, understand? Hearing her father's words, Qin Dinglon almost laughed in anger, but nodded obediently without showing any outward expression. Once in the car, she looked at the magnificent, golden Qin mansion receding into the distance with disgust. He told her not to learn her mother's coquettish, petty ways, yet he wanted her to use her abilities to extract information from the other participating families. Disgusting. Everything about this family disgusted her. However, she was now even more certain that Qin Tianin was going to participate in the tournament. She was usually the most frequent attendee at the banquets, yet she hadn't shown any reaction. Her prolonged absence due to injury meant her condition must be extremely serious. But judging from her father's expression, he didn't seem worried at all. If only Qin Tianin would die at the tournament, Qin Dinglon thought silently. The banquet was held at the Deep family's manor. Cars streamed in from the entrance, creating a lively atmosphere. Waiters methodically guided the vehicles inside. As soon as Qin Dinglon got out of the car at the main gate, several women were chatting with Nicole's mother. Upon seeing her, they all fell silent, scrutinizing this woman, who had recently gained notoriety, but was also tainted by scandal. Rebecca, who was greeting guests at the gate, immediately abandoned the others, and walked towards her with a smile. Miss Qin Dinglon, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Rebecca Adlington, Nicole's mother. Seeing such a high-status person extend her hand so warmly, Qin Dinglon felt a little flustered and didn't know how to return the gesture. Because of her background, anyone with a modicum of status looked down on her. They were lucky if they didn't roll their eyes at her. This was the first time she'd been so enthusiastic. Hello, Mrs. Rebecca. Rebecca affectionately took Qin Dinglon's arm and led her into the inner room. Along the way, she smiled and introduced her to passers-by. This is my daughter's teammate. They both got first place in the college entrance exams. Seeing Rebecca's enthusiasm, the surrounding women didn't want to refuse her, so they all offered a few insincere compliments to Qin Dinglon. Once the two of them entered the inner room, several women whispered among themselves, wondering why the high-status Rebecca would be so enthusiastic towards an illegitimate daughter. Qin Dinglon's abilities had improved, but compared to the resources of the Deep family, she wasn't that impressive. There was no need for such enthusiasm. Was it simply because she and Nicole were good friends? The women, each with their own agendas, were all trying to curry favor with Rebecca. Whatever her intentions, as long as she was on good terms with Qin Dinglon, they would follow suit. Upon entering the room, a classical band was playing beside the dance floor. Below the dance floor was an exquisitely beautiful red carpet embroidered with gold, where several couples were dancing to the music. On the other side, a lavish buffet was laid out, offering a variety of styles, occupying 8 long tables. Chapter 182. Waiters carrying trays of wine moved among the elegantly dressed crowd, quickly emptying the goblets filled with expensive liquor. Rebecca, still needing to greet guests at the door, beckoned the nearest waiter and said, "Take Miss Qin to Nicole's room. let them catch up. Yes, the waiter in his black and white uniform replied respectfully, then pointed to the staircase directly ahead. Please go this way. Following the waiter, Qin Dinglon arrived on the 3rd floor. The living room was empty except for 2 servants cleaning and keeping watch to prevent unauthorized entry. The entire 3rd floor of the vast manor was dedicated to Nicole's private rooms. The waiter explained their purpose to the servants, one of whom gently knocked on the only carved sliding wooden door in the living room. Miss Qin is here. Nicole's voice rang out quickly from inside. Please come in. The maid pushed open one of the wooden doors, revealing a vast space that stretched out over glass windows. It was more of an entryway than a living room. The real living room was inside. An average person's house wasn't even a third the size of this living room. The decor was incredibly luxurious, with the finest gilded wood furniture used throughout. Nicole appeared out of nowhere, barefoot, waving excitedly at Qin Dinglon. Come on, come on! Qin Dinglon felt inexplicably nervous. The luxurious villa she had lived in since childhood paled in comparison. Although the Qin family mansion was larger overall than this estate, the difference was evident in the interior design. Nicole's family valued quality over quantity. Only then did she truly realize the vast gap between them. Today's main task is to save Lucy. She took a deep breath, lifted her skirt, and went inside. The maid behind her slowly closed the door. Nicole led her to the small round dining table by the window, with the best view, and poured her a cup of tea. The windows here are one way, so there's no need to worry about anyone taking pictures of the scene inside. Are you sure you want to draw blood? Nicole glanced at her, then quickly looked down at the teacup. Qin Dinglon nodded firmly. Draw? She lifted her skirt, revealing her left calf. Draw from the leg, it'd be easier to spot on the hand. The Qin family draws blood every few days, and a fresh needle mark on the arm wouldn't be easy to explain. Nicole stood up and took a black box from a nearby cabinet, containing a blood-drawing device. I just learned a little, it shouldn't hurt. Just bear with it. She then began to operate deftly, drawing 2 vials, less than 100 milliliters in total. After drawing the blood, she pressed the injection site for a short while, and the bleeding stopped. It was practically unnoticeable, unless you looked closely. Nicole slightly tightened her grip on the blood, remained silent for a moment, then smiled and said to her, "It's done." Just as Qin Dinglon was about to speak, the maid knocked on the door. Miss Jo Nai and Mr. Tuka have arrived." Nicole put the blood back in the box and said towards the door, "Please come in." Since they were all teammates, it would be suspicious if Nicole only invited Qin Dinglon, so she invited everyone. The 4 sat together chatting about recent events when suddenly Jo Nai asked, "Why hasn't Luoshi arrived yet?" Nicole naturally smiled and replied, "I asked, but she's been busy lately. She thought attending banquets was too much trouble, so she said she wouldn't be coming. There was nothing I could do." Hearing her say that, Jo Nai didn't doubt it. Luoshi focused on her own advancement, and wasn't particularly interested in anything else. The time was almost up, and Nicole, the star of the day, appeared with the 3 of them in the banquet hall on the 1st floor. The dignitaries, whom they usually couldn't even see, applauded in celebration, making Jo Nai and Tuka feel like they were floating on air. The banquet officially began. Some people chatted, some danced. Many people handed Jo Nai and Tuka their business cards. A few people mentioned Luoshi, but only briefly, without attracting much attention. "Miss Nicole, don't you have a teammate? Why isn't she here?" "I don't know, who cares? I have business that the Deep family needs to invest in." "What are those people doing, always bothering Mrs. Rebecca?" "I can't get a word in edgewise, damn it." Qin Dinglon stayed with Nicole, surrounded by flatterers and sycophants. In the crowd, Qin Tianhao stared at her with resentment. A child born to a slut was more dazzling than himself. The underling beside him, sensing his thoughts, raised his glass and looked at him. Qin Tianhao smiled knowingly and nodded in agreement. The underling walked over, then stumbled and spilled red wine on Qin Dinglon's black and white dress. The surrounding people gasped in surprise, all turning to look at the clumsy man. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," the man quickly apologized, pulling a silk handkerchief from his suit's breast pocket to wipe Qin Dinglon, only making the wine stain spread even wider. Qin Dinglon took a step back in disgust, not wanting to be touched by this man. Qin Tianhao, not far away, saw Qin Dinglon's embarrassment and immediately laughed contemptuously. This kind of lowly woman is never fit for a social occasion. Unexpectedly, Qin Dinglon looked at the man who had spilled the red wine, her voice incredibly seductive. "Did you do it on purpose, or was someone instructing you to? Tell the truth." Hearing this, the man's face went blank, and he mechanically replied, I spilled it on purpose, trying to please young Master Qin. Seeing Qin Dinglon use her ability, the crowd couldn't help but be curious. Unlike elemental attacks, this kind was quite rare. Meanwhile, many more people looked at Qin Tianhao behind her, his face instantly turning red. Damn it, he'd forgotten that this bitch's ability had become stronger. However, to save face, he stubbornly explained, "Didn't you hear him say he went up there himself? It wasn't me who ordered him to. Does that mean I have to take the blame for everything people do to please me?" The man, startled, realized what had happened and quickly explained, "It was all my own idea. It has nothing to do with young Master Qin." He bowed to Qin Dinglon. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Please forgive me this time, Miss Qin." Qin Dinglon sneered, "Fine, but you have to pay for this dress." The man's eyes darted around, his head bowed. Qin Dinglon's dress was clearly expensive, his family didn't have much money, and he only got to attend the banquet because of Qin Tianhao. He agreed, but what if Qin Tianhao refused to pay for it? This stalemate couldn't continue. With so many people watching, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. The farce passed, and Qin Dinglon reappeared at the banquet wearing a dress by Nicole. Nicole was still there, but almost no one greeted her. Everyone was still shaken by her own abilities, and afraid of being tricked into revealing information. Qin Dinglon smiled, and lowered her head. This was exactly the effect she wanted. She wasn't worried about finding an excuse not to complete the task her father had assigned her. Just when she was about to doze off, this opportunity presented itself. He truly was her father's good son. Chapter 183. In the Qin residence, Qin's father sat in the main hall drinking tea, with the butler waiting nearby. Qin Dinglon was immediately led this way by a servant as soon as she got out of the carriage. Once there, the servant left immediately. Seeing that Qin Dinglon had changed into a formal dress, he was puzzled. There hadn't been a spare dress prepared for her at home. However, he didn't care. He was more interested in knowing the news about the preliminary round contestants. Qin Dinglon lowered her head and knelt directly before him. "Father, I'm sorry, I failed to complete your task." Hearing that she hadn't succeeded, Qin's father angrily smashed the scalding hot teacup, water and all, onto Qin Dinglon's shoulder. "You scoundrel! I fed you in luxury, sent you to high society banquets, and this is how you repay me?" Qin Dinglon clutched her shoulder, then looked up, her face streaked with tears, utterly pitiful. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have used my power in a moment of anger. Now everyone's afraid of me. Nobody dares to come near me." Hearing this, Qin's father, his face full of anger, asked, indulgent, "Who offended you? Your status is already low, you should always be more discreet. What's wrong with enduring a little more hardship for the Qin family?" Qin Dinglon hesitated for a long time, then said tactfully, "Someone deliberately spilled wine on me. I got angry and used my power to ask him if it was intentional, but he said it was because..." Her words trailed off, making Qin's father even angrier. "Butler, investigate." He wanted to see who dared to ruin his plans. The butler replied, "Yes," and returned shortly after. Qin Dinglon was still kneeling on the ground, sobbing. The butler whispered a few words in the master's ear, explaining the whole story. Hearing that it was his son who had done it, Mr. Qin was filled with rage, but didn't know where to vent it. If he punished Qin Tianhao, that crazy woman would cause him more trouble. He slammed his sleeves and stood up, walking out, leaving behind a nonchalant remark, "If your intentions are impure, you stay kneeling like this. Don't get up unless I tell you to." He was a shrewd man who had lived for over 40 years. How could he not see through Qin Dinglon's deliberate silence? There were no simpletons in the Qin family. Qin Dinglon knelt on the ground, her face devoid of expression, only endless indifference. She scoffed inwardly. If she had directly mentioned Qin Tianhao, aside from whether her beloved father would believe her, the mere fact that he disrespected her brother would have punished her much more severely. He would only believe it if someone else said it. Being forced to kneel was already quite lenient. Although he wasn't very happy in the villa outside, he still pretended to be a good father. Now, inside the Qin family mansion he had always dreamed of, everything had changed. She disliked both places. She preferred going to school and going out with Luo Shi and her teammates, where she could be herself, without having to painstakingly please others or scheme against them. Servants passed by frequently, their snickers and whispers filling the air, some even more daring to shout unpleasant things. Qin Dinglon ignored them all. Those who spoke loudly were undoubtedly Qin Tianhao or people sent by his mother. Ordinary servants wouldn't dare be so bold, at most they whisper a few words behind her back. From 8 o'clock in the evening until 1 o'clock in the morning, a servant finally told her she could stop kneeling. Qin Dinglon slowly stood up, her knees turning purple and throbbing with pain. A servant tried to help her up, but she refused. Then she limped back to her room. January 28th. The day before the preliminary round. Qin Dinglan couldn't help but ask Nicole about the progress of her research. Nicole, everything is normal. Nothing unusual has been found. Is there any progress at your place? Hearing that it wasn't working, Qin Dinglan's heart tightened. It still wasn't working. My father didn't tell me. The number of blood draws has been decreasing recently, so it might not be working. How is Losai? Nicole, she's been relatively stable lately. I should be able to see her soon. Hearing that she could see Losai, Qin Dinglan breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't feel happy at all. She couldn't help much. All she could do was take her out more often during her last days, and let her eat what she wanted. Now that her father had ordered her not to go out, she had to find a way to sneak out. On the other side, Nicole's emotions were complicated. In one more day, she would know that she had lied to her. January 29th. Preliminary round of the Azure Planet public competition. Temperatures remain low, the long winter is far from over, and the current temperature is minus 29 degrees Celsius. The competition venue is located far to the southeast, on the Outer Ring Road. A significant amount of manpower and resources were invested in transporting several signal towers to the air for the live broadcast of this preliminary round. That's right, this time they're using the same live broadcast method as the last general election. Everyone can place bets. Previous years' public competitions had never been broadcast live. The general public has been largely kept in the dark. Now, the live broadcast is tantamount to revealing half of the current situation on planet Agile to the public. Public resistance and panic are spreading, but they have been deliberately suppressed. As long as the 5 major families stand united, ordinary people can't make a dent. Meanwhile, the preliminary rounds have captured everyone's attention. A week in advance, the preliminary rounds were heavily promoted, with posters everywhere and 5-second ads before entering any app. This time, it's safe to say that 99% of people, young and old, are involved. There are 16 participating teams, more than 10 more than the previous 4 to 6 teams. At 5 p.m., the live stream began. Guantian, Feishin, and other apps broadcasted simultaneously. In a brightly lit auditorium, countless reporters and cameras were below, with the leaders of each faction seated at the front. The host gave a concise and powerful opening speech, announcing the competition rules. 1. The competition will last for 3 days, starting at 6 a.m. on January 29th and ending at 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. on January 31st. Results for arriving early or late will not be counted. 2. The winner will be determined by the total value of the mutated creatures, calculated in real time by a professional judging panel and announced live. 3. The preliminary round is a no-brainer. Stealing mutated creatures is permitted, and the winner is the one who carries the mutated creature to the finish line. 4. Results for teams arriving at the finish line after 2000 hours on January 31st are invalid. 5. Each team has a different starting point, determined by a draw by their representatives. 6. Meanwhile, another screen in the live broadcast showed 16 silver hover cars waiting in unison on the outer ring for the race to begin. Inside the auditorium, the host finally finished explaining the rules. An assistant brought out a box full of slips of paper, inviting all the representatives to draw lots to determine their team's starting point. The host nervously glanced at the script in his hand, not daring to make the slightest mistake, and read, "Please welcome Ms. Nicole Deep, representative of the Deep family, to the stage to draw lots." Chapter 184. Nicole took a deep breath, straightened her back, and walked up to the stage. Her parents, grandmother, and brother were sitting below, clapping and looking at her proudly. The audience responded with enthusiastic applause. On stage, Nicole reached into a box, picked out a slip of paper, glanced at it, and turned it face up to the camera. The host glanced at it and immediately announced loudly Team Deep, starting point 6, a very auspicious number. Without wasting time, the host invited the next representative from Adlington to come up and draw lots. On the other side of the live broadcast, Team Deep's vehicles started up and headed towards starting point 6. The vehicles were sprayed with a large amount of special agents to minimize the risk of attacks from mutated creatures. The vehicles were also dual-purpose, using both source crystals and petroleum. In some areas where source crystals were unavailable, only petroleum could be used. The 16 teams quickly drew lots, and the vehicles drove towards their respective starting points. With real-time tracking and recording via aerial signal towers, the live stream boasts near-zero latency. All teams are inside their vehicles, awaiting 6 p.m. Everyone is discussing who will compete, trending topics abound, all related to the preliminary rounds. Meanwhile, Preliminary rounds are also underway in the other 3 safe zones. After the draw, Orion Deep instructed her son and daughter-in-law to monitor the preliminary rounds in the other 3 safe zones, also live-streamed, but with significant latency. Only one location in Safe Zone 3 is available to watch. Other families will also send representatives, making it inaccessible to ordinary viewers. She and Nicole will handle things here. As for Nicole's brother, he has to deal with the group's daily affairs, and has already gone to the company building. Qin Dinglon, Jiu Nai, Dyer, even though everyone was busy, they still made time to watch the live stream. 6 o'clock. At the appointed time, all the car doors opened simultaneously, and one by one, the contestants stepped out. Qin Dinglon looked at the Qin family's team, her hand tightening. Sure enough, she spotted a petite, familiar figure among the 5. News about Qin Tiannin's participation immediately topped the trending searches. The Qin family's daughter was actually participating herself. Unbelievable. Some speculated about her abilities, while others vented their anger, criticizing the Qin family for being heartless, letting their own daughter participate in such a life-or-death competition. Meanwhile, another trending search quickly climbed, directly taking the top spot for Qin Tiannin. Refugee background, representing the Deepu family in a competition after only half a year. What is her charm? Seeing this trending search, Qin Dinglon paused for a moment. This sounded so much like Luo Shi. At the same time, everyone who knew Luo Shi clicked on the live stream mentioned in the topic. Sure enough, they spotted Losai holding a pistol and cautiously advanced with their teammates. Don't underestimate this pistol. It's one of only 2 supplies available in this preliminary round. Food, purification spray, water, etc. are not provided for this preliminary round. Teams have to find their own. Considering that many teams have a gunman, not providing a gun at the start would be a burden. To be fair, each team is equipped with the same model of pistol and 6 rounds of ammunition. Besides that, there are containment bags and folding crates. Harpos kept a watchful eye on his surroundings while monitoring the nearby radiation. The preliminary round sensor on his temple remained lit. Without vehicles or purification spray, they could only move within areas of moderate radiation, severely limiting their hunting. 6 sky eyes flew silently overhead. Each person had a dedicated tracking eye, and another recorded the entire team. Looking at Losai appearing with the Deep family's group, Qin Dinglon remained stunned for a long time. After a long while, she chuckled self-deprecatingly. There was no genetic collapse. It was all a lie. She and Nicole had lied to her together. Why? She had already told her about Qin Tiannin's participation. Why did Losai keep it a secret? Ding dong. Qin's father sent a message scolding her. He also knew about Losai's participation. Are you close to that Losai? Didn't you notice her participation at all, or were you deliberately helping her hide it? Qin Dinglon replied irritably. I don't know. What can I do if they want to keep it from me? Qin's father, she's never considered you a friend. Only the family will always stand by your side. Frustrated by the message, she turned off the bracelet, laid down for a while, and then turned it back on to watch Losai's live stream. She wasn't stupid. The tournament was important. It was understandable that Losai hadn't told her. She had never really done anything to Losai, so it was normal for her not to believe her about something so significant. She probably didn't know about the blood draw either. She should have been training the whole time. She had been blinded by anger just now. Once she calmed down, Losai hadn't done anything wrong. She just didn't understand why Losai would participate in such a dangerous competition. To say that Nicole didn't know Losai was participating was definitely unbelievable. So why did she agree to have her blood drawn? Ding dong. The bracelet received another message from Nicole. Sorry, I lied to you. Qin Dinglon took a deep breath. Good, she knew all along, and even deliberately asked for her blood. She typed, so my blood really is useless, or are you lying to me? Nicole, I'm not lying, it really is useless. Upon receiving the result, Qin Dinglon was somewhat relieved that her blood was ineffective. Otherwise, it would have benefited the Deep group. None of the big families are good. Even the seemingly glamorous Deep family relies on deception and fraud. Inside the auditorium, Nicole deactivated her bracelet in frustration. Oan Deep, noticing her worries, patted her granddaughter's shoulder twice. There's never pure emotion. It's all intertwined with interests. Relax. The comfort didn't make Nicole feel much better. Her furrowed brows relaxed, but her heart remained pounding. She looked at the large screen in front of her, staring at Losai's team. On the other side, the Black River Gang leader was furious, smashing everything on the table. Isn't Lucy one of theirs? When did he join the Deep family's team for the competition? What are the people below doing? They don't even know someone in the organization has betrayed them. Could Sean be a spy sent by the Deep family? Lucy was handed over to him for contacting, and was he involved in Groot's death? Good, the Deep family is truly cunning. First, they killed Groot to steal information, then conveniently pushed Sean to the second-in-command position, then orchestrated a scheme to sideline the Black River Gang. With so many people arrested, the entire Black River Gang's information has probably been leaked. As the great hero, Sean is probably off enjoying himself somewhere. If they hadn't seen Lucy and the Deep family's team today, they would still be completely in the dark. Meanwhile, Sean, still locked in the dungeon, was so hungry he was dizzy and had no idea he had been branded a traitor. Chapter 185. Inside the competition arena. The 6 members of Harpo's team discovered their first batch of mutated creatures. Countless white silkworms as thick as arms hanging in a mulberry grove, along with many cocoons already spun. The judging panel immediately discussed their approximate value. C-grade mutated silkworms, in large numbers, each worth around 10,000 points. Would the Deep team choose to contain them? C-grades are easy to acquire. Even 100 would be worth 1 million points. Harpo shook his head at the others, choosing a different direction to continue searching for suitable mutated creatures. C-grades are worthless and add weight, not worthwhile. Their goal is A grades, or B grades if they can't get A grades. The most important thing is to preserve their strength and hunt down other teams before the competition ends. As long as everyone else dies, even if they don't return with prey, they still be number 1. Not only Harpo's thought this way, but the other teams felt the same way. From the beginning, the prey in this competition wasn't mutated creatures, but humans. However, given Yi Wu's special abilities, the probability of him successfully returning to the finish line is high, so it's still necessary to contain some mutated creatures. The viewers watching the live stream, unaware of the intricacies, watched as half a day passed with 16 teams failing to contain a single mutated creature, and assumed these teams were all useless. What kind of people did they hire? Are these big families so rich they don't know what to do with their money? I could kill 1 or 2, but they haven't even killed 1. Are they planning to fatten them up for the new year? Give us our money back. This is trash competition. This is a live stream specifically set up by the 5 major families to rake in money and fill the deficit from their tribute payments. Mentioning the tribute payments further fueled the public's anger. Most of them had only recently learned about this. Radiation has been going on for so many years with no progress. They should just find a new planet. They're living off our hard-earned money and doing nothing. Exactly. Focus on developing weapons and spaceships. If we take down that sovereign planet, we have a place to live, and we won't have to suffer like this anymore. Ultimately, it's the 5 major families that are incompetent. Otherwise, we would have already migrated to other planets. Maybe the higher-ups have already taken our money and left some behind to continue exploiting us commoners. The number of views on posts criticizing the 5 major families skyrocketed. After all, most people had bet on them, and with this performance, their money was gone. Of course, there was also a sense of confusion and panic about the future. Before, there was only radiation as an enemy. Now, there's an enemy in space, many times more powerful than their own planet. The masses are starting to doubt whether they even live to old age. A very few people guessed the reason why the 16 teams weren't taking action, but their posts online were buried under a deluge of curses. The first day passed unusually peacefully. The 16 teams killed mostly low-level mutated creatures, barely enough to fill their stomachs. Without sleeping bags, they could only rest huddled together at night. Early the next morning, a mechanical voice alerted everyone's sensors. 2 airdrop crates will land at 8 a.m. Locations were also displayed. The live stream announced this news, immediately piquing the interest of the viewers whose enthusiasm had waned after a boring day. The life-or-death competition was finally about to begin. Lassie and her 6 teammates stopped simultaneously. Their special sensors could pinpoint their location in real time. They were quite far from the airdrop location, and even running at full speed would take them 3 hours. It's only a little past 5 o'clock. By the time they get there, the loot might already be taken by the nearest team. 3 hours of running is incredibly exhausting. Even if the loot is still there, whether they have the strength to fight other teams is a problem. But if they don't go, what if there are only 2 empty loot boxes in 3 days? How will they fight the other teams the day after tomorrow? Right now, Xiaoqi without metal and Losai with only a pistol are too weak in combat. Yi Winning is vulnerable to being counter-killed in close combat without a weapon. Bob is tough and can fight, but he's still just a mortal. Without a weapon, he have a hard time against others. The only ones unaffected are Harpo's and Ben. All 5 looked at Harpo's. He was the captain. After a long silence, Harpos firmly raised his head and said, "Go." He didn't dare gamble on whether there would be more airdrops. Even if they didn't get both, they needed to at least retrieve one item for their 4 unarmed teammates. No one objected. Everyone understood the importance of these airdrops. However, there was still a problem: water. Before the competition, everyone ate as much as they could possibly eat. Last night, they had a small amount of mutated creature meat, but hadn't drunk any water. As they moved forward, they searched for clean water sources with low radiation levels. Meanwhile, 10 of the other 15 teams were heading towards the 2 airdrops. It was already 8:30 p.m., and Deep's team still hadn't arrived. They were unlucky. There were too many high radiation zones along the way, forcing them to take detours, and they were still 10 kilometers away. Frustrated, they could only search for the area with the lowest radiation levels nearby to avoid the impending increase in radiation. The 6 people split up and found a small area with only yellow 6 radiation. The team's luck was such that they might miss the airdrop, but they were also lucky enough to find a yellow 6 area. Yesterday, they had a whole day to find a hiding place and only found a yellow 7. When radiation levels rose, it only reached yellow 9, allowing them to survive the day safely. They quickly built a makeshift shelter out of wood and leaves, and now they could only hope that the nearest airdrop hadn't arrived yet. But things didn't go as planned. Half an hour ago, 2 smaller factions secured both airdrops, but their joy was short-lived. Several slower arriving teams started fighting. Within 10 minutes, one team was completely wiped out. The combination of blood and violence was exhilarating for those who had always lived in poverty. The unfortunate representative of the opposing faction fainted, and the camera gave him a close-up, showing everyone his disheveled state. The team in last place has to hand over the most source crystals, requiring them to sell off all their assets to make up for it. If they finish last in the 3rd safe zone during the finals, they have no chance of recovery. Several other teams also lost teammates. Some failed to get weapons and ran away when they couldn't win, while others seized the opportunity to grab a weapon and escape. Some were happy, some were sad. For teams, including the Deep team, traveled for ages without even seeing an empty projection. None of the 5 major clans got any weapons. The chat was flooded with comments calling the 5 major clans trash. During the live stream, some viewers, seeing their favorite team get weapons, started popping champagne and showing off. Chapter 186. But their smiles soon vanished. Radiation levels rose, and only half of the teams that had rushed to grab the airdrop found suitable shelters. The remaining half were less fortunate. The shelters they found were unsuitable, and radiation levels rose, directly reaching Red 1 and Red 2. The sky hovered in the air, recording their agonizing struggles before death. Radiation scorched their skin bright red, the outer layer of skin bursting open in thick layers, like an animal shedding its skin, while the delicate inner layers continued to be scorched by radiation, the flesh beginning to rot and proliferate. In just over 10 minutes, the men were completely unrecognizable. Some had become large clumps of pink flesh, others had rotted into blood-red, rusty, dried-up corpses. Many viewers watching vomited. High radiation is that terrifying? Suddenly I understand my mom's good intentions in making me come home on time every day, or she'd break my legs. Those refugees living in moderate radiation before, so many of them are still alive. They're really lucky. I never want to leave again in this life. I'd be content to die in a safe zone. A total of 96 contestants, 28 were eliminated by the airdrop, leaving 66 people in 15 teams. Many were injured, and 8 mutated creatures brought by several teams died. 80% of the 16 teams brought 2 mutated creatures, but the Deep family, after careful consideration, didn't prepare any for them. Habs endured the radiation at noon, and finally it was 5 p.m. Habs decided to continue, also looking for water. But after walking only 5 kilometers, he encountered his first opponent since the preliminary rounds began. Judging from their combat uniforms, they were from the Lugia family team. For people stood there, their combat uniforms stained crimson with blood, indicating they had just endured a fierce battle. Besides their pistols, they carried a gleaming sniper rifle and a large metal sword. Upon seeing it was the Deep family's team, the opposing side immediately tried to flee. They were already outnumbered, and their injuries made them even less effective. But Harpos wasn't about to let such easy prey go to waste. The other side fired the first shot, and Losai's side didn't lag behind. But the bullets stopped mid-air just before they reached both sides. Both sides had metal-powered individuals. The difference in skill became apparent at this moment. Xiaoqi raised her hand and pushed forward forcefully. The sniper rifle bullet, no bigger than a finger, veered off course, returning at a speed 2 minutes faster than before. The opposing metal-powered individual tried to block the bullet head-on, but before she could regain control, the bullet made a sharp turn and continued its trajectory towards another person. Thud. The bullet pierced through the brain, and a teammate fell face-first to the ground. Now only 3 remained. The metal elemental user looked back. His 2 teammates, carrying large swords, had vanished. No, I can't stay any longer. The metal elemental user tried to run, but found himself completely trapped by an invisible barrier. He turned around in terror, his back against the barrier, staring in horror at the group opposite him. Their abilities were incredibly powerful, even possessing such rare abilities. In just a few seconds, cold sweat soaked his face. His chest heaved violently, he was about to die. Thud. Blood splattered on the invisible barrier. As Hapos removed the barrier, the blood slid down through the air, landing with a soft thud on the ground. The group cautiously approached. Losai took the sniper rifle and ammunition from the man's corpse, then handed the pistol to Yi Wu. Xiaoqi controlled the pistol bullet that had been initially intercepted and handed it to Yi Wu as well. Now they had 5 pistol bullets and 9 sniper rifle bullets, a pitifully small number. Now that they were certain the airdrop had been taken, Harpos immediately decided to focus on finding water. Meanwhile, Anado's team had also raided and killed another team, obtaining a laser gun. At this point, 60 people remained in 14 teams. Persistence paid off. After searching for 2 hours, Harpos and his group finally found a source of drinkable water. They removed the cuffs from their wrists and easily assembled them into a soft, green pot. The specially made material, combined with the water, allowed it to withstand flames. Bob rubbed wood together to start a fire, and miraculously, a fire quickly rose. They boiled 2 small pots of water, greatly relieving their parched mouths. Viewers watching the live stream were vehemently accusing the team of cheating by not allowing supplies. However, they could only complain online. Each team's combat uniforms had been tested, and if they could be worn, they were usable. Almost all 5 major families' combat uniforms incorporated these clever design features, but the Deep Family team found and used the water source first. We stop here for today. Not far from the finish line. Let's get another A-level mutated creature, Harpo said after some thought. The water source here has a radiation level of yellow 6, and the ground has a radiation level of yellow 7. They quickly built a makeshift shelter, and the group searched the vicinity for any signs of mutated creatures. Not long after they left, another team found the place. Seeing the campfire and the shelter made of trees, they understood immediately. After a brief discussion, they decided to ambush it. After searching for a long time, they finally spotted an A-rank 2-eared phantom fox. It could create illusions and was difficult to deal with, but they didn't have any smaller, suitable mutated creatures available, so they had no choice but to proceed. Harpos immediately used his ability to trap the phantom fox within a moderately irradiated area. This would be costly, but it would prevent their own people from venturing into high radiation zones once they entered the illusion. Before anyone on their side could show themselves, the phantom fox, realizing it was trapped, immediately activated its illusion. The surroundings instantly transformed into hell. Various S-rank mutated creatures swarmed around them like a tide, the sky turning blood red, and the stench of decay assaulting their senses. A deafening roar exploded in their ears. Everything around them felt incredibly real. Losai watched curiously. It was indeed very realistic. But knowing it was the illusion fox's ability, she felt nothing. However, when she looked at her teammates, they all seemed to be gripped by immense panic, especially Ben and Xiaoqi, whose hands were trembling. "Form a circle," Harpos ordered, and the group obeyed despite their fear. Their biggest fear now was a sneak attack. With the illusion, it was difficult for them to discern which was the real attack. Just then, a massive 10-meter thick vine crashed down towards them, creating a gust of wind that blinded them. It all felt too real. The group instinctively scattered, the ground trembling violently and cracking open a fissure, with loose sand and gravel falling into the deep, dark crevice. The illusion fox could amplify a person's inner emotions, complementing the illusion. Even if its attack power wasn't strong, it could still be rated A-level. Losai closed her eyes, taking in all the sounds. Her brain processed them rapidly, and amidst the myriad noises, she heard it. The phantom fox frantically scratched at the barrier, trying to escape. She closed her eyes and raised her gun. Her senses were completely overwhelmed by the illusion, and closing her eyes actually allowed her to pinpoint the phantom fox's location. Chapter 187. Bang. Ah. Accompanied by a scream, the illusion fox died, and the illusion gradually disappeared. The scene before them returned to normal, and the fear in their hearts gradually dissipated, allowing them to calm down. Bob, still shaken, gave Losai a thumbs up, offering his praise. Yu Wuwa glanced at Losai. She seemed largely unaffected. She could still shoot accurately in that situation. Her hearing seemed excellent. Inside the safe zone, the viewers watching the live stream were confused, but their heavenly eyes remained unaffected. What they saw was the illusion fox and the 6 people being trapped together, then inexplicably huddled together, only to suddenly scatter, their bodies unsteady as if attacked. Then Losai closed her eyes and shot the illusion fox, ending the illusion. Nicole secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Those who had encountered the illusion fox and survived said its illusions were incredibly realistic, and most importantly, they could affect your emotions. If you weren't calm enough, there were many examples of people being scared to death or killed by the illusion fox. Qin Dinglon kept switching between live streams, anxious but to no avail. Losai and the others needed to return, but 5 people were lying in ambush at the shelter. 600 meters wasn't close or far for ability users. Losai had barely approached the area when she heard the breathing of several people. "We're killing more mutants tomorrow." Xiaoqi, who was chatting, was interrupted by Losai's voice before she could finish. Ahem. The 5 immediately became alert, slowing their pace. To avoid alerting the enemy, Hapos took the initiative to inquire, his eyes darting around frantically, searching for where the others were hiding. "Are you cold?" "It's been so cold lately. Hang in there a little longer." Losai nodded. "A little, but I'd be fine in 4 or 5 days." Simultaneously, they gestured 500 and 600. 4 or 5 people, the distance was clear, and everyone understood the implication. Harpos gave Ben a look. The plants in the distance suddenly grew wildly, forcing the 5 people out. At the same time, Losai fired 2 shots, instantly killing 2. The other 3 escaped the plant encirclement at top speed, but Bob was already in front of him, punching the temple of a man over 2 meters tall. The man was sent flying, but quickly got up. He was also a physical ability user. Bob immediately gave chase. Thud. Yiwu suddenly appeared behind one of them, taking him down with a single shot. The other man tried to run, but it was too late. Harpos used his ability again. The man frantically threw wind blades, striking the barrier, but Losai killed him with another shot. Bob had the upper hand, and with Ben's cooperation, the 5-man team was eliminated in less than 3 minutes. Good news. A metal dagger, and a small box of sniper rifle bullets. The gun, with only 4 bullets remaining, was handed to Bob, while he was switched to a dagger. Rosie's sniper rifle ammunition suddenly increased from 6 to 26 bullets. Back at the shelter, Xiaoqi looked directly at Rosie. "How did you know there were people?" Before Rosie could answer, Xiaoqi started guessing. "Your hearing is excellent, isn't it?" The other 4 also looked at Rosie. She had never displayed this ability before, and this preliminary round had indeed given them a great surprise. If that group of people had successfully ambushed them, even with their formidable strength, they would have to be seriously injured to take them down. Meanwhile, many people watching from outside the screen were also very curious. Only after Losai nodded did they confirm it was true. Olin Deep, who was handling matters, received the message from below and was slightly taken aback, then laughed out loud. "Ha ha, enhanced hearing, great." This greatly increased the Deep family's chances of winning. On the other side, Qin Dinglon was bewildered. Enhanced hearing was a kind of ability, so was Nicole's claim about the gene-modifying injection true or false? Was the gene collapse just a lie? She wanted to ask, but then thought that since it was already like this, it was just a matter of how much of a lie was being told. Nicole, who was washing up while watching the live stream, was also stunned. When did this happen? There had been a major test in her class before, and Losai's test results showed she hadn't been injected with the gene-modifying drug. How could she suddenly have enhanced hearing? She messaged her grandmother. Did Losai recently receive the gene-modifying drug? Olin Deep quickly replied. The base didn't inject her, she probably injected herself privately. Nicole believed her grandmother wouldn't lie to her and genuinely believed that Losai had secretly injected herself. However, she couldn't understand why she would inject herself when the base could provide her with the best drugs for free. At this point, no one suspected Losai, they only assumed she had injected the gene-modifying drug. As night fell, everyone took turns resting. The ground was too cold, so they simply laid some leaves on it and sat down to sleep, leaning against each other. Gradually, everyone laid down on the ground, and no one was woken up by the cold. Losai, on her first shift, looked at the temperature reading on the sensor. 14.2 degrees Celsius. Not below 0, but above 0. Was this the end of the long winter? It was so sudden. It was still below -20 or -30 degrees Celsius in the afternoon, and now, even at night, the temperature had risen to over 10 degrees Celsius. The temperature plummeted to 30 degrees Celsius by the time the shift changed. The fire was extinguished with water. The next morning, everyone was practically woken by the heat. The temperature was 42 degrees Celsius. The warm season of the first half of the year had been completely devoured by winter. Once winter ended, summer had arrived directly. Many more people had died overnight, leaving only 49 individuals and 11 teams. Today was crucial. The finish line was located on the other side of a rift valley stretching 800 kilometers. The rift valley averaged 350 meters in width and length. The only connection between the two sides was a specially constructed iron bridge. Getting off the bridge meant reaching the finish line. Whoever reached the bridge first was paramount. If there were enough prey, they could wait until 5 o'clock, avoid attacks from other teams, and quickly cross the finish line. Conversely, if there was no prey, to win, they had to prevent everyone from reaching the finish line and cross before time ran out. Neither option would be easy. This morning, everyone needed to head towards the finish line. The closer they got, the higher the chance of encountering other teams. After drinking plenty of hot water, each person ate half a palm-sized roasted ground squirrel, a moderately irradiated one caught by Yi Wu and Ben during their night watch last night. Luo Shi, with a slight look of disgust, popped a piece into her mouth, feigning nausea while covering her mouth, but actually cut a piece of milk carrot from her spatial storage and ate it. She repeated this, stuffing 3 pieces in a row, and her empty stomach immediately felt better. The floating heavenly eye diligently recorded everything, but Luo Shi's cover was completely concealed, so nothing seemed amiss. The straight line distance to the finish line was an hour and a half, requiring a detour, but they should be able to arrive before the morning radiation spike. The other teams also rushed towards the finish line at 5 a.m., not daring to waste a single moment. However, the rapid temperature change caused many people to experience mild discomfort. Chapter 188. The team that had previously planned to go 3 days without water was in particularly low spirits today, a significant disadvantage in the final battle. At 6 a.m., the Adlington team was the first to encounter another team. As expected, the number of players dropped from 49 to 45, forming 10 teams. Adlington suffered 0 deaths. Only one teammate accidentally entered a high radiation zone for a minute or two during the fight, leaving him slightly unwell, but not seriously affected. Shortly after, they encountered another team, but instead of fighting, the two teams moved together. Spectators, who had placed bets on other teams, began to complain, questioning why the 4 major families had only fielded one team. Unlike Adlington, where one team was from a family, and the other from Adlington Academy. Therefore, the bets on Adlington's 2 teams were the highest. Faced with the audience's questions, the other 4 families could only say they were powerless to help. Sending 2 teams means having to shoulder 2 portions of the tribute. If both teams rank last, the amount of source crystals to be paid will be staggering. At the same time, 2 teams have a greater chance of winning. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. It all depends on whether you dare to gamble. In recent years, the Adlington family has developed the best they can afford to gamble. Other families have their own considerations, and ultimately only sent one team. Deep's team had traveled halfway when they encountered their first enemy of the day. He was alone, covered in dried blood. Upon seeing that Deep's group had guns, weapons, and a full complement of men, he immediately knelt down and began kowtowing repeatedly. Please, please spare me. My teammates are all dead. I won't affect you. I can join you. Just let me get back alive. I do anything you ask. Yiwu casually tossed the dagger, and Xiao Qi, understanding, controlled it to fly away just as it was about to fall. Unexpectedly, the man didn't give his opponent a single chance to survive. He hardened his heart, and instantly turned into a high puddle of mincemeat. The dagger swiftly passed through him, causing him no harm whatsoever. Habos raised an eyebrow. No wonder his teammates were all dead, and he was the only one still alive. So that's his ability. Too bad he ran into me. Xiaoqi controlled the dagger to fly back, its speed almost murderous, stopping abruptly just a hand's width away from Yi Wu. Yi Wu rolled his eyes at her, and casually took the dagger back. Xiaoqi chuckled. Wasn't this just too boring? It hadn't even scared her. The man in mincemeat tried to run, but found himself trapped. He dared not transform back into human form. He could only gamble that his opponent didn't have fire abilities. Other methods were almost impossible to kill him. They couldn't afford to waste time here. Deep's team indeed lacked fire-type ability users, and starting a fire was too late, But wasn't there a high radiation zone nearby? They spent a minute moving the barrier, along with a flesh-covered man, to the high radiation zone. Now the man was terrified, frantically begging for mercy, but no one would save him. He could have died a quicker death, but in the tournament, no one can control their own fate. There were 44 people left, in 9 teams. Another hour passed, 7 a.m. The group stood on a small hill, finally able to see the finish line in the distance to the left. A seemingly endless fissure appeared to be splitting the earth in two. Lassie strained to assess the surroundings. There was no immediate danger nearby, but the situation further away was uncertain. 20 minutes from the finish line was still too far, so Harpos decided to get closer and find a suitable place to wait out the rising radiation levels. Finally, about 3 kilometers from the finish line, they found a spot with yellow 8 radiation. They carefully broke off some branches with leaves and built a makeshift shelter, large enough to crouch in. The surrounding trees were dense, and the tall weeds and vines made the shelter difficult to spot at first glance. With low-size enhanced hearing, they could react quickly. It was quiet, only the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. The 6 of them either crouched or sat, waiting for time to pass. Suddenly, the sensor sent a message to all participants. 8 a.m. sharp. An airdrop will be dropped at a designated point before the finish line. Supplies include 2 new SL laser guns, 5 bottles of purification spray, water, nutrient solutions, healing potions, and more. Here we go again, the deadly airdrop. Deep's team could manage with enough food and water, but Xiaoqi didn't have any weapons. While they could steal from others during the chaos, getting their own first was always safer. Most teams wanted both food and weapons. Not every team had the same level of preparedness as Deep's team, and they spent a lot of time searching for water. Usually, ability users are physically stronger than ordinary people, and could survive 3 days without water in low temperatures. But on the 3rd day, the temperature suddenly rose, reaching over 40 degrees Celsius. Combined with the lack of water in the previous 2 days, they couldn't withstand it without water. Most importantly, there was a purifying spray inside. The finish line was only so big, and they couldn't stray too far. If they couldn't find suitable shelter, they could say goodbye to the preliminary rounds. Deep's team unanimously decided to grab it. The radiation at this spot was dangerous, with a 30% chance of reaching Red 1 levels as the radiation rose. Having the purification spray would be safer, and if they got it all, they could ambush others when the radiation increased. A win-win situation. It was 7:40 now, 20 minutes until 8 o'clock. The 6 had to temporarily leave the shelter and move forward. They hadn't gone far when they heard the sounds of fighting coming from not far to their right. The life-or-death battle had begun. Harpo shook his head at his teammates, signaling to continue forward. Lassie and Bob walked at the front, ready to spot any movement immediately. But when they were only a kilometer from the drop point, they were spotted. The sound of bullets entered Lassie's hearing range, and she immediately tilted her head. A bullet grazed just above her ear. She shuddered, thinking, the other guy has excellent eyesight, can hear farther than I can, or has a high-powered scope or something. She held the gun in her hand. Why didn't the gun she'd stolen have a scope? The 6 men scattered behind trees, and Yiwu, based on the direction the bullets came from, instantly transformed into a black shadow. Cover up. Hapos released a barrier, protecting himself and the other 5, and stepped out from behind the tree. The next bullet struck, making a loud clang. The enemy gunman looked up from his scope and turned to his teammates, saying, "Something's wrong, retreat." The next second, a strange figure appeared out of nowhere behind one of his teammates, swiftly severing her neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Chapter 189. Hearing the commotion, her teammates instantly turned to look at her. Before they could even launch an attack, the attacker had vanished. The group quickly closed in, alert. How had Deep's team managed to arrive so quickly? Yiwu's shadow form was completely silent, shrinking to the size of a palm, making her virtually undetectable in the forest. She could kill silently, but this required considerable energy. She appeared silently behind someone, emerging halfway from the shadow and stabbing the attacker in the heart. Slitting the throat exposed too much of her body. This method maximized her chances of survival. Sure enough, seeing her teammate gone, the opposing wind element user unleashed their strongest wind blade, intending to cleave her teammate in two and severely injure the attacker. This person's abilities were simply too overpowered. Even if they killed members of other teams, their own team couldn't win without eliminating her. Unfortunately, Yiwu was prepared and had already vanished again in shadow. In just half a minute, 2 members of the 5-person team were dead. The scary thing was that the rest of Deep's team was closing in. Bang! The distance was right, and Losai fired a shot, only to have it blocked by a stone shield summoned by an Earth Elemental user. In that time, the distance between the two teams closed once more. The hard-working Harpos once again released a barrier to block their path. The Earth Elemental user controlled the Earth Shield to provide cover for his two teammates. Another Wind Elemental user frantically attacked the barrier with wind blades. Harpos frowned slightly. He had to conserve his strength. He couldn't let them exhaust him. Fortunately, Bob had already abandoned the Phantom Fox's corpse and rushed over immediately. Lassie threw a sniper bullet, and Shuichi immediately controlled it, bypassing the Earth Elemental user's shield and heading straight for the Wind Elemental user. Just as she was about to hit him in the back of the head, the person in the middle suddenly stood up and blocked it. The bullet struck her forehead, leaving a large, dark hole. The next second, something seemed to wriggle inside, and the wound healed at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, the bullet, embedded deep in her head, was pushed out by her flesh, the wound shrinking until it completely disappeared. Only the bloodstains on her forehead proved that a bullet had entered her head. Super self-healing, it should only work on herself. The six immediately understood her ability. Not very offensive, the most important thing was to take down the other two first. Bob arrived beside the Earth Elemental user and punched the stone shield. A crack appeared in the shield, but it could still hold. Shuichi controlled the bullet again, but was knocked away by the Wind Elemental user. Realizing that she couldn't break this damn barrier, the Wind Elemental user had no choice but to fight head-on. With a human shield on his side, it was a matter of who could withstand the longest. But before he could attack Bob, who was closest, another bullet controlled by Xiaoqi flew towards him. As he quickly deflected it, Yi Wu, who had disappeared for a long time, reappeared behind him. He cleanly pierced his heart, blood spilling from his mouth. He turned his head in disbelief. He had forgotten that this team was full of monsters. The opponent was too fast, and with Xiaoqi diverting his attention first, the healer had no time to block for him. Now that there were only two of them left, dealing with them was much easier. Xiaoqi's bullets continued to rain down, and the healer frantically blocked them from all directions. For some reason, the bullet felt like it had entered a quagmire. The force that used to cut down a dozen trees couldn't penetrate her slender body. Bob had already smashed the stone shield, and just as his fist, the size of a sandbag, was about to slam into her head, a stone pillar with a tip no thicker than a chopstick suddenly burst from the ground. A normal attack wouldn't have pierced the pillar, but the force of Bob's forward momentum caused it to pierce right through him. The still-growing pillar dragged him wildly backward. Bang! At the same time, seeing the stone shield break, Losai immediately fired, hitting him squarely between the eyebrows. The Earth Elemental user died, and the pillar stopped growing. He had been prepared to attack Bob the instant the shield broke. The speed was too fast, and even Losai's immediate shot couldn't save him. Now only the healing ability user remained. She had nowhere to hide. Then plucked Bob from the pillar, causing Bob to cry out in pain. The pillar had pierced his right abdomen, but it wouldn't be immediately fatal. Then covered Bob's wound with his right hand, and the surrounding plants quickly withered. Now it was safe. Yi Wu's shadowy form returned to its normal size, swallowing one of the team's small machetes. The healer lowered her head. If she couldn't live, no one could. She clutched a grenade, but before she could pull the pin, her head and body were severed, blood splattering all over Yi Wu's face. Yi Wu appeared behind her, holding a small machete. If the wound could heal, what about the head? But the next second, an unbelievable thing happened. The head section actually began to grow. First, it was a lump of flesh, then it was gone. Yi Wu had given her another cut, splitting her in two. Even with the strongest self-healing and regeneration abilities, she was still just a superhuman. Her abilities would eventually run out. When they ran out, it would be her death. Flesh threads sprouted from her two halves of her head, attempting to glue them back together, but Yi Wu chopped them into 4 pieces. Finally, not wanting to leave, he tossed her body along with the other half into a nearby high-radiation zone, showing no sign of leaving. 5 minutes later, the woman who had been feigning death could no longer bear it. The pain was unbearable. Her brain felt like it was being roasted on fire, corroded by terrifying sulfuric acid. Countless flesh threads grew wildly, trying to reach the moderately radiated area. Yi Wu chopped at them one by one, until, after 8 minutes, she was completely still. The surface flesh corroded beyond recognition. Considering the situation carefully, Yi Wu stayed for another 10 minutes before leaving. He had originally intended to stay longer, but time was of the essence. The airdrop was imminent. A large area of the surrounding vegetation had withered, and Bob had been healed. Apart from his clothes being a little torn, he was mostly fine. Yi Wu tossed the machete to Xiaoqi, a few drops of blood trickling from her blood-stained hand. Only then did her teammates realize it wasn't enemy blood, her hand was injured. It was the wind blade from the wind ability user. Although she dodged it in time, it still cut the joint between her palm and fingers. Ben immediately treated her, and she recovered in no time. Now, half of Yiwoo's body was covered in enemy blood. You wouldn't even notice she was injured unless you looked closely. Yiwoo hadn't mentioned before that Bob's injury was more important. This wound wouldn't be a big deal. With the machete, Xiaoqi handed the pistol to Bob, and Losai handed the sniper rifle to Ben, taking the team scope-equipped gun for herself. They were short on ammo, only 5 rounds left. Fortunately, both guns were identical, so the ammo was interchangeable. Ben received 10 rounds, and Losai took 20. The sound of airplanes filled the air. Bob retrieved Phantom Fox's body, and the 6 of them quickly made their way to the bridge before the finish line. Chapter 190. At 8 o'clock, the airdrop was dropped precisely on time, taking approximately 2 minutes to reach the ground. Deep's team was currently about 800 meters from the bridgehead, while another team, the Chin family, was about 400 meters ahead. The opposing team spotted them, but neither side made a move, simply staring intently at each other. Making a move at this point would only hand over the opportunity to grab the airdrop to another team. Qin Tiannin's eyes narrowed slightly. How did she spot that illegitimate daughter's teammate? Her marksmanship was decent, but perhaps not quite at the level for the public competition. At this moment, the airdrop was still about 100 meters from the ground, and all sides were itching to make their move. The contestants didn't know how many were left, but were determined to fight to the death. The audience watching on screen eagerly awaited what would happen next, and some even tallied the remaining teams. The Adlington family's 2 teams, totaling 11 people, had suffered 1 death, 2 minor injuries, and all the mutated creatures were dead. The Liu family, 5 members, 1 slightly injured, 1 dead, no mutated creatures. The Qin family, 6 members, 1 slightly injured, no mutated creatures. The Onado family, 6 members, 1 slightly injured, 2 mutated black wolves, A and B grades. The Black River gang, 2 members, 4 dead, 1 slightly injured, 2 B-grade mutated black wolves. The Dip family, 6 members, no casualties, no mutated creatures. A total of 36 people, all survivors are from the 5 major families. The Black River gang has survived until now, because they are allied with Onado. However, Onado isn't exactly a saint. Seeing that only 2 members of the Black River gang are left while his own group is unscathed, he knows he's using the Black River gang as a shield. Currently, the distance between each group is only a few hundred meters, but due to the special location, not every group can be seen. The airdrop was 50 meters above the ground. Just as it was about to land at the bridgehead, a gust of wind blew, deflecting the airdrop towards Onado's team. This wouldn't do, a major battle was imminent. Adrington's team and Ben, the 2 plant-type ability users, unleashed vines to entangle the airdrop crate and pull it towards them. They had barely pulled 2 meters when a wind blade that could turn slashed through the air severed both vines. Suddenly, a dark figure sprang up from somewhere, landing directly on the airdrop crate, still over 40 meters in the air. Instantly, smoke billowed out. It was the smoke grenades from the previous 2 airdrop crates. No one wanted to miss the supplies inside. Lizzie tentatively fired a shot, but the distance was beyond her hearing range, and she wasn't sure if it hit. Before she could worry, the other teams had already made their move. 2 vines, positioned at different points, climbed the airdrop crate even faster than before, frantically coiling and growing, attempting to kill the audacious individual and steal the supplies. Ben frowned. It's been cut, but the crate isn't open yet. Seeing that Ben couldn't take it, Harpo simply framed the crate, preventing anyone from opening it until it landed. Controlling it from this distance would increase his workload. Ben didn't bother fighting the other vine or the person on the airdrop. He moved the vine to the lower end, focusing on keeping the airdrop position stable. Once on the ground, his side would have the advantage. At the same time, the other teams opened fire. The person who jumped up couldn't dodge, and could only use the momentum to push off the crate. Everyone could only see a black dot quickly disappearing. Able to jump dozens of meters high without injury, like a grasshopper, those who survived to the end were indeed extraordinary. Because of his push, the airdrop crate's descent speed increased significantly, now less than 10 meters from the ground. Suddenly, a powerful gravitational force pulled the crate towards Chin and Dip's team. Adlington's team's vines were snapped. It was Xiaoqi and Ben working together. The wind blade on the right severed Ben's vines again, and another suction force moved the crate to the right. The airdrop landed, slightly to the right of center. Simultaneously, several smoke grenades were accurately thrown near the airdrop crate. Who would be the first to get out? A howl. The roar of 4 black wolves echoed. Adlington and one member of the Liu family had already rushed out, but their senses jolted, and they froze in place. The 50-meter wide area along the crevice was almost devoid of trees, only covered in low weeds no more than half a hand's width tall. These two were standing still, without any cover. Weren't they just sitting ducks? Several gunshots rang out simultaneously, and Adrington's vine swiftly pulled his teammates back. The Liu family member was doomed, but someone's marksmanship was so poor that the first shot only hit his arm, waking him up, so he ran back in a flash. The speed ability user's after image stretched long, allowing him to narrowly dodge subsequent bullets. By this time, the smoke grenades had been fully deployed, completely covering the airdrop crate. The wolf howl reappeared, louder than before, causing everyone to momentarily lose their focus. When they came to their senses, they only saw 4 dark figures dart into the smoke. A-grade black wolves cause hallucinations with their voices. B-grade black wolf smoke is poisonous and enhances the hallucinogenic effects of A-grade wolves. Don't engage yet. Loci quickly relayed this message to her teammates via sensors. Although the group was curious about how Loci knew so much, the situation was urgent, and they didn't have time to investigate further. Qin Tianyin initially wanted one of her team to go and steal it, but seeing that none of Deep's team had come out, something was wrong. So she restrained herself from sending anyone. Controlling this sound was indeed troublesome. Adrington sent 2 people this time, while the Liu family sent the speed ability user again. The 3 entered one after the other. The howl of the A-rank black wolf rang out again. At such close range, even if the 3 inside were incredibly fast, they would be controlled. The white smoke initially billowed out as a gray cloud, but within 4 or 5 seconds, it turned black again. Qin Tianyin's eyes narrowed. There was definitely a trap. She gave a signal to someone beside her, who waved his hand, and a fireball a meter in diameter appeared out of thin air and was thrown out. Eliminating 3 people at once was a good deal. However, the confident Onado team wouldn't let the Qin family succeed. A gust of wind brought countless wind blades. The fireball, still in midair, was sliced to shreds, with many flames even reaching Adlington's location. A raging fire instantly erupted, but fortunately, they had a water-type user who quickly extinguished it. At that moment, screams echoed from the black smoke. The 3 would be forever left on the outer ring of land. Having sacrificed 2 teammates without even managing to pluck a single blade, Adlington became ruthless. A massive, overwhelming swarm of vegetation grew, determined to seize the airdrop. Black Wolf's control was ineffective against plants. They hadn't used plants earlier because Onado had a wind-type user. The vines would be severed before they even reached the target. Now, however, they couldn't afford to worry about that. The wind blades were unleashed once more. Even if they were severed, the vegetation would continue to grow wildly, impossible to eradicate completely.